Do you like the great game of Pot Limit Omaha? Well, here at the Merit La Dolce Vita series, we love fast and furious action, and for that reason, today we are going to bring you the PLO tournament. James, tell me more.
Well, David, it's not just PLO. As you mentioned, Fast and Furious, this one is going to sprint out of the gate because it's a $1,000 buy-in, but only 500's going towards the prize pool. The other 500 is a bounty, but not the more familiar mystery bounty we've been getting used to. This one's a straight bounty. Every knockout will yield $500. So early levels, not much folding.
No, it's going to be absolute carnage. Join us now with Andrew Headley and Ali Najad picking up the action.
Thanks, chaps, and welcome one and all to continuing coverage from the Merit Poker Complex here in northern Cyprus of the Dolce Vita series. And as the boys mentioned, it is going to be carnage off the top as we bring you the Omaha Bounty event. Ali Najad alongside Andrew Headley, and here's a look at your first feature table. Currently 59 entries. Late registration will be open through 9 levels, and there is a look at the 7 players at our feature table. 20,000 in chips to start. That's 200 big blinds, but Andrew, if you paint a $500 bullseye on the back of everyone and you give them 4 cards with which to work, chances are violence will be the order of the day.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ali. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, we can expect some chaos in the early goings. And pretty sweet already, 59 players you mentioned, 50k guarantee on this one. So it's already broken it right before a card's even in the air, which bodes well as more players jump in up to the end of late registration. Yeah, this is going to be fun. You can expect people to go pretty ballistic. It's always the case in bounties, right? You just go, right, okay, I have to play like even more aggressive than normal. I think people approach it that way anyway.
There's always the MPO, which I think oftentimes does skew a little bit more aggressive and unpredictable, but then add to it the bounty, add to it a couple of extra cards, and all of a sudden, you're going to realize just how much action we're going to get. And you said as the players jump in, when you use the word jump, the first thought I had is these are not swan dives that we're going to see, but rather cannonballs into the warm Mediterranean.
Yeah, one of the great features, of course, of the kind of tournament schedules out here in Cyprus, there's tournaments constantly, right? There's one in the morning, one afternoon, one evening. So you will see people hopping in as they bust the other events. Straight into the action here. Raise to 300 from Brand. The Jack 10, 7, 6 picks up 2 callers in the blinds.
Ace-9 tray, couple of hearts on the board. 2 players have connected with that 9. Nobody with the flush draw. And nobody with an ace either.
Yeah, interesting. Brand going to get after it here, really with no connectivity to this board, but is going to c-bet around about half pot. Somewhat fortunately for him, nobody with much to work with. Very connective Queen Jack 10-9 for Smuskevicius. Let's hope that wasn't bad, right?
What, that was probably better than the first time. We've taken to calling Boris Smushkevicius just Smush.
Smush.
Smush. It's
lovely.
You know, it's a lovely little shortening and a bit
It's adorable.
More navigable than the full Monty there.
I do remember the very first time I came out here to do comms in Merit, and I wasn't quite prepared, I don't think, for the like surname roulette, I like to call it.
Oh yeah.
And I remember James just went, all right, Andrew, take us through this first leaderboard, and I was like, oh, that is a lot of consonants.
It's a big ass. All right.
I've honed my craft over, you know, the last 5 or 6 stops. Smoosh. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Staff here at Merit also have honed their craft over the course of so many series, and not long ago they launched these streams, which have been met with warm regard by all of the players who feel a bit more celebrated than they already did. We always like to call this the world's biggest little poker room, insofar as that personal attention and that sense that you are valued and appreciated percolates across the full spectrum. And in fact, many of those players who have been playing on the EPT, which was paying a visit to us not long ago here in Merit, were very delightfully pleased and surprised by the experience that they had here, so much so that The EPT will be coming back here to Northern Cyprus.
Yeah, it's in October, right? So not too far around the corner.
Abdulrazak, kings with king high diamonds, has raised it to 300. No queens with 2 suits for Brand. He's in there along with 3 others. 5-way affair. There was never going to be a set of kings on the flop for Abdulrazak. You can see both the other cowboys busy. This 10-7-6 board texture, not what you like to see unless you're one Lebanese Latouf, who has got himself the nuts. A round of checks and the ace of diamonds on the turn. Abdulrazak, the pre-flop raiser, now has himself the nut flush draw. He also had a 2-way straight draw on the flop. Did not bet it, however.
A very action turn here as we see Brand and Abdulrazak picking up flush draws. Gut shots in there also. A gut shot, excuse me, for Brand.
Second nut spade draw, by the way, for Swish on the flop with a 7 dangler.
Yeah, interesting spot. Latouf now recognizing time to get money in here in this 5-way affair. Bets the pot. Brand, with that flush draw and straight draw working for him, makes the call. Tough to blame him now. Tricky spot, Ali, for Abdulrazak. He's also going to call with nut diamonds. Big river incoming early doors.
All of a sudden, this one swells to 6,400. Remember, just 20K was the starting stack. And on the river, the 8 of clubs. So Latouf clearly concerned about the two-tone nature of the board on the turn. Now can feel a little bit better about things, but wary perhaps of the fact that the 8 could create plenty of chops, as well as a Jack-9 posing us a problem. He's still checking.
Yeah, the specter of that Jack-9 does loom large. You know, with 2 players behind, kind of nice to check here, I think. You know, we can induce some bluffs from the missed draws, of which there are many. Action on Abdulrazak. Very tricky, Ali, I think, to fire here. You know, of course, we block the missed diamonds, right, which is one of the draws that we could potentially get to fold out if we were to bluff river. Oh.
Yeah, in that sense, we don't want that to be in our hand because we remove the prospects of that being what you're up against. And
yeah, and he's going to go for it. Can't imagine this ever gets through Latouf for this size. Does quickly call.
Easy fold behind for Brand, and we've been caught with our hand in the cookie jar, and just 2 kings is ultimately what's going to be produced. Obviously, that's not going to collect the pot, so a big pickup there for Lebanon's Latouf.
Yeah, beautiful start. Lots of bad rivers to fade. Navigates that river nicely. Picks off the bluff from Abdulrazak.
Bernard Latouf, by the way.
Always nice to start well, right, in these bounties. You know, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, now going to cover everybody at the table. It's not a great feeling when you sort of lose half your stack in the early going. You spoke about the bullseyes on the back. Abdulrazak now comfortably shortest at the table, but of course, blind still pretty low as more and more players hop in, up to 68 runners already.
You know, one of the brutal things, and I'm not sure if we mentioned the 17-minute levels, but if you do find your stack dwindling, that bullseye becomes even bigger because the tantalizing prospects of the $500 bounty, which could be collected courtesy of your elimination, becomes so much more attainable.
Yeah, it's going to go quickly.
You know?
Absolutely. A lot of fun to watch in the booth for us, of course, because ranges will widen as people go for that $500 on the head of each player. Action now on Izatov. I believe he flicked some chips into the middle.
Doesn't appear to have been raised. Or was it?
I thought I heard it. Could be wrong. Been wrong many times. Round to smoosh. Very connective. King Jack 9-7 from the button. Gonna enter. Yeah, I thought I saw it.
Yeah, it looks like 300 ahead.
I'm always on it, Ali. I heard it.
Yeah,
Heard those
right.
chips hit the felt. There we go. Race to 300 from under the gun. Called by Smoosh on the button.
Queen Jack Deuce with a couple of diamonds here. Gut shot straight draw. Pair of jacks for Smush, facing the 500 chip barrel out of Izotov with just the Broadway gutty. Now a board pairing deuce on the turn. Club draw arriving. Two-tone texture, and obviously Izotov was hoping to just take this one on the flop. Nevertheless, he doesn't look done with it. And he's flicking 1100 on the turn, and that is going to get through. Able to rep aces. Smush simply conceding there.
Yeah, interesting one. Pretty aggressive c-bet. And credit to him for finding the turn barrel on that pretty innocuous deuce.
Well, I think what I really like about it is that when the board pairs in pot limit Omaha, flush draws are so much less apt to continue. Sure. Queens and jacks are going to feel a little bit wary, given that kings and aces could be out there and you've been counterfeited. Yep. You know, your top two, because as we know, players like to play connected cards. They like to play suited cards. We're not always afforded these luxuries in a format such as this, however, between the bounty and the levels being as short as they are.
Right. Yeah, very nice recognition from under the gun there. To find that turn barrel, get it through.
Only English, please.
First look on this feature table at Fal from +1. Does have pocket queens with the jack and the 5. Diamonds in hand. See, figures it's good for a raise to 300. Round to Sudarjani on the button. He's going to make the call, the ace 10, 10, 9. As does Tibet from the small. The ace king 9, 8. Diamonds working for him. And Izotov now with the 8, 8, 5, 4 completing from the big.
Ace 6, 5 with a couple of hearts on the flop here. You see the gut shot straight flush draw for Izotov. The dreaded ace, of course, for Fal, making his queens a lot more bashful. Soto-Johnny with top pair, but does not have the best kicker as Tibet's ace king enjoys that honor. A round of checks, and now the backdoor club draw comes together for Soto-Johnny.
Yeah, pretty reasonable for this one to check through on the flop. Sudarjani doesn't want to start inflating this one with just a weak top pair. Checks through again to the king of clubs.
And that backdoor flush just does come in. Facts not lost on Tibet, who has top 2, but still not looking to bet in first position in a 4-way pot. And here he is facing a bet of 700 into 1300. Very astute. Queen 10 and clubs all pose problems.
Yeah, interesting here, Fal with queen of clubs in hand.
Jackson 5's the hand he plays.
I wonder if he ever considers turning this into a bluff or not. Do, of course, block the nuts. Has been checked through to the river. And look at this, Ali, he is going for it. Thought he might.
This is interesting. It's the dry queen of clubs, which represents the nut flush or the royal flush, of course, and ensures Fal that he is not up against the stone nuts. Soto-Johnny does find the call, however. And Nikolai Fal gave it all he could.
Yeah, I did wonder if he'd go for this one. Does pull the trigger. Nicely picked off, though, from Sudarjani. Good start for him.
tremendously robust participation at this particular series from the Iranian delegation. By the way, more so than I can ever recall, if I'm being honest. And I've been to a number of series here at Merit.
Yeah, it really is a multicultural poker room and experience here, right? You always see, you know, 10, 12, 15 different nationalities. Quite refreshing. See lots of different poker styles, of course. Keeps us on our toes in the booth.
Soderjani, by the way, first paid a visit to Merit Poker back in September of 2021. In terms of cashes, perhaps many attempts prior to that seal-breaking cash.
I try not to look at my hand them up for those reasons. You know, when people are like, oh, when was the first time you cashed there?
It was a third-place finish for $10,000 back in September of 21. Didn't pay us a visit for 3 years, obviously pandemic-related somewhat, we would imagine. And then in March of this year at the Carmen Series, Milad resurfaced and had 3 cashes, 2 of them top 6 finishes.
Very solid. Another multi-way coup here. Some pretty wide ranges, as we thought might be the case in the early going. Everyone looking to get after those bounties.
Jack A3, couple of spades, nobody with the flush draw. Smush with the gut shot. Top pair ace kicker, which turns into trips for Soderjani. On the turn, Tibet got an open ender working. 2 checks in front of Milad.
Yeah,
he knows what to do.
I'd imagine we're going to start seeking value now. He agrees at 600 into 1.4. Not too much for anyone else, Ali, to continue with here. Should be handover. Back-to-back pickups for Soderjani.
Always nice to trend in the positive direction. As we mentioned early on in these bounty events. But 17-minute levels, that is relentless.
Yeah. It's a curious number, isn't it?
It is a bit
like
random, if I'm being
15
honest.
or 20 or...
Yeah. I'm not sure where they came up with that. But here we are, in any case. Latouf, 27,600. Has the slight advantage over Soderjani. Mind you, this is day 1 of what rates to be a single-day tournament. We will be crowning a champion here this evening, and that's to be expected when we're playing 17-minute levels.
Yeah, do of course have the main event on the horizon. Coverage of that begins tomorrow. And that's much more of a typical blind duration Ali 5-day event, which is pretty good, right? This is give you a lot of latitude. You know, to pick your spots, take your time.
We've talked about it in the past during other streams, but the fact that there are basically 4 flavors of day 1
right.
for the main, those who want to play the long structure, hour-long levels, go ahead, play day 1A. Day 1B affords you a second shot at that, and then all of a sudden we accelerate things. Day 1C, day 1D become turbos and super turbos, and that way those that are not looking to stick around for a full 5, 6, 7 days potentially in search of a victor can come down, hop into day 1D, try to spin, get themselves into day 2, and you can even register day 2 at the top of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, all preferences catered to. Obviously, the location here is sensational, beautiful. People who just want to chill on the beach, get a suntan, get a sauna.
Yeah.
Much like yourself.
All of the above today, yeah. I mean, I was down in the spas, and temperature being turned up here by Izatov on the button with a peculiar candidate.
Very spicy.
The Jack 8-8-5 doubles suited. 3-betting the open.
Yeah, may just work. Does get it through. Perhaps a glimpse into his mindset here. Not a hand you would expect to see pump it up.
Well, when you have a raise and then a flat behind, all of a sudden, that 3-bet comes with increased upside. That is Pavel Izotov, by the way, 142,000 and change in career live tournament earnings, playing under the Belarusian flag. Most recent results on his end and mob come back in February of this year up in Rozvadov at the King's Casino. Both cashes in pot limit Omaha events, so one would suspect we may have a specialist on our hands, especially as I look back at basically his entire resume over the course of the last 5 years, let's call it. It's been almost exclusively pot limit Omaha results.
Yeah, a man who knows his way around this 4-card game. As we see Smoosh make it 700 here from +1 with the double suited King, Queen, 10-4. A couple of wide calls, Sudurjani notably, 9-8-5-4 is double suited, but from early, he's getting in the mixer.
He's got bottom 2 pair on a jack-high board here. Note the wrap for Nikolai Fall, he checks. Overs, gut shot, 9 dangler for Brand, he does the same. Smush, the opener, with the immediate king-high diamond draw, backdoor hearts, and the better wrap, fires 3,000.
Yeah, some real potential here for a big clash.
I'll tell you what, that lay down there by Sodorjani tells me he's a man that understands pot limit Omaha, because you can be so tempted to get yourself in trouble here in a 5-way pot. 9s and 5s do not perform well at all on boards such as this. Now Latouf works 3,000 in there with the gut shot straight flush draw and the open ender. Note that his 7 of diamonds is busy in Nikolai Fall's hand. And on the turn, the 10 rolls off, giving Smush the nuts. Jack high straight for Fall, he immediately checks.
Yeah, decision now on Smush on how to proceed. Reaches deep.
Very casual looking deposit there of even more than pot. Rebate issued. 12-7 if you do.
So what do we do now as Fal? Do have, of course, a bad straight. Working with the 3rd nuts, but does have the diamonds in hand.
Little does he know that
that's covered, right?
Yeah.
Is covered. And he is also covered. 12.7k bet from Smoosh. Fal gonna have to commit all of his chips here if he wants to call off.
Here's the thing. Smoosh's raise up front and his willingness to barrel not once but twice into that big multi-way field very much condenses his range into things that include the king-queen.
Yeah.
Even a set of jacks would not be seeking to make a big bet there. There's the free peek. And Fall's going to feel very good about his fold in the face of that revelation.
Yeah, very nice. Did have, of course, that weak flush draw to go with the straight. But shows discipline, gets away from it. Beautiful start for Smoosh here on our first feature table of the day.
Nikolai looking to wash that one down. Things have not gone his way early going here. Down to just 12,200. Looks like he's ready to hit the pier and maybe the med. He's got the sandals and the shorts. He might sprint out of here if things don't turn around.
I always think it's dangerous when you come dressed for, you know, potential future activities.
Yeah.
We have like a joke amongst the boys when you wear a drinking shirt to a poker tournament.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
very dicey.
Sure.
You know, you're just maybe subconsciously planting the seed. I might be out of this one early.
I confess, as somebody who doesn't imbibe, I was unaware that there were such things as drinking shirts.
Oh, you got to come to Scotland for a visit in the summer, my friend.
Well, in Scotland, they just call drinking shirts shirts, don't they?
They do, that's true.
In the same way
Very
that, you know, you don't call them French fries in France. They're just frites, you know, pommes frites.
You've got me there, I must say.
Smush, the pre-flop aggressor yet again. This is not really the board he had in mind. 8-7 tray. He picked up 3 customers. Does not follow through, of course. No betting
Likely
thus
to check
far.
through this one. Does.
10s and 3s for Latouf, the best of what's around. Backdoor heart draw does come together. Nobody's got it. And Smush now barreling. And this very much could be the kind of line that's associated with a bigger pocket pair than these 10s for Latouf. Because board texture such as that, hands like aces and kings don't want to be barreling and then getting themselves into a situation where they're being raised. But when the 3 pairs, now they like things a lot more. Look at Latouf, though, hanging tough. A non-believer.
A very quick call. See if Smush can either improve or continue to tell the story of that slightly stronger overpair. Ace of Hearts completing the board.
Backdoor flush shows up. Smush checks, and Latouf, not looking to try to bluff this one, checks back, and he'll be a bit disgusted to realize that he had way the best of it before that card.
Yeah, unfortunate for Latouf. Nice read on the turn. Unfortunately, Smush runs him down. He's picking up momentum here in the early going.
That he is. Smush is a real player, by the way. Efforting his Hendon mob, but I confess that's a lot of letters to input.
Ali will be back in several minutes while he types out the surname of our front runner.
Total career live earnings for Smush, by the way. Don't, you know, you might be tempted to think it'd be a bashful figure considering he's playing in a 1K event. He's front and center in all these Merit Poker Series, and that's where he's done the bulk of his damage. $231,000 and counting for him.
Yeah, very solid. An impressive start here on the feature. As has Sudarjani. Queen, Jack, Jack 10 here from under the gun. Let's make it 500 to go. Izatov is here to play, right?
5, 6, 7, 9. 3 betting to 1,500. Really not the kind of candidate that we typically employ for moves such as this.
Yeah, very spicy. Maybe a little uncomfortable, of course, for Sudarjani, but compelled to continue with the Broadway holdings.
And how about the 9-8 deuce rainbow board? He's got the overpair and the wrap versus the bottom wrap and top pair. Izatov should be thinking this is his board.
Yeah, water somewhat muddied by this hand selection that you referenced. Pretty rare to 3-bet a hand like this, especially under the gun versus +2. Sudarjani now facing a bet. Around about half pot, 1.7K, is counting out a raise. Decision back on Izatov.
Yeah, he's taking the aggressive line. And it is a little bit awkward because there's no flush draw out there. Izatov has the bottom wrap, but it really shouldn't be pair of 9s, pair of 8s, or pair of deuces that are hanging around in Sudarjani's hand for something like a set. So the check raise, you know, we also kind of remove the overpairs,
right? Generally
speaking. Those aren't looking to pile chips into the middle.
Yeah, like kings or queens, right, are not looking to get it in.
It feels a bit more like the Queen Jack 10 kit.
Sure.
More so than anything else. you know, just based on game flow in PLO. And here Sotoggiani on a very dry looking turn comes with 12,100.
Yeah, very tricky spot, even if we are up against that multitude of overcards and straight draws. Not going to be in the greatest shape here with just one pair, albeit with backup draws of our own.
Note that Izotov has picked up the 4 as an out now, courtesy of the 3 on the turn. That would give him the 6 high straight. So anything 4 through 7, and coincidentally the 9 as well, might be what he's thinking would be good cards, winners. Nonetheless, he does concede.
Yeah, spicy one. Another lovely pickup for Sotoggiani. Guess we can get into these tricky situations, Ali, when we 3-bet this kind of combination in the early going from early position.
Yeah, we saw him do it earlier, and he won it pre-flop.
Yeah, Jack 8, 8-5.
Yeah, kind of a disjointed holding. But you're going to see some left brain activity.
It's going to happen.
Some creativity. 17 minutes. You really don't have time to sit back.
Don't have time to sit around
and expect, you know, a 3-star meal to be dealt out. There's going to be some offals.
I'm with you. If there's ever a tournament, you know, where we can really ratchet up the spice level, so to speak, it makes sense, right, to kind of go for it, speculate wide, build that big stack, be in position to take down those bounties, which, of course, account for half of the prize pool here in this one. But you're going to get into some awkward spots. Three quick limps here. Tibet, Izotov, and an unknown hand from Latouf have all limped. Round to Abdurezak. Pretty junky looking Jack-9 6 deuce on the button. He is going to call. Try flop something big if nobody raises behind. Well, here comes Smoosh.
Yeah, finger wag. Courtesy of King Jack-9 deuce double here. Makes it 1,600 to go.
What do you make of this, Ali? A little bit wide here, facing the whole field.
Feels unnecessary. Just given we're in the small, it's so tough to navigate.
Nice double-suited
post flop, and you know, I understand the sizing of the raise is such that you really do expect to clear a whole lot of holdings, and you know, the flypaper effect of once one player limps, now you're getting an even better price to limp behind. And, you know, maybe you think there's deteriorating quality in terms of, you know, those holdings, and so you can really target them.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But that same phenomenon exists once Izotov makes the call.
They're all going to call.
Once more looks up and goes, okay, well, the price is even better. And, of course, for Brand and, in turn, Abdurezak, facts remain for them as well. Jack-9 6 deuce, just a little bit too dusty.
Yeah.
And Smush only clears a couple of patrons.
Yeah, very tricky here, as you said, from the small blind, out of position versus 3. Ooh.
Jack 10 7. Smush with a double gutter. Queen or an 8 would do the trick. He's got the 9 high flush draw. He's up against the set of 10s of Izotov, who's got it checked over to him. And with such wet texture, we're looking to protect this one. Latouf here with a wrap. No clubs in hand, though, and that's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, very likely to see our first all-in and call.
Yeah.
Here comes Izotov at risk.
By the way, you know, applaud Latouf's recognition that with 2 clubs on board, you know, it's a problem to try to pursue that wrap.
Yeah.
Some action behind us as well. You saw the overpair of queens also promptly finding the bin. And Smush taking a very interesting line. Asking Izotov for all of it, of course, with the set of 10s. He's ready to go.
Yeah, you can see the equities here. Basically a stone coin flip post-flop. Oh, ace of clubs on the turn.
In comes the flush for Smush. On his feet is Izotov, but the board could pair. Unfortunately for him, however, it does not. So Smush will collect a bounty there. While Izotov is just left to collect his mic pack. And perhaps another $1,000 for a rebuy.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. Middle set, of course, very wet board, lots to fade, couldn't hold on. And Smush collects the first 500 bullseye of the day. This is a max re-entry, do we know?
In terms of number of yeah, you can pile in as many as you want. Medley? Are you kidding?
I mean, it's a good tournament for it, right?
Discourage people from re-entering.
Action is to be encouraged here at Merit Crystal Cove. I like an unlimited though, right? If there's ever a tournament for it, this has got to be the one.
Oh yeah.
Little PLO 500 bounty.
Looks like Latouf has not yet scanned his hand, but he's certainly taken a look at it and likes what he sees. Limps in for 300. The blinds did go up one more time. Fall on the strength of double-suited kings. Makes it 1,300 to go. Look at Smush, he's loaded up. He wants to spin the wheel a little bit here on the puck. Queen, Jack, 9-5, 2 diamonds. Tibet comes along, as does Latouf, to the 7-5-3 board. Top 2 pair here, along with an open ender for Tibet. This is a lot of hand. Note that Latouf has the same open ender, and he's going to be facing a healthy sized barrel of 3K into 5,600. Without hesitation, he gets it out there. Top pair gut shot, king high clubs, and the over pair for Fall, and he just decides blast off 10-9 into the middle. Tibet certainly can't fold.
Yeah, very spicy stuff. Foul just deciding too much hand, let's run it. And Latouf now in between a rock and a hard place. May regret this flop call with no clubs in hand. No real way to improve other than a 9 or 4. Likely just has to get out of the way, and does. And here we go, another all in. Another bounty on the line. Foul in pretty good shape though. 60-40 favorite.
Yeah, this would be a huge uptick for him as they play for 30,000 and change. You see Fall a favorite in spite of the fact that he doesn't currently have the best hand. 3-2. 10 on the turn, however, tilts things back into Tibet's favor. The river 4, 7s and 4s ultimately for Fall, but the 7s and 5s turn into an 8 high straight, and Nikolai didn't waste any time getting out of here. As I predicted, a man in sandals and a swimsuit might have that cabana already loaded up and ready for his arrival out on the pier.
Ali, you foreshadowed his demise before it happened.
Yeah, I won't be held accountable, but, you know.
Let's just hope he doesn't go for a dip and come back in wearing a drinking shirt. That's all I've got to say.
Let's hope he doesn't come back in just still wet with the Mediterranean, you know, sloshing about in his sandals.
Sloshing about?
Yeah.
Goodness me. The less said, the better. As Tibet picks up his first bounty here. If you are just joining us, folks, 1,100 PLO bounty 8-handed one-day event. Going to be chaos, very turbo structure. It's fun though, right, this one?
Oh, yeah.
Particularly from the booth, because it's just going to be so many all-in showdowns. People chasing that 500 bucks.
In any given poker series, this is the tournament that you walk in and you go, those are the guys I want to party with.
Yeah.
Right? You need to scan the room, you know, throughout the course of the thing. They're all parked in this one. Rest assured.
Yeah, Smoosh speculating, as we would expect with that big stack. Round to Sudurjani, going to bump it up.
Yeah, double suited kings. Wagging his finger from the button. Some fairly rough jacks there for Latouf. He's going to hang around. Abdulrazak and Smoosh do the same. So 6,800 in the middle. To the flop we go. King 8-4 with a couple of hearts. Nut flush draw for Smoosh here, along with a gut shot. Top set for Sudurjani. There will be some blood.
Yeah, very interesting here that Smoosh and Sudurjani, the two deepest stacks at the table, something to take note of. And has gone close to pot, recognizing a bunch of draws in there that will have to continue. Decision now on Smoosh.
5,500, but with the nut flush draw and the gutter, there really is no decision other than call.
Yeah. Wow.
And how about a fourth king for Sudurjani? That could be a merciful card for Smoosh. You know, he's got his bearings in terms of the 4-card streets. But the check back from Sudurjani might have just opened the window for Smoosh to think that this nut flush draw is good. Note, however, the snap check on the river. Recognizing that with some frequency, Sudurjani's going to have a full house.
Definitely going to be some traps in there, in position. Looking to let our opponent catch up, which he has. Decision now on what sizing to seek. Looks like around about 60%.
Oh my gosh. Smoosh literally looked over at Milad and said, "Do you have quads?" as he flicked the chip in there. Well, to his credit, he kept it smaller than it could have been.
Sure. Yeah, well done, Sudurjani. Biggest pot of the day so far. Let me ask you, Ali, you've covered lots and lots of PLO over the years, I'm sure.
Sure.
In this kind of spot on the river, should we take a little more time here, sort of like I don't want to be too critical, but like take a moment, sort of analyze what hands are kind of potting flop, check and turn, B75 river pretty quickly, or are we just never getting away from nut flush?
First and foremost, it should be said that 17-minute levels,
right?
Not just in terms of the impact it has on ourselves, but with some courtesy, the impact it has on everybody else who isn't sitting as deep as we are if we're Smoosh.
Okay.
I think this is in part on his mind. The other thing is the manner in which he looked over and said, "You have quads?" as he flicked it in. I think he had really decided there was a polarizing aspect to the line that Sudurjani took, and he was content that with enough frequency, the bluff would be what was coming in. We hate having 3 hearts, including the nut flush in our hand there, you know, but it was what it was. I think in particular because it was King 8-4 with the second king on the turn. You don't expect hands that contain the king in the 8 and the king in the 4 to be in there, you know, but again, range is a little bit broader in this particular bounty tournament, so kind of was what it was. Set of 8s here for Latouf as action rages forward. This one was a limp pot, 3 ways. Sudurjani, you see with the inside wrap. Bet 700. Latouf just flats it, looking to see what's what on the turn. Jack of clubs as the board dampens a little bit. Goes check, check, and now a clean king on the river.
Yeah, somewhat unfortunate here for Latouf. Sudurjani has completely whiffed in terms of any pair-ups. Should likely just be hand over. Goes full pot with that set of 8s. Sudurjani with a hand with nowhere to go but into the abyss.
3 kings in my hand. No way. Really? You win. That's 2 pairs. First I sold 2 kings, then I was ready to pay. Then I sold the third one.
Latoof, by the way, another guy who's got a little resume on him. Popping it into the Hendon mob, 16,000 plus in career tournament earnings. Most recent cash came in August of last year in a 1K No Limit Seniors event, where he finished 3rd, mind you.
Very solid run. I think one of my favorite things about Merit in particular, there are lots of players that sort of fly under the radar and we may not have seen before, and then all of a sudden they arrive and, you know, showing us their chops. And we're looking around, there's a lot of talent in this room.
I couldn't agree more. And, you know, given the volume of commentary that I'm doing, in particular, a good bundle of it back in Vegas, World Series of Poker just having come to a close, a lot of the better performing names that I would see since coming on to do comms here at Merit would pop up on these like day 2, day 3 chip counts back in Vegas during this past World Series and the one before it. And I realized, like, okay, there's some real players that are making marks and, you know, cobbling together a nice living.
100%.
Heads up in this one. Queen Jack 3 board drew a couple of checks. Latoof with kings that have been pretty shy. Now 3s and 4s on the river. Backdoor clubs do come in, and 7s and 4s are going to take this one for...
Yeah, pretty unlucky for Latoof. Like how he played the hand, though. Super wet boards. Very vulnerable kings in terms of not wanting to inflate this pot. Abdurezak finds lightning with the back door. Kind of junky little 2-pair. Takes down a small pot.
Floor's been called over. Not sure exactly why. Basel Khabaze, by the way, has parked his bones there in the 8th seat. He's very much a known predator out here. Not quite clear on exactly what
I think it was just to check
stack, or?
Check the stack size for the stream potentially of our new player. Could be wrong.
Well, Basil's suggesting that he just
bought in.
He said starting stack, so
yeah.
Unless for some reason his chips were short, or
maybe the dealer just wanted confirmation. Very small issue, quickly dealt with by Seb, our eminently stylish floorman.
Yeah, Seb is...
He's always styling, right?
Yeah. To be fair, the bar is set very high in that regard, as each and every series here at Merit does have a theme, and I believe this is the first ever La Dolce Vita, at least the first one that I've been a part of. And
yeah, I don't think we had one last year. Very colorful, very summer vibes.
Yeah.
I do love it. You know, like the dealers, they all get involved, all the players enjoy it. I think there's room for a bit more fun at the poker table, and you certainly provide it here.
Yep. Smush saying it's going to cost $1,500 if you want to have some fun in this pot, where he has flopped himself the nut flush draw and an open ender. Over pair. And a 3 dangler for Latoof. Backdoor clubs facing the follow through 5K.
Yeah, pretty grim spot for Latoof, really, with just a pair of jacks in hand. Does have to get out of the way. Would imagine Brand will likely do the same. Couple of very weak straight draws. And Smoosh really getting after it in the early going. I would be shocked to see Brand continue with this one. Really not enough connectivity, facing full pot. He does agree, gets out of the way.
Smush has performed rather nicely in spite of having run into those quad kings. Picked up a bounty, has more than starting stack, and has shown that he's willing to get aggressive. He, in particular, Andrew, I think benefits from playing so many events here at Merit that the adjustments that, you know, truly do need to be made in any given tournament here based on some player-specific recognition, some knowledge. Because if you come out here, you try to play GTO, I got news for you.
I've tried a few.
Yeah, you were out there. You made a
I did well in the last main. I did well in the last main. But the first time I played, I definitely made that mistake, I think, of, you know, oh, well, I'm supposed to bet 3/4 pot with this hand. And then afterwards I recognized, oh, right, I definitely shouldn't have done that. I'm like, you can't have this hand. That guy, he can't have this hand.
Oh, no, they can't.
Oh, they showed me loud and clear that they could have them.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, that's a good point, though. Smoosh with the local knowledge. It's very valuable here, I would say. You know, you're just recognizing who's too wide, who's too tight, who can we get after. I learned quickly that MPO is something that I need to lean into also. But it kind of worked the last main. I made a decent fist of it. I think I came 40th or something. Top 40-ish.
I mean, considering the volume of entries that they get in any given main event here, that's actually a very strong performance. And on the topic of strong, Sodorjani with kings and sixes has 3-bet to 4,300. The double-suited queen-jack 10-4 of Abdulrazak, which pop things up from the button, does make the added investment. So we'll be heads up.
Yeah, I like this from Sudurjani. Once again, finds top set. But look at that for a texture.
Open-ended with the queen-eye heart draw. Abdulrazak's not going to be going anywhere. I do think that Sodorjani has bad kings, though, insofar as they're not suited. So there's two schools of thought. Some people say press it, try to win it pre-flop because you don't want to have to navigate post, especially with the disjointedness of the second pair. No flush, no straight draw to be heard from Sodorjani post-flop. You know, but I think a lot of people would rather keep the pot small until they flop something like this and then see whether or not you can get some chips into the middle, which is exactly what Abdulrazak has done with his hand. Sodorjani, of course, with a quick call. This is a very pot limit Omaha-ish development here. 25K in the middle, a 10 on the turn. Still on the hunt is Abdulrazak, and that hunt comes to an end courtesy of a 5, as he cannot find the needed heart.
Yeah, it comes up empty, flops the combo draw. Got to just go with it. Sudurjani, I think, deciding in this bounty format, let's just try and get it in pre. Gets it in post, and that's his second bounty, I believe. Great pickup nonetheless. And the butchers, very favorable for Sudurjani, makes them work twice in quick succession. As the blinds go up once more, quick look at the leaderboard. Sudurjani, 68K in chips, good for 170 big blinds, way out in front. Cantibet in second, 36K. Just a shade under 100 blinds. Then we have Smoosh, 70 bigs, 28K in chips. Then we have two brand new players on starting stack, Borislav Bogdanov and Basil Habadze. Round two, our two short stacks. Not exactly short though, still working with 35 and 33 bigs, rounding out the lineup. Blinds are now up though, 200, 400 with a 400 ante. Things are going to move quickly. First look at Bogdanov here. Gets out of the way from under the gun.
That Bulgarian banner
It's everywhere these days.
I mean, really, poker has taken off, and there's a lot of talent coming out of that country.
Absolutely.
Its proximity here to the Merit Complex obviously suggests that the trip will be made by many.
Right, like it's not too far a flight, right?
No, no.
Yeah, I'm telling you, when I'm playing online, Ali, and I see Bulgaria or Brazil, if it's a close spot on the river, we make the old country read. Can't fold. No, very, very strong pool of talent coming out. We see it a lot at Merit. Four-way coup here.
Kabaze, the razor to 1200. Out of the hijack. Has two customers, both of whom are the deeper stacks at the table. In Smush and Sodojani, their VPIP has been high. Queen 9-6, top pair, and the nut flush draw for Sodojani. First to act here, he knuckles over to Kabaze, who recognizes this is not his board, doesn't bother trying to c-bet, and with no waiting, Smush, who had the open-ender on the flop, makes the nuts on the turn. And a round of checks in front of him. Sprinkles 3,000 into the 4,400.
Yeah, Sudorjani not going anywhere here. With nut hearts in hand, can look to improve. Very occasionally have the best of it and improve. He does. Jack of hearts on the river, makes the nut flush.
Yeah, it's actually a card that improves Smush to the ace-high straight. Not that he welcomes it, just given it comes in heart form.
Yeah, very nicely done from Smush. We just hear pot announced from Sudorjani. Smush just recognizing going to be so many combos of hearts that check call. 3K into 4.4. Quickly folds river, well done. Not too many bluffs, right? For Sudorjani here taking this line. Check call turn and full pot river.
You know, I'm always left to ponder whether or not that full pot, when a very clear bad card rolls off, if you have the straight. When you announce full pot like that and you do so with so much confidence, in Pot Limit Omaha in particular, I feel like they just have it more often than not.
Yeah, it's so hard to be bluffing, right? He needs to have naked ace of hearts, ace of hearts king that just goes crazy, and it doesn't seem that likely, does it? I must confess, I'm not the most esteemed PLO player in the game. I'm improving. I've been learning a lot, notably on these streams. I often wonder on these rivers, can we just put out a little small bet just to ensure we get called by the straights of the world, but then perhaps we're unbalanced in the long term? I'm not too sure. I hear you though, and I totally agree that with this full pot, it just feels like value almost always. In this particular check call turn mode.
Tend to agree.
Yeah. Smush back at it. Beautiful looking ace, king, queen 10. 1.2K from the cutoff. Let's pick up a pretty wide call from Tibet. King 10, 9, 5. He decides it's strong enough to continue. Does cover Smush, of course, a factor in this bounty format.
Jack 4 deuce board with a couple of hearts. King high flush draw for Tibet. He checks, Smush snap checks behind, and now picks up a wrap and a 10 on the turn. Tibet also picks up a 10. Note that he is out kicked, but he's got the gutter and that heart draw working, so he decides, given the check back from Smush behind him on the flop, to come out swinging.
Yeah, interesting decision to lead here with second pair. Don't really want to bloat this one, but does go for some protection and gets called. And it is the Jack of Diamonds on the river. And look at this, going still for value.
And this should get through, but it's very risky.
Absolutely.
Smush does have the best hand with the ace-10. Little does he know it.
Yeah, I wonder whether Tibet is bluffing here with a 10. Seems kind of unlikely. But we do have enough showdown against these brick draws. Confusing spot for Smush. Kind of feels inclined to just give credit here.
Yeah, he rolls his eyes there. You could see him chewing on it.
Well done, Tibet. Some sort of mergy river, right? Mergy river bet. kind of half value, half bluff. Not too sure. Gets the best hand to fold. Well done.
There is Cove. Jack 10-3 with diamonds under the gun. He hops in, raising it up to 1,500. There's the other two jacks with clubs. No interest. Smush laying down as well. Sodojani, Queen 10-10-4, 10-eye hearts. Sitting so deep stacked, Andrew, just, he's going to want to play as many pots as possible, especially if he has at least a little something cooking.
This is it. Yeah, you would expect him to have like the widest range at the table for sure. Just covering, right, is just so important in these bounty spots. Just looking to flop some nice equity.
Well, how about aces full of nines?
That's pretty good.
Latouf. He checks it over. Cove gets busy trying to rep, perhaps, the ace high rundown.
Yeah, I don't mind just a really small probe. You know, he recognizes Sudurjani is going to be very wide, and the big blind can contain a whole lot of hands that have no ace in them. Just looking to pick it up with a small bet on the flop. It's not going to happen, of course. Latouf with the nuts. Does find the slow play.
King on the turn. Now all of a sudden, Cove thinks he's got a straight draw to go with his jacks. Fires 5,000, gets check raised just north of the minimum and shown the aces full of nines. I think when we get called on an ace-ace-9 rainbow board, though, we really need to hesitate to bet the turn.
It's a really strange one. Like, are we targeting? Like, we don't need to target a 9, obviously, right? Because we beat it. Maybe trying to get a hand like King 9 to fold would be, you know, that improved to a king on the turn is about the only logical reason I can think of to barrel.
Against an under-the-gun raiser who's willing to c-bet, even the King 9, I feel like, is just content to get away. Just, you know, what are we hoping to accomplish with a hand such as that? You know, that's so much more a two-card sort of spot.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. I was just trying to think of the rationale behind the reason to double barrel. Very intricate game, of course. Latouf, timely pickup, was getting short. Back up now, above starting stack, 22K. Take another look at the leaderboard. Sudurjani way out in front, 73K, 180 bigs. To bet, shade under 100 for him. Latouf and Smush on the mid stacks. Bogdanov, new to the table, roundabout starting, 48 blinds. And Cove, after that failed double barrel, gonna have that bullseye on his back that we referenced earlier.
Yeah, you hate to be the shorty at any given table.
Especially this one.
You know, conversely though, Andy, it should be said that the upshot is when so many people are hunting you, oftentimes that triple up, quadruple up is available if your hand can hold.
And like, people are going to chase you so wide, right, that you should be able to get it in some favorable situations pre and post.
$200, $400, $400. What we'll be playing now, and you see the immediate impact it has in terms of diluting everyone's stack. Sodojani unfazed, of course, with 73,000 in front of him. Over a third of the chips here at this feature table of the $1,000 Omaha bounty event, part of the La Dolce Vita series here at Merit Poker in northern Cyprus. Place that very genuinely, I think Andy and I, regardless of where on earth you typically play your poker, is worth a visit at least once. Good. And once you get down here, it can be a little bit tough to get to for some, but once you get down here, you're going to experience something different.
I've never heard anybody come and not say, oh my God, it was so good.
Yeah.
I want to go back.
Yeah.
Like, the people, they treat you so well.
Yeah.
The service is exceptional. The property's beautiful. Yep. The weather's great. Like, I'm still looking for something bad.
Yeah, it's funny because
I've never found it.
If you're out there and you're listening to Andy and I go on, you might be thinking, oh, well, of course.
Yeah.
You know, they've been hired to come out here and work on the stream. But this is not paycheck related. This is very much an authentic, genuine take and opinion that both of us have, and anyone that you come across has, who's ever come out and played poker here.
Yeah. Great action, beautiful location. And absolutely, I'm contractually obliged to say it, but it is the truth. No, it really is.
Well, you just wouldn't say anything if you didn't feel that. By the way, Bogdanov saying something on the button as he 3-bets the ace, king, queen, jack, Broadway run down to 3K. Smush comes along, flops top pair, queens and fours rather, top and bottom pair. Yes, checks it over to what is naked top pair. Granted, king, jack for the gutter, but let's see. Bogdanov follows through.
Yeah, full pot. He's ready to run it. And once we're in there, kind of grim in many ways, again, on a coordinated board. You know, when our opponent does put the rest in, we're not going to be in good shape too often with top and bottom. We can see that we are the favorite, but with infinite cards to dodge.
Yes, Smush hunts another bounty here.
He does cover, right? So it might tip the scales in favor of gamble.
Half a buy-in. That which comes along with this 39,000 if Smush's queens and fours can hold, which on the turn they cannot. It is aces and queens for Bogdanov, and now Smush is left tugging at just a 4, which does not come in. They both make queens full. Remarkably enough.
Yeah, very much the double-edged sword of kind of widening our ranges and splashing around. We are going to go after these bounties. Occasionally we're going to get run down. Smush now on fumes. Great start for Bogdanov. Did just arrive with starting. Has doubled that up. Smush now with a lot of work to do, down to just 1.8K. The whole table going to be eyeing him up. We'd hate to see him go. He's been his box office, isn't he? He's in there.
Oh yeah.
In there scrapping. He is under the gun.
See what the deck has in store. Perhaps something that would allow him to get involved. Obviously looking for any excuse. Queen 7, 6, 4, 3 spades.
This is always fun. He's going for the limp. The whole table thinking, right, give me something.
Yeah. Come and get me.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite likely that everybody has to at least call, right?
Sure.
Flop here.
Sure.
Tibet, the pretty decent holding. Pocket queens double suited. He's going to bump it up.
And note that it's just enough to ensure that Smush's remaining 1,300 gets in there.
Yeah, I think Bogdanov, Tibet going to be aware that, you know, this raise, it probably doesn't clear out much of the field, but you may get some very dusty holdings out of the way, and we do take control of the betting. Everybody's in there, as expected. With that little sweetener of being able to go for the bounty of Smoosh post-flop. Brand does fold. Very dusty ace-9, deuce-3. Smoosh, with a laugh and a smile, commits the rest of his chips.
And perhaps the aforementioned quintuple, sextuple up is in his future. Main pot is complete. Khabaze.
Oh, he bumped it up. I didn't see. Excuse me. Makes it 9K.
Leaning pretty hard. Actually, putting in some good work here for Smoosh, because each one of these hands that fold, they don't get to claw back that 1,500. They just orphan it and make the path for this Queen 7-6-4 to potentially pull one in.
Yeah, this is very grim, right? Very grim for Sudarjani, because if we call, Tibet can reopen. We don't want to be in a situation where we have to face 40K.
Yeah, we'd much rather be behind the original raiser in this spot. But being in front of them, the King 10-5 deuce concedes now. Back over. And did Tibet say pot?
I think he said call.
He said call, okay.
Which is a little curious with Bogdanov and Lattouf showing kind of weakness behind. Any latitude to just fast play this one, try and get those two out, take on the two bounties on our own?
I mean, listen, it's a non-nutted hand. It's queens, king eye diamonds, queen eye clubs.
It has got everyone else out regardless.
So Tibet is going to be all alone on the side against Khabaze, but there's only 1,600 left behind for Basel. So the side pot could complete here in relatively short order.
As the dealer organizes the main and side pots. Worth noting, Ali, 109 now, total entrants. So the number's creeping up. 85 uniques.
King Jack 7. The board, it's a double gutter, no, single gutter there for Khabaze. Backdoor hearts. In goes the remaining 1,600. Tibet, of course, is going to make the call. He's just working a pair of kings. Backdoor diamonds. And Smoosh with a queen 7. A queen is a bad side card given wants a foot elsewhere. Backdoor spades he wants. Keep it small. Just to give him some hope.
There are no tens in the deck, is good.
Diamond.
Oh. There is 10. No one has 10. No tens in the deck. You have 10? No, 10 is coming. 10 is coming. Okay, turn is 4. Okay, reverse 7. 4 of 7, I think. Clubs. 4 of clubs.
1 10. King 10 5 deuce.
Double suit.
I have King 10 5 deuce double suit.
Wow, there it is.
Is that the card that he called for?
Khabaze asked for the 10 of clubs, I believe.
Specifically. How about it? How? No waiting. And a clean river. Smoosh was drawing dead, looked up in disbelief, and what a roller coaster ride he had here. Emerged as one of the early big stacks, and now this bullet is polished off. So on his feet and out the door, while Khabaze does enjoy a big infusion of chips.
Yeah, sad to see him go. Quite the character. I think there's a fair chance that he hops back into the action. Did secure at least one bounty.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Very nice pickup for Khabaze.
Sure.
More than doubling up with all that extra dead money involved, and dispenses with Smoosh and takes down his bounty.
Easy game. Not really, but sometimes super easy.
Double suited ace, queen, 10 deuce now for Bogdanov. Makes it 1,700.
Eight is the number. What? This says 8 gold. She's in the seat number 8.
Latouf, a flat caller. With the Broadway rundown, king through 10. Soderjani out of the big, happy to defend, sharing the king and the 10 with Latouf. Ace 10 deuce board. King high heart draw for Soderjani along with the 10 dangler. Bogdanov, aces and 10s. Action check to him and into this 5,800. He's going to fire. I don't think 35.6 is the number. But regardless of what it was, it's going to be pot from Latouf, who's got the 10 and the inside Broadway gutter.
Yeah, interesting decision to bump it up. Deciding just to run it. Bogdanov here. Gonna have top 2 pair. Facing this committing raise from Latouf. Soderjani, second nut hearts. Only gotta get out of the way here. Can just be drawing dead versus ace-x of hearts. Bogdanov gonna run it. Here we go, Latouf at risk.
43-4 in there. Bogdanov hunting the bounty of Bernard Latouf of Lebanon. In turn, Latouf hunting a king, queen, or a jack. 7 on the turn. Not what he had in mind. Can he find the needed straight card on the river? No, he can't. So a Bogdanov hold. As Bernard says, take a picture. That's his man on the back, and he follows Smush over to what perhaps will be the rebuy desk.
They're either going for a rebuy or they're off to Fowl's Cabana.
Yeah,
for a little bit of afternoon relaxation and maybe a max late reg.
That's right. You don't have to rebuy right away. You could, you know, go out.
Yeah, we got
Enjoy the sun.
9 levels of late reg in this one-day bounty PKO.
That we do.
And we're at level 5 at the moment, as we mentioned earlier, 17-minute levels. So around about an hour or so of late reg still remaining. Worthy of note, great start for Bogdanov here on this feature. Up to 60k now with a bounty in hand. Round to Brand really hasn't had much in the way of attractive hole cards to work with. Gets out of the way, Soderjani now. 2 pairs in hand, 10s and 4s. Tibet content to check here with the Jack 9-3-3.
Queen 7-5. 2 clubs, neither player with the flush draw. Soderjani double checking before he knuckles over. Tibet happy to check back. In come the clubs. Still no betting. And the 10s are going to hold on as we knuckle our way to showdown.
Yeah, not too much to work with for either player. Soderjani taking down a little one.
That's allowed.
Yeah, it's like the most relaxed hand we've had so far. There's going to be a lot of blood on the carpet in this one. Blood on the felt. Of course, a feature of Merit. Very jovial spirit at the tables, almost always. Everyone having a good time, and why not? Dolce Vita series well underway. As we see Cabaza from under the gun, opening with Queen 998, diamonds in hand.
Kings with clubs for Tibet. Places a flat here. Cabaza has been very active, even under the gun, with some fairly ambitious holdings. He has gone to work, and here he is with a set of nines on a jack-high board. Tibet, overpair jack dangler. He checks. Bogdanov does the same. And now, let's see how Cabaza approaches.
Well, looks like 3,500 into 5K. That ambitious open could pay off, but well done, Tibet. Quickly relinquishes the kings. Not much playability, of course, to go with his side cards. Well done, though. Quickly gets out of the way. Cabaza not rewarded for flopping middle set. Very nice awareness, though, from Tibet.
Sure.
That was definitely a problem I first had when I first dipped my toe into PLO.
What's that?
I don't know, just having kings, right? I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
it's Jack 9-5, Ali.
Yeah,
I've got kings. And then I just would get felted over and over again.
Yeah.
But it's okay, that's how you learn.
It's a rite of passage in PLO.
That's how you learn.
Truly is.
Eventually, I realized, okay, I'm gonna need some backup to go with my one pair.
Yeah. One pair really not the kind of hand that you want to be showing up with.
I would back myself now to have an idea. Which is ideal, seeing as I'm in the booth calling the action.
Yeah. King, king, queen, deuce. Soto Johnny. The boss stack. Going to work. Cabaza says, let me take a peek here. 10, 10, 8, 7. No suits, though. In the big.
Yeah, I think here really wants to take a look at brand stack in particular. Of course, so important to cover your opponents in these bounty events. 10, 10, 8, 7, perhaps a hand he'd consider laying down if he didn't cover brand. They both do complete.
King 8-7, top set for Soto Johnny. Bottom two for Brand, along with the little baby gut shot. We could see him getting in trouble.
Yeah, bottom two for both Cabaza and Brand. Some potential trouble, but facing full pot from Sudurjani. Of course, these bottom two pairs are gonna rapidly shrink.
Sure.
And yeah, Cabaza very quickly folds, but look at this. Brand decides he's too short to fold, commits the rest of his chips, and he is in awful shape here, drawing to just a 5.
Soto Johnny looking on. And now it's over. King's full as Brand does fill up. Well, I say it's over. Quad eights is always a possibility. It doesn't happen.
8, 7.
Yeah, unfortunate for Brand. Really got nothing going throughout this feature table segment.
I'm not sure we called his name once as a winner of a pot.
He really did have a lot of dusty holdings. Felt compelled to run it there with bottom two into the buzzsaw of top set. And that is going to take us through to our first break of the day.
And as we take that break, you get a glimpse at a handful of the stacks. Notably among them, Milad Sodurjani, 174 big blinds. So Andy and I will step aside for about a dozen minutes. Action resumes in about that time. Stay close. More to come from the Omaha Bounty 8 Max from here in northern Cyprus after this.
Третье место, это четвертое сказали, правильно? Да. Что эти бумажки здесь не нужны, да?
И вещи там что ты оставил, да?
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dila's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely. Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good.
As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Ojel events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel amazing. This is my this is my first win Kabak trophy. I'm feeling very good, but I'm very tired because I play all day from 12 o'clock. We play 1,000 IPO, then half an hour only break and play this mystery. So I get a lot of lucky and not good. I'm feeling good.
Any interesting spot worth mentioning?
Ace King versus Kings. I win like only 3 outs. Yeah, that's it. And the last hand 7-8, Jack 9, flop Jack 8, Jack 7, turn 8, and that's it. Finish. I get lucky.
What do you like about mystery bounty tournaments? How do you prepare?
First day I busted about around 12, so I tried the second day, play very careful and go to the day 2 in the money. So just waiting my hands and my lucky and like this.
Do you adjust strategy for this format?
I play semi-aggressive and semi-tired. I learn opponents and try to improve, make some notes for opponents, then and play my game. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you a gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
Here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they're saving me a really good one. But I think I'd be I think I'd wait till I bust it out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace king and the all-in stack of our 126k with the pocket tens. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know, he's going to isolate this one. Either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. Or 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish in the small blind. Dreamy situation here. He does cover for a start, so can pick up one of these bounties, but Saeed covering both. If he can spike an ace or king, could pick up two at once. Now, Kolotyuk not really going to consider this ace-8. He might peel the ace first and get excited, but once he sees that 8, it's a wry smile. And wow, 3-way all-in. I complained we had no premium hands there a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is a hand that didn't need mystery bounty element to make it this way. And here we go. Gavish pretty a little upset to see that he isn't in better shape with these two queens.
Yeah, and Berthold would have, you know, fancied his chances of having the best hand when he put this shove in. Now he's in quite bad shape here. Just 20%. Monsters. The ace, king off, and queens.
Yeah, big pot, not just because of the bounty equity, but if Saeed holds, he'd be up to $500,000 in chips. What a great spot that'll be in this bounty, as you just referenced. He'd cover everyone at his table comfortably. You already mentioned the bounty worth about 5,500 a pop, so he's eligible to win an additional 11k in equity here. Yeah. Gavish can win 5.5k himself, and has none of that equity, as you mentioned. He doesn't access that side of the prize pool. But if he were to spike here, suddenly he's in the game.
Very much so. Saeed obviously looking at that sort of $500,000 plus stack at the end of this hand, abusing everybody for the next maybe hour or so. That would be the dream. But at the moment, queens in the boxies. Gavish looking to pick up one bounty and get a triple up. Here we go.
7-4 Trey Gavish, even with the clubs covered. Our first big pot of the night. First bounties available. Is it going to be Gavish who picks up the first one on our table? Just has to fade that ace, king, or 10. So it's still with a chance to eliminate two, David. Alas, it is not to be. Gavish with the effective triple up and picking up, and he's just checking. Do I cover? Do I win this? You do indeed.
I don't pull them for two reasons. One, if you have yours in your pocket and you are maybe like two-handed or three-handed against the person who hasn't pulled theirs, you can start doing some deals with the equity of the bounties in mind too, which I like. And two, and this is the main reason, it really, really annoys people when you don't pull them. They just get so annoyed.
So you'll pull two bounties, bust out, and then not pull yours. You wait for hours to pull them, or you take
No,
them?
no, I will.
Once you bust it out,
If I'm walking out of the room, I will pull it then, yeah.
you're not taking your bounties, going for dinner, coming back and open them later?
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
No, I wait until I've bust the tournament.
Yeah, I figured that's probably where I'd be at. But hey, I might go on a break. If I've got one burning a hole in my pocket, 10-minute break.
Well, a very good counterpoint to this is one made to me by Jen Shahade about a year ago when we were playing the one in, I think it was in Barcelona.
How much?
She said, I would pull it because there was really big ones on the line. Like, okay, this is very nice, but I think maybe in that one there was a 100K bounty or something very nice. She's like, I want to know my net worth.
Ooh, here we go. So we'll come back to that. Sambavati jamming his sub-10 big blind stack. Kortiuk, rightly so, springing on it with this dominated Jack-10 suited, trying to go for that bounty. And obviously covers Hassan behind, which is a big part of why he can do this as well, right?
Yeah, no, look, we see that he is dominated, but I love this isolation shove by Kortiuk. This is exactly the kind of spots he need to be taken all day, frankly. Sambavati gets a really good outcome here where he will double up in most worlds, but Kortiuk, you know, bounty hunting.
Yeah. Looks like the kind of man who's scalped a few. Jackson suited's come from further behind this in time.
61, right?
Here we go, an ace queen 8 flop. What looks so good for ace jack has materialized with the double-ended straight draw.
10 is no good anymore.
For Kortiuk. No longer looking for 10, but look at that, the kings and nines, and they're all live. Showing folded cards, David. He is, all his outs are still in the deck, just one card to pull them. Sambavati will be back in a position where he can start bounty hunting.
Oh, there it is. More cards are better here today at the Mirror Crystal Cove as we give some La Dolce Vita live stream love to the purveyors of poker's 4-card variant. That's right, Pot Limit Omaha is on the menu, and if that doesn't get the ducts of the salivary glands working, how about we add a bounty element to wet your whistles? My name is David Lappin, alongside James Dempsey. James, you're more of a PLO guy than me. Maybe you take us through the runners and riders.
Well, what I want to look at here is the fact that Michelle Atala has over 5 starting stacks already. So as you and I alluded to in our intro this morning, and the boys have taken you through the first 5 levels, the action was always going to be fast and furious in this one, even more so than you'd suspect in an Omaha tournament, just given that bounty aspect. But yeah, we're going to see a lot. We're going to see 4 cards, they're going to connect with the boards a lot, and they're going to put all their chips in a lot, because that's just how it goes.
Yeah, when you get a game where the equities run as close as they do in Pot Limit Omaha, and then you add a bounty element, it just sort of creates carnage. People are really incentivized to go for bounties and gamble it up to try and pick up those bounties and pick up a big stack that can take more bounties.
To bet 10.997 from the cutoff. Playing a little over a starting stack, still equates to 40 blinds here in his stack. We're playing still relatively deep at this stage. Bogdanov in the next seat, gonna come along. Cool. Again, $500 bounty every time you knock someone out. So no surprise to see plenty of action, plenty of multi-way pop to this stage of the tournament. Cavaza, ace, queen 8, 6 with a nut suit, calling in the small. So we will go 3 ways to the flop. To bet the one covered by both, unable to access that part of the prize pool. As it is. He still has the best hand on the deuce-deuce straight board, but not a board he really is going to look to invest too many more chips in.
16. 16.
In fact, it's Bogdanov with his 2 6s deciding to bet when at check 2 in position. And the sort of bluff, sort of might have the best hand move, yielding the result he wanted either way, which was 2 folds. So then, welcome all of you tuning in. This is the Dolce Vita series PLO event. Myself, James Dempsey, and currently struggling David Lappin to charge his phone, which is why he's gone very quiet. I'll tell you what, David, I'll plug into my laptop as soon as...
Oh, there we go.
Team players. I actually forgot my power adapter, which you could have plugged it into. But
well, I'm just glad you didn't throw coffee over me this morning.
Of course.
That's immediately a better start as we see Dudajani.
It's always the iPhone users who don't carry a charger with them. Amazing.
With the 1010.
Phones with no battery.
9.8.
They don't carry chargers. I don't get it.
It's got clubs working.
You're not going to let me go on a little, you know, Samsung v iPhone rant. That's what that always gets the chat engaged. Tibet, ace, queen, 10, deuce with a nut. See, he's going to be involved again. Obviously, you know, disincentivizes it were to make the pots too big at this stage because he is the covered stack. But of course, lots of good things happen in that when he wants to make the pots big, he'll surely get action.
Yeah, that deuce dangler really not helping a huge amount here. I think Tibet would certainly have maybe a button call or a defend out of the blinds, but +1, I think, facing some action. Even on a loose wild table, I think this is a bit optimistic. But it looks like we're going to sort of see that theme. A lot of people just wanting to get in there with some sort of hand. Flop well.
You have to pry that hand from my cold dead hand in this format, my friend.
Cabezza's got top 2 pair here.
Yeah, well, this is the problem, of course. The deuce has connected. Of course, he does have a gut shot to Broadway and the queen overworking for him, but is Cabezza with the best of it, having flapped the button. And actually, let's just check stack sizes here. Yeah, Cabezza does just cover Tibet, who I believe has bet.
Yeah, very unlikely to see anybody else get involved here. Just not enough hand here. Litvinov obviously also has an ace, but no help with his other 3 cards.
There we go. Cabezza has potted it.
And I don't think there's any reason in this format to slow play your hand here. You know, it's monotone, or sorry, it's not monotone, it's rainbow, which means obviously we're not too worried about draws as we would be otherwise. But, you know, it's just maybe one of these situations where your opponent might have, you know, a little mini wrap going on.
Oh, yeah.
And you just want to get it in with them.
Oh, yeah. As you said, at this stage of the tournament, bounties as well, you just kind of just want to play all the hands pretty big. You just want to play big pots, especially against a starting stack, which is what Tibet has here. I think it just, wow. I thought with the presence of the queen 10, we wouldn't see a fold, but he does just make the fold. Kind of surprised there, David.
Yeah, I guess just felt like there was no way he could be winning with that hand unless his opponent did have that wrap. And
right, I mean, there are ways we can be winning. I'm kind of surprised. So there we go. Obviously, these guys have logged the first 5 levels. You and I coming in fresh from respective parts of the resort. Myself from the pier, you from the spa. It's been a tough day, David.
It's been very tough, James. I had to make a big decision earlier whether to join you on the pier or go to the spa, where, of course, the jacuzzi, I suppose, the most alluring thing for me.
Yeah.
What took the balance why I didn't join you. Also, had quite a bit of sun. You know, not as much as Andrew Headley, my co-commentator, but I have had a bit, and I kind of think I need to ration the sun for the next day or two.
You Celts do kind of crisp up in the sun. There we go. Bogdanov. I was going to say, the graphics showed him as folding, but double suited queens certainly wasn't folding. Popping that one up, 2100.
Yeah, this is a very nice hand.
3 starting stacks in his stack as well, so covering plenty of the table. Cabezza, this would be a lovely hand if that ace was suited as it is. These ace 7, 8, 9s don't play that great, but he's willing to have a little look from the cutoff. This is such a big hand if that ace was the ace of clubs. As it is, Sidorani, maybe with the option of Queen Jack 10 and a suit and covering both. No surprise to see him flick it in here. And he has Cabezza's hearts covered. He also has his sort of 7, 8, 9 covered as well with the Queen Jack 10. It's very hard for Cabezza to get the gin board here, bar the nut straight, the 4, 5, 6 kind of board. Well, the ace of hearts in the window. The Sudarami with queen, jack, 10, the Broadway inside wrap. Bogdanov blockers to that, and a king. In Kabatsa with just top pair, but is Bogdanov sort of blocking the strongest hands as the pre-flop raiser, getting to have most of them as well. You see a bet here, just quickly getting Kabatsa to fold the better hand, and Sudarani is surely going to continue with the inferior hand. So it's a lovely bet.
Yeah, and it will be interesting now to see if Bogdanov continues the story here, obviously with the sort of dominant range. Oh, well, doesn't have to now.
Yeah, look, the kind of fun thing was he does, and he also almost wants to continue when the jack or 10 come in with the 2 queens working. So it would have been quite nice for Sudarani on fills, but as it is, king on the turn. Now, question for Bogdanov. Obviously, he blocks those straight draws a lot. I think a small bet here kind of makes sense. Then he can option to check back rivers if he wants.
I like that. And quick fold from Sudarani.
Yeah, and he went a little bit bigger, half pot. Rainbow board. It's kind of a weird one because when you hold 2 queens, it's hard for your opponent to have continues that are draws, so therefore they are much more weighted towards, you know, the 1-pair, 2-pair combos. Obviously, some of those are made boats. Some of those just don't want to continue, but half pot makes some sense. There's another king in there. You've got that obviously crushed with the queen kicker. There's also the 3, 4, 5. I suppose the wheel wrap against a big blind defenders. Something until this very moment I was overlooking, but we're just warming up, David. I see you've got a lovely coffee there. You didn't get me one.
Well, I'm sort of going to be wearing like a hazmat suit the next time I come into this booth to bring you a coffee.
I'd say the carpet, it really is looking rather stained.
Did you listen back to that? I haven't listened back to that moment.
Here and splash marks there. There's some stainage here on the desk.
I'd just like to point out, I took one for the team big time. I took most of the coffee over my skin so that it didn't get on our sound equipment.
Oh, there you go. I know the boys backstage are listening.
They do like to make their coffees hot here in America. Definitely,
I like it because
2 degrees warmer than I would choose.
If you don't like it that hot, wait a minute. It's fine. It's better than making it too cold.
Some logic to that. So we see Adrianopoulos. Looks like he's limped in here from early with the ace-queen 5-4-1 suit, not the ace. Kavetsa has been fairly active so far. He's going to bump it up here with the ace-queen 10-5. He's got 3 diamonds in hand, not ideal. And to bet ace, jack, jack, 6. He is double suited, so some playability to this one in the big blind. I think in a turbo format and obviously in a bounty format, we are going to see these looser ranges engage with one another. It's not going to be sort of one for the purists necessarily, and nor should it be.
Well, I mean, is and it isn't. You know, the game has changed. There's a $500 bounty per head. Means you've got to get in there. You've got to go after it.
Kavetsa with backdoor diamonds. He's got a 5. Going to take a little stab at this one. Very similar hand, Adrianopoulos. Also with the 5 working. Backdoor. Well, he's got a gutter as well, I suppose. He's optimistic, though.
Yeah. Taking a little peek. Kabatsa, I believe, making queens up there.
Oh, interesting card here. The King of Diamonds, pairing the King of Diamonds.
Yeah, it's the graphical error here. We saw it was indeed a queen.
Indeed. It's having a bit of fun with our team. Have you ever seen that, James? Another one of the same card pop out?
In real life, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah, in real life, I've seen it. Obviously, some, that's created, and there's just one card got kissed up to the other, put in the deck. The dealer obviously didn't notice it when fanning the deck, prepping it. Neither did any of the players sitting at the table, which is partial responsibility. The dealers always do that in front of you. You know, you should take some interest in it. Obviously, no one actually ever does. Everyone's looking at their phone, getting involved in Twitter rants and arguments. Don't know who would do such things, but
I haven't had a fight in ages.
my favourite actually was playing at. I'm going to name check them because they've got a good enough reputation. They're going to come back from this, but playing at EPT Monte Carlo, perhaps, and certainly back in the day, the premier European event.
For sure.
You know, this is 10, 12 years ago. It was by far the premier European event. Playing at the table when C1 started nudging the dealer. It's a bit odd. Sort of gesture towards the dealer and to show the dealer his cards. We all thought this was a bit odd. Transpires he had a joker in his hand. Problem at this point was that a player in early position had already raised.
Oh dear.
And now
significant action.
So now some confusion arises. The floor comes over. The player shows their joker because we're all like, what the hell's going on? Player shows their joker. The player would open goes, well, I guess you probably got me beat then, and flips over deuces. And then the floor gives the quite correct ruling that a joker is just a piece of paper in the deck. It's not a card. So the player then received the next card off the deck, and your man's exposes deuces, which made it quite easy to play against.
Oh no.
Yeah. But I'm not sure if there is a correct ruling, because I guess he hasn't received the card he was supposed to receive. Maybe he was the button.
Yeah, it's not like he was given the wrong card, which is kind of what that implies.
Right, he was given no card.
Yeah.
Maybe if he's the button, it's fine. But then how would you know it's the first card, second card? I don't know. Anyway, it was a good story.
Well, it was an okay story.
Fine. Remember at the time thinking I had Roland de Wolf.
It's probably the best story of the day that day in that poker room. Capetta has bumped it up here with queens and a little 7-5 suited to go with. And
I'm going to help you if you treat me like this.
It looks like Adrianopoulos is going to defend his limp.
Suited ace. A couple of ducks.
Equities 50-50.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Action board for Adrianopoulos with the gutter to the steel wheel.
Really is. Look at that.
And
that's with a pair, a straight blocker, a heart blocker, and then kind of a weak hand in one pair. This just makes a lot of sense to go ahead and bet. You want to just deny a lot, and there are cards you can continue on. And you just block your opponent having a lot that continues as well. So although you've got the best hand a lot, it's not like in Hold'em where we kind of play those situations coy. In Omaha, we just want to equity deny so often. So this kind of makes sense to bet.
A little bit surprised we didn't see this fast played by Adrianopoulos.
Right. If there's ever a combo we want to just go blasting with, it's this pair of deuces, but with so much equity. Check, check, and Kabatsa with the best of it on the river. Now, does Adrianopoulos ever find the bluff here? Obviously, he unblocks all those kind of straight combos, although you're kind of giving Kabatsa more high card stuff when Kabatsa has raised from +1 over our limp.
This is good awareness here.
Yeah, he gets to still have a load of 8x.
Yeah, he can have like the limped in 6, 7, 8, 9,
right.
8, 9, 10 jack kind of stuff.
All of that stuff's in there. And Kabatsa flipping around, obviously not great having a 7. Definitely not great having the Queen of Hearts specifically.
I don't know how you can find a hero call here.
It would have to come down to obviously previous play between the two, but yeah, this is certainly not one you'd normally put in your calling range. Obviously the 5, some help if you think maybe he would have just check call with a set on the flop, set 5s, 8-5, although most of those hands play fast as well, so this is kind of a really hard hand to call with, and yeah, I think makes the correct fold, although we can see Adrianopoulos was up to no good in the neighborhood. 8-handed, $500 per knockout, $1,000 buy-in, pot limit Omaha. This is what we want to see, David. Action, action, action.
Yeah, I bumped into Ali and Andrew on the way out as we were coming in, and they said that there's plenty of gamble. Don't be worrying. There'll be loads of action. It's going to be entertaining. I wasn't worried, to be honest.
Funny you bumped them on the way out. I bumped into them in here because I was here early to do my research.
Well,
whilst you were harvesting macaroons, and the largest macaroon I've ever seen in my life. What is that thing?
Well, firstly, it's called a macaron.
I see that.
And
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this spaceship-sized saucer that you've brought in here with blueberries or blackberries.
Inside. It's like a lemon one with blueberries. It's a beautiful thing, actually.
I mean, it looks like a prop from a cake stand rather than something you'd actually eat. I mean, You can't fit it in your hand. Again, I apologize as this is an audio format, but if we had a camera back here, I would...
I can take a photo and put it on Twitter for the 4 people who might care.
Do it. I want it on Twitter now. Oh, do you want your phone back? It's charging over here. I see you reaching your pocket.
We leave it charged for a while. I was having that sort of panic where my phone was very low all day. It was like 10% and less, and I hadn't charged it overnight. And I don't know. Tell me if you're the same out there, guys. But that just gets you kind of a little bit antsy.
The fear is real.
Yeah.
Sidorani, King, Queen, Jack, 8. Taking it up from the cutoff. I don't think there'll be many hands you want to fold from the cutoff when you're on with 82,000 chips and there's $500 bounty on everyone's head. You really want to go after them all.
Now, okay, let's talk about strategy for a moment, James.
We must.
If we must. Is limping going to be a thing? I certainly, playing PLO, will do a fair bit of limping, I'll be honest, off lots of different stacks in different positions, because I just sort of want to get in there with hands that I know will have good equity, but no need to blow pots. Similarly, throw in the bounty factor here. A player who has maybe everybody covered behind is, you know, even if he's not got a particularly nice hand, is there something to be said for limping?
I think limping has far more place in this game than it does in Hold'em, especially as you get below 30 blinds and even 20 blinds. There's lots of spots to limping. I think just in the early stage of this tournament, with a bounty being worth so much, I think we just want to make the pots big, but as we go through the tournament, the bounty part becomes almost irrelevant. I think that's certainly a lot you'll see, especially on final tables and high ICM situations, that way, you know, you kind of don't really want to play big pots, but you do want to play hands. You will see a lot of limping. And yeah, it's up in a normal tournament, a normal PLO tournament, no bounty. I think we'd be seeing a lot of limping at this stage, with the blinds getting up to, what, 700 now. Those players with 20,000 want to be getting in there, but yeah, you just don't ever have to raise fold. And if you limp, you can call, deepen things out. Of course, it's tough to then balance. I say tough, it just means you've got to find a way to balance. Some players might come out with a strategy of sort of, and I do this sometimes, you're just kind of limping in early position range, and then just having raises from everywhere. And then maybe then even switching way back to when I'm in the button, just limping, depending on, you know, who's in the blind. So it will have to be adjusted. That's not a normal situation I would take. But if the blinds prove themselves to be capable adversaries, then I might just adopt a limp range. But
I really like that. I think that's very good advice to people out there. As we see,
that's good advice.
Connectable stuff here. Kvetsa's got top and third pair. He's also got diamonds working.
Blocked very strong, as did Bogdanov, but they've both turned Jin on this dangerous board. Credit to Kvetsa for finding the check on the turn here, recognizing that, hey, look, it's scary, but I want my opponent to put some money in that could be drawing dead. And of course, I just have nut outs. Faces. He said 42. The dealer heard the word pot, which we're doing 58. So we're going to scale that bet down a fraction. And yeah, I think just Kvetsa don't really want to do anything but call here.
Yeah.
Again, whilst we were having the conversation about limping, I missed the action preview. Someone presumes this was raised from the button and call from the big blind. Pretty grim looking river card for Kvetsa, of course, in this instance, is going to save. And Bogdanov loving life because, hey, a fair amount of the check calls on the turn are going to be hearts, and some will even be the likes of Queen 10, Queen 6, perhaps. Bogdanov now just dropping the hammer. It makes sense. He's betting into a very strong range here, theoretically, in that sense. So if you are going to bet, you're going to bet big. Gets to have the sort of aces, King Jack. But he wants to not rep King Jack at this point and stuff like that. Not even rep flushes necessarily.
Yeah, and Kvetsa just has an easy fold here, to be honest. He has diamonds as well as blockers, so the kind of hand that you could possibly beat.
Well,
you're blocking.
You're blocking the value as well. You're blocking ace queen, which is aces and ace queen are the most likely hands, I guess, is what you're looking at, that would take this line of checking back flop, betting turn, bombing river. So it becomes somewhat of a, yeah, there we go. He decides those blockers are worth a lot. Makes the call. Well, I think I would reserve that call for having a queen. David, but I don't hate it with ace-10. Lovely pick-up, Bogdanov. Now has 90,000 chips, covers all but one player.
Okay, so there was two competing forces at work there. There was, you know, as you said quite rightly, blockers to pocket tens, blockers to pocket aces, blockers to ace queen, and on the flip side of that, we've got two very valuable sort of diamonds that we'd really like to be in the hands of our opponent if we're going to make a hero call. So, you know, when you have that, because you're going to have that more in a game like PLO, obviously, where you have more cards.
The key there is that we had, like, the ace of diamonds isn't really, like, diamonds aren't that important there, I think, when your opponent is the pre-flop raiser and then wants to check back flop. There is some value to it, but particularly the ace of diamonds isn't, like, is that hand they're going to go blasting with?
Okay.
I'm not sure. The thing is, when you've got 4 cards, and thus 8 cards between 2 hands, there are so many more levels at play on how much you value, you know, just strength of my hand to call with versus blockers versus, is my opponent, say in that situation, you mentioned 10s full, are they going full pot with 10s full? I don't know. Maybe not. Hard to say. Are they going full pot with aces full? Yes. Ace queen, certainly yes. So, I guess call it some frequency with that hand. Bogdanov had it again. King, queen, 9, 4. Suited king. Andrianopoulos. He's in with a suited ace. Some connectivity around that jack 8-7. Atala, the man who covers everyone in the big 10-9-9 deuce. And obviously not normally a hand we like to play, but hey, in this format. Again, obviously bounty value not that relevant against Bogdanov, but Andrianopoulos in here with 1.5 starting stacks. And after this hand, David, I'm going to ask you to explain the how to calculate bounty values in this spot in terms of chips. But for now, Atala flopping top set. Andrianopoulos with some sort of work on this board. He has an 8 and a pair, drawing to the straight. Bogdanov having whiffed. And, well, I say whiffed, I mean, does have top pair, but in effect, completely whiffed this board. And it's scary against not just one player, but certainly 2 players. Andrianopoulos could elect to activate here. Looks like
he's potted
pot, yeah. You see this sometimes in PLO. Some people just only have one size and that be pot.
Interesting now for Atala, who, you know, could just stick his opponent in here.
Yeah, I think he's going just for the call. Obviously, there's jeopardy on this board. Not just in that he can already be beat, but there are a lot of bad turn cards. Maybe electing the call, try and see a safe one before committing for the remaining chips. Andrianopoulos with just under pot behind.
With the bounty as part of it, I'm not sure. I think I'd probably just ramp everything up here.
You still had the original Razor to worry about as well, though. Obviously playing 80k. Maybe that was factoring into it. Now a grim-looking turn card for him. And yeah, there is the counter-argument, of course. You don't want a set of 7s or set of 6s to get away on a turn card like this.
Absolutely don't.
Andrianopoulos now with the stone cold nuts.
And you could just be up against enough flush draw as well.
Right.
So
Atala with the swift fold. Wow. Great job, sir. Really, especially when, like, yeah, the diamonds are a part of the range here. Obviously, the 10 a bad one in that he blocked one of his own outs if he is now behind. But that was a really quick fold given the situation.
Yeah, he seemed to be sort of happy to take the more circumspect route and then, you know, recognised how terrible a turn card that was. What's interesting there is it looks like this man, the centre screen, is getting away with a few spots here. I wonder if he's getting a little more credit for nutty holdings than he really has.
Yeah, it's twice we've seen him. Well, that was a medium-sized spot. The one before was obviously he was up to no good, but it would have been very hard for him to be called.
Yeah, quick answer to your question there, just in terms of the bounties. Obviously, a very short hand would just be to add 10k to the pot in terms of, you know, what's in there and, you know, calculate your percentages accordingly. That seems like a very good short hand. Obviously, that might change a little bit as we get closer to the bubble, risk premium, value of chips changing. You know, half the field have gone already, so that it has changed a little bit, but I think that's just basically the way to do it.
10k obviously representing half a starting stack, so you say 500 has gone to the prize pool, 500 has gone to the bounty, so therefore a bounty is worth 10,000 chips. At the early, obviously at the very first hand of the tournament, all things being equal, and obviously it does change slightly as the tournament goes on, but at this stage you would still just be thinking 10,000. Yeah,
which makes, you know, a lot of pots very, very tempting when you consider equities run incredibly close at the beginning anyway, and then you throw in the fact that it's a 20k starting stack, so you know there's going to be quite a lot of spots where it's just, you know, 40% is getting in a lot of the time. It's hard to not have 40% in this game, actually, frankly.
Right. You think all the times, early levels, someone's jamming 15k into a 15k pot. Actually, they're jamming 15k into a 25k pot and getting a great price.
Exactly, and that's why I think we've seen, you know, 60-odd players eliminated already from this tournament in the space of, what, an hour and a half?
Yeah. Ace double 10-4 for Litvinov, defending from the big against Sudarani's Queen 8-9, pardon me, which does have some connectivity on the 7-5 board. Has backdoor diamonds as well. Board you can go ahead and bet because, well, we just very rarely face a check raise. Number one. And number two, our hand's just pretty good. We can be called by worse. We can also make some better fold. Some of the king with nothing else going on.
Yeah, there's a little heuristic here, which is that if you don't really want to face a bet, because you don't really have a hand that likes facing a bet, it's no harm to actually fire out that bet yourself, because you can just take it down here and you have ways to improve. And as you said there, it's not a board he's going to get raised on hardly ever.
Right. Beautiful Merit Crystal Cove, the Ogeli poker events, the OPE PLO bounty. Part of the wonderful Dolce Vita series. The Dolce Vita. Have you been blasting me with Dolce Vita references all stop so far and I just haven't picked up on any of them, or are you saving them for sort of main event?
Well, I think I might save a few for the main event, but I'm going to ask you a question right here, right now. I'll probably ask all of the guys the same question.
Oh dear.
Boring for the listeners, actually, to hear me repeat myself, but there's a very famous word that we get from that movie.
Oh.
That we use in everyday life. It's kind of a mainstream word now, even in the English language, even though it doesn't have an English root. And it comes from a character in that film.
Huh. So you're trying to get me to think of an Italian-sounding word that I don't know.
An Italian-sounding word. Bear in mind, the movie is about a journalist slash reporter who he kind of wants to write a book, but he also is sort of dragged into the coverage of celebrity gossip, sort of
paparazzi?
Paparazzi. So Paparazzo is the name of the photographer in the movie, and paparazzo obviously pluralized paparazzi, and that's where we get that word. Nicely worked out, James Dempsey.
Yeah, that's where I was going, but nice. All right. It's funny because I've heard the word used. I've heard paparazzo said as well, rather than just paparazzi, and I wondered if that was just like an origin or something, but there we go. So it's just a made-up word, or a word made up of a name.
Yeah, the main character is Marcello, but there is a very prominent character called Paparazzo.
There we go. There we go. All right, some limps. They went around the table, and Sudarani said, no, we're a suited ace, let's make this big. Pops it up. Tibet just calls, having limped on the gun, Queen 10-9-7. This sets up a chain reaction, where Bogdanov looks like is in, and Litvinov as well. It's funny because I don't think Litvinov and Bogdanov would have even completed the limp.
You're right.
If they knew a raise was coming, even if they knew it was going to go full weight. But once we're in, it's like, well, I don't want to miss the party.
No, 15k in the middle. Now this is a bloated one, and if two players flop some equity, we might have fireworks.
It's kind of like when you turn up to something and you thought it was going to be one price, and you find the price is doubled, but well, you got dressed up. You want to go to dinner, you're in.
Yeah, you've already paid for the taxi.
Speaking of in, Sudarani flopping the joint on ace king 10. Livanov with all of the pairs. Amazing. You pop it up out of the big blind and get greedy with this. Livanov suspicious. Obviously, you know, blocks the aces and kings, the hands that are most likely to be raising out of this spot. But of course, the kind of hands that do like to raise out the big are the ones that are the big rundowns, right? It's the ace 7 deuce isn't going to raise here. The king queen jack 10 might well raise here.
Yeah, and this is a wonky one because he is very aware that he could be drawing very, very thin indeed.
Right.
He obviously has the backdoor diamonds. That's sort of the nicest bit of his hand right now. Obviously hasn't come to fruition. But, you know, if he was up against the aces, which is very plausible when a big blind bumps it up, as we saw, you could be just in terrible, terrible shape.
I think always calling the first bet as well because, wait, Sudarani could just be running with the theme as the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah.
Trying to make a boat, but yeah, even when he makes the boat, it's not the warm, fuzzy feeling it would be in other games, and recognizing
very well played for this
turn,
yeah, no, that's really well played because while he does have the ace-ace, something's in there, I'm sure he's also got some of those like nice Broadway rundowns, and you know, they've made the nuts a lot.
Nice pick up from Sudarani. With that, a little tap on the shoulder, which means blinds will go up. 400, 800. And I took a little note at the structure here for this one as we're hurtling towards the end of late reg. We've got a little bit of repeating early on as we quickly look at the chip count. Not much has changed, but yeah, there's our next level is 500, 1000. We get 2 iterations of that level.
Oh, good.
Although we then do skip the next because of the chip color up and where the breaks fall. So, we, you know, okay, we're not going to give this 612, but we'll give you 2 500, 1000s. But then we also give you 2 1000, 1500 levels as well.
Nice.
So it'll slow for a second, then suddenly jump, and then slow again for a bit. So it gives them some room as we get towards the end of late reg.
That seems like a nice way to do it. I want to reflect actually on that last hand. Obviously, we saw the big blind bump it up. He does have players covered, so his sort of bounty hunting wants to make it a pot where he can win a bounty. But here's something I think is interesting strategically. When it's been a limp pot and you raise out of the big blind, in a lot of people's minds, oh, that might be like telegraphing aces, and you've got a really bad seat with all these players behind. It's not great. Actually, the hands I much prefer to do a raise in that spot are a rundown, maybe a low double suited rundown, a medium one, or a Broadway one. But at least I'll have much greater clarity when the board comes out of whether I want to continue. And I have that sort of deception where maybe some of my opponents will think I've got aces and sort of put those 2 cards into my range.
It happens so often that you'll see the pre-flop raiser, especially the pre-flop 3-better, will be put onto aces. They'll get it in post-flop where someone's flopped 2 pair, and they're like, no, I've just flopped straight. Like, of course I've got a straight. What are you doing? You know, but it's such a common theme in PLO.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, and which is why, actually, typically when you're out of position, hands like aces, although they've got the best equity pre-flop, become so hard to play post-flop because a lot of that equity is actually just getting to showdown on really dicey boards, which isn't going to happen too often if you swell the pot. People are going to fight. Bogdanov is fighting from under the gun.
Yeah, and it looks like Sujani, with a mystery hand right now, is thinking about maybe raising this up.
For now, he'll come with call.
No, just coming with call. I thought he had plans to really stick it to these guys. Remember, to bet here in the big blind, very shallow. I wonder if he's just thinking of calling and chancing his luck here.
I wonder, this is, from what I've seen for Bogdanov, seems very capable. Just his stature and pose at the table, his poise. But he's raised it up here under the gun with ace, queen, jack, 7. Suited to the jack. Not a hand he normally raises. And I wonder how much that is just the fact that it's Tibet in the big blind. He's thinking,
let's isolate this guy.
Just get it in a lot post-flop.
Well, nobody has a king unless Sujani is hiding one. And actually,
he's probably got a king.
Combinatorically, he probably has one, given we see a lot of cards here.
Yeah, 19 of the 52 cards.
Bogdanov and Atala with a 7 each. Not sure that counts for a huge amount. Draws starting to materialize here, Litvinov with the rundown.
Yeah, his hand now looking the best of the ones we can see, but I'd be surprised if we see too much go in here. Well, I have to say that I guess Atala has the kind of hand that obviously doesn't really ever win if we check. Can be the best hand, but more importantly, blocks all the boats.
Yeah.
He blocks 7s, he blocks 8s. So, king 8. So
I think we're about to find out if Sudarjani has a king. Looks like now is the answer.
Should, therefore, get this done.
Yeah.
And like a nice recognition from Atala to use this combo. I mean, once everyone's checked that flop, unlikely someone has a king. Once everyone's checked the turn, very unlikely. And he is like 8's full is the most likely hand now someone could actually have found on this card. And holding an 8 blocks that. Also 7's full possibility blocks that. Perfect hand to bluff with.
And I suppose when you think about it, okay, maybe slightly less than half the cards are out there in, you know, people's hands. There's 2 kings left in the deck. No one's bet the flop, and you might well want to start building a pot with the king there. You can just take that stab and rep a king, and if nobody has a king, you just always win.
He's almost got the best seat in that sense because, well, everyone checked through the flop, but maybe there was some check raisers waiting. Now the turns come, and it's check rounds up again in the cutoff. Only Litvinov behind him. Did Litvinov really check like a king? Doesn't seem like it.
No.
And just specifically with that hand, you might have thought, oh, you know, I can maybe bluff with some draws and stuff. But actually, the 7-8 makes a lot more sense. Just in the block's always valuable. Blockers in this game even a bigger thing than hold'em, just by the virtue of the fact you have 4 cards.
Okay, so Adrianopoulos looks like he's going to limp in here under the gun. Mystery hand again. Don't mind that.
We like a little mystery.
Yeah. Litvinov going to limp along, or is he going to take it upstairs? It looks like he's taking it upstairs. 21. 21.
Oh, to bet with aces and only 8k, this is a pretty easy one to. But they're bad aces in that they're not suited to them.
But here's where it gets fun. Bounty in play. Will this cause some chaos?
Right, and as you mentioned, the bounty basically works out as an additional 10k in the 10k chips in the pot.
So Adrianopoulos kind of sandwiched here. He's limped in. Obviously would like to get involved in this one with Tibet. Virtually all in here, 7,900 of his 88. But he has Litvinov who can reopen the action behind and make life a bit miserable. He has just made the call. And now, interesting to see if Litvinov calls along or does take the opportunity to isolate.
Looks like he's just going to call with the King Queen 7-5 double.
Okay.
Not the best hand.
No, and no.
But if he's thinking, look, Adrianopoulos just isn't going to fold, then there we go. And with a bounty in the pot. And that's some sort of implied honesty between these two, albeit they want to fight for that bounty.
Sure.
Still sort of have to have some sort of hand to knock out an all-in player.
Yeah, who probably does have an actual hand. Like
well,
in a lot of worlds.
How about the second nut flush and top set? Like.
How about all of us?
Now, this is interesting. Litvinov obviously having a straight draw. Tibet still had 900 chips back, so that's gone in. Adrianopoulos just calls.
Yeah, Adrianopoulos, the only person who could potentially overtake Tibet if we do see his holdings.
Yeah,
or maybe he's winning. Maybe he's got the king high flush.
Litvinov in here with that straight draw. The hands we can see makes no sense to do much more, but try and make that straight and hope it's good. Ends up with no hand.
So
Tibet, of course, improving now.
Yeah.
The ace is full. If the queen high flush wasn't enough. Adrianopoulos. If he's got some sort of weak hand, he could still sort of semi-bluff here in the sense that he tries to make Litvinov fold something slightly better and take on the all-in player. Obviously, he showed something. I see a couple of an ace. I see an ace in there. Ace 6. Wow. He had ace 6. He improved to a boat. No good.
So triple up there for Tibet. Well back into it now. Remember, he was rocking less than half a starting stack a moment ago. Now 28k. Average right now about 40k. So that's pretty nice.
I did notice as well Tibet with 2 bounty chips behind there, so he already has knocked someone out and now is back above starting.
Dry smile there from Adrianopoulos.
Looking at a pretty good hand there. Is that ace, king, 10, 6, albeit only suited to the king and triple at that. I think the pause is just based around the fact trying to input those cards for us. May have got lost in the wash somewhere. We'll move on momentarily.
Thank you, sir. Maybe they want this in the future.
One thing I'm interested to see is just how many people decide to last-minute late reg this one in half an hour's time or whatever it is, because obviously with the bounty aspect, you're not really meant to late reg here, especially when it's a big bounty. Some of the times you play bounties and they're a quarter of the overall, and you know, while that's still a pretty significant factor, you might still fancy jumping in late or, you know, re-entering after a somewhat early bust out because you want to be involved and you still fancy yourself to build a big stack and, you know, maybe more of your edges in the end game. But in this spot, it really does neutralise. There's obviously an ICM bump of jumping in late when more than half the field are gone. That's very tasty from that portion of the prize pool point of view, but that's absolutely counteracted in this spot by the fact that you're going to be, you know, maybe sitting there with a third of average. A lot of the bounties already gone. You know, more than half of them have been taken already. You're not eligible for any unless you get lucky enough to be sat next to another late regger.
Yeah, certainly something.
It's almost like the cut-off for me would have been the last break, and I'd be really surprised if too many come in after. But we've actually watched the clock tick over, and we've seen quite a few more come in.
More go in, I think.
Yeah.
When we came in, there were 33 entries, up to 46 right now, as Litvinov is going to try and get a few more people to that re-entry line, popping up this ace, king, queen, 5. This is a nice looking hand. It's always nice as well when you do have the suited ace. You want to not have like the ace, king of diamonds. You've got the ace and 5 of diamonds, allow other people to have the king high or queen high flush if you make the nuts.
2.3, 2.4.
And Adrianopoulos with the gapper hand.
Yeah.
One suit. Looks like he's going to get involved here for a defend.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty reasonable.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this hand can certainly, you know, make straights a fair amount. And
you see it's up against a very good hand here and 42% equity. And yet isn't the hardest hand to play. I say all that as he flops like a
very wonky amount of equity. And
right. Litvinov. Happy to check this one back with top pair, gut shot, backdoor diamonds. Now a second gut shot. Doesn't want to bet this hand and get raised. That's the thing. This hand has too much equity to face that. So
yeah,
happier to bet it on the turn now because, well, you've given Adrianopoulos an opportunity to expose any strength he had, which he hasn't done. So
yeah, a little equity denier here, can pursue value, and then if you do improve, you've built a nice little pot to get some more value on.
Exactly that. And this just feels like, I mean, I don't think we're ever going to see him bet the river with just one pair, but on the turn, when you get check called here, it just feels like we've always got the best hand here. This queen.
Yeah, Adrianopoulos waves the white flag in the end, and I think just recognise that he could never really bluff that river and tell anything other than a very, very fishy story. He's got away with a couple of bluffs, actually quite a intricate little bluff, the first one in particular that we saw, so maybe just conscious of the fact that he just want to push his luck.
Interesting that he obviously elected to check call once the bet was only 2,000, no real option but to call, but I don't know if there's any avenue there for just a small lead himself. Kind of.
Yeah, I like that actually.
Because you don't mind if you get raised. Our hand's pretty garbage, not a big deal. We don't really want to be check calling with 10 high as a practice. You can certainly make plenty better fold. And even set up across, you know, some river bluffs as well if we bet turn. Don't have to just give up after one street.
So as mentioned, this one is a 50% bounty tournament. We gave the shorthand for how that should be factored into the maths of the situation. Obviously, as the stacks get deeper, an extra 10k being in the pot will become less and less significant. Obviously, it was very significant when they had 20k stacks. We see here, obviously, this table as an example. Plenty of very big stacks here, 100k for Tala. Bogdanov with 78k, not going to get curious on the button. And, well, Kvetsa very shallow right now, just sitting with about 8k total, including his big blind. Just going to have a look.
And the good thing he has is basically whenever he wants to, he'll get action. At this point, he can peel here because if he flops
anything,
he's going to get looked up. Well, how about if he flop against the nuts?
And I wonder if he do. It's hard on the ace high board, but he obviously has that 4, 5, 6 in a sort of a, gutter and a bit of a backdoor sort of potential. Don't think he can stick around.
I'd love to see a Tala founder really small bet there, or even a check, just having all of the board. You just want to give your man a chance to
make your, like, hope that he can make a straight. Just like, let him make a straight somehow.
Yeah. Or let him turn trips or make two pair, whatever it is, because as you mentioned, $500, effectively another 10,000 in there if you can stack him.
Although it does look very,
that's why I don't mind betting. Just bet one blind, you know.
Something like that seems like the nuts. All right.
2200 doesn't really allow for any fold equity, you would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look suspicious when you check an ace-8-3 monotone against the big blind when you've got 100k and they've got 5. But
yeah.
sometimes it's all right to be obvious. The upside is so big.
That's true. Very true. Litvinov kicking us off here. Sudarjani. We've seen him open a pretty wide variety, actually. Maybe one of the looser players here. I wonder if he's interested in this King Jack 8-6 suited to the king. It's fairly disconnected, but he does seem happy to get involved.
There's a 6k stack behind.
Yeah, I think that's the crucial part here, is that with shallow stacks.
And there you go, look, it's come with a limp.
Okay, so we talked a bit about this earlier, actually, and now it's sort of becoming more relevant.
But that's purely because of that short stack behind. This is he's recognizing how to play a super wide range, and thus he's now going to create some limps in there. Doesn't want to like raise and have the likes of Bogdanov just target his much wider range with the short stack in play.
And I think Adrianopoulos going to limp along here with the King Jack deuce.
Bad hand, but again, the same rules apply for him. Kabacha behind with just 5k. Who looks down at the queen 9-6. This is kind of funny when you have a hand like this. Maybe he elects to call for the half a blind, but it's funny when they just fold and everyone, you know, the whole game is built around dynamic. This player's in the pot, and now the whole dynamic changes.
100. Oh, and Italian thinking of isolating here.
Yeah, just well.
But here, do you ever do a little sort of implied collusion with Kabetze here?
Make it 2.4k more so that you reopen the action. Yeah, that's can be. But I think when you just know that there's some really bad hands in here, like here now, what's Sudarani going to do? Obviously, you think Kabetze, if he had a good hand, would maybe have just jammed himself, less likely to be calling this 4k off. Bogdanov actually came in with a pretty good hand in the fact the ace-queen 10 with a nut suit, but just gives it up to this 4k raise.
And out goes the bounty.
Yeah.
And now Adrianopoulos. Okay, it's a bloated pot. He's only put 4k in. There is some dead money, so every reason to be interested. And we see he does actually have a hand with lots of equity. Let's see how this one proceeds. Well, diamonds for Atala. In fact, he's got a gutter to the straight flush.
Yeah, I think
virtually nothing for Adrianopoulos here. I think we're hand over.
But I think when you get to this point with a hand like this, you know, it's just not good either way. But at the same time, what else am I going to do? I'm never going to fold this hand. So it looks like he's bet 15k, aka pot 12.8 in fact. So just saying, like, I'm just going to run my equity, whatever you've got. I don't particularly like the situation because I can be smothered against better diamonds, better pairs. But
little sweetener of the
you got it. Yeah.
Too. So yeah, I like this.
Just really hoping for folds, obviously. That's what he gets. Nice pickup. Bogdanov would have had the nut diamonds, interestingly. See him sort of gaze over there. As we continue. Bounty hunting. Kabacha with the target on his head. This hand, he'll be on the button with that, what, 6 big blind stacks. So fun to see how this gets navigated once more.
Just 57 players left.
Yeah. Just beginning the 501k level, which is also the last level for entries, and of course re-entries. As you mentioned, we don't expect to see a huge amount. It's not like people are waiting around for the last break to get in. Like if they were free and they wanted to play, they're already in, right?
I presume so. It's maybe just a case of anyone who wants to re-enter having that option. Adrianopoulos now, just 21 hand. Bigs.
That is a lovely hand.
Yeah.
Double king, ace. And look at this, here we go. So Bogdanov limping in for, again, all the reasons we stated the hand before. Adrianopoulos, the one coming raising. Kabacha Now putting it in.
This could now bring in everybody.
Right. This could really... Well, there aren't many players left, but Atala here not going to fold the 10-7-4-3 because, as you mentioned, effectively 10,000 chips are in there.
Litvinov's double-suited.
And of course, in this spot, you know, it's not like it's not like there could be another race behind. Not Adrianopoulos has had the action reopened.
No. So here we go, guys. This is absolutely brilliant stuff. 25.5K in the middle, 5 ways, 1 player already at risk. Don't be surprised if there's more than one by the end of this hand.
Jack 6-4, couple of hearts. Litvinov with the open ender, 9 high flush draw.
Yeah, that's a lot of equity.
Yeah, not really too much for anyone else. Atala's got a piece with a pair and a gut shot.
So
Adrianopoulos, though, just deciding to blast it in with his 2 kings. I guess recognizing there's a lot of weak range out here. And
yeah, and he's going to get called by, you know, Jack XXX a lot as well, because, you know, that's 2 bounties on the line for that person.
Yeah, look at this. Atala thinking about making the call here with just a 4 and a gut shot with no heart, no diamond in hand.
Yeah, that would not be advisable. Litvinov obviously has a very pure call situation here.
Right.
Knows he's going to have tons of equity. But Atala obviously just really, really hungry for those bounties.
Yeah. It'd be interesting if he does call, because it then makes Litvinov's life very difficult, having just an open ender and a 9 high flush draw.
Yeah. Yeah, you've now got...
very hard to continue against a player who also wants to put chips in. He's so happy to see that fold, because now he, you know, just recognizes he's going to have enough equity to run. And if Bogdanov somehow has it, then good luck to him.
Yeah, Litvinov just going to ISO shove this one.
He's not loving it. It's like Adrianopoulos can definitely have a better hand and better draws.
Well, everyone has some equity in this one, even Kabatsa.
Yeah, he's in there. He can pair up.
Everyone trying to figure out where they stand.
But what do I need to hit? Like, Kabatsa's like, wow, okay.
They got a lot of outs as Litvinov, but I do need to hit.
Yeah. It's also, you know, Adrianopoulos can lose to Kabatsa as long as he wins the side part. Things are okay. Obviously, would love to get that $500 bounty right now.
Yeah.
Lots of things at play here.
10 of hearts for Litvinov. That's the one he's trying to manifest.
Let's just appreciate the attention to detail here by a wonderful deal. Anything's looking pretty. To all their hands marked, cards displayed. Now then, Litvinov just kill it. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Changes nothing. No improvement to anyone, no additional draws.
No, and Adrianopoulos shoots up with the only made hand, or well, the best made hand.
Just need a brick. Pair the board. There we go. Ace on the river, that'll do. He improves to a pair of aces, and a pair of aces is enough to take down this monster pot and the bounty of Kabatsa. Well, well, well. It's one of those things, Litvinov like has to get it on this flop. Is not 100% loving it. When he sees the hand he's up against, he's like, oh my god, I'm live both ways.
Yeah.
My straight draw and my flush draw, both live. And then to lose is like cruel. Like give him a better flush draw and let me hit the flush and I can live with it. But how do I miss that whole draw? 2 shots at bounties and a monstrous pot.
Well, Adrianopoulos has played a little bit unconventionally, it must be said, over the course of this 45 minutes, but actually very coyly sort of navigated a couple of spots. We thought he might just run his equity. He did run his equity in that spot and got the job done there against Shorty, and a full double up against Litvinov as well. So very, very nice for him. Picks up a bounty, 500 bucks, a monkey in the pocket, and now sitting on around about 60K, I want to say.
72.
Wow. Oh yeah, sure, all the extra dead money. I'm forgetting the other 3 corners.
Yeah, in fact now one of the biggest stacks here. He and Bogdanov both with around the same amount of chips, although Bogdanov with a fraction more, which is relevant, of course. It's a bet with 35 blinds. Sudarani with 100, Atala with 110. Now Litvinov, the short stack, having been on the wrong end of that one, just has 14 blinds himself and is the marked man at this table.
Well, the Django's make their way over to bet here under the gun. Probably a limp for me, but You know, see these guys come in for raises a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like raise here. With just, it's only Litvinov that's short, right, with 13 blinds. Everyone else has got quite a lot, and he's, I guess, one of the shortest himself now with 30 blinds. Well, just the fact that he's one of the shortest with 30k means that bounty becoming less of a factor. Obviously, still quite a large factor, but look at this. Gets the scenario where Litvinov jams very reasonably with the ace-king 10-9 double suited. What a beautiful hand to find. Sunarani, it's like, really, this is the hand you give me 3 deuces. Now Tibet will just get to rejam these kings, go after that bounty himself.
And Adrianopoulos might take a spot here.
Right, it just sweetens the pot for Adrianopoulos with a double suited ace hand.
So he's effectively got to put 20k extra in the middle here. That's kind of the logic. Now, obviously, it's sort of 10k against one guy, 10k against the other, but it is the way you need to calculate this one.
The ace-queen 6-7 double is just never really in that bad a shape. This is actually about as bad as it can ever get.
Yeah.
In that his queen suit isn't live. He's up against a better ace.
Yeah, he's mostly going to have like 35, maybe even late 30s three-ways.
Right. I mean, well, yeah. Somewhere between 25 and 35 anyway. Obviously, like I say, unfortunately, you can see even Atala's hand here with the 4-5, 2 9s is blocking some of the equity around the 6-7. I wouldn't begrudge him if he wants to put this in. Of course, Tibet having 2 kings as well. It's no ideal when you're up against ace-king 10-9.
It's a very cool gambly spot against a short stack and another medium stack who, okay, yes, probably does have a slightly better hand against you, but not by a lot.
Yeah, these two don't have to have hands as good as this even. I wouldn't be surprised to see him gamble.
No, and I don't think it would necessarily be wrong.
And I'm not surprised to see him fold either. Tala, how fruit does he feel with a really bad hand?
But it's good, you win.
There we go. And well, Tibet going to be thrilled that he got the fold behind, in the sense that he's left to play Litvinov. Litvinov with an instant chance to get back into it, so to speak. Save the rebuy. A little PLO joke there. More cash game Coronas. One time, please, dealer. 9-6-4. Well, Atala's like, why didn't I gamble? As it is, Litvinov smashing this flop. Still with a trailing hand, but it's the one you'd rather have right now, especially on that turn. That'll do it. Check mark. Give him the pot. Tibet left with just 17 blinds, and he's now the marked man. The target moves around the table.
Yeah, targets on all of these guys' backs versus the biggest stacks, but yeah, it does change the dynamic when somebody's sitting beneath 20 bigs and can get a big chunk of their stack in pre-flop, which is kind of how this game operates now.
Did you also beat me? I was losing to both of them. You were beating both of us?
No, I was losing.
Why you didn't call?
Hearts and spades, ace queen. That's why I didn't call. I knew that I was losing.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, I think if he just, the 6-7 was just a little connected to the queen, like a, even 8-9, 39-10.
Oh yeah, that would be a slam dunker, I think.
Much more inclined to gamble, yeah. Just.
Like my king happened earlier.
Bugged enough. Maybe a tempter? No. Adrianopoulos. No.
Limping in.
All the hearts.
Let's see if Litvinov ever wants to play this with the short stack being in the big blind. Well, like I say, the short stack still is, you know, 3/4 of a starting stack. So I think if we'd seen the short stack be 7k rather than 17, it'd be a very different proposition.
Tibet does knuckle back and stay in the middle here.
With a nice hand to play, but obviously he has no follow equity. He's not going to be raised up here and make anyone fold anything. Doesn't really want to swell the pot with this hand, but
he's got the
probably wishes he had now, yeah.
And he could get some action there because Sujajani has the Queen Jack of clubs.
Ooh, and Adrianopoulos checking back as well. Makes the nuts on the turn. Yeah, Sudarani certainly.
Everybody with a little piece here.
Yeah, this could well go. Okay. We'll have the tens and threes Tibet wants to check. Kind of surprised with the target on his back that he wouldn't just go for it here. Checks it instead to Adrianopoulos. Sudarani now kind of with a weak hand that he might want to have played against Tibet more. But once it looks like Tibet's not playing, I'm kind of surprised he wants to take this on against Adrianopoulos.
I'm actually a little surprised he didn't bet this himself.
Yes, that's that. But especially when Tibet now doesn't bet. Calling against, well, it looks like Tibet probably just has a lot of check folds. As it is, Tibet somehow preserving chips, heading to the river here with tens up, with nut clubs. And well, a 7 on the end. Sudarani improving the trips. I was wondering if he ever tried anything fruity there.
I think this just checks through now.
Yeah. Adrianopoulos more than happy just to knuckle back and try and take the pot down with that board pairing. Recognizing, hey, look, a lot of times I'm up against spades and clubs, and then the few times I've been outdrawn, I've been improved upon. Yeah, that could have played out a number of ways on the turn. Even on the flop. Tibet may have just gone for it on the flop. Sudarani, as you mentioned, maybe go for the turn. I'm very surprised Tibet didn't go for it on the turn. You've been called by so much worse there with a bounty on your head if you've got two pair and a nut flush draw. And then when it's gone bet call, what a great chance just to check jam at that point. Get some protection perhaps. Get some isolation from worse, even than the tens up.
Okay, we've reached a really interesting point here where we have already lost 2/3 of the players. We're going to lose some more over the course of the next, 22 minutes until the break. That is actually an extraordinary ICM spot.
3 minutes to the break.
Are we not repeating this level?
It repeats after the break. As
Aha, okay.
Say one level of it pre.
Okay,
It's level 9 and level 10 are the same level, as it were.
Well, okay, I was about to make a point that if we reach the point where maybe 3/4 of the field were gone, what an unbelievable ICM spot is. It's still pretty amazing with this amount of the field missing.
But obviously,
get your calculators out and try and figure out whether it's the ICM bump is worth the loss in all that bounty money. I think it probably still isn't, but
it's a lot closer than it might first seem. Sudarani popping up kings on the button. Adrianopoulos having limped kings under the gun, calls to defend, and here we have two not stellar hands clashing. Oh, well, one of them just got a little bit better. Flopping the flush, and Adrianopoulos.
He's going to take a little stab, a little 1/3.
And so often we see in PLO these flushes just become, these non-nut flushes just become the check calls. You never really ever want to bump the pot up. You're always dangerous of being up against the nut flush.
Yeah, and if the player has the ace of spades in hand, Lone Ranger style, he might well just go for it. Right. You have to just hang on grimly.
Fourth spade on the turn. Never ideal if you're the one doing the blasting.
4 pairs.
4 players, but in an ugly manner. Not too much.
I assume
queen deuce and 9 deuce and whatnot out there. And it just goes check, check. Sudarani perhaps thinking maybe I can just win with my kings at showdown against some hands.
I wonder if Adrianopoulos missed a trick there, just betting out some sort of maybe 1/3 or 40% himself, targeting the small flushes.
Yeah, which do exist in Sudarani's range. Haven't been raising, ISOing the limp. You certainly have some flushes. Yeah, something you commonly see in PLO is perhaps players, you know, they get in a mindset there, well, my hand is the best hand to ever check call, go into check call mode, and then actually the hand develops in a way that, well, actually I've got to get some value, but I was so stuck in my original mindset, I don't necessarily adapt as the hand progresses. So you see that a lot, like people kind of just scared to value, I guess, non-nutted hands in PLO a lot more than in Hold'em, certainly.
Well, last hand before the re-entry period closes, we actually have lost another couple of players on the outer tables in just those few moments. And it is maybe the exact hand where people will punt a little bit more, knowing they can re-enter.
Yeah.
Not that we need any more punting in this particular tournament.
Certainly don't. Tibet, King 10, 7, 6 double on the button. No interest.
Yeah, this one somehow got round to a battle of the blinds here. Bogdanov with King, Queen, 8-5 double
That was
suited.
interesting. That was Tibet's spot there, like 7 blinds.
Yeah.
Double suited hand on the button with late range closing. So clearly not someone who was desperate to re-enter, as it were. He's not like firing max.
No, or maybe just recognises that, you know, this isn't a great tournament for.
That's what I mean.
And he's just deciding, well, I'm going to play this like a freeze out from this point onwards.
Because that was certainly a hand you would have gone with if you had the plan to go again. Well, that brings about the second break of the day, and it is, of course, the re-entry break. Players have just, what, 14 minutes left to the restart. That is the last time they can enter. And then we will reduce this to a free-roll. Michel Atala still leads the way on this table, as he did when we started, David, 4 levels ago. Sakis Adrianopoulos, of course, the big climber.
But I've got a question for you, James.
Go on.
Can Tibet spin up?
Yes.
Okay.
You're so smug, aren't you? I didn't look, and then you had to point to the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel a bit embarrassed. I've jumped into his games. All right, we're going to go on break. I'm going to step aside, and I believe Mr. Andrew Headley is going to rejoin you on the flip side of this break. Yes, there it is. The king on the river. Kulatiak, the second player at this table to pick up a bounty.
Oh, you're definitely taking it. It's 6 buy-ins right there.
How much you got?
Well, sorry, no, 6 bounty parts, 3 buy-ins to the tournament, 6 bounty portions. Gavish with the Johnnies here. Going to look for action. At this stack depth, I don't think these become too hard to play. You're looking for action here. Obviously, notoriously a difficult hand, but that's generally at upper stacks. And only if you've got superstition working against you. James and I had some chats over dinner about superstition in poker. We'll come back to that in a moment because we see Gassan with Big Slick here in the small. These guys, similar stacks.
Yeah.
I think Gassan covered again against Gavish, so yet to be able to deploy these big hands in a spot where he could actually bounty hunt himself.
Well, the action does go on there, but we'll quickly pop on over here again because it's envelope time as Zan has made it 65k. One assumes, given that Gavish covers, he's just gonna kind of run it, but again, it's maybe scary against this man that they seem to be aware is pretty solid.
Right, yeah. I think Jack's too much hand.
Oh, here we go. Here's a man giving us the full sweat.
That's
for the
what
fans.
we like.
Okay.
Oh, we got the 3 zeros again.
2,000. 2,000. Okay.
Okay. What I'm loving right now is we're moving from these smooth still cameras and these 1 shots and 2 shots from the table.
Gavish does just decide to say, hey, let's just run it.
Suddenly we're frantically over to the tombola. It's like an episode of VR.
It's just like that.
Shrug call from Gassan here, who knows he's at risk, and Gavish is bounty hunting here with the best hand right now. Big pot, 670k in the middle. This is a big moment for both players.
Huge moment. Obviously, we can see Gavish is the one who can pick up a bounty right here and now, but Sam will have a huge stack if he finds an ace, which is what he's done here on the ace, queen, queen board. He's going to be the table chip leader, I think, if he runs out clean here. Gavish, of course, with backdoor hearts working. That's become a thing, as has the king. And of course, any chance of a royal flush, David? It's in the deck. We see the live cards at the top of the screen.
Dry smile from Gassan, who really doesn't fancy that 10 of hearts turn.
But he loves the 4 of spades. River. Gavish down to just 4.5 blinds.
By the way, credit to Turuguru Beninoff on that last hand.
Yeah, the pot.
He actually just called pre, led turn after it went check, check, flop, and found us a check on the river when the 10 completed, and found just the check call.
Yeah, I mean,
very well not to get stacked or lose more.
Right, he lost 75k on the river, which was only half pot. And yeah, I have to confess, I was too focused on the bounty portion. Well, not enough on the action going on, but he's going to like this action because he's found the boots up against the Cowboys. And this is going to be a big one.
Goodness
Hijack versus small blind in a bounty, and he covers. What a dreamy scenario. Having, like you say, just saved so many chips in that last 10 where reasonable to presume he would have lost a lot more. Now he's going to have the opportunity to not just, you know, effectively double up, but knock someone out in the process. Such fine margins, little deviations in these mystery bounties. Of course, so much now. Does Levine have options here? Does it look like, hey, if Tulip Bergenov's 3-betting here, he's going to 3-bet Call Me a Lot because of the bounty? Sure. Or does he just go, hey, it kind of looks like that, so therefore he's going to have a lot of weakness, and maybe I just slow play this hand?
I think, you know, with the blinds having gone up also, right? 10, 15K, we've started this hand with sub 20 blinds ourselves. Seems unlikely that our opponent is going to 3-bet fold too often. He should have some in there, I would imagine. But he has just put it in damps and gets the bad news that he has run into the ultimate cooler.
Here we go then. Well, there is someone drawing a bounty, but for now we're focused on aces versus kings. It is the kings at risk, as indicated by the all-in marker. Ace 10 deuce, all but seals it. Running queen jack, the most likely way out. A 20,000 bounty gone. Tulip Bergenov's like, I'm about to win a bounty, and whilst I'm in this hand, I've somehow lost equity. This is cruel. 6 on the turn seals it. Well, he can't win the 20k bounty. But he's going to have another pull.
They must have had a perception, Demps, that Halabi not going to be 3-bet shoving very wide here.
As I say, before you came in, we saw him kind of very surprisingly fold ace-jack, although that time was against 2 queens, but was getting the price basically against everything but jacks plus.
Right.
We questioned what was right, and now we see him go that way again, like just being a little bit too tight, although this time obviously being the covered stack. But as Mr. Lappin says, you kind of got to bosh your way back in here to
I think it's even more of a reason to call off when you are covered, right? Because your opponent has a little bit more incentive, right, to go after you.
Yeah, and you've got to get back in the game. Here we go, Haidar facing a 30k bet from Daniliuk, who's min from under the gun. He's just going to call. That makes sense, right? Up against under the gun, a little scarier.
Yeah, I think in theory you're going to mix this hand a lot in between call and 3-bet. Lands on call.
What a kind of interesting spot here for Halabi. Obviously a squeeze spot and a hand that does like to squeeze, but at the same time a hand that kind of plays okay if he just calls and takes a flop, right?
Yeah, this is one of those sort of 24 big blinds deep. Could certainly shove this one. Can definitely call. See what he decides to land on. Doesn't look like a man who's going to jam. To me...
Remember turbo jam the last time with the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, does decide just to call and likely going 4 ways.
Oh yeah, Galatier obviously covered by all, but 8-9 suited. One of the hands you love to see in a spot like this.
Beautiful looking hand to peel for one more blind.
You kind of know that he's the one most likely to get action post-flop if he does find a piece of this. Obviously works against him when he flops draws, but here we go. That's a pretty big draw for 8-9 of spades. Up against the 2 9s. I wonder if he just decides to lead this now. Yeah, just take the option away from everyone else. Or
actually wouldn't mind open shove here.
Yeah, I wonder if, because you just make out the ace highs fold, right? You only really get called by overpairs, and you do fine against those. If you check and everyone checks, and now it comes like the queen of diamonds, you just, ugh.
100%, yeah. If you can just fold out equity.
It looks like he's piecing out a non-all-in bet, which is kind of fun too, I guess. You can perhaps maybe go small and then keep some of those ace highs in and then go big on the turn, or let's see what size he's come out with.
Yeah, maybe just trying to give an illusion of a little more strength, right? When you just open shove, you probably don't have too many strong hands.
Well, maybe you can do that. Maybe there's a class of hands that perhaps sometimes calls here and can fold turn and he wins more. I don't know if those exist, but as it is, obviously going to run into the overpair straight off the bat, and that's a pretty warm spot for him. Obviously, Haidar and Halabi could have flopped sets or something, but it's very unlikely anyone's trapped him with stronger.
Sure.
Wants to deny against flush draws behind. And now Kulatiak will call and see that he started this hand in terrible shape with 8-9 v 2 9s, but things have got a lot better courtesy of that 7 of spades, 5 of spades flop. He's chasing straight and flush draw. Daniliuk with a chance to scalp a man. If he doesn't know, he'll be down to just 50k himself and will be in the big blind next hand, so effectively he's at risk here too. 4 is good. Can he fade? One more card. And he does. Ace on the river. Sends Kulatiak out in 11th place.
was saying to James, as you were on your well-earned break, kind of selfishly want that 30k to remain into the sort of three-handed, four-handed, like, because you don't see it very often, right, in these tournaments. Often it just disappears, you know, off the prize pool earlier in the piece, because it really will change things a lot, right? Like if that 30k is still there and there's 3 of you left, what is third place is 11k, right? And if there's a 30k in there,
oh yeah, it changes everything. We see here one of the shorter stacks here, Al-Maimar. Was he the shorty? I think he might have been second shortest or shortest. Ace-9 here. Looks like he's going to flat.
This is very curious. Not sure I like it. You know, you do just invite the big blind along here with a lot of different holdings. So we see Haidar now gets to complete with a suited king. Not too sure what this achieves, David, to flat. And now...
well, it might be...
Could be curtains.
Game, set, match for Al-Maimar here.
Goodness me, look at Daniliuk here, flopping bottom 2.
This could get super messy, actually.
This could be very messy. Going to be a confusing spot, David, I think, for Daniliuk, thinking, what type of hands is Al-Maimar going to want to flat here?
Al-Maimar gets away. Astonishing.
I mean, I guess thinking that this is a super strong C-bet. And goodness me, Haidar jams. I mean, 225k more.
I don't think you're getting away with bottom 2 here.
I don't think we can fold.
Can certainly have, you know, even a really good hand like Ace-King with the King of Hearts. You're doing pretty well against.
Going to be a bunch of pair and flush draw, potentially even a hand like the Naked King of Hearts. Even just an ace, David, right? With maybe ace-8 with an 8 of hearts in there. Yeah, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, he gets the bad news. And yeah, had the ace-9 shoved it in, Haidar would have got out of the way, and Daniliuk would have no doubt snapped it off to try and take the bounty, and would have been in pretty good shape right now to do so.
Inconsequential. King of clubs on the turn. Daniliuk looking for a queen or a jack. Or Haidar going to have a huge double here in the early going at the FT. Not to be. 7 of spades completes the board. Huge double for Haidar. Big body blow for Daniliuk. Down to 12 big blinds early here at the final table.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
Well, we promised carnage, and I think we have delivered carnage here in the Merritt Crystal Cove, as the purveyors of poker's favourite 4-card variant have bish, bash and bosh their way to some big stacks here in the Turbo PLO event at this, the La Dolce Vita series. I'm David Lappin alongside Andrew Headley, and it will be interesting to see now if the decreasing bounty factor changes things in this next frame. Andrew, your thoughts?
Yeah, bish, bash, bosh. That's the way I like to return into the booth. That's a really good point, David, as we have a quick look at the chip counts. Todorati out in front, 128 bigs. Sharaskin close behind, 117 blinds, good for 117k. Zorlukan Air also with a big stack, 101k. Down to the Midland ones, Fuad Rabahi and Alexei Gortikov, both with 60 to 70 bigs. Then we have Abdelmajid Shibub, 38,500 in chips, and one cut adrift short stack, Kuzanbek Abdulayev with 10 big blinds. So yeah, what you were saying there though is a factor, right? This is a quote-unquote vanilla sort of variant, right, of bounties. We have the PKOs where the amount of money on everyone's head increases as we go. This is just a straight 500 per knockout. And as we start to get closer to the sort of final few tables, it definitely should be like having an impact. This, the fact that you can only, it's still 500, but you can only get 500 per knockout. So people should start to disregard the bounties a lot more as we proceed. I guess it depends on who's at the table, right? Some people just love it and they're like, right, in this mode of I'm going for bounties no matter what, and still heavily hunt them. Whereas some people, as you're probably suggesting, will chill it down a little bit and not hunt as heavily as we approach the final few tables.
Yeah, well, the way I think it should and probably will manifest is it's still worth about 10k in chips.
Right.
It's still going to be that equation. The difference is going to be we're probably going to see pots that are much larger, so the 10k could certainly, add just enough equity to make you make the call off. Yep. So should still be a factor in some spots, but it's not going to be the factor as it was at the beginning when it was 20k stack versus 20k stack, and that 10k extra in implied equity basically made almost everything a call.
How do you think it happens in real life, so to speak? When people are just at the table, because some people are just predisposed, right, to just hunt. Like I've seen it before in tournaments where there's 15 players left and you've had a field of 2,000. And people still obsessively hunt for $300 when, in fact, first place is going to be 50k or whatever.
Yeah, right.
It really comes down to the individual, I guess. Well then, blinds, of course, moving up quickly. 500, 1k, 1k. Open from Rabahi, very beautiful looking, double-suited ace-jack 9-8. Picks up calls from Chibub and Todorati in the big. Off to the jack-deuce 3 board. Rabahi still best.
Yeah, Todorati with a decent amount of equity here by virtue of his one pair gut shot and backdoor diamonds. Also has backdoor Broadway working. It's not. It's a hand that had a lot of equity in that particular instance, but doesn't feel like it has the kind of robust equity you want.
Yeah, very good point. I like fold. I think you can be up against a hand that has some of your kind of future outs either removed or dominated already. I like the laydown. So how was it in the previous frame? Were there some guys who were just relentlessly going for the bounties, opening wide, peeling wide when they covered, or was it sort of a mixture?
I think people were mostly chilling. I think it became a factor when it was the particularly short stack, which I think is when it should really sort of become a bit more relevant. And we do have, obviously, one very short stack here, so keep an eye on him when he gets involved in the pot. Chaos may ensue.
Yeah. Yeah, that short stack. Abdulayev just with 10 big blinds. One to watch. Open the action here from Air. Makes it 2,000 to go with ace, king, queen 4. Clubs working. Rabahi in there with the ace, king, queen 9. Diamonds in hand. Shibub once again. Content to complete with 9-8-6-5. We have a 5-way coup here. Gortikov completes from the button with king, jack, 10 deuce double suited. And Sharaskin taking the price, the queen 8-8-5. And look at this. 2 flopped flushes, Mr. Lappin.
Well, it's 3 actually.
Oh, it's 3. Oh my word.
Yeah.
Okay. I did.
Hold on to your hats, because one of those, even the worst flush draw, has a straight flush draw possibility here.
Everyone checks through to the 4 of hearts turn. Gortikov here in dicey waters, particularly with the second nut flush. Air with the second nuts of his own, of course. 8-10 of clubs would be a straight flush. He's going to be very happy. to put chips in here. 4,500 into 11.5. Now Gortikov with the decision whether to raise or call is going to continue.
Yeah, I think it's an always call situation. You're basically in bluff catching mode here, hoping a player has the ace of clubs in hand and decides.
Especially in a five-way one, right?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the wise way to go. Very interesting here in a very sort of high-end sort of way. Does Sharaskin ever decide that his 8 of clubs is a blocker?
Let's start bluffing turn.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I guess it's a consideration.
Paired board should slow everybody down here.
Pretty good card this for Gortikov and Sharaskin. They're going to get away very unscathed. Pretty merciful 7 of diamonds on this river as Air tables the nut flush. Takes down a pot of 25k. Pretty well played there, right, from Gortikov?
Yeah, I think he played it pretty well. I don't think you really want to be overplaying the king deuce of clubs in that spot. I think it just should be very handily into the
let's just call down
range.
Yeah, see what happens.
And also when you've got away with a street with the flop, you kind of go, okay, well, I can very happily call 2 streets with this one. The 3rd street would be the dicey one, even with a hand as strong as king deuce of clubs there. And you're just delighted to see that not even come into the equation.
Yeah, he did very well to pot control with that flop check back. He's going to be pretty happy to only lose 4,500 chips post-flop. Cards back in the air then. Here is our table shorty, Abdulayev. Worth noting, guys, registration, of course, now has closed. Final numbers pretty strong, 149 with 94 unique entries, 55 rebuys.
Yeah, and while we don't have a payout structure for you quite yet, I'm not sure. Like, we might be not far from the money, to be honest. This could be pretty quick.
We see a raise here from Air once more. Ace-Jack 9-8 with the nut flush hearts working. Gortikov in there. Queen 10-8-7. Ace 7-6 with 2 diamonds, David.
Yeah, something for everybody here. The 8-9 for the open-ender. The Queen 10 of diamonds working very nicely here, but neither with a stranglehold right now.
Sure. Let's go back call. Turning coming. Plenty of action cards possible. Queen of clubs lands on the turn.
And that's a weird one for Gortikov because it could provide a little bit of additional equity. You know, he's now made 2 pair. That could be good right now. In fact, we see that it is. But still very hard to shovel chips into a pot like this one.
Sure.
For action might be fairly frozen, no?
Yeah, I don't mind this. He's gone pretty large. I thought he might go a little smaller, look to sort of set the price for river, but shade over 2/3 pot.
Wow, this is, yeah.
Quite a large size in with sort of bad 2 pair, so to speak. Of course, if you get check raised here, a bit of a disaster. Air now, tricky decision of his own.
Yeah, and I think Air just realizing that the 10's not necessarily a clean out, and maybe that's the reason for letting that particular one go.
Yeah, well done. Equity successfully denied, and a nice laydown from Air. Some really tricky spots in PLO, right, to navigate your way through. Of course, equity's shifting so often down the streets. Oh, look at that. Did you see that? Little wink to the camera from seat 9. Little raise of the eyebrows, little cheeky wink. There's always a bunch of showmen at Merit. One thing I've noticed, more than any other poker room, it's fun, right?
Oh, I think
there's a lot of banter.
We coined the phrase poker's biggest little card room at one point, and it does sort of hold up in that sense that it's obviously more than a home game, but there is a sort of collegial home game environment, even in a big poker space, that gets the numbers, even the big numbers such as this, because I think of maybe the players' familiarity with one another.
Absolutely. As we see Gortikov wake up with a big hand, Has aces with the king and queen of hearts working. Chabub kicked us off here with a limp. Todorati calling the raise from Gortikov with the double-suited queen 10-9-7. Rabahi coming in with a pretty weak hand, it must be said. 6-6-5-3. Chabub completes. Off to the queen deuce 3 flop. Aces of Gortikov still best at the moment. Does of course connect with the queen of clubs.
Yeah, 2 backdoors here for Todorati to go with top pair, and obviously some side cards that are above the deuce and the 3. So he has reason to believe that his hand is in decent shape right now. Although now facing a pot-sized bet from Gortikov.
Yeah, this is nasty.
Wow, this is actually a little uncomfortable. You really want to like see the turn here, but you don't want to pay this much to do it.
Yeah, I think just have to make a disciplined laydown. Don't close the action. Got 2 players behind who can raise the price of poker. 2 pots taken down back to back. Well done.
Yeah, very successful equity denial on both occasions.
Have some of that. Pots. I must confess, I think I would make some sizing mistakes, I think. You know, I'm not the most experienced PLO player. I think I'd have an idea, but certain situations like this 4 ways, I wouldn't find myself betting pot here, whether that's right or wrong.
Yeah, like I suppose we're used to the Hold'em streets where multi-way you generally size down. But
That's
of course, in this
at.
game, you know, there's reason to try and shut out equity an awful lot of the time, particularly when you're facing 12 cards.
Yeah. Action back on Chabub. Pretty loose limp once more. The king 9-9-6. Todorati is going to bump this one up. Some pretty marginal holding himself. Queen jack, jack deuce.
This is a nice one for here. Could consider a squeeze, actually. It's so nice.
Yeah, quite like the idea of it. Facing limp and ISO.
Oh, and look at this hand.
Beautiful looking ace, king, jack 10.
Oh, wow, that's it. So this is definitely a one you wouldn't mind squeezing.
Yeah, very nice. Rabahi recognizing there's some very marginal hands in here. Makes it 22K.
Abdullayev maybe considering just taking the spot because he's shallow and he's thinking to himself, okay, maybe he gets the other guys out. Now, that's going to be really interesting when we get back to the original Razor, because with that extra sweetener, shall we call it.
Sure.
But I think that's actually quite a good awareness of Abdullayev, that maybe he gets this one through.
There's a lot of dead money out there, right?
The dead money plus, you know.
Yeah. What about Air, though? He seems to have the toughest decision in my eyes.
That's a genuinely nice hand, and one that I would certainly have given some consideration to a squeeze with. Certainly if that 6 was a 9, I think it would definitely have been in my squeezing range. So
wow, he does fold. I thought he may feel compelled to call.
So amazing spot for Abdullayev, who obviously is, you know, has the worst hand. We see with the cards that have actually been dealt, graphically we can see that he's actually favourite, which is hard to believe.
That's
but you know, lots of big cards have disappeared into the muck now. Amazing spot here to, what, 3.5x a stack?
Yeah. It's worked out beautifully. Whole host of other hands forced into the muck. So off we go. Abdullayev looking to improve and stick around. Wow.
That's
close to curtains.
That's out the door, barring a very unlikely backdoor here.
Yeah, Rabahi flops the second nut flush.
That will do it.
That's going to do it. Abdullayev decided to spin the wheel. Unfortunately for him, no bueno.
And I want to pick up on a point here, just because it is a little kink and a feature that we go with here at Merit, at least for this series, is the equities as we see them displayed on screen. They do factor in the discarded cards, the dead cards, the cards, basically any card that you've seen. I don't want people to get the wrong idea that a hand like that is actually a favourite against something as pure as the Ace Queen,
I know,
Jack 10 or whatever it was, double
Ace King,
suited.
Jack 10 double suited somehow's behind.
I think what we can probably you know, if people want the real maths on that one, you know, just that random Abdullayev hand probably does have 38%, 37%, something like that. But you know, it was just so happened that the discards were particularly interactive with the better hand on that occasion. You know, with Hold'em, I think everybody knows their sort of Hold'em equities, and they can probably understand that we've made those adjustments when there's, say, one of the two outs are dead or whatever. They can tell, but it might be less clear in this game.
Yeah, very succinctly summed up as Rabahi adds $500 to his wallet. Todorati in a limp here with Queen Jack Jack 3.
Look at this lovely one for Sharaskin.
Yeah, Ace King, Pocket Kings, excuse me, double suited, drawing to nut diamonds. Makes it 4K, quickly called behind by Rabahi. People are in there to play. Shaboob again continues with a suboptimal holding, allows Todorati to continue.
Yeah, what's fun for Shaboob here in this instance is he does have that bottom end of the board all to himself, but he doesn't connect, unfortunately. That'll keep him out of trouble.
A really interesting flop. Queen 10-8 with 2 hearts. Sharaskin, second nut flush draw. Rabahi with bad hearts.
But key here is 2 9s, 2 very important blockers here.
Yeah.
Backdoor spades and front door hearts. Sharaskin going nowhere clearly for this price, though.
Yeah, Rabahi, of course, blocking the nuts.
And Todorati wondering how valuable is his queen with those jack blockers.
Right. This would be spicy. Does decide just to relinquish. Does have Sharaskin lurking behind. Can't go anywhere just yet. Drawing to Broadway and the second nut flush. Be intrigued to see a blank here. We don't get one. Jack of spades on the turn. Sharaskin turns the nuts, but look at that, David. Rabahi turns the second nut straight.
It's very pesky.
The second nut flush draw.
Yeah, it's very pesky here. He obviously has a made hand, but no reason to bet this hand himself, but it doesn't look like he's going to be given the opportunity. Sharaskin going to come out leading here, hoping for maybe a scenario where he gets it all in with the free roll. That's sort of what can happen here sometimes.
Quite like this, you know, charge a set, right? Make it pay to see a river. A hand like King 9 is in really bad shape now. A hand like Jack 9 is in a difficult spot. You know, a hand like the nut flush draw may feel compelled to have to continue also. Like it, 21.5K, half pot.
Yeah, those 9 blockers have sort of vanished in their relevance here, and actually now it's all about having spades and hearts. If he hits hearts, we know it's trouble.
Wow, the river's the ace of spades, and Rabahi backdoors into the nuts.
Now I wonder if Sharaskin decides on a blocker or a check here.
Yeah, I won't like, of course, to see the backdoor spades complete. Gonna be a decent sized portion of the button range, and this is grim now for Sharaskin. Completely bluff catching here, just hard to start assigning him, David. Needs to be naked king of spades, right? Maybe like a king 9 that tries to fold out a hand like ace king.
Yeah, I think you'd be wondering how often this is a hand like King Jack 9 with that king of spades in hand, something like that.
Very intriguing hand. Nasty spot now.
Being called on the flop though, or sorry, on the turn, does imply some very robust equity.
And the fact that we block hearts isn't good, right? You know, means more likely that Rabahi has 2 spades in hand behind.
Yeah, a hand like, I don't know, King 9 of spades, as we see he does in fact have, maybe with the Jack 10.
Sure.
Also suited in some other form. Those kind of hands make a lot of sense right now. Also what makes sense is, well, I wonder if it actually makes sense that he ever has ace king as well, and is, you know, just in there with the king of spades, just thinking, okay, well, you didn't bet it, and you would definitely have bet it if you make a flush on the river. So that's going to be part of the equation here. There's lots and lots of stuff to think about here.
Really interesting hand. It feels like Sharaskin, the longer he takes, is likely to get away. Never want to foreshadow things too much. Looks like a man who's getting ready to ditch his holdings. Oh. Takes one last look at his competitor.
Again, sort of like royal flush possible. King 10 of spades would certainly be in there. King 9 of spades. Again, we were sort of fixating on the idea of nines being in there because of the flop action. So they're certainly making the most sense if he does have it. Now you're trying to say, where are the bluffs coming from? Or indeed, is it sometimes the same hand using the king of spades that happens to be there as well?
Yeah, quite hard to assign too many natural bluffs.
Yeah, this is actually a very narrow range Rabahi has with this line.
Yeah, Sharaskin taking a very long time and does land on the right decision. Well done, sir. Rabahi, big pickup. Adds that stack to 140k. Fun hand. Interesting.
Very fun hand.
Worth noting, when we came back, 48 players remained. We already have lost 9 of those within the first sort of 20 minutes. 15 minutes, in fact. 17 minutes. It's a curious blind level, isn't it?
The double one, or
just 17 minutes as an overall?
Oh, as a yeah. I guess it's a cute little
funky
in between 15 and 20 that we don't normally see. Not quite sure the reason for it, but also I see no reason in this world to be on the nose of these like numbers that end in 5 or 0. We do seem fixated on that as pattern-seeking creatures.
Yeah. It's like when you're watching the telly. Does it have to be an odd or an even number, or in the car with the volume?
Oh.
What do you reckon? Are you one of those people?
No,
you don't care?
I'm a person who will sort of say to my partner, "I'll see you in 7 minutes," and she'll go,
"Oh, you will."
7 minutes? What? And I'm like, "Well, this feels like it'll be about 7 minutes." She goes, "Say 10 minutes." I'm like, well, I think it could be 7.
Man of precision. David Lappin, love seeing it. Right then, back we go. Raise here from Rabahi in the cutoff. Jack 8-5 deuce, double suited. Called in 2 spots. Chibub, who has been very active, and Gortakov in the big blind.
Yeah, Gortakov with the bad flush draw here. Chibub with some very relevant 10s in hand.
Yeah, Rabahi can't know it, but is best here with just a weak top pair. Chibub with an interesting combo with the 10s in hand and the 7, but does decide to check. Rabahi now gets the green light. 8k into 10.5, but it's pretty large.
Big bet. I was going to say sort of advanced blocker maybe getting deployed here by Rabahi. I expected it to be actually south of half pot, but I guess he's maybe just trying to get a few extra hands to fold there so that he does feel comfortable about, you know, having defined ranges if he ends up
about
on a river.
Betting large also, you may occasionally get better to fold in PLO. You know, like a hand like a Queen Jack here with no backup, King Jack.
Yeah, it could be mergy.
They're all going to be put in a pretty grim spot if they have no backup equity.
I think it's the maximum though. Maximum? No. No, fair. Huh? Yeah, mine doesn't go up anymore. Maximum? Yeah, I think so.
The best we can.
So we see a new contender arrive at the table, and that is Daniyar Obakirov from Kazakhstan. I'm becoming very proficient now at the difficult surname pronunciations.
I'm very impressed by your pronunciation, honestly. We got a lot of help from producer Vitalis Milbudas in the first year of doing commentary. Myself, Ali and James and Dara, struggling sometimes with the pronunciations of the Eastern European names or indeed of the Turkish names.
I can remember Milbutas getting very upset on a few occasions and saying, it's the kh noise.
Yes.
Not the kh. And I'm like, that's the same, isn't it?
Yeah, I would feel like you do there. At least we had Ali though, who's pretty good on the Eastern names.
Very good. And back round to Rabahi, who has been feeling it here. Pretty dusty looking though. Jack 10, 7 deuce, all hearts. You would imagine he gets out of the way here. Well, stranger things have happened, and they continue to do so. Decides he wants to continue riding the wave. Ah, Mr. Haidar has returned. We saw him deep in the Mystery Bounty event earlier in the week.
Yeah, one of the great characters here.
He's hilarious. Shaboob, we have not seen fold a hand yet, I don't believe. Completes from the button, King 10, 8, 6. Spades working. First look at Obakirov. Checks his option with King, Queen, 10, 3. Gortikov in there with bad queens in the small.
Yeah, and once again, a multi-way affair here. It has been sort of the theme, three-handed, four-handed, even five-handed to the flops.
How does Rabahi do it? Flops the nuts here and somehow has a heart draw with 4 hearts in hand. Everyone checks through to the 4 of spades on the turn. Unfortunate for him, and none of his opponents have too much. Shaboob does have a bad 2 pair.
Yeah, and I like the decision to do his own betting here. You know, you got to charge the Queen 10, Queen Jack, Jack 10s.
Yeah.
Maybe there is a 7-5 lurking out there. Maybe there is better hearts, even though you've got a lot of them. You want to charge those guys too.
Yeah, nice awareness from Shaboob, even off the short stack, getting away from his 2 pair. And Rabahi continues to motor.
Yeah. Dominating feature table performance so far by that man. Obviously got fortunate with the river there a few moments ago, but can't blame him how he played his hand at all, and didn't get paid to the full, but won a very chunky pot and has won a couple since.
That's a very vibes type hand. Jack 10, 7 deuce all hearts. It's like you could see the wheels turning. He was like, I should fold this.
Yeah, this is a bit much.
He's like, I should probably fold.
However, the dealer is very kind right now.
I'm finding momentum. You literally saw him go, I should definitely fold this, but and then calling chips in hand. Worked out again.
Yeah, one thing I would say about this tournament is obviously PLO. I would generally expect a slightly higher degree of circumspection, some better ranges getting involved, and players generally playing maybe some 3-ways more often than we're getting 4 and 5-ways. I think part of the reason for that is the bounty factor, which we've obviously talked about ad nauseum now, but actually also a big part of it is the turbo-ness of this tournament. Players very much trying to sort of be proactive, if you like, backing their post-flop skills, looking to build big stacks, sort of feeling like they can't just hang back.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really, really good point. People sort of widening beyond normal realms is definitely fair to say. Well, Rabahi, off he goes again. Double suited, ace 10, 6 deuce.
And Haidar going to give him some action here with the 10, 9, 8, 4 double suited.
Yeah, this is pretty wide also with that kind of nasty 4 dangler.
Ooh, and
we're in there.
Gortikov with a hand that could squeeze, but has decided to flat on the button. I prefer the flat, to be honest. I think if he was double suited with that ace, I'd like a squeeze, but I think this is pretty nice.
Yeah, Todorati completing only with bad kings makes a ton of sense out of position. Just going to take a peek at the first 3. And that first 3, Queen 4, 10, rainbow, top set for Gortikov.
But Rabahi feeling it right now, clearly.
I mean, this is a little out of line for me. More than a little.
He has the double backdoor flush draw, I suppose, to go with this second pair and just like weirdly tiny amounts of equity floating around the place.
I mean, this is going to work out beautifully for Gortikov. Haidar
is going to, with the same 2 flush draws, same 2 backdoors, is going to call. And now Gortikov, dreamland, absolute dreamland here, getting to go for a very big bet.
Let's go ahead and raise the pot. Haidar does have 2 pair as well, but this is going to shrink up massively in the face of this big raise. Does ask for a count.
Yeah, bottom 2, always an ugly hand in PLO.
Sure.
40 behind.
Does ask for a count.
Yeah, he's going to be piecing together, you know, how often this might be a hand like ace, king, jack, 10, ace,
That's
king, queen,
right?
jack. And, you know, when that's the case, he is in front, and he does have these kind of bit of backdoor sort of something going on as well. That doesn't materialize.
Yeah, pretty
And Gordikov actually has the diamonds as well.
Yeah, pretty insignificant, I was going to say, from Haidar's perspective. Deuce of diamonds. Gortikov now loving life, half pot behind.
If he goes with his read, though, that this is a wrap, it is a brick. So does Haidar get himself in trouble for that reason?
He's kind of painted himself into a bit of a corner here. Not a lot of fun, of course, getting a very nice price. 40k to win 127.
Yeah, and is he going to just put the read that it's like a king jack and 9 kind of holding? That's the very, very bad news. Oof.
Fortunately for him, in awful shape.
Give me 8 of spades.
8 of spades is no good, sir.
No, I think
he needs a jack.
Jack you need.
The jack is the card.
You need jack.
Only why I come? I thought I had a
yeah. Jack.
Give me a jack, yeah. I thought I had the jack.
6 of hearts completes the board.
Oh,
massive.
okay, so I'm just wondering there. He said, I thought I had the jack, and if he thought he had the jack 9
that would
with
make
the
much
10,
more sense.
4, then he does have open-ended. It's a little different, but still, you made a great line there. He painted himself into a corner there. That was really quite, you know, calling the first bet from Haidar already a bit dicey. Like, I don't even think that that's slam dunk. Once that lead out comes from, is it Habuchi?
I think we need to fold the flop, but if he understands, of course, if he thinks he has Jack 9 to go with that 10-4, changes things a lot.
I'm going to go as far as to say is that I think we fold to the first bet on the flop. It's pretty nasty.
I don't even think it's close, yeah. I think we need to fold on the flop. Still have 2 players behind, don't close the action. Unfortunate for Haidar in that he clearly thought he had a different holding.
Yeah, it feels like he thought he had like bottom 2 with an open-ender.
Yeah. Which would change things significantly, I think. Well, no matter, Gortikov cares not. Catapults himself up to around about 180k. More than 2x average. He's going to be in great shape.
Yeah, that's a huge stack right now.
Oh, and David, we do have the payouts now. 17 paid.
Okay, so we're not paying too many, which I think makes sense in a tournament like this when these guys are blasting away. We want to make it as top-heavy as possible.
Yeah, min cash 17th, $820, right the way up to 16.4k for the win. Plus, of course, $500 every time you eliminate a player. As we see 2 limps from Gortikov and Shaboob. Shaboob now getting very short with the ace-queen 7-6, and Obakirov deciding time to pull the trigger. Makes it 8,000 with the king-queen jack-jack. Interesting stuff as we see Shaboob decides to just call. Short stack of his own.
Yeah, another multi-way affair now. And navigating these multi-way affairs, always difficult.
Very jovial bunch of whistling going on.
Yeah. Well, whistle while you have top pair.
Yeah, great spot for Obakirov. Sends in the remainder of his chips, 18.5k. Gortikov, kind of grim one. Ace-Jack 4-3. Does have some capability of improving to the wheel. With a kind of dusty-looking middle pair only, David may just get away here.
I don't know, it's pretty close actually, because he's only facing a pop bet, which means he only needs to be 30%. Plus we can add that 10k in for the bounty factor here. That sort of makes it a bit more appealing. This might be exactly one of those spots where, because there's a bounty on the line, it could tip him to call.
Yeah, it looks like he's reaching. You've called it. As does Gortikov. Flicks it in, and he's in pretty good shape.
I think expecting to see aces in Obakirov's hands a lot, and then having very close to, actually the same amount of equity that he has anyway.
He's going to be pretty happy to see the hand he's up against. Multitude of outs. with 2 cards to come.
Yeah, wouldn't have thought his ace was live necessarily.
7 of clubs turn is a blank. Obakirov looking to hold on. Does do so on the 9 of spades. Gets himself right back in the hunt.
Yeah, pretty reasonable out there from Gortakov. I think with the sweetener of the bounty, probably tips you over the line. A problem, obviously, that you have an ace in hand and are wondering if it's actually a bad card, a dead card in that scenario. And I think that's probably part of the decision that we saw him mull over.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the chip counts, Rabahi and Gortakov neck and neck. 140k, 94 big blinds. Enzor Lucan-Er and Stefan Todorati, both with a very similar 70 bigs. Look at this, there's 3 sets of players neck and neck. Obakirov and Sharaskin, both with 43 blinds. Safi Haidar lost that huge pot, but still has a fighting chance, 30 blinds. And Shibub, work to do, 7 big blinds only. And they have just gone up, Mr. Lappin, 1k 1500 with a 1500 ante.
Yeah, I think this is the level we're going to repeat, or maybe it's the next level we're going to repeat. Okay. As per a little kink in the structure, but mainly due to trying to take chips out of play, chip races and whatnot, and offer a little bit more play to these guys at a crucial time pre-bubble when probably giving a few extra levels is needed most in a 17-minute clock structure.
And on we march. Rabahi, who we've seen finding some heat.
Yeah, he hasn't seen 4 he doesn't like
if he,
too often.
I was going to say, if he plays this one in Spicy, Haidar looking to recover some chips after that substantial loss to Gortakov. Does enter with a limp, Ace-Jack 8-7 and not clubs. Obakirov, excuse me. Pretty dusty hand, but does decide to complete.
Yeah, sort of a set mine here from Obakirov.
Decision on Sharaskin in the big. Could look to bump it up and does choose that action. Makes it 11k. Pouncing on 2 pretty weak limps, it must be said. I thought he made it 11. Looks like 7,500.
Yeah, and looking to play a pot with Haidar here mostly. He's going to be out of position with the betting lead though, and a pretty hand, it must be said.
Yeah, Haidar happy to comply, makes the call.
Pesky now for Obakirov, who just get out of the way.
You know, I don't mind the fact that he was possibly factoring in a cover Haidar.
Yes, I think
have a dusty hand, but if I flop a jack, there's a chance I can stack him, take his bounty. They do go heads up.
Yeah, and I think maybe those guys seeing that last hand and seeing how light he was willing to get a lot of chips in, maybe thinking that he is a spot to, you know, maybe take advantage of.
Potential trouble for Haidar once more. On the ace-10-10, does check through. 9 of diamonds turn improves Sharaskin to the nut flush draw. Not a great card for Haidar. Does give him 2 different straight draws.
Yeah.
Compelled to call the 4k lead from Sharaskin. 5 of spades, brick river. Now, can Sharaskin find value? Does decide to check.
Yeah, both with enough showdown, I think.
Yeah, gonna knuckle this one through. Another flesh wound to Haidar. Nicely played from Sharaskin. Look to bluff catch some rivers. And not swell the pot too big against a deceptively played 10. Well done. So they are flying out the door. 34 remain. If you are just joining, guys, this is a one-day event. 1100 buy-in, PLO, 8-handed bounty event. We'll be finishing this evening. We'll be taking you all the way through to a conclusion.
Yeah, it's sort of edgier seat stuff here as we go from 150 to 1 in, I want to say, like 6 hours,
it's
7
gonna
hours.
Be quick. It's going to be quick. I mean, we are not that far off the money. Relatively speaking, of course.
And I think it's lovely, by the way, Andrew, that, you know, we have had a much more eclectic program here on the live stream at Merit previously, and then nothing wrong with the old-fashioned way of doing things where we would more deeply cover the warm-up, the main and the high roller, giving a bit of love to these side events. We had the Mystery Bounty, of course, we had the ladies event, now we have the PLO, getting to sort of spice things up with the more varied coverage. I'm quite enjoying this, I have to say.
Yeah, I like it. Looking at the different variants, the different options that you have here at Merit. Anyone who hasn't seen the schedules before, something to everyone's taste is always available and covered. Back we jump into the action. Raise from Obakirov, double suited, Queen Jack 6-3. Picks up 2 callers in Sharaskin and Rabahi. Off to the Jack 10-7. Let's check through. 7 of diamonds on the turn is all Rabahi.
This man is a machine right now.
He's turning some fairly mediocre hands into value. Tricky decision now for Obakirov. Does have a bad flush draw to go with that top pair.
Sharaskin with both flush draws.
Yeah.
Gets out of the way, doesn't like.
Quite like it.
Sort of muckiness of it. Could be drawing dead already.
Sure.
Nice try.
Yeah, very disciplined fold.
But not as disciplined from Obakirov, who get into trouble here.
Feels he needs to keep his man honest. Pretty good river for him. Ace of hearts.
Massive sigh before Rabahi. Knuckles there. Obviously doesn't love that King Queen could be in the range of Obakirov. I wonder if he thinks he needs to bluff at this one. I think he does.
Yeah, he's reaching.
Blocks pocket jacks. Blocks King Queen. And Rabahi with a pretty dusty 7 and nothing to go with it right now. Not loving life, only beating a bluff.
Yeah, it does have a blocker to King Queen, but other than that, difficult situation to be in. Hard to give our opponent too many bluffs.
Wow, sick one.
He picks it off.
Really does just pick it off there, and Obakirov caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Obviously was part of the plan there, you got to say to yourself that he was going to bluff some rivers, because it was hard to justify without that.
Yeah, nice to have no spades in hand, no diamonds. Well, he does have the 4 of diamonds. Can you hear my train of thought? Yeah?
I do.
Picks it off, Mr. Lappin. Have a bit of that. Rabahi motoring up to 170k.
500.
Good for over 100 blinds.
We're obviously doing a good job of selling the poker room here with the eclectic mix of games this festival, bringing the buy-ins down a little bit from what they normally expect at, you know, Merit events, usually a 2k warm-up, 3k main, 5k high roller, 1k tournaments popping off pretty much every day, some 600 turbos in the evening. That tends to be the offering, but the other offering, and I think we're both on the same page on this one, is the magnificent hotel and complex and resort. The beach is absolutely stunning right now to be out there. Various piers to do your sunbathing, hop in the beautiful ocean, which is so warm right now. It's like a bath. We've got the spas in several of the properties, which are all beautiful in various different ways. And then, of course, my personal favorite, the desserts in the buffet.
I just had a little lemon mousse on my break.
I've been at the macarons.
It's not good for the waistline, folks, but it's good for the soul. Right, multitude of limps. Shaboob now. Super, super short. Everyone gonna have their eyes on his bounty, you would suspect.
It looks like everybody already does. Our graphics are having to shrink to fit in all these hands.
I will check.
All right then, Mr. Lappin, take us through this 6-handed affair.
Oh, thanks for throwing this one to me.
Good luck.
Okay, we'll give this one a go. You take one off, Andrew. You've been doing the lion's share anyway. Poor old Haidar with just 2% given the cards that are out. That in itself is quite shocking. King, ace 3, ace king 3, 2 spades. We've got some spades in Haidar. He's improved from 2% to 8%. A lot of the spades are out already though. Ace king for Shaboob. It's pretty nice. Top 2. Must be feeling fairly good about that. Gutter for Todorati. Obakirov has a little piece of it too.
Check.
Okay, so Queen of Clubs on the turn means Jack 10 is the nuts. Nobody has Jack 10. We do have a couple of 10s in Sharaskin's hands. I don't know if he would consider using them as a bluff into 5 other players.
Here he comes.
this is ballsy, to be fair.
I mean, interesting decision from Shaboob to not try and deny here, but he has done beautifully to elicit a bluff.
Yeah, just basically decided I'm getting my chips in. I may as well let somebody with the 10 just go for it. Now Sharaskin almost can't call this 1500. It's pretty simple. He's gonna.
Oh, he has 6%. Excuse me.
He has to call 1500. He needs a pot of 30k. Needs 5% and has 5%.
Has 5%. Looking for the one remaining 10 in the deck.
And I've got news. We saw a lot of the cards. It hasn't been folded.
Oh, the 10 of clubs is live.
It's lurking.
Oh, don't do it to poor Shaboob.
It is lurking, guys. And we have seen 3/4 of the deck, I think. So it feels like it might happen.
Oh no.
No, the 9 of diamonds. And Shaboob lives to fight another day with a replenished stack now, 29.5k. 30 players left, remember. We are kind of bubble adjacent. There is some ICM. I always make the case, Parliament Omaha is sort of a broken game when you throw risk premium into the mix. Now, at least that's countered by the bounty factor. There's a lot of competing forces in this particular structure. But yeah, risk premium massive here as we get down to maybe, I don't know, 22 players left, 21 players left. Big stacks with a huge advantage can really just like ramp up the pre-flop pressure.
Yeah, something to look out for as we go. Haidar, what a character. Very dry humor. You're just wasting our time. All right then. He's been great to watch all week. All right then. 4 cards per player, back in the air. Gortikov, first to act under the gun. And here he is.
Well, I'm gonna go for a cigarette. What do you think, guys?
Hi, Dars. Wondering if a little dose of nicotine would help proceedings.
A very pretty looking ace, queen, jack, 9. Nut spades for Gortikov. Decides it's good enough. 4,500 to go. Now Rabahi, we have seen he is in there. Another pretty weak holding, king, jack, 7-6. Is dominated by the spades of Gortikov. Could get him in a little trouble. Shaboob takes the price, double suited hand.
Yeah, Shaboob looking to flop some equity here and a little bit like the last hand, just go with. Nobody with the 5 though on this queen 5-5.
Yeah, thus far, this hand all Gortikov. Decision point on him. He's going to go ahead and try and define where he's at. Looks like around about a 3rd pot.
Yeah, nice sizing here from Gortikov.
Yeah, well done.
Mostly worried about Shaboob's range in that spot.
Yeah, Rabahi one to watch. He's in there very liberally. As it must be said, for a lot of the players. We already referenced it. Turbo structure. Time waits for no man.
Yeah, just 3 minutes left on this level. We're going to have one more level then before the break. 1k, 2k. Average stack right now just over 100k, so still playing very, very deep. Average right now over 60 bigs. These guys really more than capable of generating their own action and turning this one into a fairly deep stack affair.
Yeah, a lot of big stacks. As action folds round to the Russian Sharaskin. Ace, king, jack, 5. Makes it 3,500 to go. Rabahi, never seen a hand he doesn't like. Queen, 9-8 deuce, double suited. Commits calling chips. Gortikov has been one of the more measured players, like how he's been approaching things. A little more disciplined pre-flop, but does take the price here. Ace-9-9-6, drawing to nut clubs. Off to the Queen 4-5, and Rabahi once again smashes this one. Top pair with a Queen High flush draw.
Yeah, and the familiar sight now of Rabahi counting out betting chips here. Going to pop it up.
Big old bets from him.
No one with enough to fight back. This is done.
And it's tough to blame him, right? If you're just smashing every flop. Like if you're just smashing every flop, David, then let's just continue.
Yeah. Life is, shall we say, sweet?
Oh yes.
All of these guys right now living La Dolce Vita here in North Cyprus.
Haidar having a little sing-song to himself. On we go.
Tempter here for Sharaskin. He is going to be tempted. 10-10, 9-7 double suited. And, ooh, nice little semi-rundown here. It's Badoogie, though. 8, Queen, Jack, 9-8.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of air throughout this frame.
Has he aired here?
Oh, beautiful.
With this Queen, Jack, 9-8?
Honestly, David, you never miss one. Right to Bakirov. Interesting looking Ace-5-3 deuce. Nut diamonds. Comes in to join the fray.
Yeah, Abakirov has been a loose, aggressive opponent to these guys.
Oh, and he does flop trip threes.
Will that image get him paid off now?
Pretty unfortunate here in that neither opponent really with any piece needs air to start bluffing, and he has obliged. Half pot, 6,500. Decision now on Bakirov. Do we fast play? Don't have any spades, of course, don't have a king.
What's interesting about this one is if Sharaskin folds, Air will pick up most of that 12% in equity. Obviously, all those cards are the ones that he needs to turn his hand into a straight, but Abakirov is going to just bump this one up.
I think it makes a lot of sense to fast play here. Just hope your opponent has something like the nut flush draw, hand like bad aces somehow that was in there without 3-betting pre, strong king with some spades. As it stands, the benefit for air, of course, when we bluff flop, it can be very easy to fold to any resistance.
To err is human, to forgive is sublime.
Oh
no, you're right, it's divine, not
yeah.
sublime.
Oh my, it's the first time in history that I've
You've got me.
Outsmarted Mr. Lappin, potentially.
You can...
Are you okay?
Just, I don't know if it was the sun exposure today or if I'm feeling a little red-faced.
I'm just happy I actually knew one of your...
That was Shakespeare, I think.
Yeah, genius references. It is hot out there, though. I went on my little break, went and saw my good lady at the beach briefly. Saw your good lady and your boys at the beach.
Oh, I heard that they're down
nice
there,
time.
Yeah. Bucket and spades.
Yep.
One man who is...
Oh, Rabahi, come on, then.
Just getting after
me.
it. He's building sandcastles, Rabahi.
He is. Does allow Gortikov to overlimp here with the 10-8-6-4 double suited. Bakirov also allowed to get into the mix. Todorati has had enough. bumps this one up. Announces pot. 10K. Very nicely timed, it looks like.
Yeah, cheeky little rundown this one. The Queen, Jack, 10, 7 double suited. Sort of the kind of hand maybe from the big blind you want to put into a squeezing range, because you don't want to just have aces here. It's actually very vulnerable if you do this with aces, whereas by doing this with a very clean and maybe easy to tell where your equity lies post-flop, while your opponents maybe presume you have aces, it's quite a nice...
Yeah, I'm with you.
But you know,
this would be very thin continue. Bakirov, though, maybe thinking Todorati might be weighted to those aces, David. Has some playability against something of that ilk.
Exactly, and I think that's why he made the call. Well, he gets to rep it now when he doesn't have it. Todorati's going to presumably stab.
You can bet very small here, right? Like if your opponent has a hand that has connectivity but whiffs this board, like Obakirov has.
But actually what's kind of advanced about this one is that you would also check if you have a bout.
Sure.
So he's going for that delay c-bet, which is actually a bit smarter.
Yeah, very nice. Well done. You can see you got a hand that had 90% next to it to lay it down. Well played.
I think if I don't bet the flop, maybe you believe I don't have it.
Yes, exactly. There we go.
Maybe
nice little levels on levels there, a little insight into how sophisticated these guys are.
Yeah, well done. So they are flying out the door. 25 players remaining. We are paying 17. So just like that, only 8 players away from the money. If you are just joining, guys, 1100 pot limit Omaha 8-handed bounty event. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. David Lappin in the booth. We'll be joined once more by James Dempsey and Ali Nihad later in the broadcast as Rabahi continues his assault on the table. Raised to 5K, ace, king, 4 deuce. Some pretty unappetizing danglers in there, but he is undeterred.
He is after it right now, and he's got a customer in exactly the guy he would want, because a bounty on the line here with the short stacked Haidar.
Yeah, we really are seeing some wide continues. Haidar, king, queen, jack, of course, nicely connected, but that pesky 4 of hearts, but he's in there regardless. Todorati completing from the small, ace, jack, jack, 10. Another troublesome spot now for Haidar on the king 9-9. Rabahi just continuing to smash the deck.
He will find a customer in Haidar on a lot of turn cards now.
Yeah, very likely. 5 of diamonds. And now look at this. Todorati gonna turn his hand into a bluff. Half pot. And Rabahi, having checked flop with no diamond in hand, of course will not be thrilled here.
No, it feels like a call once sort of situation.
Yeah. Call and evaluate. And now what do we do as Haidar? Now this, I'm not sure about, David.
We snap call, apparently.
I'm not sure about this one. Can just be stone dead. Do, of course, have...
Very difficult, though, for Todorati now, facing 2 players to bet again. That might really have helped Rabahi out.
Right, I mean, this could check through. Not going to check through now. King on the river.
Diamonds get there, crucially, because not too many boats about.
Yeah.
I think it probably just checks through, and it does.
Rabahi just continues to run good.
Outkicked has Haidar. Finds out with the bad news.
If I bet, I win.
Yeah, Todorati was actually a little exasperated there when he saw the hands.
Yeah. Yeah,
like a little frustration, like, why are you overcalling?
And I think that's exactly what happened. I think Haidar overcalling meant that he doesn't go for it, and I think he probably does go for it on the river.
Yeah.
Otherwise, so, you know, again, just everything falling this man's way as he pulls in these chips. A pot that maybe in another world he would have not won.
Nah, you have yeah, okay. I thought he had more.
Todorati and Haidar deconstructing the hand.
Nice scenario. I like it.
Yeah, if he could, I didn't see that he. I thought he had more chips.
Pretty funny. Todorati basically referencing, why are you overcalling here? Haidar just looks at him. What do you want me to do? I don't have so many.
Flush.
Will you bet the flush? When there are two full houses, I don't know how many
but
full houses.
But it's not two full houses, okay, because it's 9-9 king. Yeah, there's no full house up there. Zero full house.
Little PLO lesson here.
Todorati is not happy with the lads.
If it's not double pair, I don't bet. But if it's 9-9 king, what full house?
Gurdikov with the aces here. Ace, 9-8. He's got the 9-8 of clubs working. Likely going to raise this one up, and does for the max. That will clear out a lot of hands behind now, but will it clear out the man of the moment, Rabahi? Yes, Queen 6-6-3. Oh no, I'm wrong. It does qualify. Double suitedness. I don't think we're ever not seeing a flop here.
Off to the 6-6-2 flop we go.
It has been coming up for this man. Well, this one's going to be a very tough one for him to navigate here. Gurdikov going to just find out where he's at here with a 10k bet.
Yeah, not the greatest flop in the world, of course, for aces, but does just decide, let's find out. Picks it up. I like how he's playing.
Oh yeah, no, I do too.
We've seen him make some sort of speculative overlimps and then fold to pot, which I think, not being unkind, some of the other players would have just flicked in continues.
Yeah.
You know, he had a 10-8-6-4 double suited where he was able to call for 2k, was made 12k behind and got out of the way. Some very astute, patient play from him. One to watch.
They let you watch. They take my watch. Yeah. His watch also. They know you.
As we march on, 24 players remain.
Yeah, noteworthy 24 left, and we haven't done a table redraw, so I'm going to assume we're going to not do that. Maybe just go random on the table. Breaking. It is turbo after all. Every minute sort of counts, if you like. We're maybe going to get to the bubble in this frame. I didn't expect that, I'll be honest. I firmly believed it would be the next one, but we've got about 25 minutes left here, and we could get down to it the way it's going. 24 left, 17 paid.
Yeah, we are motoring. Haidar limps here under the gun. Ace 8-8-6, maybe a little lack of patience. May have had enough. Obakirov.
You have one more blue.
It's kind of deciding, David, let's try and isolate with kings.
I feel like Haidar is just willing to gamble, actually, if someone puts it in here.
I think so.
I think he just doesn't like being in this short stack sort of situation. Obviously, the bubble is looming. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's going to try and cockroach into the min cash. Wants to spin it up here.
We have seen Rabahi play aggressively in these spots, and here he comes. I like it.
Well, I don't think I've looked at a hand of Rabahi's that wasn't double suited for about an hour. So I guess he always has some reason to be in there, to give him credit.
A curious sizing choice of 15k.
Haidar does oblige here. Bounty.
And now what do you do as Obakirov?
I think against these guys, you might actually just go with
it. He is going with it.
Todorati is just looking at so much out there. Couple of bounties, does let it go.
I mean, the problem is Rabahi can just put it all in behind us.
Yep.
Now then, Rabahi, you've been running hot. How hot are you running?
Okay.
Haidar in pretty bleak shape here. Basically looking for clubs or an 8. Rabahi can't believe it.
Yeah, he's in very good shape here to scoop. Got roughly a third of the equity. 115k out there. 2 bounties on the line for him. 1 for Abakirov, who could pick up Haidar's bounty. And Haidar with just that 14% equity right now, looking for very specific run out.
Yeah, big run out incoming. Obakirov can close to treble here. Haidar looking to hang on, and Rabahi looking for the big boy stack.
Everyone has a suit. All suits are out there in terms of flushes.
I feel like Haidar's getting there here. I don't know why.
No, not this one, Odin.
The dealer just organizes the main and side pots.
The middle one. Him and him, all in.
You call or in, all in? You call.
Yeah, I fall.
Here we go. Wow. Ace 5-5 on this flop.
Yeah, Abakirov not loving the side of the ace, but he does have hearts working.
Looking for a king or a heart.
6 or an 8 for Haidar. Oh, hello. Little bit of hope for Haidar here with the open ender, but that's hard to hit.
Yeah.
Diamonds now for Ravahi. Little bit of blockage.
And Rabahi gets it done again. Double elimination on the feature table. Haidar spun the wheel. Obakirov gave him action, but they've both run in to the buzzsaw of Rabahi. Picks up 2 $500 bounties for his troubles, and now has a massive stack.
What are you talking about?
No, before.
Before the flop? I don't care, I will go all in.
No, when he makes 7,000.
I was waiting for you to move, I was going to go all in.
Yeah?
Yes.
Good, I didn't go.
A little bit of beef
I was sure you have
developing.
No aces. You were counting his chips and everything, I was sure you don't have aces. 100%.
Yeah, I have ace, jack, 10, 9.
Okay, well, that's great. I don't mind playing it if you want to play it.
Love it. I think this might be the first time in history of Merit I've seen a little bit of bad blood developing.
You should do it one time. Let's see.
Next time. This time you win.
There's some fighting words for sure.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Like, I actually think there's a lot of respect between these players who are at least sort of half bantering, half maybe a little needle.
There's needle under there. Todorati's going for it. Maybe trying to plant some seeds of doubt.
I'm here for it. I love the passion.
I mean, something to be said if there's a guy just running away with it, playing, from your perspective, too many hands, to try and tilt him a little.
Yeah, no,
I think that's what he's doing.
Absolutely could be part of the equation here. Just try to knock our chip leader off kilter.
I love a good villain.
Oh, I forgot this. Sorry.
You like being the villain, right?
Oh, whoa. Hang on a minute.
You told me in a little segment we did yesterday, which may or may not see the light of day.
Go on. Be careful.
You told me that you slow rolled an old man one time.
Don't spoiler it for the people who haven't even seen the segment yet. What are you doing?
It might not be allowed to be aired. It was so savage. Right then, look at this. We did ask for it. Villain on villain action. Todorati raises, Rabahi calls. Oh, goodness me. 10, 9, 6, 2 hearts. Here we go.
Well, there's been a lot of talk. Now there's going to have to be some walk.
Are they going to play a huge one? You could see it. 2 pairs for Rabahi.
Every reason to just call here, Rabahi. I don't think you want to bloat this one.
Here he comes. Does check call. Todorati, plethora of overcards and open-ended. Queen, of course, working for him alongside an 8 and king. Oh, and there it is. Instant service. 8 of spades turn. Rabahi can't like this card, of course. Does improve to a slightly better 2 pairs. But Todorati with the nut straight.
Oh, I'm sorry, but if we get a call from Rabahi and he spikes it.
Oh, please.
Oh, my God.
He's gone very large, though. Looks like pots.
Too expensive.
Fair play to Rabahi. He knows exactly where he's at here. think he's just figured out that he's up against a straight of some sort and
oh, look
not
at
interested.
this.
Oh,
even,
yeah.
Even gives a little rub down. Had 2 pair.
Well played, Rabahi.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's so crucial. If you're going to be the guy who plays 75% of the pots in PLO, you have to be good at hand reading, you have to be good at getting away, or else you will just get wrecked.
Absolutely. It would have been great there if he just said nah. Well, he kind of did. Too expensive. Like, you bet too much.
Yeah.
Didn't play that hand very well.
A little rub down as the pocket.
Play that hand too well, sir. Brilliant. Little look at the chip counts. Fouad Rabahi, 100 big blinds, 247k. Alexei Gortikov in there, 63 blinds. Stefan Todorati, 46 bigs, good for 114k. Zorlukan Air on the middling stack, 36 blinds. Down to the shorties, Igor Sharaskin, 54k and 22 BBs. And Shibub with a lot of work to do to get back into this one, 18.5k in chips. Good for 7 big blinds. So as we hurtle towards the money, 21 players now remaining. 17 will be paid, min cash $820. Of course, a feature of the fact that this is a bounty tournament, half the prize pool is accounted for by bounties and the rest goes into the main pool. We are moving quickly. Now Todorati wants to get involved. He's going to limp now under the gun. Double suited hand with some connectivity to the low boards that could materialize. 2 quick calls behind from Air and Rabahi. Shibub gets to complete with a very dusty looking holding, it must be said. Gortikov checks his option, double suited hand of his own in the big. Off to the 7-8 jack board. Air has flopped it here, David, with the 9-10 in hand. Nothing much for Todorati or Rabahi. Everybody checks. Jack on the turn. Potential trouble for Gortikov. Does improve to trip jacks.
Yeah, this could become expensive.
Yeah, Air, of course, with the case jack in hand and that flopped straight. Still a huge favorite here.
Well, Air's got a boat.
Oh, he does. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, he had so much of this one. No, he had so much of it, and we have a lot of cards in front of us.
Yeah, there was a lot happening. Gortikov's gone pretty large. 2/3 pot. Air now content to continue the slow play.
Yeah, I like this. In position here against Gortikov. Obviously, we see he's in incredible shape. Now, Gortikov probably sticks the brakes on. Or does he go for a blocker? Maybe you go for a very teeny one. You go for a little 6k blocker. That can sometimes function.
Have been impressed with his sort of discipline. Knows when to pump the brakes. Perhaps feels here best to check on over. Maybe allow my opponent to bluff some holdings and keep the pot smaller if he does have me pipped. Like this size and choice from Air, very nice. Hasn't gone too greedy. 14k. Round about a 3rd pot, little over. Gortikov with a bluff catcher.
Yeah, it's not great.
No. Really tough. We have been impressed with his hand reading and ability to avoid these marginal ones.
And what are the bluffs, Andrew? Like, it's very hard to find bluffs here.
It's tough. It's tough.
Your man has called turn here.
And it was a pretty big bet, right? Which, in a multi-way pot also, I believe Air wasn't closing the action. Only real natural bluffs, some kind of bricked club combos that don't feel compelled to bluff very often. We do, of course, lose to some full houses, some flop straights, even the better Jack X. Like an ace-jack type hand that Air could go for some thin value with.
Yeah, I think you got to let this one go if you're Gortikov.
Yeah, well done. Really like how he's been playing. And well done, Air. Nicely played hand. Finds the deceptive flop check. Picks up a nice pot. Well played hand by both.
Okay, worth noting here, we've lost 2 players on the outer tables. I think we are going hand for hand. 19 left, it might even be 18. Remember, 17 paid in this one, so every reason to sort of pump the brakes here. Assess how many players there are exactly out there. Just take it down a notch, play a little bit slower. Short stacks have no... Yeah, we are down to 18, confirmation of that. So we're on the direct bubble now, but really, really strongly worth noting how quickly we went from 24 to 18, given that there's a bubble.
Unbelievable.
Like any of these players who are shallow could have just sat out in orbit and,
haven't seen
probably
a single
made it to
tank
money.
either.
No, it's extraordinary. There's no... Now, I appreciate that an 820 min cash, which is less than a buy-in, is not exactly something you're going to write home about, but still a factor.
Money's money. I love it. It's my favorite thing about Merit. No one cares about the min cash. It makes for great viewing. Rabahi, 245k, finds kings with nut clubs.
Yeah, and he needs to just be abusive of this bubble now. Not that he hasn't been for the last hour, but like...
Oh, now this would be a little step out from Gortikov. By his standards, pretty thin. Does, of course, have nut hearts.
Yeah, these deep stack players, obviously less of their equity in the min cash, don't really care and want to build big stacks here. Todorati fancying this semi-rundown here, 9854.
Oh, hello, Rabahi.
Wow.
How you running today, sir?
Wow.
Just flops quads.
Too much of it, has to check.
Just flops quads when Gortikov has the nut flush draw. Well done, does find that check.
And now Todorati is a flush draw. Both players with the 9, not insignificant. Both players with a flush draw, which we know is completely stone dead.
Yeah, Gortikov's going for a little equity denier, but he's gone pretty big again.
How much?
I'm inclined to think that this is a bit too large. 15k. Todorati nicely snap folds.
And the Oscar goes to...
I quite like it. Doesn't look too strong. Just a quick call.
Oh, and that glance of sort of like, oh, don't be annoying me.
Deuce of clubs completes the board. All the draws do brick. Gortikov here likely to be faced.
I feel like Gortikov is the guy who bets big in those situations that we think a smaller probe is good because he feels as though it gives him an honest read on the situation.
And that's fair.
However, he's about to make a liar out of me because he is going to fire. Well, I don't understand this bet. Is it value? No, can't be really.
Mergy.
It's like he's trying to get queens to fold.
Yeah, this must be a bluff.
Now the Oscar will be going to Rabahi after
goodness me,
a full minute performance. Remember, the clock has been stopped, so take as long as you like.
I suppose one little wrinkle is that we are on the direct bubble and he can try and make it look like he's somehow strong-arming his opponent.
Exactly.
But it just, yeah, Gortikov, too experienced, too long in the tooth.
Yeah, just hoping that your opponent has like 9s or 6s there, even though you blocked a 6.
Oh, little look at the outer table. We do have an all-in player at risk.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Flop is 6, 5, 4, 2 spades. And it looks like we got the Jack 8, 7, 5 versus the King at 9, 9, 6. Spade draw definitely for the King 9.
Yeah, we have a flop straight versus the flush draw.
Yeah.
Oh, 6 on the turn.
Lots of outs.
Oh!
Wow, he got there the dirty way.
And with that, we do lose Miroslav Krasimov from the outer table. Nasty way to go. Backdoor full house for his opponent. GG, sir. Got it in good. Unfortunately for him, he is our bubble boy.
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo announced, we're in the money.
What an amazing passage of play. Honestly, when we came back from break, I thought we'll probably get to about 25 left.
Yeah, seemed reasonable.
And now we're down to 17 and there's still minutes left. So we'll probably get down to about 12.
Absolutely wild.
It's incredible how deep this is. Like 65 bigs deep? More.
I mean, there has to come a point where it slows down a little. No? Yes?
Well,
maybe? Who
again,
knows?
you would think so, but like you would think that one of those points would have been the last half hour, but it's not.
Yeah. This is one of the most fun formats.
We might have another all-in on another table. Is that possible?
It could be. Anything's possible. No, I think they're just checking to make sure that we are in the money.
But we did play 666 for the 18 left.
Oh, we did? Okay, okay. You're right.
I don't know if there is potentially one more table. We wouldn't be stalling unless there was still action.
You're right.
Now, what we have seen is the clock has just come back. So 10 minutes left on the clock. We're going to finish out the level. Bubble has burst. No further bust outs. 17 left. Here we go. So we were taking 2 minutes off per hand, but we only had to do that once. Because, you know, someone had a flush draw.
Yeah. About sums it up. What a brilliant format to rail. Fast and Furious.
Oh, it's been absolutely brilliant to watch.
Well, Rabahi, you have 4 cards, sir, and these ones, pretty nice looking. King, Queen, Jack, 5.
305k right now. My goodness me, what a stack.
Yeah, not far off 2x average. Gortikov has hit a bit of a speed bump, lost 50k plus or so the last few hands. Let's get out of the way. Round to Sharaskin. Ugly looking holding, nice discipline. It's out of the way.
Okay, Andrew Headley, what is his VPIP?
Who, Rabahi?
At this feature table, because I have pulled up the stats. I know we don't like to nerdily go too deep into the stats, but this is a fun stat.
Oh, well, the fact that you've given me a little nudge in the right direction. I've only seen him fold once and walk away from the table. And he let's say he's folded twice, and we've had, what, 50 hands-ish? I'm going to go 92% VPIP.
It's actually 79%.
Oh, okay.
So he has found a few folds.
I'm giving him a disservice.
Exactly, yeah. You're making
felt like he was in every hand.
Don't be ridiculous. 90.
I was going to go 82. I was going to go 82.
Well, if he plays the next hand, it'll be 82.
Then you said it was a fun stat, so I was like, all right, what's more fun than 82?
Well, here's the one other stat I want to ask you about. There's an aggression frequency, which is obviously how often he comes into the pot raising. How often does he do that?
68%.
49%.
I'm just way off. I'm too aggro in my assessments.
He's been the star of the show, and it has felt like he's been in every hand. But, like, for example, he's not in this hand.
Well, action is on air, facing 3 limps. Does have a hand he could consider bumping it up. Ace, King, 8, 6, double suited, nut diamonds. Little surprised he didn't take it. I thought he might.
Chaboob in the money, just loving life.
Wow. The reason he didn't take it, he knew he'd flop it. Flops the stones.
Oh, wow. Too much of it.
Due to the king turn.
And if the... I was about to say, if the 4 or the deuce or the queen come in here, it could be very nasty for Chaboob, who probably just calls now.
Yeah, time to go for value.
Oh, it's 9k. It's quite a bit. This is a bit pesky. I think he can let this go, actually. I think you let this one go, sir. No.
Oh, no.
Announcing gamble with 2 players stacked behind him. Gambling on you bluffing.
Flicks it in, gets shown the bad news.
And this was the problem, that the deuce ball on the river did give him a boat. And this was the issue.
Sure. Well done, Air.
Hoping that his opponent had something like ace queen or ace jack there.
Well, we continue on. Been a fantastic frame, really enjoyed it. Hasn't been much pause for breath.
I just can't believe we're in the money already. It's just absolutely wacky.
Yeah.
That means it has taken approximately 3.5 hours to get to the money. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Lovely look at our beautiful trophy. That will be going to the winner this evening, folks. Myself, Andrew Headley, and David Lappin in the booth, coming up to a break shortly.
Yeah, confirmation, 3 hours and 40 minutes of play.
There we go.
Get us to the money.
Well, Chaboob, you found aces. Get your 2 big blinds to work, sir. Gortikov now with a hand that may consider an ISO. Of course, this is a bounty tournament.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that if you had max late reg this and sat out, you would have made the money.
Might have.
I think you'd have made the money.
That's no fun. I'm not sitting out. Not at this table anyway.
Chaboob.
I think you might have got blinded out of this table because it's been so fast.
That's true.
Yeah, like,
that is true.
It's been outrageously fast.
They do play fast. Okay, well, looks like everyone's bounty hunting here.
Makes sense. Now Rabahi, he could consider it.
Is it just going to abuse?
Oh, he is.
He has a real hand.
I know.
Jack 10, 9, 8 Badoogie, but that's a pretty pure rundown, and he gets it. He gets the isolation. He gets oh, would Gordikov's just sick of this?
Oh, he's had enough.
Here we go. Here we go. We've got a ginormous pot on our
Oh, wait
hands.
a minute. Shiraskin calls off as well.
What is going on?
Goodness me.
Well, Rabahi's
somehow all in.
Okay, this is $250,000 in the middle.
But yours is better.
Little did we know Rabahi was going to cause chaos. If he wins this one, oh my goodness, what a stack. He will be sitting with 450k plus.
I must say, Gortikov has been our most sort of...
Gortikov was just over it.
He's
He was
totally
like,
had enough.
Do you know what? Look, ace, king, and a queen in my hand. Let's do it. Let's dance.
Well,
Chaboob. Would the aces may well survive this one?
You asked the question, David. Will they chill out as we approach the fight?
I love that almost everyone's on their feet shouting for cards now. This is great stuff.
8-7-6 flop would be good.
All right then. As the dealer sorts out the chaos.
Yeah, this is for the dealer's sake, let's hope Rabahi wins.
Well, here we go. 4-way all in.
Oh,
Jack.
Rabahi has a lot of it.
5.
Rabahi has a
He
most
really
of it.
does.
6, 8, 9, 10.
He's got a pretty pure wrap with top pair here.
But you are in front.
Gortikov in pretty bad shape. Shiraskin looking to improve also.
Yeah, Chaboob, best hand right now, but really hard to see how it would say such, although that is one way.
But you win.
Very nice card for him.
Chaboob is absolutely loving the board pairing 5.
Yeah, Gortikov now dead to a king or queen to survive and win the side pot.
Rabahi doesn't mind if Chaboob wins if he can win the rest.
It is a 5.
My goodness me, so does...
Oh, hang on.
Trying to piece this one together. Now it's just like everyone's got trips and we go with the high
Yeah,
cards.
Gortikov is going to survive on that 5.
Gortikov survived. We've got Gortikov winning. We've got Shiraskin being eliminated at the hands of Gortikov. We have Rabahi losing a chunk to Gortikov. And we have Chaboob surviving somehow, getting probably a quintuple up.
Bravo, madame, indeed. What a ridiculous way to enter the end of the level. Fabulous stuff. Wow. Somehow, Gortikov just finds a way to survive here. He'd had enough. He essentially trebles, or not far off it.
So, and the only person completely nonplussed throughout that hand was Gortikov, who steely-faced, sat in his chair and let the run out.
Yeah, finds running 5s. And somehow survives with ace high only.
So Chaboob quintuples to around 30k-ish. Gortikov gets effectively a triple up, but loses a little bit to Chaboob, but barely anything, really. That probably puts him around the 200k mark. And now obviously we see our chip leader take a fairly substantial dent.
As we take a moment to breathe.
And that was a big swing, actually, for our chip leader, who could have taken 3 players out by the roots there, 1,500 in bounties, and just have an abusive stack.
He flopped the absolute world, and somehow the rug was pulled out from beneath him.
Guys, I'm not sure we're going to get another hand in here before the end of this level. We had about 3.5 minutes on the clock when that final card was dealt. But actually, this is quite a complicated one for our dealer to sort out. She's got to give the main pot to Chaboob. She's got to work out a tripled up pot for Garaskov. Obviously, we've lost a player. There's one bounty being handed over as well. We have a minute left. I think we'll squeeze one more hand, Andrew. Yeah, let's get one more hand in.
We can make it happen.
Yeah, what a hand.
What a hand. It is always a kind of a function of these turbo tournaments. I know you've played lots of them as well live, is where obviously the action's coming thick and fast. You're getting multiple bust outs. You're often getting double bust outs. Dealers, there's breaking tables. It's all a bit chaotic. And it actually sort of slows down the action and takes longer at exactly the kind of tournament where you've got few enough hands to play per level anyway.
That's nicely done by the dealer. A whole host of possibilities need to be negotiated, but here we go, we've got it done. Gortakov then, very healthy once more. Rabahi still with a lot of chips, as we do squeeze in a final hand pre-break.
You know, I win the side pot because I have king 10, 2-2. I win 2.
The other playing point is if he had to, if
Todorati
his deuces would have
to be
held.
in there.
His deuces would have held.
Dearie me. Right then.
Okay, take a breath. 10-minute break only, guys. We will be back quickly, by the way. And maybe we'll just play a 10-minute pot, so we won't actually have any break.
I haven't seen a pot take longer than 90 seconds at this table. Right, Todorati, King Jack 10 deuce, diamonds in hand. Round to air. Does make the call. Here comes Rabahi behind. Air with a lovely looking double suited ace queen 4-3. Boop. He's in there. King Jack 8-7 all clubs. Is of course still very short. Looking for something post flop. Off to the queen 5-6 we go. Todorati with the best of it is unpaired with those king high diamonds in hand. Air with top pair and the low end of the straight draw. Action on him is going to check through. And look at this, Shaboob. Somehow.
Love this guy.
Wow.
Can you get a read on that? Does that seem strong?
It seemed relatively strong. Look at this. He's yelling off stage. He's like, lads,
He's already celebrating. He's already celebrating.
What does Air make of this with two pairs?
It's pretty.
He does, he gets away, and there we go. Shaboob. How's that for a poker face? Sensational work.
Oh my goodness me.
Basically announces off stage, lads, I'm back. Goodness me. Right, let's calm down for a moment.
Oh, I need a break.
Me too. Right, quick look at the leaderboard, guys. I'll take you through the stacks very quickly, and we are off on a 10-minute break. Gortakov and Rabahi out in front, followed by Air, then Todorati and Shaboob with New Life. Myself and David are going to step out of the booth now. Join us, guys, in about 10 minutes' time, where Ali Nihad and James Dempsey will pick up the action.
Next time I will bring my friend with me.
Credit to the technical team there, by the way.
Oh yeah, they didn't miss a minute.
They didn't miss a beat, did they?
No.
Even got the selfie in.
Yeah, we have the biggest showdown in the tournament so far, and we still managed to whip round and find a player pulling an envelope who wasn't even in the tournament.
Bob, if I win a bounty...
I know, I was looking at him. I was like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Right now, there's nothing left.
I think Georgi's gone again.
10,000 still. Yeah.
Right, focus Andrew, focus David. Back into the action. Saeed here, ace-queen. Makes it 40k. Interesting now, because I think that's basically all the big bounties have now gone. Oh, how's this for a troll?
Back-to-back Django's for Dalkilich here. He is going to get called and looked up here by Saeed. Can they hold this time, Andrew?
Goodness me. Conclusive proof we are living in a simulation. It's the Kings. I mean, if he can hold here, he's going to be back up second or third in chips, I think.
Are they the same two Kings as well? I think they are.
It might well be. Here he comes.
Eli Saeed in there. Obviously an easy decision for him. 750k, very much back in it if Dalkilich can win this one, if he can get the hold. Oh, well, he should be okay this time.
Pretty good start on the King 9-5 two-spade board. Just fading runner Broadway.
Yeah, average stack right now about 800k, so this is basically back to average for Dalkilich. Not bad. Doesn't look like a man who's feeling that great about it, it's got to be said. I get a laugh now, finally.
Rivers quads. What a few minutes here. And Dalkalic steadies the ship. And we can breathe. Yeah, agree completely, and they're pretty good with it here at Merit, you know, for the most part, unless we have kind of streaming restrictions from our end. Normally I allow the players to sort of write their own script, as they should. Tulip Bergenhoff here finds pocket sixes in the cutoff. More than strong enough.
Does he potentially have a clunky shove? I'm not sure of the exact stacks behind.
I think Dalkalic has 30 blinds on the button.
Well,
Georgi with 20. I mean, you certainly could, I think, actually. It's kind of close.
Yeah, I think if Dalkalic had like 25, you'd be happy enough to do it.
Yeah, potentially thinking to himself that he can raise call Georgi, potentially. It's not exactly fun for 20 blinds.
No.
With a hand like sixes.
But in Georgie, he definitely has a candidate who will go with all the wheel aces.
That's it.
Oh, look at Georgie's instincts, razor sharp there. That was a genuine spot. And a spot I'm sure he's taken in the past. But just spider senses seem to be working.
Yeah, it does get away from it. Haidar does defend with the queen three of clubs.
Worth noting a little adjustment by Tulip Bergenhoff to go 2.5
yeah,
there
I hadn't
as well.
actually noticed it. Well, here we go.
Oh, well, this is going in. Queen three suited a lot of hand. He might even take the initiative himself here with the stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1. Might just send this in, feeling like he can always get the ace kings and ace queens to fold.
Yeah, quite like it.
And
he has done it, David. You've called it.
And it's a little wonky for Tulip Bergenhoff, who obviously has the backup of the gutter, and he has also got a club in hand. But you know, he's up against probably the tightest guy.
Sixes. I have so many outs.
Looks like it has gone in. Tulip Bergenhoff makes the cry call. We are going to the races.
And big old pot, 1 million in the middle. If Haidar can get there, he's right in the hunt for this title. And look at this, 4 of clubs, I believe. Does get there on the turn.
7 doesn't make straight.
Straight flash make
it. She's trying to give Haidar a little sweat there.
Ooh, well, speaking of liking things, Sant'Agostino, one of our Italian contingent, ace king of clubs in the cutoff. Just a shade over 20 bigs to start, Demps. And round 2, Koza, ace 4 offsuit in the big. Tricky spots to play. You know, you are facing a cutoff raise, which can be, of course, be a bit wider than from some of the earlier positions at the table. Tricky one. Kind of all options open. I think still, James, unlikely to fold this one. We could elect to turn this one into a 3-bet bluff.
I hear you. Seems to be popular at some sort of frequency, but this call seems like the most likely play.
Sure.
Just call, take a flop. Sant'Agostino is going to attack those ace-high boards a lot, obviously. Whoa! How about this? He's going to attack this ace-high board, and he's going to do so straight into Koze's flopped full house. Good. Carnage. And what a dreamy flop if you're Sant'Agostino, right? You're just ace-king. Not supposed to have credit for having an ace. Certainly not a big one. Raising from the cutoff. Betting here. Now, decision point surely rests upon this man. Does he elect to move things up?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these spots where we just have so much hand, right, that I think people feel inclined to just slow play this one. Like, we block the entire board.
Right, a lot easier to raise if you've just got a 4.
If you just have a naked 4, of course.
Obviously not worried about spades, not worried about straight. You kind of don't mind your opponent perhaps catching some backdoor. And he does a little acting job there. And then makes the call.
Talent agent on the phone already.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the funny thing is, Sant'Agostino's probably thinking, "Oh, great, he's got an ace." It could be. He could perceive an acting job as. Oh, what's he doing here? Is he rechecking the cards?
He's going for the recheck.
We're getting the whole thing. I thought for a second he was going to reach there to lead, but no, he's doing the whole Hollywood. Now, problematic if this is the only time he does it.
Oh,
He's going to lead.
is.
Wow.
Okay.
A little stock take.
Oh.
Oh, wow. This actually, look, this is the sort of stuff you, I mean, in my mind, when you see people do all this and then check, it's like they're desperate for my opponent to check behind. I always feel like it's not.
Yeah, okay.
When they do all that and then check, it's like they're trying to get you to check behind.
Yeah, the old tank check and just sort of.
Yeah, like I'm thinking about
trying to buy a card.
You know, don't bluff me, be careful, I've got it. And like I say, Sant'Agostino's feeling great about this.
Yeah, this is very, very problematic stuff.
Slides out a green chip, 500k the bet into 1.275. Now, Cove, does he continue to lay this trap again? Getting into character.
Yeah.
I assume we just keep calling because if our opponent's got an ace, they're going to value river if it's a good ace. And if they're bluffing, we'll let them bluff. He could maybe have picked up some outs now. Might backdoor a hand. And yeah, he does. Takes his time. Makes the call. He's remaining consistent with this posture, at least. I'm always worried when people do this much sort of Hollywooding. But now, Sant'Agostino has left pot behind. Has seen a great river to go for it all if he thinks his man's got an ace. And again, he's doing the whole counting down. Oh, this looks so good. At first, I thought this man looks like he's flopped a big hand. And now I'm thinking, right, this man's actually quite weak.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't really see a universe where Sant'Agostino doesn't go for value.
Is he going to lead?
Oh, he is leading, so this is...
Wow. Now, does Sant'Agostino ever think, right, this is an ace and I'm going to go for it? Or is the chips behind just worth too much?
I think likely this is where we end up, and he is just counting out a call.
Right, he was praying to see a check and he was going to jam, right?
I think so.
Said he makes the call. Sees an ace, but it's the 4 behind that causes all the damage. Sant'Agostino, well, may feel a little sick about that one, but there are plenty of worlds where he would have busted.
Blinds are now 30-60k. Looks like we've reduced the clock to a 15-minute clock, so that's kind of turboed things up as well for these guys.
If these boys needed help gambling.
Yeah, Chilberganov all in here.
All in.
Just going to isolate everybody else here. Dalkilic can't call with the Queen 9. Georgie, no good, but the Haidar snap in there with the Ace-King here. The two big stacks going to war.
Queen is no good.
Ace-Queen is no good. Somehow Haidar has better.
Allah, life is good.
I fold 1 queen. 1 queen.
7 million chip pot.
Okay, 3 diamonds on the flop.
4 diamonds.
What, 90 starting stacks in this pot? The 163 stacks in play.
I
guess that's my way of saying it's a big pot.
For me, guys, what is the big deal?
Oh, sorry.
Oh no.
Queen in the window.
Tulip Berganoff finds one of the 2 ladies that were left in the deck.
One more queen, please. I don't true.
Haidar very politely requesting a king from the dealer. Oh, but a heart will also do.
Not almost, exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly,
Sorry,
exactly.
Mr. Safi.
No.
10 outs once for Haidar. Can he find it? No, he cannot. Tulip Berganoff extends his chip lead to almost 5 of the 6 million in play. Haidar, what do I do? I have no bounties. Give me some money somehow.
Yeah.
proudly presenting a crown jewel of Dolce Vita Poker Festival, $3,200 buy-in high roller event crafted in collaboration with Ogeli Poker Events. For over 13 years, the legendary Shadi Ogeli is bringing poker players from Lebanon to Cyprus. Get ready for unforgettable poker showdown.
After 15 years of working here in Merit, it means a lot to me to have a tournament under my name. Since Ms. Songul took control of the poker room, you see the great work done in 10 years. Without her work, we wouldn't be here. I started here in 2009 as a player, and after 4 years, I became agent for Merit. And since 2014 till now, we did a great job together. When you're a partnership with such a big company like Merit Poker, considered now like #1 poker destination worldwide. I had a very good relation with Ms. Songul even when I was only a player here. We had a good connection, and of course without her help I wouldn't be here after 10 years. She opened for me many doors and helped me to enlarge my data and to offer a very good service for the player. Merit Poker is in partnership with EPT, MPP, Triton, Super High Roller Board. All this became in 10 years. Without her work, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that IPO generated 937 entries at 1K pop. 175 players remain. First prize will be 146K.
Oh, and this is going to show down the Jack-9 of clubs once again in the hands of Dalglish. Not the first time he's held on to those same two cards as a previous moment.
Here we go then. Step 1. Get the first double up. Finds himself in great shape with the Jack-9, but ooh, I saw the 7, but a Jack rolls out behind. 2 cards away from making a game of it. Still be 3-1 down, but more than doable.
Ooh. Backdoor potential, but he doesn't need it.
Wow, well, Tulip Bergenov has improved, has taken the lead, but the backdoor goes the other way, of course, because Dalglish can now find a 10 himself. He can nullify with a 5. Jack or 9 doesn't do it.
That's it, James.
Good game.
Just like that. Tulip Bergenov is the champion.
We meet each other on a very special occasion. For the very first time in Cyprus history, we have Ladies Championship. It's not only 10K free roll, but also the winner will get a package to go to London. And we will show there how we play poker in Cyprus.
Here feels so friendly, so warm, and it's really a lovely place.
From this ladies event, I expect only to have fun. And of course, the first place, full of emotions,
just winning.
But of course, definitely, I want to win. It's more challenging to play against men, to be honest. Women I can read better than men.
It gives me a lot of feelings, you know, the adrenaline, it gives you...
My advice would be grow a set and grow them quick.
I want to go to TV table. I want to win, of course.
Yeah, why not? I'm looking forward to go to the TV table.
It's going to be my first time TV table because of previous times only supporting my husband. So maybe this time it's going to be me, so he's going to support me.
I'm ready. So far, I think I'm batting 100%.
Easy.
I think I'm just the master. Give me a challenge. Come on.
I go again?
Oh, no.
Let me see that one more time.
Got me.
I can't relax when I'm looking at that many letters.
Thank God. Okay.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather better. Easy one.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather better.
And we're back with continuing coverage of the Omaha Pot Limit 8 Max Bounty event, part of the Dolce Vita series here at the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus. Let's not forget the bounty aspect. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey on the back of this break, where the money bubble did burst during that last frame, James. And here is a look at the 7 at our feature table, including 3 playing under the Lebanese banner, and a man who is not at all unfamiliar to you and I, Maroon Jazar, up at the top of the chip count.
Yeah, and Mazen Halabai as well. Seen him here before. But actually, I want to go back to a second. I just want to say thank you to whoever pressed the cut button backstage there and cut that little segment where we were doing our pronunciations and our tongue twisters, because
before your bit,
I absolutely botched every part of it. And I got really panicked there, but no, my man backstage said, let's get back to the action. Maroon is leading the way. And look at this, Ali. I mean, obviously, this tournament, turbo-y, average chips, as you just pointed on our screen here, 186K. We got a table of plenty of chips. And actually, I thought this was going to get like very short stack very early. But look at this. Everyone's got 30 blinds? Is this right? Obviously, apart from Shibub on the bottom there.
Under normal circumstances, I would be inclined to feel as though those 30 big blinds will get you pretty far. But we've seen the action, and it has absolutely been carnage, as our colleague David Lappin described it to us on the way into the booth. Blinds of 1,000, 3,000, and a 3K big blind ante, and no time to relax, given that those levels are just 17 minutes long. Current payout, $820 for 16th place.
Yeah, the table's filling up now as well. We've got a table of 8.
And by the way, you might be scratching your temple going, wait a minute, wasn't this a $1,000 buy-in? How could a cash be for less than $1,000? Of course, half the prize pool stuffed into envelopes, one for each unique player. 94 of them in total, 55 re-entries. And a cancellation. That was also noted there. A single person who canceled. I wonder who that is.
Maybe it was just a mistake.
That was Jazar, by the way. Toderati, ace, queen 4 with the hearts. Makes it 10 to go.
Yep, obviously, bubble having bursts, fun times now. Rabai in here with the ace 5, 6, 7 double. Nice little rundown, low rundown on the button. He wants to take on Toderati's open. Obviously, a hand that in some games might get you in trouble in this kind of game. Far more palatable. And Ollie, again, I can see what you're doing with your fingers there. You're pointing to the equities because they start off as basically flipping pre-flop, but that has swung very much the other way now.
In spite of the fact that Rabahi actually has nothing more than a pair of 5s at present. Nut flush draw and the gutter, however, to go with it, not to mention the backdoor clubs, and this is why he's the 70-30 favorite against the wheel gut shot, the aces, and the queen dangler for Toderati, who finds himself all in. Rabahi hunts the 500 bucks and this 187K pot.
Yeah, certainly. We've reached the stage where the $500 bounties are, you know, they're not insignificant, but they're not as relevant as it was, obviously, early in this tournament, the first couple of hours. Much more now about that, chasing that prize pool. But 500 bucks, Ali, is still 500 bucks. Turn pairing 3.
Aces now swing back into the lead, almost 70-30 themselves.
Yeah, just nullifying that 6-7 as outs. A real good turn card. And a great river.
King on the end, and the aces hang on as Toderati counts it down. And we won't be losing the player in that seat just yet. Rabahi obviously deflated a bit given how much equity he had.
Yeah, he was, we'll see, you and I just joining the booth, but those of you watching would have been watching along with Andrew Headley and David Lappin. And Andrew reliably informing me, because you and I, Ali, were in the buffet, which is where we are every time we're not in the booth, that Rabai actually took a huge hit just before the break in the four-way all-in. And just got torched. Just got busted.
Welcome to Pot Limit Omaha.
Hit.
Now, busted, he would have been gone.
No, but you know what I mean.
But he got hurt.
I was reliably informed as well that he's basically in every hand. He's our action player.
Reasonably so, by the way, with that last holding.
Yeah, well, that one, Ali, that one we're okay with.
No doubt.
And in fact, we have a little step screen backstage here, which makes us sound like we know what we're talking about. And I see a VPIP number next to his name, and it's quite a big number. Here he comes.
Generally,
I mean, all I've seen is he's got good hands.
when you look at a percentage like that in terms of VPIP, which of course is the percentage of time that players are voluntarily getting involved in hands, you know, you begin to ask yourself if it isn't some sort of technical issue that's causing that figure to be as big as it is. But
I've seen aces and now king, king, queen, jack double.
Oh, and it turns into trip queens here on this 2-spade, 2-queen, and a 6 flop. Easy check fold from the ace 9, 8, 7.
Sorry, of course, Rabbi was in the last hand with the ace 5, 6, 7, not the aces. But still, a double suited hand. Here we have double suited kings. I'm playing both of these. Ali, does that setup not make you want to get hold of some sort of lemony drink? Some zesty freshness?
I have had a disproportionate amount of Turkish lemonade on this particular trip.
The subliminal messaging's got through to you?
It's also just the weather has been toasty, summertime. Lemonade, you know, ice cold lemonade sounds good.
It's hot enough out there for you to spontaneously combust, but it's also
really
humid enough for you to instantly be doused. Stuck in a perpetual cycle of burning and drowning. I played golf yesterday afternoon at sort of teed off about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That was a mistake.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. We thought, well, there's a bit of a breeze in the afternoon, so we played the morning.
This coming from a man who teed off at 1 p.m. on the hottest day in the history of Las Vegas this summer.
You got to test yourself against what Mother Nature's got, Ali.
49 degrees Celsius. That's how hot it was when James decided in his brilliance that he would play some golf.
What it is the other guys have got hair. I don't. I recognize, oh, I'd ventilate better.
Or burn easier.
Well, there is that.
Gordikov on the button. Limps the 6K. Rabbi in there. Actually, forgive me, this was a call of 6K.
Yeah, min raise.
Min raise, forgive me.
I think, yeah.
Everybody checked around on the monotone board. Things staying that way.
Yeah, I can't imagine anyone's too enthused here. Rabbi, having turned 2 pair, is going to fire out a little bet here. I guess he just wants to stop someone else making a better 2 pair.
Todorati does have a straight, by the way, with the 4-6.
And this is the problem. Like, Rabbi bets it, doesn't get a straight to fold, so it doesn't really make anything better fold. But on the flip side, of course, he was up against some of that. Oh, here we go. We've got other ideas in mind. Bomb. Have that. Full pot.
Oh, and now things getting awkward.
38.
Todorati's suspicious here. He's like, why would Rabbi check back flop and then bet turn and then pot river? Like, generally when we pop these spots, Ali, we're trying to say we've got the nuts.
Sure.
And would you really check the nut flush 3-way? Would he not try and get a little value?
Fair question.
The straight with just the 3 of spades blocking flush, deciding not enough to get interest. And of course, Rabbi could have those hands, right? He could certainly have raised, flopped the nuts, got a little sneaky, got a little trappy, pressed the check button.
Thank you.
Ali, I know you're not much of a drinker, but if I procured a couple of limoncellos, would you be involved?
Nah, probably not.
No, I didn't think so.
Just being honest.
Thought maybe you'd lie for the benefit of the stream, but sure, just come at me. Ruin my bit. See if I care.
Fawad Rabai, by the way, has almost $300,000 in career live tournament earnings, James. So no slouch.
He hasn't folded many winners either.
Big bulk of that 300K, by the way, came just this past March in Spain at the Estrellas Poker Tour, where he won their main event, an 1,100 euro buy-in for 105,000 euros. Here he is with Jack, 10, 6 involved.
Limping in once Again, Antoon raising it up with ace 3, 4, 5 double. Not a great hand, but if you know you're up against Rabbi, who is playing almost every hand, when you get involved. And look at this, it kicks off the action that Jazar then feels he can get involved with the 6-4-4 deuce. Not exactly a premium. Alabai feels like he's getting the price with the 7-8-9 queen working somewhat. But look at this flop, Ali. This one.
9-5 deuce with a couple of clubs. Antoon has himself the wheel wrap with a pair of 5s.
And the nut flush draw. Let's not forget that.
Correct, with the ace-4 clubs working.
When you're the pre-flop raiser, and it comes 9-5 deuce.
Yeah.
And somehow you're the 5 deuce. It's not how the script. You're supposed to have like maybe ace 3.
Not the sort of board texture that rates to be interacting with that pre-flop raiser's range.
Look at this. Rabbi sticking around, just trying to catch a jack, trying to strike lightning. Alibi with top pair, the gut shot, he stayed in. Jazar, well, he had blockers to all sorts of straight action and a gut shot himself, but it is Antoon who just finds it.
9s and 7s, by the way, for Halabi.
Imagine on the turn. You've opened this, you bet 9-5 deuce, which you're not supposed to do as a pre-flop raiser, in theory. Obviously, there are some hands you do, but the vast amount of your hands are going to want to check. Now he finds this. Makes the nuts against 3 other players. And he bets, look how sneaky this bet is, Ali. Just 12K. Inducing. And he's getting it. Jazar with the raise. We're playing poker.
That we are.
And obviously Antoon knows this race is nonsense because he's got the ace of clubs himself.
Yeah. Why are you raising? There's 3 clubs on board. Everyone can see it. I've got the nut flush. What the heck do you have? Certainly some king-high clubs might be on Antoon's mind. The trouble is, so often when somebody's raising pre-flop, there is going to be a suited ace involved in that range in pot limit Omaha. And when we don't even have a single club in our hand, this hand is not really the proper candidate.
I mean, I'm loving it because, hey, I like creativity, but I can't say I'm a fan of this in a 4-way pot raising the turn here. But look at this, he's made a straight now. He may feel, assuming it gets checked to him, that, you know, a straight has enough value to check down, maybe beat some 2 pairs or sets.
You check? Me too.
Wow. Nuts.
This is where Jazar can just fold and pretend he had the king-high flush.
Right. Bet raise got called, and Antoon does check the river, hoping that Jazar would put something out there. And in spite of the fact that he did hit, credit to him for finding the discipline and recognizing that there's going to be plenty of flushes across the way that did call that turn raise.
Oh, wait.
Jazar.
I'm looking at the average count. I'm looking at the blinds, and I'm trying to work out how on earth are we in the money already? This tournament is 17-minute levels and a 70 big blind average. How? Talk to me. How? What's going on out there? And don't just say MPO.
No, I mean, it's the bounty effect for sure, right?
Yeah.
The short stacks are being hunted by the bigger stacks, and they have fallen instead of spun it up and been resilient. And so in an even faster fashion than we might have otherwise imagined, we find ourselves not only in the money, but, you know, beyond the bubble.
Right.
But all it means is that we're going to be playing deeper stack pot limit Omaha as we get further down the streets and the stacks are consolidated. And that should be, in theory, a different affair. Given that, you know, it's Merit Poker Optimal, I suspect that that's not necessarily going to be the case.
Right, bye. In again. Under the gun. Limping. Jacks. No suits.
6.
And look at this. Antoon with the min. Just seems like that's the theme here.
Raising almost for the sake of raising.
Yeah, just Rabbi playing super high percentage of hands. So Antoon with a really bad hand himself, but recognizing that, hey, he's probably ahead against range. Optimistic to try and get this through from that seat, but that's what he's gone for. Got a Cove suited ace. Calls with 9-6-5-4 on the big, likes the price. King, Queen, 7.
Couple of clubs, one flush draw. That belongs to Air. Round of checks, now a red 4 on the turn.
Well, that is a welcome addition for the big blind here.
Yeah.
5-6 working.
Open-ender plus 1 pair. Still just the kings. For Rabahi, who made the call, and Toon not interested in his Broadway gut shot. Note the busyness of the jacks.
Yeah, and her here with that open-ender does have clubs that are live. Look at that, just recognizing that there isn't a lot of great outcomes here. Sure, we can hit the 3 or the 8, but he's going to hit a club some of the time. Be no good. Just laying it down. I'm surprised he laid down so quickly. But I'm okay with the fold.
I mean, let's get some hands in. This isn't online. 17 minutes, you might only play a half a dozen hands if everybody's tanking.
It's true. All right. Quick game is a good game, huh?
Rumor has it.
I mean, that's true, but as a losing player, Ali, I like to play it nice and slow in those cash games. I'm going to stay long enough for the food delivery to arrive. You want to be the guy who busts out in the game, Ali, and have to sit around and wait for your food? You know how embarrassing that is? You know how cheap you look? You're sitting there. Like, you rebuying? No, I'm thinking about it. Just sitting there waiting for the food, watching your chips fly around that table. It's a dark time.
In the light, Shibub, Queen, Queen 8-4.
I'm so glad you were here for the pronunciations.
You know, it's not a guarantee that that's the right way, but, you know, we hazard guesses around these parts. Jazar hazarding the merits of King 7-6-5. Toderati decides to make it 16 to skate, and that does do away with one combatant thus far. Three players to the flop of 8-5-4. The joint for Jazar. The 2 spades, though, giving flush draws to both of his opponents.
Right. And Rabbi just potting it. Todradi in hit with the non-nut draw. Nothing else. Oh, but sorry, Jazar sat in front of him, of course. Yeah, so that's easy. That makes life a lot easier. And one assumes Rabbi, well.
I tried something stupid.
You gotta love a man who's willing to admit
Here we go.
own his mistakes in the moment.
Saying if you got the flush draw, I'm in bad shape, but he doesn't. Those spades are live. And
yeah, they wouldn't have been had those king eye spades stuck around.
Of course you have much better. I just called because you raised.
No, flush draw.
Also has the backdoor high straight working.
Come on, one time.
355,000 chip pot. Rabahi needs help, and there it is. The jack rolling off, and that is as clean as it comes. Jazar drawing dead with 1 to come.
Flush?
Yeah, I called you. I have ace, king, queen, 6.
I have nothing, almost nothing. What more than you?
Yeah, double bad beat in the sense of the 355K you mentioned, Ali, but of course, also $500 direct equity. Although, like I say, those $500 nowhere near as relevant now as just the chip value of these pots. Started off the tournament with 20,000 chips. You could equate, therefore, a bounty being worth about 10,000 chips and 10,000 going to the prize pool. So it does change, obviously, as ICM maneuvers around, as other parts of the prize pool are awarded because everyone's now on the money. So the value fluctuates, but it doesn't fluctuate much. So the bounty's only worth 10, 15,000 chips. Doesn't really matter.
We did happen to lose a player elsewhere in the room, by the way, James. We are down to now 15 players remaining. That said, the pay does not change until we go from 13th to 12th. Flat 965 ahead for the time being. And as we push dealers, we give you a glimpse at the chip counts here in this Pot Limit Omaha Bounty Super Turbo, dare I call it, event. 17-minute levels. Chips have been flying around.
Yeah, a lot of work for Abdelmajid Shaboub after losing that pot down to just 10 blinds at this new level. Dear, dear.
Fairly dusty when you consider Pot Limit Omaha, but as Andy and I pointed out at the top of the show, the fact that you have that, you know, ever enticing bullseye that grows on your back as your stack gets shorter, all of those hunters can end up becoming the hunted, and instead of a double up, you're facing quintuple, quadruple up prospects quite often.
Yeah, I think in this particular event, the two sort of most exciting parts of it will naturally be the final table, but also that first frame you guys did, that first 5 levels where so much of it is about getting those bounties, and it was just ludicrous action. I think by the time myself and David came in, well, after just 5 levels, there had already been something in order of 40 re-entries in the event, such was the, just you have to go for it. It's correct to just get it in.
And Toon resisting.
Yeah,
well, no resistance, rather, I should say.
Yeah, Kortikov just getting a little respect on a table that doesn't seem to have many folds. Can't imagine there being many raise and takes at this one.
You would think we're on some sort of protracted bubble based on the body language being given off by our man in seat 8 here.
Yeah, Shaboub with just the 10 blinds left. And he probably does feel that way.
Don't blame him.
10 blinds can become 50 blinds very quickly in this game. More so than any other. Jazar with very bad aces.
Now, in your experience in Pot Limit Omaha, when you have the bad aces, do you try to size up? You know, where maybe you were doing 2x, now you do pot, something to really help create more vision out there and get some of the dustier hands to fold so you can navigate accordingly?
I think it's actually, like, you can go either way on this, but sometimes actually it's the sort of, they're the aces that are perhaps the nicest to limp, to have some limp traps, to have some limp re-raises, because they don't do great when you raise, get called, and loads of flop textures you can't carry on. So if you just keep the pot small, but have that limp pot maneuver in the locker with the bad aces, it can be fun. And also, just, you get more credibility for the sort of the bare ace maneuvers when you've limped in rather than raised. People don't think you don't put you on aces. They think, oh, if you've got the ace, it's probably suited. Whereas when you pot it, people always trick themselves into thinking, well, he's probably just got aces, not suited. Well, it's a bit like he's got 25 blinds, so I'm thinking you're going to have a limping strategy there at some frequency, that those aces are probably the nice ones to have in there, but he might just not have a limping strategy off 25 blinds.
He might just be thinking, I'm going to do exactly what I did to get myself to this point, regardless of dynamics and whether or not my stack is small or big. I mean, you've done a few things right, generally speaking, when you make a run this deep.
Dorati coming in with a double suited combo. Not the finest, and not a deal if you're on the sort of table where the ace 7 8 10 is going to put up a fight. These double suited hands play very nicely when you get them heads up early. They don't play great in multi-way pots, so some tables you can raise with them, some you can't. I'm not sure this would necessarily be the one the lineup I'd be looking to play these kind of hands with, but let's see how it gets on.
Ace 7 6. How about top 2 pair for Halabi?
Yeah, Great looking flop. And of course the gut shot as well. Plus his other two cards are overs to the second card on deck. Todorati with, well, a pair, a gut shot, a flush draw. Reasonable to come out betting on this ace-high board as the raiser. Halaby deciding just to run his equity here. And then it's very hard for Todorati now. Obviously, he just got a gut shot and a 10-high flush draw. Can't say he can ever continue here, but he's probably thinking, hang on a second, why are you raising when this is supposed to be the board that when I bet you don't just call, or at least get to see the turn. What a beautiful setup here at the Merit Crystal Cove. Fantastic stage. And a fantastic little glimpse there for the first time. At least I think we've noticed the trophy in play.
There it is in the foreground. I love the fact that you don't need to have some special nook or setup in your home in order to display that thing proudly. It's got a built-in uplight to showcase the etching on the inside of the crystal.
Only if your trophy doesn't have a power button, is it really a trophy?
You know, up until these ones, I had thought yes. But now, I think no.
Like them, we had the same design for each of the Merit events. But if you notice the bottom, the base of that trophy, it's the tiled pattern that we have on the LEDs. It's just kind of like a nod to which event it was or what series it was, but other than that, they are the same. So when you go collecting, like the Georgi Sklukias of the world, who probably have got like 8 of these things at home, they just quickly reference which one was which.
Ace 10-5 with a couple of diamonds. The lone flush draw belonging to Rabahi. It's a steel wheel draw, by the way.
Spot the mixed game player.
Aces and fives, bets 42,000. You see Rabahi just looking over at that 69K back. Finds the discipline to lay it down, though.
Feels wrong, though, doesn't it?
It does.
You get that draw.
Ultimately, the fold does come in, and Maroon will haul that one.
بديت عليه صافي بكف عليه ما عامل لك كبيت شو بمزح يا زلمه فيك تعمل شو ما بدك في شانس يعني ها خلص فيك تعمل شو ما بدك عمل لك بعرف انا كمان Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Dealer pointing out that while it is a family affair, very much so here at Merit, and players familiar with one another from the same geographics will often engage in conversation in their native tongue. Once the cards are in their air, no, not allowed. Although by that point they've already orchestrated exactly what they'd like to have happen in the pot. I
just thought she was asking for Jazar to put out the small blind, but sure, she was reading the right act. I'll go with it, Ali. You won't play my games, but I'll play yours.
11,000 says Ace King Queen 7. Rabahi playing King Queen Queen 3. As a flat. This is under the gun +1 and +2, respectively. 9-7-4 rainbow. Just the 7 dangler to speak of for the time being for Check calls. The 10K bet from Rabahi with the overpair. 5 of clubs on the turn, draws a couple of checks, and now a king on the river. Actually, giving Air the best hand with kings and sevens, even though Rabahi connected with the king himself. Feels a bit unfair.
Just heard in the background, Ali, a little announcement referencing La Notte degli Assi, the Dolce Vita series main event, if you will. Obviously, everything's branded slightly differently, but that's our main event, all intents and purposes. I believe they're just finishing off the day one, a very civilized, short day one, allowing players to enjoy their time here and get to the buffet in plenty of time. Ali, did you just fall off the chair?
I didn't fall off of it, but equilibrium is something I've been struggling with since I entered the sauna, which is affectionately what we refer to our booth as.
I'm a little bit worried for you.
I'm a little bit worried for me, James, and that was even before that incident.
But yeah, they're bagging, they're tagging. There's some big chips out there. Abdallah and Dean bagging the chip lead.
Now, I can't remember, are you allowed to bag and then play day 1B and then play day 1C and then choose the biggest of the bags to move forward?
No, I don't know.
Isn't that a thing, though?
It was a thing for a while in some things, but I'm not sure if it's a thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah, I think I'm just looking through this again. Of course, I was thinking day 1C's finished very early, but I think what it is day 1A and day 1B. I'm guessing here, Ali, I'm not sure, but I think day 1A and day 1B are like hour-long levels, and day 1C will be maybe 40-minute levels, and then day 1D maybe a turbo effect.
Yeah,
so I think that's why they're bagging this early.
It is a graduating effect. Jack 10-7, by the way, in a limped pot here at the 2K, 4K, 4K level.
Ooh, Rabai, what a turn.
Queen giving him the king high straight with the spade redraw for dessert. Note Halabi did flop the nut flush draw. Did not choose to bet. Toderati with the queen high flush draw and the pair of queens and jacks, top two. He's obviously not going to be going anywhere.
Yeah, Halabi. Weird options. I mean, fold's not one of them. There is a world where you could potentially try and pop this up against what you perceive to be weaker ranges, but also happy just to take a card, try and make the nuts.
Doesn't happen on the river.
And quite a nice card for Rabai, in that obviously there were a lot of cards that were bad for him, but this may give a lot of players, or some of these other players, you know, potentially a queen high straight, yeah, there with a 9 a pair and some other combo, as it is. No dice. Halabi, I think, shows the nut flush draw there as he folds, and Toderati's looking at it going, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Had the queen high diamonds in here. The reason I'm mentioning the Notte degli Assi, Ali, is of course that's where we'll pick up our coverage tomorrow. And for the rest of this stop, we'll be barreling through the field there.
Queen Jack also. I don't.
figured you had the spades. I figured.
No, I have the same flash as you, but I want to pack the board, not flash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rabahi's going to be up front, waiting on all 4 of his cards. Gets them into the reader.
Ooh, that's a nice hand. Doesn't Rabai have the look of someone who's played a lot of 36-hour sessions in his time?
Yeah.
He's not afraid. 24 hours in, he's not quitting.
I feel like I'm on the back end of a 48-hour session right about now, I'll be honest.
It looks like the buffet's hit you hard.
It has hit me hard. It's that burger.
Yeah, where did that come from?
It's sitting like a lead weight.
Where did
it was a misplay, if I'm being honest.
I don't even know where this came from. Suddenly a burger appeared at the table.
Yeah, there was at the little, you know, the station where they have a daily rotating special, it was burgers today, and I
couldn't resist, huh?
Anyway.
After your full plate of food that came before it.
This is not what people are here for. And I'll take the under on full plate, by the way. Unless perhaps we're talking about Rabai, who's got himself the nut flush draw and the overpair of aces on this 6-3 deuce board. But as we can see, Antoon was double paired and has flop top set.
Yeah, and Toderati going to get himself in trouble here. Understandable, because there's been so much action. Well, look at this, hang on a second, because Halabi's got the bottom set. And the top set blocker. Just going to call for now like this. Got to be a little bit cautious, and also, you don't mind saying a safe card, but does Rabai now come in with the check raise? He does! I like this. He's gone for the check raise.
Oh, boy.
I can see why Todorati wanted to get involved here with the Jack High flush draw, because there's been so much action, but you still have to sort of just respect the chance of cards in hands. We're playing a 5-way pot. Is Jack High flush draw really going to be a hand you want to peel with? I'm not so sure. But I can understand his sort of frustration watching chips fly everywhere.
Sure.
And Toon, of course, now a little curious. Obviously, you wouldn't normally expect under the gun to be the one loitering with 4-5, but when it's Rabai, I think it's reasonable to assume that could be in there. So just flatting here. And again, also himself, listing a save card is not a bad thing. There aren't really that many bad cards other than a 4-5 or heart. And look at this. Look at the folded hands at the top of the screen. Rabai has, like, no outs.
Well, obviously, as we can see, there are 15 outs in total at the top.
Yeah, I think our graphics have gone a bit haywire there.
And Toon being listed as the man with outs, but yeah, he's not the one in need of help. That is, of course, Rabai, who is firing 55,000 now on this turn. And Toon looks like he's going to just look to reel in the opposition here, but...
Yeah, kind of nice having the 2 9s. You kind of block the idea that your opponent has perhaps picked up any kind of straight draw here with hearts. I'm still a little surprised maybe he didn't spring the trap there. He just obviously gives credit that Rabai does have 4-5 at a reasonable frequency, I guess. And yeah, happy to check that one back. Can't really bet once it comes 3 in a row. A shake of the head from Rabai, but lovely pick up for Antoon.
Deeply meaningful 278,000 headed his way. That'll boost him up to $500,000. Rabai's VPIP continues to defy gravity.
Yeah, somehow it's gone up.
But like, I'm not really staring at, you know, dusty hands. He's
right. He's been in there with some good stuff. I mean, there've been some bad ones, but he's also had a lot of good hands. Yeah. Lebanese post-mortem.
If only we spoke Arabic.
Do you not?
Oddly enough, not only do I not speak Arabic, but here where they speak Turkish, I can pick out words now and again just based on my knowledge of Farsi.
There we go. I'm also trying to make a joke that do you not, as in obviously I do, but then I realized you went for just the fact that you're far superior languages.
Do you speak anything other than English, James?
I barely speak English, Ollie. We can order food in French. That's about all I need to do.
Well, that and lift tickets.
Sorry.
I can do that online. Google Translate.
James is an avid skier. He's not in the booth.
Yeah.
He's on a lift, on a mountain, off-piste. Making the blood pressures of ski patrol go up.
I think it's like the last thing I can imagine doing right now whilst we're in Cyprus in August. Well, in August in about 3 hours' time.
Button raised to 10,000. Blinds at 2-5. And how about this for Rabai? Hello, nut straight. 2 quick checks, in spite of the fact that these jacks also came with a hard draw for Halabi. So pot control check back on the flop.
Yeah.
Now Rabai comes out swinging for 10K.
I think there's 2 ways of looking at this hand for Halabi. Obviously, you can bet here. You've got a 6 block of the nuts, blocks like a decent amount of check raises.
And by the way, that blocker just became a lot more relevant given the arrival of the 7 on the river. Of course, as we can see, Rabai has a 6 of his own that makes a straight, but go on.
Yeah, but it makes the lowest straight. It's not like it's improved up. A 6 with a 4, 5, 7, 8, or 9 would best Rabai's hand. But yeah, but there's 2 ways. Or the alternative is to check back, try and make that flush, and get Rabai in there with far weaker and perhaps prosper more down a couple of streets of betting. So there's definitely 2 ways to approach that hand. It looks at first like this is a slam dunk bet.
And Rabai in particular, I would have thought would maybe be the candidate to to slow play against.
Yeah. I can definitely see the argument to just try and make a good hand against Rabai and then get chips in.
Sure.
Also, he's the most likely to check raise you, I guess, on that kind of board as well. From what we've seen thus far. Shibub just shaking their head. He's sitting at this table, watching all this action go down.
Yeah.
And he's just folding down, folding down.
It's like a defeated grizzly bear at the, at the river. There's salmon jumping out of the stream all around me. I have these massive paws and claws, and yet I can't seem to sink them in to a single king or Chinook anywhere.
Wow, he went there.
Min raise. Party started here by Gordakov.
Yeah, some reasonable hands here. So, not even for the min is he going to look at this flop with the a6-8-9. He's played too much PLO, Ollie. That's a trappy scenario.
There are just certain types of hand composition that perform so poorly, in particular in multi-way situations, that even though the price is so attractive, we need to refrain from getting into trouble. 10-8-5 board here. How about top two for Gordakov?
Yeah, lovely looking flop, Ollie. And the king jack working over the top as well. So there are a lot of good turn cards for his hand. So often you see top two, but not all top twos in PLO are equal. Top two with two overcards is a very good hand.
Yeah. Backdoor straightiness, an improvement upon the two pair, all prospects.
Yeah.
We see the Russian fire 33,000.
Alibi, here we go. Him with a little trappy sort of hand now. And yeah, I think good discipline letting that one go. Alibi with just the one pair. Also relinquishes.
Nice pick up there. You know, this is these 17-minute levels, what I'm referring to, sort of reminiscent of somebody who's just desperately trying to tread water, desperately trying to keep their head above the waterline, the average stack line, the relentlessness of not only the 17-minute levels, but the pace of play as well, James. There hasn't been any tanking. Nobody's asking for a time bank or a clock. These guys are all wanting to get as many hands in as possible so as, you know, to avoid collectively being bled out. Does create a lot of pressure. Gordakov, a limper, King 995 and clubs. Halabi says, let's find out just how proud of this hand you are, as he makes it 15,000. And Shabub's going to get himself involved. Queen Jack 8-6 with hearts. Nine, 8-3, two diamonds, top set for Gordakov. He is heating up.
Oh, yeah.
We do have a diamond draw for Halabi along with the gutter. Resting behind Gordakov.
Yeah, Halabi's flopped a few of these kind of awkward hands. Second pair, gut short, overs, 8 high diamonds. This is what happens though if you play a lot of these kind of hands. You find yourself in a lot of these spots. It looks like he's just decided to go for it this time. Because he's got decent equity against kind of any hand really. Even like aces with diamonds is not a disaster, but I mean it's pretty bad, don't get me wrong. You can see here, even against... oh, hang on. Shibub's
Just with
of
the
course,
gutter
with the
and
dust.
the pair of eights, it's only another 6,000 for him to take a swing.
Exactly the same hand.
Well, well, well. Here we go. Huge spot for Gordakov. Yeah.
10 or...
Diamonds are live.
Bulk of this pot's action on the flop. Slides into a side pot between Gordakov and Halabi. 18,000 added to the main.
I'm a little bit surprised by this from
Shabub?
By Halabi, because when Gordakov bets here, we know Shabub's not folding for 6,000 more. So it's kind of weighted much more towards really having a good hand, and perhaps a little optimistic to go for it with this hand. But here we are. He's chasing live.
And the river is a 4. It's a safe card for the top set.
Double elimination. How about Ali?
Not one, but two $500 bounties. So this tournament is a free roll for him.
Get the pot
just from that pot alone.
Get the pot and $1,000. That'll do.
The cameraman took peculiar amounts of pleasure in swinging that rig around to capture the brisk pace of the bust-out shuffle. Like Gordakov with a big infusion of capital here into his fund. Having showered Shabub and Halabi.
Yeah, just from being at the table and the hand selection we've seen thus far, I think Gordakov certainly seems to be pretty experienced in this realm. The way he's handling himself, he's not getting too caught up in the carnage that's going on, the high V pips. It's easy to fall into that trap. You see everyone playing every hand, you think, hang on a second, I want a piece of this as well, but the way to beat fire, Ali, is not with fire.
No, you're absolutely right about that. You know, long ago, kind of an oversimplification, of course, I was told in a loose game, you want to tighten up, and in a tight game, you want to loosen up.
Yeah.
Words always stuck with me.
I've heard that a long time ago as well, and I'm in the same camp. It's always been the way.
It's tough, though, and it is frustrating. The natural tendency, especially when you have 4 cards in your hand, James, is to look about you and say, well, if this guy's going to be playing this hand and this guy's going to be playing that equally dusty hand, surely how bad can it be for me to take a price and get in there? But it's, you know, you find yourself in murky waters and having to make tough decisions. And decisions for a lot of your stack is a set of 9s once more for Gordakov here.
And the 8 block up. And Toon. There's hands that sometimes you'll have a little go with as a bluff, a pair and some backdoor straight action.
How about the 7? Creating the straight, no waiting for Gordakov. Got the redraw to go with it. And with 2 checks behind him on the flop, he's very comfortably barreling into this one. 35 into 50. Got shot in the 6 dangler. Really nothing else to speak of on this rainbow texture for Antoon.
Yeah, the way you beat, especially in these more dynamic games, I think the way you sort of beat the loose players is just by having good hands.
I mean, easier said than done, obviously. Not if you're Gordakov.
Gordakov, you just always have top set.
Yeah. Who knew pocket 9s were the nuts pre-flop in Omaha? We certainly didn't.
They fare a little bit better in this game than they do in the high-low variant, are we?
Oh yeah, the 9s we don't really want to be a part of our kit when we're playing Omaha 8 or better. You know, I had a conversation with Miss Angela, who's part of the staff here at Merit Poker, in reference to...
Try to get a mixed game going.
Yeah, you knew, you read my mind. Why, you know?
You would be. There's not enough for you to do here, is there? Between the buffets, the pools, the spas.
The mixed game will keep me out of the buffet. It'd be doing me a favor.
Yeah.
But I do think so many limit players converted into mixed games, and granted the bulk of the folks over here at Merit are no limit hold'em players, but once you get a taste of draws and, you know, different variants, I think a lot of times you'll find yourself looking back on whatever game you used to play before you played mixed and asking, how did I do that for so long? How was that for a pitch?
Yeah, I zoned out. Rabai got the ace, king 10-8, made it 20K. Todorati, oh, the limp jam with king, queen, queen 9.
I don't know what time it is. They took my watch, my phone, everything. So I don't know if I go on in.
I know you don't go all in.
I didn't call.
Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He said all in. I thought he was joking. We're in with Jack 6-5. Todorati, what a spot he's found himself in here with this King, Queen, Queen 9. Limp jamming.
This is gonna win.
Getting his 100K in 3 ways.
No diamonds.
Jazar also all in. Rabai covering both with a very reasonable ace, king, 10-8. See how close the equities are running here between he and Jazar. You have to settle for even just the side pot. A chance to win $1,000 outright. Wow, deuce 4, couple of clubs, Ali.
King high flush draw for Todorati, who's playing for the main.
One ace. That's it, one ace.
Jacks in the lead on the side. Gut shot straight draw as well. Now add a diamond draw and a 6 dangler for Jazar.
Move 3, make a dirty straight. Opportunity.
A jack would also be a dirty development. Instead, it's a board pairing 4, and the queens hold on.
And Jazar doubles on the side, so he's going to lose 60K of his stack. He will remain. Todorati has a lot of faith in the dealers. He's not going to stay around to watch the payout. I can't do that, Ali. I don't care if it's the best deal in the world. I want to watch.
You know,
I have trust issues.
I've gotten into the bad habit in my game because I play with the same people so often of just taking whatever the verbal declaration of the hand is as gospel. And, you know, everybody makes mistakes, in particular when you're playing 16 different games, you're playing long sessions.
This is 96.
It's not that anyone's trying to take a shot. Sometimes we're just wrong.
I just noticed, look at Todorati there. Those red chips in front of him, those are his bounty chips. He's got a lot of bounties for a man who was just the shortest in a 3-way incursion.
You're right.
There's some backstory.
Well, I'm sure it's not a story that the people who he busted want to tell.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, Jazar as well. Look how many he's got. This guy's obviously been doing all the damage.
9? Also the 10 bounties in his left hand there? The red chips?
No, you need to give me this.
Yeah. One would be his own, of course, but...
Yeah, 96. Put
That might explain when we came to this table, it was so deep stacked.
Thanks. And this you give... Yeah, perfect.
Wait, this is one?
This is 96.
96.
I take...
Wait. Yeah. Each one is 25.
It's 25?
Yes, it's 25.
Can you count?
They look like 20s to me, Ali.
No, it's
you
20.
change it.
Yeah.
You change it.
Well, while they sort through all of that, perhaps we can obfuscate the proceedings using a leaderboard where Abdu Antun, over 550,000 in chips, is the leader here. Sub 100 big blinds, though, as those blinds go to 3,000 and 6,000 with a 6K big blind ante, 15K in orbit, playing 6-handed poker. That's how much it costs.
Yeah. Man, what are you talking about?
Still stuck on 15 players, it looked like, at last check.
13.
That's 13, forgive me. Oh, the double elimination, of course. You ever been able to whistle like that? With like your fingers in your mouth, or, you know, that whole...
I was never great at whistling. It was one of those things as a kid. Just figured everyone was a freak who could do it. Gave up after, I don't know, 3 years. Trying every day.
Stop.
So you amazed the other day, both Andrew and David started juggling lemons whilst in the poker room, and I looked at them and they sort of gestured to me to try. But I mean, I can't say I ever tried juggling when I was younger, but I'm pretty sure I can't do it.
Yeah. I don't need to try. I can tell you right now, not happening.
Yeah. I have very poor balance, coordination.
And yet you golf.
Yeah.
It might be dangerous.
I spend some time in hospital when I go skiing every time. But yeah, golf's taken a minute to figure out.
Most people, it takes a lifetime, and they still don't. Poker's something that's been more and more figured out these days than in the past, however, James. Quite a controversy over at the World Series of Poker main event recently with Jonathan Tamayo, who won and had former main event champion and roommate Joe McKeon on the rail, along with Dominic Nietzsche, a renowned German pro.
Did you hear what I said before?
And they were running software for Tamayo to be able to reflect upon pots that he had played and kind of navigate perfectly as much as possible with stack dynamics where they were.
Could you just stop for a second and just think how absurd that is that two roommates have both won the main event?
You know,
let's just start there. What is that about?
That's crazy.
And it's not like they started rooming together after Joe won. It was before Joe won. This isn't like a what are the odds of aces 2 hands in a row when you start counting after you get the first pair. This is, they both won the main.
Listen.
Ludicrous.
Ludicrous is how white hot Rabahi is. We looked at his VPIP and we thought to ourselves, he's playing every kind of hand there is. Anybody that was dealt a lot of the hands that he's been dealt would have found themselves headed to a flop. Here he is with company in the form of 2 players and a 4, a 7, and another 4, spelling disaster.
Yeah, I like this. He went for the limp raise, obviously, off of what? 16 blinds, 17 blinds. Didn't get it. Wisely checking back the 7-4-4. He's either miles ahead or miles behind. Now coming out with the bet, holding the 4. And Rabai with nut diamonds.
Got the only flush draw. Not that it matters, but of course we would love for an opponent to have diamonds as well and get themselves in trouble.
Look at this. Todorati recognizing that, hey, he gets to have some 4x as well from the big blind. Has a 9 blocking the strongest hands, i.e. 9s and 9-4. Has an open ender as well if he is up against a 4. And look at this.
I fold.
Pardon me, I had the hands the wrong way.
Yeah,
you were looking at me strangely.
Sure
I'll see myself out. There. Like, what can I do? I can't juggle. I can't call poker.
3-6, 6. 6-6. Too much. Too much, huh?
Thanks for letting me carry on, though, Ali.
It's okay.
You didn't want to.
I'm fading in and out of consciousness myself. This burger is taking me out.
Perfect.
Looks like some
ice cream in the next break, Ali?
Being delivered. I don't know. Not sure ice cream is the path towards slenderness, which is the goal for the time being.
Oh, that is. You do have a stated goal of slenderness?
I just
figured like me, you'd given up a while back.
Nah, I can't punt.
Okay.
It's not in me.
Every time I come to Merit, I think what I'm going to do is, in between commentary stints, I'll take my breaks, go to the gym, swim in the sea, just go to the buffet, just have some, you know.
Yeah, just be reasonable.
Chicken, some rice,
not
go crazy, just some vegetable. Then I'm having 4 desserts a day, 3 plates of food. I don't know if there's any new equipment in the gym from the last time I was here, or the time before that, if I'm being honest. I have been in the sea, though.
You know,
I flail around like a mid-sized whale.
I don't know if mid-size whale.
You're right, I'm small for a whale. Like a petite whale.
Petite whale. Oxymoronic, but I'll allow it.
You can have small whales and big whales, come on.
Wouldn't that just be a porpoise? A small whale?
Consult my zoologist.
King 10, 10, 9 says 13 if you do. Air does. Rabahi does as well. By the way, now we're finally seeing sort of the creative side. Granted, he's in the big blind with the big blind and he invested already. That's 12K. Another 10.
7 a call to win 38. Not a hand I'd do it with, but hey, it says casino outside the door. Godakov. Clubs and top pair. All right.
Yeah, this King 5-3 board Giving Air the wheel gutty. Pair of threes for Rabai and now Gordakov. 33,000, he says. No takers.
Yes.
And the rich get richer.
Notice the sizing he went there, Ali. It was not pot, but it was near enough. But what it did do was allow the action to be reopened if Rabai had jammed. So there was some trickiness there. That from Gordakov. If he bet full pot, then Rabai's check raise wouldn't have reopened the action. So it just makes it that much harder for in the middle.
You know, the amazing thing about you picking that out, James, is that, you know, to the average person streaming at home, that is nothing that they're ever taking into account. And you realize just how much the advent of the game has sort of exposed.
It's such an important aspect in PLO because so often you do find these situations where you do get multiple all-ins. So it's always important if you're in Gordakov's shoes there to recognize, trying to eyeball. You don't want to draw attention to it necessarily, but you eyeball the stack of the man, the shortest stack, and kind of try and make sure you bet less than half of it. As long as that makes sense. Obviously, you don't want to bet half of it if half of it is only 20% pot, but in situations like this, it kind of just makes it hard for the man in the middle to proceed.
Anytime we do see some sort of aberrant behavior, though, we also need to couple not just MPO, not just the fact that we're playing PLO, but those bounties, James.
Yep.
The influence of them can't really be overstated. Now, as the payouts grow, the impact of the bounty will be a little bit softened, but it's still 500 is always going to be, you know, a pursuit.
Yeah, it's something that's relevant in these spots when Rabai's involved now, having so few chips.
10, 10, 5. Not sure what Rabai's holding is. Does it contain a 10 would be the immediate question.
Well, it's 12 cards that aren't a 10, so it's a lot more likely. Torati with the hooks. Having a stab. Again, Ali, this is one of these ones, he's not really betting the hand necessarily for its great value, but it's just so hard for this hand to ever win if he checks that it just slips in nicely as the occasional bet. And look at this, he's going to get action from a weaker holding. Toon hanging around with 2 9s.
Same sort of hand composition as Todorati in terms of he's got the backdoor wheel. Todorati with the backdoor 8 high straight, perhaps.
Let's see.
9 or 10 high. Here's the deuce. There's a wheel gutty added to the kit for Antoon. Still lagging behind the jack. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised to see this man Antoon. This is a little optimistic, but obviously he must have designs on maybe trying to make a hand like jacks, queens, kings, even aces fold on the river as played. So check call flop. It looks like he's got a 10 himself, Antoon. So I'd like to see a bet here. If he just calls just on the value of the 2 9s, I think that's too optimistic. Yeah, nicely done. I wasn't a fan of the call on the flop, but if you do call on the flop, you have to follow through. And I like this size as well. He's not going greedy. So he just bet just 35K into 90 odd. Real cheap bluff. And then just a turbo from Todorati. Todorati's looking at 10, 10, 5, thinking, what can this guy call me with in a full-way pot if it's not a 10? And by betting small as well, makes it, you can bet that small size with kind of every 10. Sometimes people make mistakes of just betting huge, but then you polarize yourself to full houses. A small bet allowed them to have far more value. Really nicely done there.
Some of the subtle intricacies and nuances of tournament poker, so many of which have been explored more deeply than I think you and I would have ever anticipated. Not just computer power, by the way, just human, you know, ingenuity.
Well, it's funny. I mean, obviously you referenced the laptop on rail drama.
Yeah.
Just the fact that those resources are there, like a few years ago, I'd have thought you're mad, you know.
Who was it? Was it Lappin who came up with all of the bubble strategies, including spill your drink all over the flop area? Was that our colleague?
We've got some tricks.
With pride, by the way, he divulged these things to us over.
Oh yeah, he's taught me a few things. I used some of them this summer at the World Series, I have to admit. I did my most egregious amount of tanking ever in a tournament this summer. It was great. I enjoyed every moment of it.
And you could just see people boil and call the clock?
Well, actually, like, kind of table where everyone was a willing accomplice for the most part. So I kind of got away with it. Bye. It's got the goods.
Yeah, he's king, king 10.
bounty hunting for Todorati, and this is like the worst hand you could see. Not often in this game, Ollie, can you be 83% pre-flop.
That's incredible, actually.
We are, of course, taking into account some folded cards, so I'm guessing an 8 or 2 are gone. But still.
Yeah. This is good news.
Are you fold 8?
There we go. Just got the news. He just asked if anyone folded 8, and
word has come down.
2 players have admitted so.
It's very easy for me to win. I don't need 8.
So,
you see,
Queen 10 deuce on this flop. Rabahi with the pair of 10s.
A 6.
Now a 9-1 favorite with 2 to come. Those are active, restless chips.
That's it.
King on the turn and top set for Rabai. Nothing that 10-8-6 is going to be able to do to deny Rabai the victory. That would have been a rough turn to navigate, by the way. The river, rather. That queen completing ace-jack. 1.
Yeah, I thought of a new strategy for stalling, Ollie, and it's to keep calling attention to marked cards, whether they're marked or not. You know, try and get the deck replaced every few hands. It's a good one if you want to get the stall going.
Thank you.
Listen.
There's a mark on that card, then they start looking for it. Where is it? Oh, it's there. Give me the card back. I'll show you. And you try and find it. And you're like, oh, it must have been one of those other cards. And then they start scanning the whole deck. Fall over. I haven't used this one yet, but I was thinking about it.
I feel like I should make a disclaimer to everyone listening to us at home that we do not condone, nor do we at Merit Poker endorse or espouse any of these philosophies that James is sharing.
Well, it's better than spilling coffee all over the table, surely.
Okay, but that's a pretty low bar that you've set. Yes,
I'm doing no actual
also
damage.
better than relieving yourself on top of the
well, the problem with that is you might get disqualified.
I hope I'll take the over on might.
Well, you never know.
It's a liberal room that says that's your warning, sir.
I know. The World Series of heard stories. You can steal chips and you're still allowed to play. So there we go.
Oh, yes. Men the master.
Well, you said it.
Oh, I mean, it's, you know, wasn't outright theft in the way that one would normally expect to see it, but, you know, ultimately, that was the end result.
Todorati back at it. 6-6-7-7 under the gun. Slides in 6K.
Let's see.
Just I was going to get the free look with trips in his hand. Like, no, not even a suit as well. He's like, really? Stare at the teeth.
8885 Rainbow. This is a tall order, especially with 2 7s and 2 6s busy in Todorati's hands.
He's going to struggle. Hey, the 8's still out there. Not anymore.
Jack 9-3. Top pair for Gordakov.
Top 2 for Rabai.
Yeah, that's the best of what's around.
Action man. Unfortunately for him, this will be the end of it. He did.
Okay.
This will be the end of this one, surely. My game at home, Ollie, I introduced a few years back. I'm not saying I invented it, but the PLO equivalent of the 7 deuce game, which is trips in your hand.
Okay.
Kind of fun.
That's it?
Well, you win with trips in your hand. It's like the 7 deuce game. You get a bounty off everyone, and it costs me a lot of money, but it's fun.
Doesn't matter at what point in the pot, or
no, you just have to. You can win a showdown. I mean, if you, it's just the same as a 7 deuce game. But I went ballistic for a long time trying to complete one.
No, no way.
You never.
I mean, I did eventually, but I lost a lot of money along the way.
I promise.
Okay, I believe you.
It is remarkable how even though some of these bounties will pale in contrast to the stakes of the games that they're being played in. Yeah, it's exactly right, man. Nobody will ever know when it's not like a stream table, you know. Let's say this was a cash game stream and there was a bounty on, and all of a sudden you see and realize now this guy doesn't even play the bounty.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to get himself in trouble.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I introduced it and literally was the last person in the game to ever manage to do it. I mean, it's quite hard to get dealt trips as it is and then win with it, but I did try.
Famous last words.
Okay, with the match in Omaha, please, 4,000, 8,000, lines up.
Ace, queen, 9-5. This is a Gordakov flat of the Rabai Open and Jazar.
Well, Rabai just limps as well, right? He's limped in. Gordakov has also.
Oh, it is the limp.
in.
Forgive me. As the blinds go up so quickly, it's easy to forget.
Oh no, Gordakov was raised. There we go. There was a lot of confusion there. Gordakov did raise. Jazar was rejammed. Yeah, there was something going on. I was with you there.
3-9 is not difficult.
Well, things are checking out.
Gordakov going hunting. Small favourite. Pair of jacks in hand, double suited, although one of those suits is smothered.
Sorry, you have big stack. We are encouraging him because small stack.
Well, also you want to keep his bounty around too. Jack right there on this board, a set for Gordakov. The ace queen works for a Broadway gutter. Backdoor clubs also a thing.
Tens are all in the deck.
Still 10.
It's 10 hearts.
No flush draw prospects, and now Jazar needs to find the 10 on the river to haul in the $122,000, which will ultimately go to Gordakov along with the $500 bounty as Maroon wraps the table and shrugs his shoulders. Gave it all he could. He is going to collect the last of the $965 payouts. No, he is going to take a jump as 11th will be the place that he finishes in for $1,170, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, it could be 12th.
Plus that whole heap of red bounty chips he had in his hand. He had to throw one in the pot. He had to throw one in the pot when he busted, but he had the tallest bounty stack at the table for sure. So although he's out, he's definitely got. What you thought you had maybe 10 or 11 chips there, so let's say 10 bounties. Let's say another 5,000 to throw on top of that 1,100 payout. That's chunky. I mean, if it is 5,000, I mean, he could get more than 4th place gets in this tournament, or near enough, the same as 4th place, without even making the final table. Rabai, it's a nice hand. King, Queen, Jack, 9 with the suit. This time going to come in for a raise. Having limped a bunch of hands from under the gun lately, suddenly, including the ace, King, Queen, as you said. A little different now, of course, he's got a few more chips going.
Is a limp strategy an actual thing in pot limit Omaha more so than in like 2-card?
Yeah, a lot more, especially when you start to get below 30 and especially below 20 blinds. Just because so many hands you can't really raise fold and you don't, so you kind of have to raise cool, and then you're playing really big pots that you don't necessarily want to play. Instead, come in with some limps, keep the pot smaller, as long as you balance. And we've seen Rabai capable of that because he did limp in with the ace, King, Queen. He knows to do that on occasions. Look at this. He knows to do this on occasions. Flop top 2. Easy.
Equally easy. Getting away from it if we're Todorati, who did have 8 high clubs, I think, on that particular board. And, you know, a lot of times you can get yourself in trouble if you get too fond of flush draws that are not nutted in pot limit Omaha.
In the flop, I cannot win any hands.
It's good strategy. Now I know. I never go all in with you.
Now, from now, I don't call with you anymore. I just report.
Confessions.
He's still been having a lot of fun. Andrew sort of clued me in that before we came in. There's a lot of back and forth, a little bit of jovial needling, and maybe a little fraction of needling that wasn't quite so jovial even.
Hopefully
maybe some spice in there.
You know, in my experience here, and I think yours as well, it isn't often that we find actual strife between players out there. Most of them are so familiar with one another, but as the secret gets out, and, you know, more and more new faces do begin to sprinkle in, there will be sort of a melancholic effect of, it's almost like your favorite garage band that gets a record label deal, and all of a sudden that romantic, you used to be able to watch them with 50 people, but they're making money and now they're mainstream and they're on the cover of Rolling Stone and they're on MTV, and, you know, tickets are expensive, and you're like, oh, I don't know how I feel about things.
Oh, Rolling Stone and MTV, Ali just aged himself.
Yeah, I did. 5-8-9 with a couple of diamonds. Nut flush draw for air.
How about Todorati? The joint.
Yeah, 6-7. But Air first to act is going to fire 32,000. Note that he does have that gut shot straight draw to chop it with Todorati, who is facing this 32K bet. He could very easily ask for the remaining 65,000 behind. It looks like he's done just that. And Air, of course, with the nut flush draw, says, let's spin the wheel of fortune.
Oh, okay. And Todorati looking for another of those bounty chips. Look at his part. Has around 10 of them himself.
No, you have great diamonds. No, I don't have.
Look at that. Every diamond is live at the top of the screen there.
That's wild.
How is that even possible?
I don't think I've ever seen that before, especially in 4-card.
Good luck
wow.
to both of you.
Hence him being a favorite. Of course, in reality, we'll be far from it, but with the folded cards information, we know he is. That's crazy. The richest deck you can imagine. Aces and fives now as well. Second path to victory, Ali.
Not exactly the one he would have expected, but he will take it. And Todorati recognizing the threats loom, and the King of Diamonds is one of them. So he will get doubled through by Air, who he seems like quite a cool customer there, James. Just never a doubt.
Who wants to tell him he needs to leave?
No, he made the nut flush draw. Nobody wants to tell him that, James, and I'm going to explain to you why. Because in poker, when you have the best hand, you get to double up. That's how that works. James has muted himself.
That's twice I've done that where I've had the hands the wrong way around in one frame, Ali.
I don't judge. You've been my producer on other shoots, and you've heard me have, you know, floplexia.
I'm even mugging the guy off, telling him who's got to tell him he has to leave. It's because he looked so dejected, and Todorati kind of looked happy.
That wasn't my read. Todorati, I will say, he's got the happy sauce. But, you know, I thought, Air, this is a steely cat out here.
You removed the graphics and asked a random person off the street, who just won this pot?
Yeah, you're right.
That's why. I'm not double downing on my mistake, but I'm...
No, when you're right, you're right.
Fighting my own corner. Don't fire me yet. OPE, Jelly Poker Events. Part of the party here at the Dolce Vita series. A coming together of brands, Ali. We've seen Famos events. Of course, the Imperium. Very well represented here.
You know, you were a part of the Mediterranean Poker Party a couple of years ago, and then this year once more. And, you know, smaller tours that might not be able to support an event of this scale, or, you know, a venue such as this one, come together and with their collective bargaining power are able to assemble one bigger event. And I for one am all for that. Anything that brings people through these doors and allows them to experience Merit Poker and, you know, play at scale and with, you know, a player pool that they wouldn't otherwise necessarily interact with, you know, potentially beyond their own geographic borders. These are all good things.
Yeah, it's great. Imperium and OPE get to have their players interact, get to play much bigger pools, plus all the merit. Everyone gets exposed.
Yeah.
It's a great way of doing business. And it's only win-win for the players.
95?
92.
Rabai going for the bounty hunt over Todorati's last, what, 52K? And Toon, he maybe would have taken a shot before, but kind of hard to play this one, three-way. If he knew Rabai was this week, Jack 9, 6-5,
yeah,
then he probably would give it a go.
It's funny because I've grown so desensitized to any 4-will-do sort of procedures out there. But this is just bizarre.
How much total?
He recognizes there's a potential here just to scoop $1,000. Get us down to the final 8. Increase his stack even more so. You can't expect Rabai to be this weak. As I say, the bounty's not as relevant at this stage. It becomes more relevant when you're dealing with such a short stack course in terms of just blinds. We still have to be aware that most of the money here goes to the remaining prize pool, to the payouts. It's 16K up top, 11.5K per second. He does make the fold.
8+.
Here we go then. The two friends all in.
Yep.
Good luck.
Just, I won't repeat the comment.
Careful what you wish for as a 3-2 dog Rabai. Not the hand I think that Todorati would have anticipated would be flipped up there.
Certainly not the one Antoon anticipated.
Yeah, yeah. He's feeling even worse.
Yeah. Hope for his sake the ace-queen 6-7 wouldn't have got there. And they see a little displeasure. Well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sure enough, Antoon would have had the best hand. Instead, he was served walking papers by Rabai.
Look at this lockup Todorati has in the hand with just king high.
Pretty remarkable.
Jack not an out. The 9 not an out. There's some additional here. All of a sudden.
Yeah, the queen would do it. The 7 would do it.
From a few to a few more.
Do it! Oh, nice hand.
Instead, the deuce of spades on the river, and Todorati staves off elimination as he provides the count. We'll do a little bit of a counting accordingly.
عم بيردوا خسران كوب جاي تعمل لي كمان قلت لي اذا بعدني خسران كوب جاي تركبني بقول لك مش مضطر تعمل هالموضوع يا اخي شو بدك فيه بعدني خسران اتركني خلص خلص ده كم داون يعني شو بك شو القصه يعني عم نحكي يعني اوكي بس انه عرفت لي شو بدك فيه الكوب بعدني خسران انا خلص
I love listening.
You don't need to speak the language.
No.
What are you doing? I would have won. I'd have knocked him out. I'd have the money. We'd be on the final. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Wait, you have Jack 9-6-5. You don't have any hand. What are you doing? Just fold and let me win.
Yeah, but on the flop it was... on the flop it's bad.
Todorati's like, I'm all right with it.
Yeah. I don't mind getting ISO'd.
King, queen? I'll take it.
Unimproved. That'll do.
Oh, yeah.
Here he goes again. He's king double 8 and up flush drawing.
Limps in, and of course Rabai on the button. All too happy to get his chips in there.
Yeah, like this is what I was saying. Todorati with like 15 blinds. I mean, this hand he would have to raise fold. Doesn't want to be in that situation. Limp and flop a set. How about that?
King 8-5 board. Todorati with 3 snowmen. 2 checks in front of him.
Yeah, unfortunate for him that he's blocking the king, but what he's not blocking is those straight and flush draws, which is where Rabai is living.
How much?
30.
Yeah, Gordakov, 9-7, has a gutter of his own.
I mean, just given what we've seen between these two, Ollie, is there any way Rabai doesn't just decide to run this?
I mean, a pair, a gutter, and a 7-high spade draw. I feel as though Rabai is looking to reclaim chips lost.
You've always got the 6 of spades you can hit. You can never be dead. Here we go.
Boundless levels of optimism from Dempsey. Said no one ever, by the way.
He does cover.
No, set.
Oh, good. Okay, I have a chance.
Do have more than a chance. Again, look at this. All the cards are live. What is going on?
And look at Rabai.
One time.
Coming over, asking for a one-time here. Todorati already doubled through.
Yeah, Rabai covers by just 11K.
Boy, that would be crumbs.
Yeah, well, obviously great to be covering. He can win 500 bucks in this pot. Todorati cannot.
After the flop, it was not pre-flop.
Yeah, he made that reference, didn't he? I can only beat you when I get it in pre-flop. This time they've got it in.
By the way, I just want to point out, in case you overlooked it up until this point, he's standing now and I've gotten a better look at it. Rabai's t-shirt is Darth Vader on fire, by the way, and it all checks out. Jack on the turn. Todorati sitting cozy with the 8s for the time being. Some threats loom, but the Jack of spades is not one of them as Rabai makes the flush, but 8s full for Todorati. By the way, hold on.
Come back.
There's 11,000 to work with by our count.
I mean, it's possible we have it wrong.
Did they?
Well, it must have been.
Do the count?
You know what? I actually, funny enough, the last hand I said Todorati was all in for 52K.
Yeah.
That's what the graphics were alluding to.
Yeah.
And then it came to paying out. He had 57K. Okay. So that makes sense now. So he would have 14K more than we thought, which means he would have been covering by 3K here. By more than 3K because you took the 7K away as well. So
Yeah, it's 9 people.
yeah. So actually, apologies for the minor indiscretion there on the graphics. It is Faoud Rabai out. And that's the final, Ali. 9 left.
So 8-handed event, but we won't play 5 and 4. We will consolidate everybody to a single table.
And I think the players also, Ali, just given it is going to be the final table break, given the bellies will be a little empty at this point, I believe they're going to go for a short dinner break.
Okay.
We draw for the seat.
Been told around 40 minutes till play resumes. This is how our table looks, Ali.
Abdu and Toon going to be among the 9 players who will congregate here at the feature, which will become the final. The blinds at 4, 8, and 8. James is going to step down. David Lappin will slide in. Yours truly, Ali Najad, will be back when the action gets back underway in about 40 minutes' time. Stay close. We'll be back to Merit Poker in a few.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better.
Do you want second time?
Yes, lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, better. Bollocks, you got me. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better. It's easy.
Okay. If 2 witches would watch 2 watches, which witch would watch which watch?
If 2 witches would watch 2 watches, which witch would watch which watch?
If 2 witches would watch 2 watches, which witch would watch which watch? Give me a challenge. What is this? You sure about that?
If 2 witches would watch 2 watches, which witch would watch which watch? Boom!
One more time, no?
No, no one more time.
Okay,
Perfect.
okay.
I win. Where's my prize?
Surely there's got to be something more to this.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter bot on flop. I think I'm 100% GTO.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter but on flop. I go again?
Yep.
Okay. Betty Botter betting better with the gutter but on flop.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter bought on flop.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter ball on flop. I think I'm just the master of this. I think we should quit now. I get points. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, no. Yeah. Georgi Skuhul.
Is he behind me?
Georgie's name is the one that gets me every time, I think.
Skuluchia.
Gia.
Georgie Shulukia. Oh, I always get this one wrong.
Georgi Skuluchia.
Georgi Shulukia.
Georgi Shulukia.
Shulukia.
Skuluchia.
Skulukia.
Skuluchia.
Skulukia.
Yeah.
Oy.
Oh Jesus!
Come on now, you're making these up. This is someone's typed this one around.
I was going to say, when are the really hard names coming?
Okay.
Abik. Oh wait, is this real?
Abak Navid Aivas Purtaher.
Abak Navid Aivas Purtaher.
Abak Navid Ivas Portaher.
Abak Navid Aivas Purtaher.
Abak Navid Ivas Portaher just defended his big blind.
Accepted.
Abak Navid Evers Puratha.
Abak Navid Ivas Purtaher defends the big blind. I don't know why it went French.
Level 99.
La 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 la. La, la, la. Okay.
Sure. No problem.
Oh no, these are very long.
Let me see that one more time.
Wow. Does this guy have a nickname?
Ali.
Ali raises. Okay. Oh, you want the whole name?
That's not real.
Ali Pourhaidaza Desharab goes all in.
Ali Pourhaidaritz no, try again. Ali Pourhaidaritz Deharsharb.
Ali Pourhaidaritz Deharsharb is on the button with plans to win this pot with skullduggery in mind. Lappin, you're fired.
I think I did okay in a couple of the other ones, but that is... I think we just call him Ali.
Ali Pourhaidaritz Desharab moves all in.
Wow, this is really hard, guys. Pourhaida Riza de Sharb. Ali Pourhaida Riza de Sharb. Desharb. Pourhaidar. Ali Pourhaidar Iza de Sharb. I can't relax when I'm looking at that many letters. I'm done. I've given it all that I can, guys. Come on.
Even though it's hard, it's not impossible. Tell them there's no limit, I'm unstoppable. Stop myself and guilt, then it's possible. Nobody else will play the fool. Maybe I was born just to break the rules. Stop the water for the money and fill up my pool. Not my morals or my dignity, we keep it cool. Just to work for the system, use you like a tool. How efficient do we use ourselves? That's like the story you're telling someone else's tales. All that chit chat will make you feel. Try worry less and really worry about yourself. I learned the hard way would damage health. Listen to that voice within, gotta know yourself.
Canzonieri, 2 6s action is already on him with 30 blinds. Coming in for a go. Oh, wow, this is funny because Aaron obviously 3-bet Canzonieri just a few moments ago. Next time he raises, it's going to be met with another 3-bet, one presumes.
It's the old adage, James, that when they do it the first time, they might not have it. The second time, they always have it.
Okay.
He set it up. Yeah, this is a tricky spot when, assuming nobody finds anything behind, and this comes back round to Canzonieri. Oh, wow. Pascucci's called found the queens.
Yeah, this is just death, isn't it? This is such a dream spot for the cold 4-bet jam when he's playing, what, 25 blinds. And take his time, of course. Gonna be a lot harder decisions than this one. This one, a must. And, well, bar some help from the deck. He's been dealt out of this one. Makes, you know, Canzonieri was probably in like a real tough spot here, wondering what to do.
Sure.
With these 2 6s, this will, of course, make things a lot easier for him. And here we go. There is the jam, as he must do. Shelik. Pondering with the 8-4-0.
I wonder if we are on a pay jump.
We're not, but also he's, you know,
Interesting.
with 6 million in chips, he's the big stack.
Does he know it's on him?
I mean,
I feel like he might not know.
I'm wondering.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Yeah. He checked out so long ago. I thought that must be the case, because if he was like the shortest stack, maybe he's tanking.
Sure.
Here we go, the cold deck, the announcement received. Pascucci not liking seeing Gazarian just insta-flick the chip in. Cannot be good news. There are still 5 cards away, though, from the end of this hand. Anything can happen. Gazarian, wow, look at the stack he'll have after this hand if he were to hold. 8.3 million in the pot. Here's 1.1 behind as we see a Jack 4 5 flop paint, but not of the right variety. Pascucci with no backdoor equity, but with the courtesy of the folded cards, we can see he is drawing still to 2 outs. But with just 1 pull of it, very unlikely the Italian will continue, and that is the case. Simone Pascucci eliminated in 20th place.
And what a hold that is for Sahafi, fading 2 nut flush draws. And a bunch of overs.
He knows it's on him this time. He's got the butchers. Fast-paced action here. Missed the IPA Masters final day. Sant'Agostino. Getting more and more ladders, although no financial pay jump.
Yeah, I'm just
that last one.
Just having a little look. We're
15
two, two places away. Okay.
Yeah. 88.
Oh no! Once again.
Canzonieri finds the bullets, the rockets, the boots, the aces, whatever you want to call them, at the perfect time.
Goodness me, we've already seen one cold deck. Queens running into aces. Now Celik with the kings. Runs into them once again. And I believe we might have seen both the remaining kings folded there. Which is going to make this even worse for Celik. Koza once again. This
just looking at the clock.
Very deliberate style.
Just wanted to get as deep as possible. We're playing few hands as possible. For whatever reason. Again, makes sense, I guess, more as a short stack, but everyone has their reasons. Now, Celik, decision point. Which way does he play this? Canzonieri just looks so strong when he 3-bets against another guy open, but at the same time, the 4-bet looks so strong, he makes so many hands fold. So he's trying to think, right, does Canzonieri just have a hand he wants to go with here, or are there going to be some... 3-bet buffs are always a possibility, but does he have hands that are going to 3-bet, that think they're good, and then end up folding to a 4-bet because now they get an answer they don't like? Like maybe he's got an ace-queen suited,
Ace-queen
or
off or something
like, you know.
Occasionally 3-bet fold, yeah, I'm with you.
Instead, he just goes for it, and Canzonieri's going to beat him in the pot, flips over the boots. And it is the coldest of Hold'em cold decks. We see it so often. Kings into aces, pre-flop. 8 million chip pot. And, well, if you're right, then Celik's drawing dead.
Spades only.
Ace 4, 5, and yeah, I mean, our graphics telling us that he has no chance. The deuce 3 run out being it, of course. He'd have no chance, even if the kings were live in the deck on ace 4, 5. It wouldn't change much. But I saw pre-flop, it was saying 4%. So it was, you're certainly right, all the kings were folded. And that's that, the full double.
Yeah, brutal stuff for Celik. Nothing to be done.
Belaku, king 10 under the gun. This table, he's going to try and get one through. It's been snug since his arrival. Maybe I want to capitalize on that image. But like I say, I think at this point everyone knows everyone. Koze, yeah, not going to keep banging the old same drum. Clearly has his play set out here. Canzonieri, the one in the big blind here, and Cappiello in the small. They're the big stacks, 11 mil, 9 mil. So kind of actually a nice seat for Belaku. Obviously Gazarian behind, very capable with 9 million in chips, but he is left of the biggest stacks. Celik, stock take, but Queen Jack O, can't imagine him being a hand he wants to play against an under the gun open, albeit we can see here it is a lighter one.
Yeah, he agrees, not quite enough hand to get into the mixer. This one's going to fold round to Cappiello in the small. Yeah, round to Canzonieri. Very pretty looking 8-6 of spades. He's counting out calling chips here to defend from the big.
Seems to be a devout Yankees fan. Just knows the double logoed apparel.
Oh, wow.
Coldest of cold decks here. Canzonieri flopping the flush from the big blind, but Berlicao flopping the joint, the straight. Oh, is he coming out with a lead? This is naughty on ace, queen, jack. How do we have leads here? This is feisty.
Absolutely unreal stuff on this flop.
How's he found the lead?
Yeah, super rare that you will see leads on this ace, queen, jack texture, never mind of one suit.
Does that instantly scare Berlicao?
I don't think so. I mean, a lot of the time, does the guy just flop a flush and lead into me here? I think more likely it's going to be a sort of one spade in hand, right. Maybe something like a king of spades X.
But
would make a little more sense. Berlicao going to start with a call.
Yeah, still, you don't almost want to raise here because if he has got one of these kind of weak one pair with a bad spade, he's just going to fold anyway. Maybe you want to allow your opponent to come blasting.
Sure.
Little does he know, he's the one on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, I'm with you. You also don't want to give a hand like an ace-8 or something like this if it has somehow decided to lead a route to the exit door.
Now, 1.375 in there. What size does he come with on the turn? A little over half. This is getting real all of a sudden. Here's Berlicao with no option but to keep calling.
Sure. It's still likely, I think, going to be feeling pretty good about his hand.
Right, it's one of these spots where you just never expect an action, so you don't really know what it is, but at the end of the day, you flopped a straight, so I guess we've got to feel happy, but obviously the value that, the big value that takes his line, it does have us beat, right? It's not
sure.
like our opponent has a set when it's come ace, queen, jack, and we've opened from under the gun and they flat the big blind. They don't really have two pairs. Maybe there's queen, jack that might go this way. That might be it.
Yeah, I think I'm with you that calling is the way to continue here.
So he does.
He does agree.
Whereas in that 700, 2.8 resides in the pot. Berlicao with overpot behind and, well, the grimmest of cards, the 10 of spades on the river. Obviously, neither player likes seeing that one. Canzonieri, is he going to find a bet? A block? With 8-high flush. Kind of scary, right? Because the most likely hand that Berlicao's keenest to call two streets with is the king of spades in hand.
I think one...
Ace, king, king, queen, king, jack, king, 10. All these hands could be in there with the king of spades.
For sure. I think one thing that is sort of working in our favor, very difficult for Berlicao to have like the 9 of spades or like 9 of spades, 7 of spades or another small spade in hand.
Right.
Like he needs to have ace, 9 off. Yeah, it's basically king of spades or nothing. So we can sort of still fairly comfortably value bet. You know, look to get value from a hand like a straight, something like an ace, king.
Right, all the sets.
All the sets, right, might feel compelled to flick in 800k.
And is there any world where...
I wonder if we can ever bluff. Wow. It would be very spicy.
It would be, but I mean...
Yeah, it does get away from it.
Well, he won't like that river, but he's going to see later on that it was one of the best rivers in the deck for him.
Round to Aoun, finds pocket 8s in the cutoff. Nice strong holding, of course, from late position. Does come in for a raise. 40k to go. Does Faisal have ideas in mind? Is reaching Demps. Very interesting. He's chosen spicy line a few moments ago with the ace-6 suited. Big blind versus early. Going for it again here from the button. Rogov out of the way. Back on Aoun. This is very spicy from Faisal. King 9 off. Just a shade under 40 big blinds to start the hand. Action back on Aoun. Decision point to be made. I'd probably argue, Demps, you could go either way here. If you think your opponent's too aggressive, you could 4-bet jam this hand. I think typically people will continue with call, which is what he decides on. Inflated pot here.
Because of the fat?
Yes.
Ooh, Jack 9-7 finds a piece, but a piece also Boone. Pocket pair, obviously still best against some of the legitimate 3-bets, the ace kings, the ace queen, and of course now picks up additional equity against the biggest of pairs. Came with a 10, but as it happens, has fallen behind. I like this in Faisal, just recognizing, hey look. Oh wow, he checks back the 9, finds trips, but I like the check back. Obviously not going to get a lot of value with the king 9. Trying to rep himself, perhaps he has got those ace king, ace queens, they're always going to want to check. Mixing it here. Now Un's going to feel pretty good about these 2 8s, right?
Yeah, I think recognizing Fazal that this sort of Jack 9-7 connects pretty well with a cutoff range that opens pre and just calls 3-bet, you know, going to wrap around this Jack pretty often. And you've called it, James. Aoun now probing turn. I believe he's bet.
Oh, he's got chips in his hand. He's thinking about it.
Okay, sorry. I thought I saw them going in.
This is when Faisal's going to look back and go, did I really 3-bet king 9 off? Is that what I've got here?
This is going to work out beautifully so far.
It's so nice to have this strong a hand when you look like you've got an ace high or a king high.
Absolutely.
Perhaps. King 10, king queen, something like that.
Yeah, I think we can have some hands like a pocket 10s or something could potentially check back here. Maybe a hand like an ace 7 suited, but I'm with you. We're extremely high up. I mean, very likely just to continue the story of like sort of somewhat weak holding here and continue with call.
He's going to call here. You're going to hope your opponent perhaps bluffs rivers, but also on the flip of this, actually, assuming this goes like a brick on the river, and then if...
Oh, wow.
There we go. Wow. Moon gets there. Straight on the end. Let's see how this plays out now. Does he check and just throw some rope?
Very interesting one.
Because he's... What am I trying to get ready from here? Like, did a Jack 3-bet me and check back? Has he trapped with, like, aces?
Yeah.
What do I... like you say, he has 10s at some frequency.
He does. It does feel like, I think, in the long term, that the button checks back too often when we check.
Yeah, it's kind of like...
You know, a hand like a queen jack suited, like a jack, you know, king jack off that decides to just pot control.
Yeah, like he's just going...
Yeah, he got snapped.
Wow. And what a horrendous run out this was for Faisal.
Yeah, 230k snapped off.
Yeah.
Tough to blame him, of course. King in hand, blocking some of those king queens. Of course, we're blocking full houses. Very unlucky. Pretty nicely played hand from both, I think.
Have you got any gorgeous looking trophies at home from anything?
Oh, you've done me.
Not.
I've actually never won a live tournament.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about from your wakeboarding days? Did you win any big awards?
10-pin bowling trophies, mate. I've got bags full of them.
10-pin bowling?
10-pin bowling, mate. Yeah.
I could see you being a bowler.
Didn't you know that?
I didn't know.
I used to be ranked 2nd in Scotland as a young man for 10-pin bowling.
2nd in Scotland for what age group is that then?
The under 16s, I think. Then under 18s. That's how I was so successful with the females of the species. They love bowling. James is making a symbol that I will not repeat in the booth. Right. And that's enough of that nonsense. Round to the button. Canzanieri, ace-jack of hearts. 450k. Berlacci has a potential one here, Damps. We did reference that he likely thinks that Canzanieri has been really pushing the action.
Yeah, and this...
Here we go.
This seems like a pretty reasonable spot, doesn't it?
Really tough to blame him. You should have fold equity here against the chip leader.
Yeah, when you're this short, 12 blinds, you don't get many 3-bet jam spots because, well, you just don't have much 3-bet. You don't have much fold equity, but against the button, you do. And look, I mean, Canzanieri's taking a moment here, but this is way enough hand.
It has to be.
And he just moves it. I mean, Berlacci held back some chips. I think he's just checking the situation. We're showing us 15 left, so we are through the pay jump. I guess he's just confirming that. 16 players, got 76.
You didn't restart it. You didn't restart it, right? So, okay.
Pretty unfortunate here to run into a hand.
14 left?
No, 15.
15, 14, same price.
It's the same
3
price.
people for money jump.
I'm sure. Can you move a little bit?
There is 3-4 minutes.
So yeah, he was just he thought the pay jump came at 14, but the other players quite nicely pointing out, hey buddy, you've already got the pay jump, saving him as time banks. I mean, there's some camaraderie.
15, 14. Yeah, it's the same.
He didn't realize.
Da.
Has secured that pay jump. In fact, the next pay jump's not till 12 left. So, Balaku, he's the one at risk with the ace-4-0. But we've seen the ace-4-0 perform pretty nicely on this table up to now. Can it continue here? Well, there is a 4, but not before a jack. One of those outs folded. It's going to have to go.
On the river.
Oh, doesn't even want it now. Well, he hasn't got it now. So there we go.
Time banks here for 4.
But he has asked for it on the river.
No.
Balaku. Oh! Finds it on the river. Wow, there we go. That's the trick, Andrew. We live and learn. You don't ask for it. You be specific where you want it. Didn't want to find it on the turn. Said I want it on the river. Little does he know that the other 4 have been folded.
Oh, it was? Yes. The old one-outer? Wow. I'm just glad I wasn't losing my mind. I thought we'd spelled it wrong. It turns out it's a different gentleman. Well.
Balaku, ace-queen on the button. Let's go.
You reset it? You did reset it?
He's always asking about the shot clock. He protects his time. The timekeeper, I'm going to call him, I think. The Time Lord, perhaps. Goes for 2.5x. Almost like he's, hey, I'm going to fight your 5-5. You like bigger opens? Have one of these yourself. It's Koze. Koze is going to defend with 10-7 off.
Yeah, not a bad hand to drive more money into the pot with either. Ace-queen.
Oh. 7 in the window. Ace rolls off behind it. Koze with a diamond as well, and perhaps some danger ahead. Again, acting quicker than he's acted thus far, but it does seem like he's a little bit more composed, at least body language-wise this time. Dreamy spot here with ace-queen.
Yeah, already deciding mentally how to line this one up down the streets. It's gone pretty large on flop.
And a snap call again. It's just unraveling here for Koze. Needs this break to come up soon. There is one coming. He needs to survive this hand first. Oh. Well, he's going to more than survive as things stand. What looks like a brick for Balaku is tragedy.
Goodness me.
And I mean, is there any way this... I mean, this might just end up on the turn here, right? This might just go check jam.
Very strong chance that Berlachu sizes this on the turn to get it in by river. Koza may just send it. He's not toying with the lead, is he? He is.
And he just announces $1 million. Now, was Berlachu...
1 million. He said 1. 1 million.
Did he thought she said all in? It wasn't. It was 1 million. Now, Berlachu with an interesting decision. Does he just jam it himself here now? I mean, does he just call? Do we want to deny equity against the draws that might take this side? How do you construct the range of Koze? Because Koze's been fairly passive in all the hands he's played, right?
Yeah, without being unkind, it's such a sort of button clicky turn lead. It's not something that you see too often here.
He does just say, I'm all in, I want to run it. Koze's going to love this scenario. Well, that's just going to feel like, not that it's a slow roll, but it's a nit roll of sorts. He's going to feel for sure he's got the best hand when he doesn't get snapped. As it is, he needs help. 2 pair on display. Ace, queen, or deuce is what's required. They're all live. They're all in there.
Yeah, wry smile from Berlachu. Can't believe the combo he's run into here. He's going to have to improve.
10 million chip pot. Berlachu all but all in himself. Holds just 125k back. And is that deuce?
It is.
It is the deuce, the dirty way. The counterfeit. Even the dealer missed it for a second there. As it dawns on Koze now.
Oh.
He sees the bad beat.
Lucky twice, my friend.
Lucky?
Got lucky twice.
Do you see the start here?
And once again, a playable one for Berlaccio, who seems to be playing almost every hand at the moment.
Yeah. And Saeed out of the way. Now, here we go. This will give us a glimpse into the psyche approach of Zargaran. I mean, pretty big hand, David, obviously. This one wouldn't be out of line by any stretch. Interested to see how he wants to approach this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him bump it up to about 1.8, 1.9 here.
Yeah, it looks like 1.625. Just under 7 BBs.
It's a little small from out of position, but I guess you start being allowed to have smaller sizings with ICM about.
Yeah, I think I would agree. It's one of these spots where Berlaccio is going to have to tread cautiously and may not peel in position as liberally. Oh, here we go. Looks like we have lost a player on the outer table. So it looks like final table is imminent as the players rack up their chips. Now back to Berlaccio. I did say, David, it's going to be tough for him to defend as often, but Queen Jack of Diamonds, he can, and he's jammed.
Wow, big play here.
Credit to him. Thinks Zargaran is going to be out of line and sends it for just a shade under 40. Love this. Credit to Berlaccio. For finding this for 40 blinds.
It's a huge moment in the tournament right now. We've obviously seen that the final table bubble has effectively just burst. These guys are going to play their next hand on the final table. And Zargaran can basically be sitting fairly pretty here with the chip lead and 20 million if he lets this one go. On the flip side, he could have almost 30 million if he calls and wins the hand, and then he can really take liberties on the final table. But if he calls and loses, he's back in the pack, and Berlaccio looks like the kind of front runner who might run away with this as well. So it's very, very interesting dynamically.
Yeah, agreed. And also Berlaccio knows, like, do you think the fact that the players know that the final table bubble has just burst means that Berlaccio is going to play, counting the chips? Like, is Berlaccio going to play tighter now, knowing that, okay, I'm on the final? You know, with the 4-bet jam, do you think he's going to be tighter? Because he's like, right, I'm on the final now. I can just play a bit more honestly and fold. Very interesting.
Well, I think what we can be sure of here, I made the point that maybe ace, queen, and ace, jack don't find the call, and that's what's kind of cool about using the queen, jack suited, because the hands that dominate you actually, you know, can fold here. But I think given the duration of this tank already, we can be pretty sure Zargaran would have gone with ace, queen.
I know, credit to him for thinking this long. I think most people would end up folding here to a 40 big blind 4-bet jam. Still deep in the final. Time bank goes in. Each one, guys, worth 30 seconds. So basically now with 30 seconds to act. Big sweat here for Berlaccio.
What a hand we have here. Oh, he's...
Oh, my goodness. Is that an angle? Was he looking for the reaction?
Oh, he absolutely was. Oh, he's made the call! What a call from Zargaran! We do not know how this one is going to finish, but what an absolutely phenomenal in-game call there. He read his man as capable, Andrew.
Beast of a call from Zargaran. Will he be rewarded? Biggest pot of the tournament, 20 million in the middle.
This is huge. This will decide the type of final table we play, and would you believe it? It's never easy.
Goodness me, 10-9-4. Backdoor diamonds and an open-ended straight drop for Berlaccio. 38% of the time he gets there. Not on the deuce of clubs turn. We've seen him survive on the river twice already on the main table. Can he do it again? And he he doesn't get there, sorry. Jack of Hearts.
That's
on the river.
Pandemonium here in the booth and on the table. Berlacciu will now feel as though he punted a little bit. But to be honest, that was a ballsy play. Take another hand in here. Already action whipped round to the hijack, and Sarakoglu with a potential bottom of range cheeky open here. He's going to turn it down. I like that. I generally steer clear of those offsuit ace-5 and worse in that spot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think when we have a really big stack and we cover everybody behind, I can get behind it more. Very impressed with Zagaran, really just getting after it here, even into 2 short stacks. Yeah, Solovev confirmed over it, as we say in Scotland. Now then, Barbarix.
Yeah, this is definitely a defendable one, and could actually consider a non-all-in 3-bet as well. I think with the king-6 suited wouldn't be unreasonable.
It's actually one of the exact ones in theory world that you don't see people take it much, but 3-bet jam is preferred. Just rifle it in, you get so many better hands to fold.
Well, we've got an action flop here. Clubs for Barbarich. Zargaran with enough of it to not feel obliged to bet.
Oh, trouble. Big trouble here for Zargaran. Actually improves to a gut shot straight draw and flush draw of his own. Some real potential here to lose a lot of chips. Like this from Barbarix, gonna fast play. Recognizing, of course, that when his opponent checks back, he's gonna have a bunch of showdown value, David, that will always continue on turn. And Zargaran doesn't know it, but he is drawing dead. This would be an outrageous laydown if he could somehow find it. Does look concerned. Don't think we can ever fold this one, though. Way too strong.
Yeah, our equity's in a few different places here. We can have the best hand right now.
Yeah.
We can have the best draw. Oh, that could be a nasty one. Although, obviously, the ignorant end of the straight here on a flush board. One would presume, depending on size here, Zargaran would call a bet. But Barbarich could come with the sneaky little check here, hope that his opponent has a queen, and will do the betting himself. Then he can go for the
beautifully
check shove.
Played.
Wow. So very tempting now for Zargaran with a 7 or a queen indeed, but 7 kind of also to target some 2-pair combos, to kind of think to himself, I can get Jack 9 to call here, I can get Jack 8 to call here.
This is lovely stuff from Barbarix. Really, really like it.
Yeah, beautifully played hand.
You know, you can get a hand like Ace of Clubs X to bluff, right? You can get some straights, of course, to value bet. Even a hand like a pocket 9s should probably bet if it hasn't bet by now. Like, you should value bet a set, but people maybe don't find it in game enough. This is beautifully done by Barbarix.
I'm presuming he puts it in here, or at least puts in a very large raise here.
Yeah.
Then we have to start thinking about the bluff combos, and that's going to be hands like Ace of Clubs, King of Clubs with a pair. So it's going to be something like the, Ace of Clubs 10, Ace of Clubs 9 maybe also makes some sense, because your hand has some showdown. You don't mind it going check, check, but then you can turn it into a bluff if your opponent bets. That's going to be the issue for Zargaran now, is how capable is Barbarich of a move such as the one I just described.
Yeah, this is very spicy stuff. I really like this line from Barbarix. Beautifully played. And you've just called it, David. Zargaran now going to recognize, of course, against this polar all-in. His opponent's mostly saying he has a flush or a bluff, right?
Yep.
Maybe occasionally, like just the Queen of Clubs thinks it can free roll. That would make some sense too. So something for Zargaran to factor in my opinion, if he does want to put on the hero call in boots. And having that 10 of clubs in hand makes this quite a little bit more problematic, of course. Sometimes really this does come down to, is my opponent capable? I think he announced call. He did make the call, David. Huge pot goes the way of Barbarix. Fantastic hand of poker, very well played. Zargaran back at it, pocket eights. Like, credit to him though, really earned that pot.
Yep.
I think most players there would flat flop and proceed. Soloviev having a very grim time. Round 2, Barbarix. Fresh off that big double. Finds a very playable king-queen. Here we go again. Round 2 between these two. Is reaching for 3-bet.
Yeah, and
I like it.
I assume Zargaran will take this one to the streets, keen to win back those lost chips from a few moments ago. Interesting spot here. These guys have virtually the same stacks here, and they're two of the deeper ones, 40 bigs deep here at our feature table. If you're Zargaran, do you always make the call?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
40 bigs effective or so. Too much to shove, but we have too much hand really to fold. You never know with this man though. It's not a lot of fun, of course, out of position with a middle pair.
No, and I wonder if he's the type of person who sort of goes for this like depolarized 4-bet here with sort of an in-betweeny hand.
I'd be very surprised with this exact hand, but you never know.
Given just what we saw on the other hand, where we saw a raise that we didn't expect, I wonder if he just wouldn't want to proceed. He just doesn't feel like somebody wants to proceed passively. I suppose that's what I'm trying to get at.
And welcome back for continuing coverage of the Pot Limit Omaha Bounty event here at the Dolce Vita Series. Northern Cyprus Merit Poker Complex, that's what you see on your screen there, nestled along the shores of the Mediterranean. And yours truly, Ali Najad, nestled alongside now one David Lappin, who rejoins us here in the booth. And there are your final 9. Here's how they stack up. David, 584,073 big blinds. That'll be the boss stack here. Syria's Abdu Antun. Ozan Erbazan of Russia will be the short stack with just 11 bigs. Blinds of 4, 8, and 8.
Are they the brothers? Zorlukan and Zorlu?
Oh. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but...
Or are we down to 8 players and that is the same name twice?
I think that might be the same name twice. I confess. Although...
Can we merge their stacks?
I'm not sure. That would be really something, by the way. You know, we were 10-handed and then we lost a player and then, you know, we were in the final 9, but by my count, there's 9 on the screen. Must be the real deal.
Zorlu and Zorlukan.
How about it?
As we pick up the action here, Erbasan. King Queen 6-3, going to bin it here. Hope to see somewhat more circumspect opening hand selections now that we finally reached this final table, and what has been a very gambly affair maybe it settles into being a more game-smithy game of poker. $16,385 up top. These guys just guaranteed $1,600 at the moment.
Ace, King, 9-5 for Zorlu there.
This might be father and son, perhaps.
I want to say that's what we're working with.
With such similar names, you would think you wouldn't name your kids that close.
You know, logistically speaking, I'm not a parent, but I feel like that does make things difficult around the home front. Could be an homage, a senior-junior sort of thing.
Yeah.
А зачем карты? Так надо поставить, да? Да, вы не прочитали. А, чтобы если я играю, то есть я должен так ставить.
Raise and take there. There's the senior heir. Able to just haul one in. Meaningful to collect chips when you're down there toward the bottom of the leaderboard as you're trying to keep people from salivating over your bounty.
Yeah, it should change the game somewhat, that implied 10K that we talked about being the effective value of the bounty in chip stack form. Now that these guys are very deep, and that's really just one big blind as of this level, that's all it should really change. It should just be those very small decisions around the margins that get influenced by that one. Otherwise, maybe just as a default, better to disregard. I also think a couple of our perhaps gamblier players did fall away in that last two table setup, so maybe that will change the dynamic as well.
Wow, was that double suited ace king six deuce that just got turned in?
Yeah, that's a tight one.
That was a very tight one. By the way, $1,610, your ninth place payout.
22.
$16,385, that which awaits the eventual champion here.
Oh, it's an interesting, very small raise here, blind v blind, into the stack of 6.5 bigs of Urbasan, who lets go the 10-7 4 deuce. Pretty ugly holding, of course, but yeah, I would have expected maybe going the big size there, or
how many bounty? 25?
Limping in. Instead choosing to go for the small raise, which works because his opponent was literally staring at some napkins.
That he was.
To borrow from something I said earlier this week, the game of poker was once described as hours of boredom punctuated by moments of sheer terror. The man who said that clearly didn't play a pot limit Omaha bounty tournament either, certainly not one in the Merritt Crystal Cove room, where I think we've been treated to hours of carnage punctuated by moments of utter carnage.
Well, you know, if you would have described everything that preceded this final table, you would not have expected that which we've observed across those first couple of hands, which was raise and take it's from modest size raises. But maybe it was all about arriving here at this final table and then shifting gears for some.
What are you doing? It's his.
5-6 poker.
But he's first to act.
Yes.
I said,
Yeah, so under the gun here, Zorlu.
I didn't drink. Bad cards. What happened?
Just taking a moment to clarify action here.
But
misdeal.
Why is misdeal?
Okay, my pleasure.
I understand.
Okay, I think we've been declared a misdeal. A little unfortunate for Zorlu, who had the aces. Admittedly, not good aces and under the gun, so not necessarily a spot you're absolutely loving.
It's your luck.
On the wide shot there, David is pointing out that the members of the Air clan, Zorlu and Zorlakan there, that father-son feels to be an ambitious relationship there. Surely there's some relation, right? I have to imagine.
I don't think we're in Air, assuming that.
Yeah, here we are. Brothers.
But possibly one isn't the other's heir.
I see what you've done now. ERR, HEIR, wordplay. $25,000 to go, says the Ace King 10-8. Fedotov. 2.5x calls from both the small and the big blind. It comes to ace 10-3. How about top two against bottom set? Toderita has got some medicine. By the way, it's top and bottom pair for Erbazan, so can't blame him for being the man that comes out swinging here for 40,000.
No, what a setup of hands, really, when you look at it. Top two are going to love this, and obviously bottom set. Maybe it doesn't feel great about it, actually, if a lot of action takes place. We shall have to see how this one develops. Would not be surprised to see Toderita raise this one up. Action seems to be on Fedotov already, so I think we're lagging behind. There it is, it was a big raise. Wow, 205k. So Fedotov now not loving even top two. Wow, good getaway. Neat and tidy.
I'll tell you what, that's a lot of fold. Granted, there's a couple of diamonds on board, and obviously, as we've seen in Pot Limit Omaha, there are occasions on which the hand that has nothing at present but is just nothing more than a draw is the equity favorite.
Yep.
But aces and tens. How about that for a laydown? I thought for sure we were going to see some fireworks that would involve Fedotov, but instead it is Toderita who will pull back 165,000 and spin the wheel of fortune against Erbazan, who does pick up a club draw here on the turn. An ace would do the trick. Instead, it's a 6 on the river, and we've got our first casualty of this final table already. Collecting $1,610 will be Erbazan, but collecting $500 along with that pot will be Toderita.
Yeah, who I think handled himself very well. Obviously, he was embedded in some dynamics with 3 and 2 tables left. I think just played super solid, sort of trusted that he would get it in with good equity in some of those wilder spots. And
imagine if he chooses to slow play that set of threes. Now, granted, very wet texture there, in particular against a razor. But maybe all of a sudden we have ourselves a three-way affair with a big side pot.
For sure, I think Case 10 may well have tried to just push its equity in that spot.
Would not have been blamed. Fedotov, by the way, would have been the covering stack there by a fairly wide margin over Toderita prior to the double. Okay, yeah, earlier I'd misidentified this gentleman here, who is, of course, Antun, as the other half of the air pairing. You know,
so we're back on maybe father and son.
The father-son theory. A763 has Gordakov interested. He ran very hot en route to this final table, by the way, picking up a wealth of chips.
Yeah, and getting his engine started just before you entered the booth, Ali. There was that big three-way all-in as well. Crucial spot for him. He looked to be more than 1 foot out the door, but sort of an unlikely, shall we say, turn river trips on board meant that suddenly his ace to play, his ace high, was back in business. And yeah, from there he's obviously built a very healthy stack here, well above average. Battle between Zorluer, the Elder, Gordakov and Antun.
King 10-6 with a couple of clubs here. You see Antun with the only flush draw, 10s and 6s for Air, who is mulling his options. He does check it over. Not a board that rates to be of interest to the pre-flop razor.
a funky amount of equity here for Antoon against the likely ranges here. He has a okay made hand and a okay draw. Often go into the checking range, and he does check.
Very dry deuce of diamonds, rolling right off on this turn.
And once Gordakov gets out of the way here, I think Antoon will have a pretty clear call and assess river situation unimproved and call and maybe look to get more chips in if improved. Could hypothetically as well turn the queen-queen combo into a bluff on some rivers. We shall have to see how this one develops.
Oh, how about this? A squirrel with a nut presiding over the stack. And Antoon does find the call of 38,000. So we are down to heads up. And a third 10 for Zorlu Air on the river here to hop in front of these queens. And let's see just how proud of that holding he's going to be. 86K back. Looking over at the tournament clock.
Yeah, I wonder. Okay. All in declared. I wonder if on that somewhat draw-heavy board he would have considered checking over to his opponent.
Just to induce the bluff?
Yeah, that if the, you know, ace, queen, jack kind of hand is out there, maybe he gets the bluff on the 10 specifically. But obviously it's a situation where he's trying to target the King X for a cry call.
Well, you know, these are facts not lost, David, on Antoon, who is asking for a count in spite of having nothing more than queens on this board, perhaps anticipating that a naked king wouldn't be putting its neck on the chopping block out here in this manner, so we remove that from the range. And then we start to ask ourselves, well, how often was just a 10 involved with the turn bet?
Yeah, now this is where Antoon's Queen-8 of clubs blockers come into play, as reducing some of the obvious flush draw possibilities of his opponent.
We don't love having clubs. We'd rather be assigning that across the way. But you're right, there's plenty that missed in terms of straight draws, flush draws. The queen's also bad in that they block a lot of those straight combos, so it makes it a bit of a tough candidate here.
I wonder if he ever lands on the notion that he would have been reverse free rolling himself to not shove the ace-king XX hand here, given that it's only half pot left, and therefore it lets the king-queen, king-jack combo away, and feeling like maybe with that ace-king combo he wasn't going to be able to get away from a bet from his opponent either. That might be the only way you could piece this one. Does land on call in the end, a bit surprised.
So a bluff catching attempt there that goes quite wrong, and an extra 86,000 slathered atop this one on the river. Big pickup there for Zorlu Air.
Yeah, I'm really surprised there, because obviously the Queen-8 of clubs and also the Queen-Queen are sort of blocking all the draws that missed. So you really have a hand that you can feel quite good about folding.
Certainly.
I'm a little surprised by that, but great pickup for Zorlu Air. Okay, Ali, I put this question to a couple of the guys at lunch today. We're obviously watching the Olympic Games at the moment on TV, always a great once every 4 years treat of sport you don't generally watch or maybe don't see too often.
We're watching it in Turkish, by the way.
That is also true. Could you make a case for poker to be an Olympic sport?
You know, there's a time in which I would have said categorically no, not at all. But given the scope each year of new sports that are being, you know, welcomed in, I don't know. The one thing I'll say is I don't know that anything that exists now as an Olympic sport per se lacks the physical aspect that I think for the most part poker does. Now, granted, there's, you know, some stamina arguments, and, you know, fitness is a big part of some of the world's best players and their routine and regimen, but specifically that attribute or lack thereof, I think in poker is what lends me to believe that we're not going to be seeing it as an Olympic sport per se.
Are we not as sporty as those guys who shoot a gun?
Okay.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. You know, just standing there, or archers for that matter. You know, just squeezing a trigger or pulling back on a bow. Not exactly the most intense exercise. 5-3 deuce, intensity for Carry-On. He's got himself bottom set here in a three-way affair. Will probe, leading for 50,000. Dolce Vita knows when it's time to say goodbye. Top pair and a gut shot. No spade draw to speak of, however.
Yeah, Andrea Bocelli not seen quite yet.
Time to say goodbye? I would agree with you. It actually would have taken Bocelli levels of vision, or lack thereof, dare I say, to really find your way forward with that one. Only the blind would espouse such a holding.
5-6.
Is that distasteful? It's just matter of fact. Feel free, you know, I'm trying to find the line. Oftentimes I come shattering through it like the Kool-Aid man through a wall.
No spade.
Is a call.
Call?
Call, of course.
Too much.
It is too pair.
8 of our original 9 here at the final table of the $1,000 Parliament Omaha bounty event here at Merit Poker in Northern Cyprus. Ali Najad and David Lappin here to work our way toward a champion in a single day event, 17-minute levels. And Zorlukan Air with the ace-10 and a couple of 8s, double suited, activates under the gun. Double paired is Antoon here. Very speculative holding. He wants to get involved.
Zorlu can err, Ali, but can Zorlu forgive?
Well met, my friend. Well, Zorlu cannot win this one outright, given he's got callers in 2 slots so far, and General Ov directs his troops toward the middle, 16,000 additional to the battlefront.
Yeah, lots of pairs here.
9, 10, jack, and a couple of clubs. So for Carry-On in the small blind, it's going to be the Broadway gut shot along with a king-high flush draw. Top set here for the big blind, who closed the action defending, and this is such a sopping wet board. You wonder how Generalov will approach things.
Yeah, he can almost get his stack in here, and I suppose, you know, even when he does run into it, he will have a lot of equity and maybe can get called by 10s and 9s, or combo draws that he's in good shape against. We see that there is a combo draw out there. It's a little bit of a hit and hope.
The thing is, even if somebody happens to have flopped the set, he is blocking with the king. Sorry, flopped the straight.
Yep.
He's blocking the king, and he's never drawing dead.
Certainly not.
And maybe every now and again,
you get the 7-8
like
to
7-8
yeah.
exactly finds the bin in the face of this behavior, because this is commitment in terms of 100 of his 156 back being sent forth. Back around to carry on. Now, obviously, the value of the bounty, the fact that you only are going to face another 56,000 from this point forward, all weighing on his mind. The queen is a clean winner. Sure, the clubs aren't great.
Good fold, I think. On balance, we obviously see that he would have been getting pretty much the right price and the opportunity to take a little bounty as a sweetener, but overall, I actually really like that fold. Good discipline.
And yet again, another meaningful pickup for one of the shorter stacks. Something that both Andy and I and James and I touched on is the frequency with which, when the short stack does bounce off of a low point, it isn't a double up, but oftentimes a triple, quadruple, even quintuple up, given the multi-way nature of pursuits by the field and the opposition, hunting your bounty, looking at the price, looking at the overlay, and thinking, okay. So when you are able to hold as a short stack, which is a more difficult proposition, given that you're going to have to face off against multiple opponents, it can be quite fruitful. Double suited.
Pretty reasonable, I think. Yeah. Double suitedness is nice, but not a huge amount of connectivity.
You really do want to lean heavily towards getting those ace-high suited or double suited hands involved.
Oh, I'm about to see two players lock horns, I feel. Pretty pure rundown here. The king-queen, 10-9 double suited.
Well, right on cue, the ace-queen 8-5 before it makes it 30,000 to go. Double suited with the ace-high hearts. Generalov with the inferior king-high hearts, but working diamonds as well. Small blind defense. No, a 3-bet to 100,000. I overlooked that.
Yeah, and Generalov just knowing that he's the kind of hand that will flop in a very kind of clear way. Enough equity that he'll be happy to go with his hand, and match that with the fact that if he does meet with the 4-bet, he's exactly the kind of hand that is the antidote to aces. We see now he has flopped nuts. And awkward for Karayan, who made a very good fold a moment ago. Might need to make another one.
Yeah, he made the added investment, pot up to 224,000, just 180 back for Generalov. And given that he doesn't have a single black card in his hand, I think he will be looking to pile some chips in there. And sure enough, the all-in declared. I believe it's signified by simply putting your bounty chip out there. Is that what that is? The red?
Yeah, some poker rooms allow it. Some poker rooms sort of don't really want players doing that because it can just be too easily misconstrued. But I've never seen a problem with it, and obviously it's allowed. Now, what's kind of nice for Generalov being able to shove this hand right now is it looks like he has aces from his opponent's point of view a lot, and it's just trying to protect those aces. So if his opponent does have a kind of a two-pair combo or a pair and a draw combo, he would actually get called, and obviously we see he has the nuts, so it's a pretty sweet spot to just drop it there. Nice execution and a nice fold again.
Indeed, and how about this late surge here for Generalov? not bringing much attention to himself, but bringing many chips to his doorstep. Now he sits with 400 and 4,000, is it? I want to say it might even be more than that. Double suited, no, rather 3 diamonds, ace 8 and a couple of 6s there from Air. He lays it down. Similar composition in the cutoff for Karian. $24,000, the required amount, with the blinds at 6, 12, and 12. No takers. Some resiliency on display.
Yeah, noteworthy that the sort of rambunctious pace of play, or I suppose just pace of getting chips involved, has settled down a bit here now that we are on a final table with significant ladder jumps. The ICM is cresting right now, as big as it ever will be, and it's kind of a tricky game when you add a risk premium pot limit Omaha. Equities running very close together, big advantage to the big stacks when there is ICM afoot. We obviously saw some wanton disregard for ICM pre-bubble. Players just still keen to go for those bounties and have collisions, but it does feel as though these players are now settled into what is a much more serious affair.
24.
$24,000, says Antun.
I'd be surprised if Todorita got involved with this combo. Obviously double suited, and he does have an ace, but it's just a bit disconnected and a lot of players stacked behind. Folded round to the blinds now. And Gordakov with a very willing to defend King, King, 10, 7. He's got diamonds.
Ace 4 deuce, the dreaded needle, downing the 2 kings, but the 2 diamonds are working. Gordakov does check it over. Antun with aces up.
Yeah, I would expect this to go check back call. Not drawing to the nuts is Gordakov, but second nut's probably enough reason to be sticky for at least one street. See how things develop in this one.
Queen on the turn, and suddenly we add the gut shot straight draw to Gordakov's options to make the best hand here. Any king, any jack, any diamond would all do.
Yeah, and while Gordakov hasn't acted as of yet, should he check, I would assume Antun goes big on this card. Don't think you want to be betting small here. Likely your opponent has diamonds or an ace-x combo. A lot of those diamond combos will have something to go with. at either end of the board, perhaps. So has said all in, which he's obviously not allowed to do. So this is pot for 132k. I like this bet size. I don't think you want to be clever about it. You want to just shut out, and that is what he does. Nicely done. A nice quick fold from Gordikov, obviously, as well.
You laying down in Gordikov's spot there?
Yeah, I think so. The disaster situation is your opponent has the ace of diamonds with another diamond, and now you're in super bad shape. So very reasonable to speculate on flop facing smallish sizing. Very, very reasonable to lay down to the big bet. So much of Pot Limit Omaha in tournaments, and just generally anyway, is about sort of pushing your equity to drive out hands that could catch you.
Ace, king, six, deuce with the hearts. This raise to 25,000 has Lappin unconvinced.
Yeah, it's a little light, I think. Probably don't open this one myself into the field, but obviously that ace, king of hearts looks very pretty. Just those danglers, not so much. Very quick fold there from Gordikov with his queens. Just shows you how high the ICM factor is playing into things here. Expecting people not to be opening hands where queen, queen, XX would be in that great a shape, and actually could be in very bad shape. Out of position to a discouraging factor. Antoon, well, he is double suited here, and he's got pair of sevens, and he's got an ace of seven of diamonds, which is oh, hello, didn't expect to see this.
A 3-bet, wow, to 75,000 with the A774, really applying some pressure, and doing so as the covering stack here. Look at air glaring across the way. These two have tussled already.
This feels like a very bully boy sort of, you know, I can put the leverage bet in here. You likely don't have aces because I have an ace blocker, and that's what I'm going to try and do to apply pressure.
Sure.
Actually quite smart exploit from the big blind there.
Double shoot, king.
Quick gander at the chip counts, where Syria's Abdu Antoon. Moments removed from the 3-bet and take it there. Up and over $500,000 in chips. All alone in that distinction. Sits as the chip leader. Hot on his heels is Grigor Karyan. As the Russians run 2 through 5 here. And the Turks running 6, 7, and 8. Pay jump between 8th and 7th, David, $535. So still, you recognize the meaningfulness of chasing bounties, by the way, when you look at it in terms of that pay jump.
Sure. It's still tempting to pick up a bounty, and it still needs to be factored in, but now at big blind 16K, remember the actual sort of flat value of a bounty, we were putting it at 10K. It's probably become less because we've paid out some of the prize pool. So actually, in relation, it's not that big a factor anymore. They're nice to pick up, don't get me wrong, but I don't think we want to chase them anymore.
Fair point. King, king, jack. Pocket nine's actually the best hand here. Pretty scary board texture.
Yeah, hard for anybody to even take a stab at this one, and sure enough, it checks through. Well, straightening Queen of Diamonds here gives Todorita 10 high diamonds. Antun has 5 high diamonds. And Karajan, little will he know, the pocket nine's very good right now. Can he even call 12K? I don't think he can. And Antun just using that big stack. Okay, I'm going to say it right now. We need to keep an eye on this man. Antun has just executed 3 times in about 5 or 6 hands.
You're right.
Plays that are leveraging the ICM pressure onto these middling stacks around him. I think he understands really, really well, actually, how with a couple of short stacks who I think have maybe like 10 bigs or in or around that number, these guys with 25, 30, if they open, he can just raise it back at them, or he can take stabs on certain board textures, and they just have to fold so much.
Yeah.
They just can't realize in the way that they would want to if it was a catch game.
Yes.
You know, the idea of going out in 8th place when you're sitting 4th in chips is such a disaster, and you've got a game where, you know, even if you have a really good hand, you know, how close are the equities really running? You know, maybe 60-40 is like a really good spot.
Yep.
It's not like Hold'em where you can be 70-30 and 80-20 a lot.
And it would be disastrous to take home 2,100 and change versus 16,000 and change.
Yeah.
That's the gap between 8th and 1st.
Yeah, I really like how Antun has approached the last few hands. I think understanding that, you know, while ICM will become a ever decreasing factor, it's pretty close to peak right now, and you know, until maybe we're down to 4 or 5 left, will be a pretty significant factor in this game. Tempter for Karajan, but I think you let this go from what we've said. Karajan strikes me as someone who's quite conservative, but quite solid and sensible, actually, and he's going to want much more clear-cut decisions, maybe later in the game as well, when we've seen a few bust-outs from some of these shorter stacks.
Well, the shortest of those stacks right now does belong to Zorlukan Air. And this Ace, King, Queen, 8 has him putting 56,000 of it forward.
Yeah, getting in as much of a stack as he can here. A couple of ways you could have gone with this hand. You could limp it, and still with the view to getting it in an awful lot of the time. But he's obviously just trying to push as much equity as he can. The fact that we play pot limit Omaha tournaments with an ante these days, admittedly, it doesn't count in terms of the making the pot bet pre-flop. It doesn't count in terms of any of the pre-flop action. But it is there to be won. Downside of that one for Zorlukan Air, though, will be that it will lay a pretty good price to some of those late position guys getting a discount. In any case, what's quite fun is he has stolen from what we think might be a relative.
Yeah. Is there a resemblance? Certainly not in terms of their holdings in that one.
Wait till I get you home. He's missing a hand now.
You're not too old to be spanked. Maybe that's the discussion. Come for my blind, will you?
I brought you into this world. I'll take you out of this tournament.
Yeah.
Okay, so look at this. So Ace, King, Queen, Deuce, General off, happy to fold it. I think this is what Antun has kind of done here. He's created a sense for all these guys, like they have to be not just legit opens, but super legit opens if they have to get through him.
He has emerged as sort of the force to be reckoned with here, and clearly having the big stack lending to that, but I think that's only part of the equation, David. I think it's a bit of personality type as well. And as I say that, we see a different look from him, limping, albeit with the 10-9-7-6, not a great hand.
Yeah, a little gear switch here, obviously raising into, you know, all those kind of guys who have those middling stacks would have been an option, but maybe he just thinks to himself, well, I don't want to get 3-bet and fold this hand, because that's what I'd probably have to do. So if I limp it, maybe I could still call a raise. And of course, these guys will be raising me at their peril. And that's why we see a four-way situation.
3-3-8, Zorlu with trips. It gets checked around. The 6 on the turn gives Todorita not only the queen high flush draw, but also the two-way straight draw as well.
Yeah, and Antun has a piece of this as well. Has got a wrap and pair working.
By the way, Zorlu has that queen high flush draw smothered. Betting 35,000. Now Antun left to mull this over.
Yeah, it's very dark tunnely here when you are up against 12 cards. Very easy for one of them to be at 3. And not impossible for you to be drawing dead right now.
Yeah, nevertheless, Antun looks interested. I think both the club draw and the pair on board leave that wrap.
Yep.
Looking a bit less attractive.
So players looking around, I don't know if they're looking to get drinks or maybe...
You've been to too many Irish Opens, David. That might be the case when, you know...
Just had the look of a man who looked thirsty. That's all I'm saying. I've seen that look. I've seen that look in the RGS.
Thirsty for chips. That much we know. Yes, Dad, I did my homework. Could you ground your son in the middle of a final table, by the way? You're on timeout.
4 pass, 5 pass, 6 pass, 8.
Look at Todorita activating here from the cutoff with 10-8-7-5 and 3 spades in hand. Not really the sort of candidate we would expect would be piquing his interest. Offsuit, Jack-Jack 8-3, but with already 32,000 invested in the big blind and big blind ante, Generalov will come forward for the extra 19 and hope to hit a jack, which he does twice over.
Wow.
What? How about that? Obviously, Generalov happy to check, and such a dry texture. One can't blame Todorita for trying to represent a big pair here.
Yeah, too much hand here for Generalov to take a fast line. Just going to play a trappy. Hope that it develops for his opponent in some favorable way. Well, that's kind of what we're seeing.
Yeah, spade draw on the turn. I think Todorita's going to be content to check back. Yeah, he's a pretty sound character, recognizing that being called on that particular board and then seeing something as innocent as a 4 of spades roll off, we're not likely to be able to win it with another barrel. Now the king on the end. And let's see if Generalov tries to induce once more. No, once the check back comes in, he decides he's got to do his own bidding.
Yeah, this is, I think, probably targeting a king here, hoping his opponent has made a king on the end. But it's very hard to even get a king to call. I suppose it's a kind of a cry call.
Yeah, 25,000 laying as good a price as you could hope to there. I like that, though. That sort of procedure and navigation informs us with respect to poker acumen.
No, it certainly does.
2 ay görmezsin ya.
Ha? O zaman anlamıyor ki öyle gitmenin 2 ay görmezsin.
Ton yaklaştığı zaman blind'dan oynarsın.
Anlayamıyorum.
Probably not making enough of the fact that this could be a father and son combo. Don't think I've too often seen father and son. Doyle Brunson, Todd Brunson, obviously, the Schulmans.
Barry and Jeff. Here, let's not overlook Recep Aydemir and his son.
Of course.
Who play. Fedotov, double-suited queens.
Definitely adds a complication to my feelings if I'm there and someone with whom I share blood is on the opposite side of the felt.
Honestly, if your dad bluffs you, it feels wrong. You know, you're supposed to rely on that man.
Right.
Here he is showing you a bluff.
And they're going to get to see the cards after.
Yeah.
So it's not like you can even, you know, oh, I had you, son. I would never. You know, it's gonna be there.
Yeah, it's. I suppose it would be akin to when you realize Santa Claus is not real. That level of disappointment. As we see the 3-bet from Tortorita, who's got double-suited kings, and really the medicine for Fedotov in terms of covering the diamonds and the pair. Plus he's got the 4 as well. Note Fedotov does get out of the way, mindful of what he imagines to be a very serious range.
Yeah, and Toon in a tricky spot here because effectively facing the full bet of 225-ish. I think he can pass this one. Still pretty reasonable for Tortorita to be in here with aces, and you're in pretty bad shape with your ace on board.
Sorry? How much you have?
62.
62 plus.
Yeah. 212.
212.
And Toon asking for the count. Might he actually be considering taking a whack at this? Ace, King, 9, 8, 3 hearts in hand. I'm not sure this is the one, but he's looking at this investment and thinking it's only another 72 after that. But these are significant chunks of his 500,000 that he has back.
Yeah, I think it's having the ace in hand that makes it sort of dirtier in a way. We see that against this particular hand, it's useful, but if you think it could be dead.
Yeah.
Because there's not going to be that many 3-bet committals off a stack like that that aren't ace, ace, XX. Like we see there, it was double-suited kings.
Agreed.
Good kings are nice. And he's obviously chosen to put them in the range as well. But yeah, it's a bit pesky.
Just a couple of minutes away, by the way, from playing 10 and 20,000.
Yeah, it has escalated without bust-outs for a while now. I think we've only seen one bust-out in 4 levels.
The urgency of getting involved in pots cannot be overstated if you sit and spectate, which oftentimes from an ICM standpoint, players are incentivized to do at a final table when they're kind of a middling stack and they're looking out at these shorter stacks. Those short stacks, they could spin up double, triple, quadruple up, as I said. You could all of a sudden find yourself in the on-deck circle quite quickly. I mean, you really can't afford to wait for nothing but premiums.
So both of the heirs not present at the table. Both have stepped up.
It's a family matter, David.
Well, yeah. Okay, Zorlukan did get back in time for his hand, but Zorlu did not.
Konstantin Generolov's stack continues to grow. What a resume on that young man, by the way. David, $688,000 in career live tournament earnings.
He's back.
А турецкий кофе вообще как не пьется? Хотя кофе нет. Есть, я пил уже, как нет? Не, я имею в виду вообще национальный турецкий же кофе.
You know, generally we don't like to spank our children on television, I feel like. And so I do respect that, you know, whatever your feelings on corporal punishment, publicizing it is probably never in the cards, so to speak.
Antun going to continue with the aggressive lines here. He has been chipped back down slightly, but probably still sitting in first or second. Nice hand in any case, ace, king, jack, 10, 1 suit. Todorita is going to speculate here with the queen, queen, 4, 3, 1 suit. So Todorita showing a willingness to tangle here. Obviously took that squeeze spot a few moments ago. Now flatting kind of in the middle of nowhere here with a hand that can't take any more heat.
All right, players.
That brings in Gordakov in the big, jack 10 of clubs, 8-6. All diamonds, ace, king, 5 of diamonds. Antun with top 2. He's going to knuckle it, and queen of diamonds blocker now for Todorita. Interesting. He's also got a gutter. Can't imagine Antun was checking to fold, certainly not to 1-bet. But won't be feeling super happy here. Does have that jack of diamonds sort of blocker working, but not sure he wants to improve to a straight. I think he more wants to improve to about to feel okay about this one.
Monotone board texture. 37,000 ahead. Todorita, of course, had designs on taking it right then and there. Here he is, having connected with the 4 on the turn for added path. He is blocking that straight draw of Antun, but of course the aces and kings, all that's on Antun's mind. With that queen of diamonds, naked as it may be,
yeah, he's going to sell it.
Yeah, a spot of salesmanship here, representing the flop flush.
And very much a threat bet that the rest is going in on river. 80 into 200, threatening to put 170 into 350 on river. Antun being really tested here.
Wow, he finds the call, however, David.
Wow, these are 2 of the biggest stacks. Tussling now. And you can't love being Todorita. You know your opponent can't have the nuts, but maybe he is doing this with the jack 10 of diamonds, just letting you hang yourself right now.
Red 9 of no consequence on the river. Let's see, Todorita goes hard at it. A snap bet of all in, 167,000, and now Antun's suspicions are going to cost him a lot.
This was always, sorry Ali, this was always coming on a clean run out. If this had been an ace or a king, I do feel like he finds some way of slowing down, but on this very clean run out, this was always the plan. Todorita sized flop, turn and river bets to get to this spot to win the maximum.
I will say this, there is no other combo but a flush that's going to be behaving in this manner. I think a set of 5s would have slowed down on the river, and we don't really expect 5-5 to be a part of the flatting range against our early under-the-gun open if we're Antun. I also think that Antun is looking over at Tortorita and knows this man's a player. And as such, knows that that dry queen of diamonds is going to be what's across the way from time to time. Would this be one of those times, though? With the pay jumps, with, you know, the ICM, what a delightful spot this would be for him if he found the call, though. Picks up the bounty, picks up all the chips, and really cruises to a big payday.
Here's the way I would be piecing it together if I'm Antun. I would be thinking to myself, he's got the queen of diamonds in hand. That's definitely the fact. But does he have another diamond? And then I'd be thinking, how often is he calling me +1 without double suited cards? He's going to have that sort of Queen Jack 10-9, Queen Jack 10-8, Queen Jack 10, you know, maybe a dangler's in there, or maybe he's got an ace somewhere along the way as well. But he's going to have those types of things, and they will be double suited.
And by the way, Antun's holding blocks a lot of those rundowns, though, right? The ace, queen, king, queen, X, queen, the jack and the 10 in hand, also blocker effects. He does have one diamond in his hand, which is actually good news.
Oh, he makes
the call!
Wow! What a huge call, Antun. Heart of a lion.
An earthquake here on the island. And by the way, technical difficulties, you know, that could be a great way to describe.
That was almost meme-ish.
Yeah, that was. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, no technical difficulties for Antun, who has just pulled in a monster pot. Bear in mind, he gets that one wrong. He's left as short stack, having been big stack at the beginning of the hand. That was a huge swing.
I don't think, precisely for the reason that you just pointed out, David, that there was ever the sense from Tortorita that short of a flush, he was ever going to get called. To see aces and kings in particular, the hand that dug in there, I think he was caught off guard. I don't think he expected Abdu Antun to be that guy.
Yeah, like, you know, the hands that, you know, the weaker flushes are, you know, they like it because they've got also the flush blockers that you can have less diamonds with. That's kind of nice. But I guess once it took that long, he would have been thinking, I'm up against aces, ace king or kings. That is an extraordinarily big moment here in the tournament. Big call, big brave call by the man who has looked the most dangerous and the most likely to take this tournament by the scruff of the neck.
And everybody had a front row seat to that declaration that I am here to win this one, made by Abdu Antun with that really gutsy call. That gives him 886,000 in chips here, David, and a real healthy lead of 2-1 over all but Generalov in terms of the opposition.
Well, hold on to your hats.
Yeah.
It might be coming once again here.
Carry on ace, king, queen, deuce with the queen high clubs. He min raises here at the 10-20 level. And up we go.
Not sure, actually. Looks like he may have declared an amount.
I thought it was 160. What did he say? No, 3-bet to 70.
Okay. So a very
That's very modest.
Did he think it was a limp and then he was the one potting it? No, that's just not even a pot. Wow, I'm not sure what this sizing's about.
This is a very peculiar sort of posture from the kings. And, you know, they're making sure to distribute whatever ails him to the bulk of the room. Ace-6, 6-2 diamonds. That's not the board composition that we were hoping for Antun. Credit to him, by the way, after making that clicky 3-bet to 70,000 for checking here over to Carry-On. Not sure how much intelligence he's got on Carry-On in terms of being a tight player, always having an ace or something when he's raising it up, but now he's facing a 50K bet and just nowhere to really go for these kings.
Yeah, and I think Antun maybe recognised that if he was going to represent the ace-ace combo, you know, you would always check this board, or mostly would. So maybe he was going to go for the delay C bet if his opponent had checked back. Yeah. Carrion does make that bet and sort of allows Antun to get away. I think he could have found a way to win some chips in that spot, maybe by checking it back over, but in the end, after what we're not even certain was an intentional pre-flop play.
Yeah.
Запомни, должен проиграть мне. Почему?
Уже поделим?
Основание есть. Основание есть. Ты знаешь, почему я говорю так. Ну,
I didn't see the screen. Кто мне закурить один раз дал, а теперь вижу.
Раскрутился.
Шантажирует. Я в него устроился, он еще там.
So, two shortest stacks now are the heirs, and I hope for their sake it's not a clash between the two men.
Well, that could get awkward, especially if they drove over together.
Will it be a Lice Oedipus situation, or will it be more like Kronos eating his children? I don't know.
Wow, the Greek mythology mastery here. That's more of the south side of the island, Dave. Here we prefer Turkish mythology, just helping you out.
Thank you.
Generalov min raising, 8764. Actually a reasonable candidate, given that he's second in chips here. And anytime that he knows he's going to be able to activate without concerns about Abdu Antun behind, I think he'll take advantage more so.
Сейчас можно по-русски уже. Я только по-русски знаю. Я свой. Давайте молчать. Лучше молча играть. Когда радач идет, по-русски нельзя говорить. Знаю.
Oh, look at that pretty one.
Ace, king, king, queen, and look at all those chips being plowed forward there. Full pot size open.
Little goading.
Come and get it, says Zorlukan.
Oh, and Carrion has a hand. A very reasonable situation to flick in 50 here and try to connect.
He wants to know how much more Air has behind that. And did he pot it himself?
I think
he did. So we're going to spin the wheel. Bounty hunting a bit, but really not in great shape.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's actually as good as 39 here. I'm going to guess with the discards, he's been kind of elevated to that number. My hunch would be this would be more like a 66-34 type situation.
3-2 favorite is Air, with his back up against the wall here. The covered stack. 356K.
Wow, a bit of everything.
Nut flush and a set of nines. What a collision. Anti-sweating the board pair, a lick of the lips. Dangerous looking 8. Keep that board pair free and haul in 356. Otherwise, it's goodbye. And a clean deuce of clubs. And Zorlukan Air.
About 350.
Back in the mix. Off of the short stack.
Thank you.
163. 160. 150. 165. Back to.
Thank you.
So now there's a bit of a log jam toward the bottom of the leaderboard, David, as follows. Carrion wounded in that exchange. He's got 17 bigs. Zorlukan has doubled up to 17 bigs. Gordakov, 16 bigs. Fedotov, 15 bigs. And then the master and commander here at this table, Abdu Anton and Konstantin Generalov behind him, running 1 and 2.
Yeah, Anton in a great spot now to really push everybody around virtually.
By the way, I failed to mention Zorlu Air is actually the shortest of stacks with 13 bigs, down at the stone bottom of the leaderboard. But if I'm Generalov in particular, I think I'm the guy that is really not looking for an excuse to get involved right now, just given chip dynamics.
Yeah.
And ICM.
Couldn't agree more with that. Zorlukan now with a pretty light open from under the gun here. King, Queen, Jack 7, 1 suit. Not a massive fan of this open, I have to say. I think it's a little optimistic, although we see it may well get the job done. Okay, very nice one for Generalov. 7-6-5-4 run down, 1 suit. Sort of wry smile before he threw the chips, probably knowing that he is just the right kind of hand to go after this.
Ace, ace, queen with a couple of diamonds. Flush draw for Generalov. The queen for Zorlukan. 2 quick checks.
Yeah, Zorlukan has to fire out a delay C, but I like that he's sort of repping the ace while having the queen. And gets a hand with okay equity to get out of there, so.
Generalov does lay it down, gets a look at what appeared to be the king of hearts for free.
And I think we've got an insight into Zorlukan's way of thinking about this now. Obviously, after that double up off the ventilator, so to speak, he was the short stack. Now very much mid-pack, but immediately looking to push his way out of the mid-pack, kind of going to take some chances, maybe take a few risks. That was a loose open, for example, and again, he and his
presumed papa, maybe it's an uncle, relative of some sort, I think.
They seem to be over to the rail a lot, let's put it that way.
Maybe they've got another member of the family making a deep run in another event elsewhere in the room that they're trying to keep a keen eye on.
Well, that would be great.
Unclear.
That would be a great story to dig out.
Wait. Floor TV. Sit one action to
Там никого нету. Он скинул.
Okay, pass on to him. Okay, you have a
Dealer has called for the floor here to get a ruling.
And it turns out the squirrel will be allowed to stay. I don't think that's actually what the floor was called over for, but
I wasn't, my hunch is it was like, did he get it across for the last card off the deck ruling? But I'm not sure. Before the action got round, I think she wanted clarification on that his hand was dead for the benefit of the other players.
It is a bit of a dangerous waltz. I don't think I've ever seen a final table with this many people on their feet and away from the action at this frequency. And there is a visual glimpse at that which we walked you through verbally moments ago. Zorlu Air down at the bottom of the chip counts with the blinds mercilessly clicking up to 10 and 25,000 with a 25K big blind ante. 7+ players remaining, 60,000 in orbit, roughly 8,000 a hand, shaved off your stack. Bad news, of course, for Zorlukan Air all the way on down with only Generalov and chip leader Abdu Antun able to breathe easy, if we can call it that.
Gordakov with a nice one, but he does have the ICM handcuffs on him right now. Gonna limp maybe? Kind of like a limp. He has bumped it up though. That limping strategy that I've been advocating for maybe a few times, just not really part of most of these guys' procedures. Generally liking to define ranges, come in for opens. I think with stacks exactly in the configuration that they are, there is very viable limping strategies for some of these players with certain holdings, but doesn't seem to be in the arsenal.
So the shortest stack in the hijack against the under the gun opener. Gordakov with this ace queen 7-5 flops himself the nut flush draw. Look at this.
Yeah, this is going in.
And the number 2 flush draw for Gordakov, along with a couple of 10s. He asks.
Here we go.
For 180 of the 213, the rest is deployed by Zorlu, and we'll be on our backs playing for, what is this, over 600,000. And this is very meaningful for both parties, given how close they were in chips heading into this one. King, Queen of Hearts actually serving as blockers to that nut flush draw, but working into the wrap. 6 of clubs, and all of a sudden a little open-ender develops for this 5-7 dangler. Zorlu looking to connect, and on the river he finds the ace, David.
Yep.
And that is a deep cut to Gordakov, who knows that he covers, but wants to verify by just how much.
Yeah, can't blame either player there. Obviously both flopping an awful lot of it. And when we get the count, assuming our count is right, we're going to have Gordakov on 2.5 big blinds. Right now he is in the big blind, so it's got sort of an orbit to make something happen here in terms of a spin up. And looking a little deflated, it must be said. Although he has been fairly stony-faced throughout.
How much was the line? 188?
Zorduer, big double up. So both of the Zorluers managing double ups in the last 3 hands.
Yeah, it's a family affair out here at the final table.
And what a story if they got heads up.
Oh. Well, especially considering how short that they both were. You know, it would be somewhat of an improbable development. Abdu Antun is going to have a little something to say about that, though, David, as the chip leader right now. It feels like moments ago I was referring to a chip leader as having something in the neighborhood of 80 big blinds, and yet now that chip lead held by Antun, with the blinds having shot up to 10 and 25, is only roughly 31 big blinds. Things could come undone in a hurry here in this one. Again, 17-minute levels, a hyper turbo. Antun, the suited ace-jack, 6-3. Generalov shouldn't be all that interested in this one. Oh. And yet he flats King 10, 8-6 monotone. These are not the sorts of holdings. And if I didn't know any better looking across the booth than my partner, I would think he would have been had a lime wedge involuntarily shoved into his mouth.
I think it's like a bounty hunt, but I really don't think we should be kind of in that mode anymore.
I mean, but this isn't the character whose bounty we can hunt. And again, I surmise that Generalov would really be in the business of sitting back, but perhaps he's looking over at Gordakov and thinking, in the big blind, he is all too likely to be getting in with 25 and 25 invested. And sure enough, a dry side develops, ace 8-4 with a couple of hearts. This is a lot of hand for Antun, not so much, of course, for Generalov.
Yeah.
Two pair for Gordakov, though.
Dry side, but I think you probably do want to bet this if you're Antun. And that will clear out Generalov's 3%. Was a bit too speculative, I feel, pre.
So with him out of the way, the side will get delivered to Antun. There it is, he hauls it. And they'll be on their backs momentarily here. Note that Gordakov, with top 2 and only 1 overcard to the 8 across the way in Antun's hand, is still a dog against that nut flush draw with 2 to come.
Yeah, Jack or heart is what we're hunting right now.
If we're Antun.
And now a 5 as well?
Yeah. 3-6 working for a straight draw.
5 enough.
And both ways it comes in on the river for Abdu Antun. Gordakov, a 1-2 punch, dismissing him from the proceedings, and that's just the nature of PLO. So we say goodnight to Alexei, who's done in 7th, picks up $2,680 for the effort.
Yeah, there were quite a lot of chops that actually suddenly appeared after that turn card. But one of the kill cards saying goodbye to our short stack Gordakov, and there he is, the man who has pretty much dominated his final table. Obviously been some nice uptick for the heirs, but Antun really is in the box seat right now. This is very proactive from Generalov. We saw that speculative flat that was partly bounty hunting, partly flatting in position in the last hand. This one is a little bit of a loose open, but it's going to work.
Especially with Antun in the big blind, by the way. I mean, I'm not saying that in this spot Antun would be doing it, but imagine if he just looks over at Generalov and goes, you're not supposed to be raising my big blind, just whacks his finger and 3 bets. There's a wide variety of holdings that Generalov would really, you know, be encouraged to lay down. There surely must be a large pizza somewhere on the rail that the family heir is noshing on.
They're up again.
I want to run out there and figure out what it is.
Yeah, I suppose, like, I get going to your rail once in a while. I get getting up and maybe talking to a friend once in a while. But I don't really understand doing it to the point that you're almost in your seat 5 minutes of every hour.
Yeah, less than you're actually away from it.
Sorlu going to defend here with the Queen 7, 6 deuce. Diamonds, he actually isn't in terrible shape given his opponent's holding, but like, again, this is a little bit optimistic.
That big blind Annie out there, and look at this flop. Deuce is full of 7s.
Yeah, nothing optimistic about thinking you're going to win this one now.
By the way, the 7 dangler plus a couple of 8s. Fedotov, who's been largely silent here at this final table, David, thought perhaps he might get himself in a little bit of trouble with a bet. Now the 6 surely rates to keep him interested as he picks up the open-ender, and the second check from Zorlu does successfully manage to induce a bet. Will he activate now, or with so much hand, will he flat and hope that perhaps another barrel slides in behind it?
I think it feels like, you know, an overpair that's just trying to extract a little bit of value here from draws, and I think Zorluer can definitely go for a raise in this spot. In fact, I prefer it. You don't really want to let the advanced blocker
Look at this, though.
work.
It's a check min raise, David.
Savage.
You see Fedotov, no hesitation, plunks in the extra 50. He's only got 103 behind. Backdoor hearts do come in.
Yeah, now you've plenty to target as Zorluer. You just stick it in.
Yep, that's exactly what he does. And Fedotov knows that these 8s are performing very poorly. Yeah.
Yeah, and got lucky, I suppose, in the end that he didn't connect with that straight. Feel as though maybe on another small card or on a straight card he makes the hero call. But the King of Hearts specifically, even some of the semi-bluffs got there.
How much you have now in the mix match?
Around average.
Average is
So Zorluer Senior in the ascendancy, probably up to second place by my reckoning.
You're right about that. Trailing Antoon by just 4 bigs by our count. What a spin up it's been for him.
Yeah.
Quite the opposite sensation for Fedotov. Down to just 4 bigs. Zorlu limping in, Jack 10, 8, 7. Carry-on says, let's play for a little bit more. Oddly, with the King 9, 5, 4 singles suited.
Very surprised by this.
Yeah, I am too. I thought for sure a check back and let's C3 would have been the preferred course of action. Note that Zorlu does invest the extra 50K. Now comes Ace-9 Deuce. And Zorlu just comes out swinging here. He's got nothing other than a wrap around the 9, but no straight draw at present. A cheeky little 25,000 bet. And look at Carrion. He raises with nothing more than a pair of 9s and a wheel gutter.
He has bounced on it, in fairness, recognizing that there should really be no leads there. Not on this board texture. And now Zorluer, well, unless he's planning a real heist.
I'll tell you this much, David. You and I have presided over enough poker that's been played right here on this feature table in this Merit poker room.
I'm genuinely trying to come up with a hand I'd less want to have in this spot.
But, you know, in terms of Carrion looking over and going, there shouldn't be any leads there. Well, yeah.
Yeah, right.
We've seen plenty of there shouldn't be X, Y, and Z, and there has been.
Very fair point. And one of the things we love about poker in this room as well is that it does devolve into street poker quite quickly.
Yeah. And I gotta say, you know, respect
for the streets.
For street poker, you know, for me, clearly, as a guy who was old school and the bulk of my career was spent playing pre-solver era. Respect, of course, also to the post-solver era, but they're very different animals. And in fact, one could say that the street poker is the feral animal, and the you know, the post-solver era is the domesticated critter. Both yield their own sorts of excitement, and This will be exciting for Fedotov, who has a very faint pulse at present.
But a lifeline in the form of these aces. Very likely to get action, remember, not just because of that little bounty sweetener that's still out there, but just because, you know, players in late position or in the big blind specifically will just have a great price to take a shot. Carry on with the kind of hand that wouldn't mind speculating against someone who is a little bit deeper maybe, but this doesn't feel like the right hand. In the big blind, certainly. In the small blind, I think you could probably let this one go. General off. Well, we've seen him actually be proactive after these bounties. Decides to just call. In case he whiffs completely, he can let this one go. But obviously, we're dealing with a very shallow stack-to-pot ratio now, 0.25.
King 6 tray board with a couple of clubs does yield the flush draw to Generalov.
Yeah, more than enough for Generalov to come for this 43K.
He's got the nines as well. So on their backs they go. As the two Russians square off here. Advantage Fedotov, about 3-2. Does have one club blocker. On the turn, Generalov does not connect. Now the ace of clubs comes off the board as an out. 241,000 chip pot is going to go toward Fedotov here, courtesy of a couple of clean cards.
And that looks like it for this session. As we pull out to see the oft vacant chairs of the heirs.
Yeah.
But in this instance, it is fine because we are going on a little break.
Yeah, that we are. And while we do, we'll send you to some highlights. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of this Omaha 8 final table comes your way after this.
It just feels too strong to fold, but it's very uncomfortable. Off to the streets we go. Another inflated pot between these two. Jack 7-7. Zargaran here still best.
Yeah, and I presume we're going to see a down bet here from Barbarich, something in the region of 200K, which, yeah, Zargaran's going to call here, and we're going to probably end up in a very interesting and shallow turn situation.
Yeah, Barbarix will be aware this hand's likely going down the streets. Already need to start analysing, do I have a good hand to start bluffing off down multiple streets? Have a lot of good things going for it. Block pocket kings, block pocket queens, block the natural top, some of the best top pairs, King Jack of diamonds and Queen Jack of clubs. And look at this, Zargaran deciding, I'm gonna raise flop. Very spicy stuff. Makes it 415K.
It's a little fishy though. Like,
yeah, will Barbarix be able to sniff this out?
Again, Zargaran with a very non-standard line here. I wondered if he would do the non-standard thing pre-flop, but he's actually decided to do it post-flop here, like he did.
Look at this.
We're playing some poker here.
Beautiful stuff. Barbarix finds the float. Recognizes he has all of the really strong hands, all of the overpairs.
And if you're Zargaran, you're feeling very much like your opponent has aces or kings now.
Big turn incoming.
Oh my goodness
drills me. The 8 of hearts on the turn.
Credit to him for an absolutely steely poker face as he spikes dirty here.
Can he find
check now?
Spicy check.
Or does he think his opponent has aces or kings and is in call down mode and doesn't want to do that? We obviously see that it was a float, but it's actually not going to be a float very often.
Goodness me. If he can find it.
Put you all in. There is going to be chips left. I check.
Oh my goodness, gives the speech then check.
Wow, this is poker, ladies and gents. And Barbarich has to go for this now because he's floated with intent.
I wonder how Barbarix perceives that little speech though. Is your opponent really gonna give you this little speech? Here we go.
Sort of like fake strength. It reeked of fake strength, but it's actually real strength.
I really like this from Barbarix. We have a hand like aces. Oh no, and he does just snap shove. And that is hand over.
That's a pity.
Yeah.
He had so much hand, his hand wasn't vulnerable. We see a few shorter stacks about here though. And dreamy situation right away. Sacker going to chip in these 10s and probably get called by a lot worse.
Well, Saki has had a name change as well from when I was in earlier. So there's another player who was on the feature table earlier. He was very, very card dead, has to be said. 10 certainly more than enough for him.
Oh, but here we go. No way ace can fold these pocket 7s. It's a slam dunk spot here and a great opportunity for Sacker to get a double up right out of the gate. But
great spot to be for Sacker.
Thank you.
10s up against the 2 7s. Jack 6 deuce.
Hard luck.
And a 7 on the turn. Absolutely rotten luck here for Sacker.
Pardon me, I turned away because this one's done. It comes Jack 6 deuce. You got 10s against 7s. You don't need to sweat the turn and river. But it turns out you do.
Gazarian, a familiar face in this poker room. Big slick under the gun. He's going to get busy. And right behind him, Cifuentes, Spaniard.
Fuentes. That's all I can do.
That was very nice, James. Thank you for that contribution.
Andrew asked earlier if I spoke any other languages, and there you go, I speak Spanish.
Yeah. Pack now with the ace-10 suited, probably attempting one. Gazarian will open somewhat wide from under the gun, I feel. One of our looser players at the table. And yeah, and that's the reason he's taken this.
Yeah.
Not an obvious spot in all situations. And oh my goodness me, Lakhdari lurking behind here.
And Turbo gets it in, which is really actually going to make things a little bit difficult for Gazarian here with this ace-king, no? Look, it's not the fact that it's gone 3-bet jam and then cold 4-bet jam. It's the speed of it.
How much? The speed always leans me towards ace-kings, if I'm honest.
But you've got ace-king in your hand. It's,
yeah.
I'm with you, yeah. You think they do some acting with, like, the big pairs, but you didn't do back to the big pairs in this instance.
No, it was a pump fist get in here from Lakhdari. 1.3 million. The effective stack in this pot now for Gazarian. Pack has shoved to 940k.
1.3.
This is a horrid spot for him.
400.
Yeah, and remember he's opening from under the gun, so getting maybe slightly more legitimate responses here. And maybe find a fold here. Now he's going to go for it.
Gamble, gamble. I mean, it's only 23 blinds, 22 blinds.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. If Pac doesn't run interference here, it certainly just goes in between the two of them.
All of a sudden, here we go. Kicking things off, Gazarian in a spot to climb over 5 million and chips. Lakhdari in the dream scenario with his 2 queens.
Yeah. Huge pot here, 3.72 million.
This man looking for diamonds. Stranger things have happened.
Deux dames, moi, As-Roi en face, As-10 là-bas. 3, ouais. 3 tapis. As-Roi, As-10.
Here we go, diamond in the window,
oh
diamond behind,
me.
and an ace. The queen's full. Gazarian in pole to scoop for now, but Pac with a myriad of outs.
Wow. Well, a dagger for Lakhdari. He needs a miracle.
So far, so good for Gazarian. Can he hold on this river and take a monstrous stack forward in this tournament?
Oh, it's a diamond! Pac is now sitting on 3 million. Gazarian takes down the small side pot against Lakhdari. Probably gets about half his money back overall, but huge spot there for Pac, who it must be said was drawing very thin when those hands went to showdown. My goodness me.
Wow. But 3-bet, try and get it in pre. And there is some sliver of benefit to denying there. I mean, sometimes we do call with aces and we end up busting out in this hand. It is a final table. There are 6 left. It's not a factor. We're not worried about busting with aces, but it's a percentage. There's some value to just denying.
Absolutely, and that is 100% the counter argument. Hammy going to bump it up here with the 5s. Vulnerable sort of hand, not a comfortable hand to play. Canzonieri may decide with a small discount here to flat. He's got 16 million, but opponent is effective here playing 23 bigs. By calling here, you often will bring in the big blind and create a sort of better spot. But my goodness me, the aces. Wow. Well, it's Gazarian's turn to wake up with them.
Wow, the 2 short stacks, so patient. Both getting dealt amazing scenarios.
And now that it's a squeeze spot, there's no thought to flatting here and being deceptive. You've got to throw out some sort of 3-bet. And obviously with 2.5 million in your stack, that's going to be all of it.
Well, he's actually gone for the non-all-in.
The kind of almost all-in bet.
Which is, you know, something we see in situations where...
ladders are possible.
Right, but in this particular spot, when you're 3-betting... Like, this is just in a spot I don't think where we need to have this move, but...
Sure.
Let's see how things go. We don't really want to encourage...
Have we called in both spots here? We have, because we made it smaller.
Yeah.
You're right, we put that extra 700 in. I don't think we see these 2 calls. I think we might see an isolation shove from the first guy, and we might get rid of one of these hands.
Specifically exploit with aces.
Yeah, maybe.
This is good.
Maybe this works.
As a general strategy, I don't think we really ever have 3-bets there that aren't just all in. But let's see. Gets a jack 8-6 flop. That's good news.
Yeah. And obviously gets to put in this 750k himself here.
And Hammy, surely, as the first up, can he fold for 750?
I'm not sure either could fold for 750.
Right, but if Hammy puts 750 and maybe Canzonieri, does he ever get to fold? I guess not. He's getting over 10 to 1.
Getting 10 to 1, and your opponent who just called doesn't necessarily have to have it.
Right.
So you could be up against an ace-king and an ace-10.
Right.
Let's go.
So they do both call. Amazingly, he is in prime position for the triple up.
Yeah, he has actually just worked out the best way to squeeze all the value.
Or has it? Hammy picks up a gut shot straight draw. The other 2 quickly check it. Throw a 5 on the river!
Oh, this is cruel. This is so cruel. Poor old Gazarian.
Oh, he's going to hate to see the bet coming in here as well.
He's just like, oh, he had sevens, damn. He already knows. Kazarian already knows.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, interesting one now. Hammy, who has been trying to solve the problem of Candido Cappiello in the big blind. They've been in quite a few blind v blind confrontations so far. Deciding to small raise the king-queen here. 2.25x. And Cappiello not going to have a huge folding range versus that sizing. We saw him actually use a hand like queen 3 and make it a 3-bet a couple of hours ago. We've seen some limp pots. We've seen some of these kind of raises as well.
Wow.
And wow, this one's interesting already. This could be a full-on clash, or it could also just...
9.
I mean, for now, it's a c-bet of 900,000, to which we imagine we're surely met with just a call, given Cappiello has second pair with no kicker, but the hearts, no reason to really swell this one just yet.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice spot here where your equity's in a few different places. It's directly in the, I've got second pair, no kicker, so I'm good a lot. And then, of course, there are very nice ways that this one can develop for you and the 4 hearts.
Right, I mean, quite often you've got your opponent just dead on this flop, haven't you, when they come betting into you. No reason to raise it up just yet.
And it's the same logic here versus turn bet, I think.
Yeah, but obviously now it gets us... It's one of those hands where it's kind of nice because you know you never fold in this hand, but at the same time you start to worry about that jack being no good and how you're going to have a lot of difficult river cards to potentially deal with.
Yeah.
But for now, this is one of the hands that just surely fits as a call. And Hammy will kind of be enjoying this, right? You're up against a king a lot, some jack X.
Oh, there is the heart.
Oh no.
Hammy is going to be somewhat blindsided by this now. Stack to pot ratio about 1.2 to 1. Looks like he's going for check and assess and see where this takes him. I think he has to sort of go for check call if you're going for the check line. So
right, and
this could get nasty.
And there are plenty of potential bluffs Cappiello can still have here, right? He can have some of those backdoor clubs. He can have some straight draws.
Yeah, 9-10 and queen 10
gone all in.
feel like the most obvious.
He's just gone all in. He's gone for all of it. Hammy shaking his head. This one has run out horribly for him. Obviously, it is the front door draw getting in, but as David references, 10-9. A likely one, queen 10. And like I say, any of those kind of floats that had clubs, also potential.
Yeah, like
maybe even some just deuce X potentially.
Yeah, I like queen 9 of clubs. That makes sense.
Well. This could go either way, I feel, for Hammy. What a horrible spot to find yourself in. Of course, the queen, now not the best card to have in your hand. For that, we want to be up against some queen 10s, but there's still so many combinations out there.
Yeah, if you're starting to count the bluff combos, I think it's going to be queen 9 and 9-10 of clubs. It's going to be maybe all the 9-10s. It's going to be maybe all the queen 10s. And then you start thinking about, okay, well, given the sizing on river, it's pretty much always a flush. That's value. And
right, we're not expecting Jack 4 to take this line, are we?
I don't think it would go for this size. But maybe. Maybe specifically just Jack 4.
Okay.
But yes, I agree with you. On principle, I think we're in the world of pain here from Hammy. Also very keenly aware that his chip position puts him sort of middle of the pack right now. And this is like potentially an ICM turn of the screw. He knows how capable Candido is in this spot, how creative he is, how potentially deceptive he would be.
Well, I'm going to give credit to him whichever line he goes with here, because this is a tough one.
It's a really tough one.
And he's thinking long and hard about it. And
oh, it's a great fold. What an absolutely spectacular fold in this context, guys. That's so, so tough. Versus somebody so capable like Cappiello there. That one is very hard.
There we go. And yeah, I think it's important to do it at events and venues where I always think someone like Merit. If I've won a package to come to Merit, say,
yeah,
and I just brick everything, don't cash anything, I'm still gonna have a great time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's venues like that you can do this at. Obviously, like I say, some places. And welcome back to the Merit Poker Complex here in Northern Cyprus for continuing coverage of this PLO Bounty final table, part of the Dolce Vita series. The team has changed. It is myself, James Dempsey, and Andrew Headley relieving Ali Najad. And who's the other guy again?
What's his name?
David Lappin. That's it. I was going to say something else. I heard he's got a nickname. As it is, we've got rid of them because we are down to the final 6 as we quest to champion this one-day event. And it's Abdou Antoun leading the way. And the old family affair continues.
Right. Is there confirmation? Is it father and son?
That's right.
That's very charming, isn't it? Little story narrative developing. Yeah, Zorlu up in second. We saw that big all-in where he rivered the ace of clubs just before the break to catapult himself up into second. Then bunches kind of medium stack stamps. Karajan, Generalov, and the younger of the two Ers, 14 to 13 blinds.
Generalov is a name that I'm very familiar with from before.
We've seen him a bunch.
Seen him many times. You see Sergei Fedotov, his compatriot, the shortest of the remaining. Gorakov, Torita, Abusan all have departed. Here we go then. 32.25 locked up. First prize 16K. Still the $500 bounties, although at this point, chump change.
Starts to become somewhat negligible for sure. Of course, fast clock. We had a large average stack, maybe not as little as, 2 hours ago. And that has shrunk down considerably. Onto Fedotov. And he's going to commit essentially here, James. Suited queens.
Yeah, this structure kind of always lent that we knew it would end up as kind of a turbo-y affair on the final table, and that's the moment we've reached. Karajan with the boots and a covering stack. Chance to send us down to 5 players perhaps and grab himself a bounty.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Fedotov.
These are such ugly aces as well.
Sure.
He's actually, is he thinking?
No. I feel like he should hide his cards a little better. Generalov, if he wanted to have a look.
He doesn't enjoy it, and he wouldn't enjoy it. Like the ace 10 deuce, but yeah, he's got aces. What else can he do?
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't actually say anything, has he? Oh, okay. There is a 3-bet going in. Oh, Zerlikan in there with double-suited kings, chuckling to himself about how ridiculous the situation is. I wonder if any of that posturing from Karajan is believed, because if he thinks he doesn't have aces, I mean, I say believed, it still feels like he kind of like felt resigned that he had to go all in, which kind of does often mean just bad aces. And
he's going for it.
He has. He's sort of, I don't think Karajan was doing that to try and entice someone else to come in behind, but that's exactly what's happened.
Is there any universe here, Demps, where Fedotov could have folded and left himself 135? Or maybe just feel compelled and committed? It's not a big ladder.
Yeah, it's, you'd have to be so sure that the other player's going to bust. And
sure.
Yeah, I like where your head's at, because obviously it's always an option, but I think with Queen's double especially, it just does too well. You see here actually he has the most equity in the pot, 38%. Incredible stuff. So then, Zerlikan looking to eliminate 2, take us from 6 to 4 in the first hand since break. 10-8-4 flop. Well, Zerlikan with the open-ended straight draw. Top pair for Karajan to go with the aces he already has, and a pair of 4s for Fedotov with 2 backdoor flush draws, both working. 9 gives Zerlikan a pair to go with his open-ender on top of the pair. He obviously will have the kings. There's just too much going on here, Andrew. Look at the equities, still so close. 6 on the river. Zerlikan does it. Rivers the straight, sends 2 home. 6 to 4 in one hand.
Wow, yeah, there was so much to dissect. Just waiting for that critical river. And both Urs remain in contention for this title. And yeah, just like that, James, down to four-handed play. Dealer just going to get confirmation here, count down the stacks.
Yeah, just making sure. In other words, yep, you're covered. Oh, the lolly heading to Zollikan Air. Fedotov obviously began the hand, as you mentioned, with the shortest stack, which posture whether he could maybe fold here. He finishes in 6th for 32.25. So we're still doing some confirmation here of the chip stacks, but assuming the graphics are correct, and I'd be very surprised if they weren't. First hand coming back from
Oh, he still has a few.
Oh, maybe the graphics were saying the other way, and I just wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I believe Carrion has been left with 62k demp, so two big blinds behind.
Yeah, I think we must have just been misreading the information on our screen.
So not out of it yet, but of course, a lot of work to do. He's going to spin his way back into this one. Massive pot for Zollikan Air.
Yeah, I mean, that is a chip lead now, huh? A big stack, 33 blinds.
Yeah, and he really has spun it up. Was down to 10 big blinds around about 45 minutes ago. Found a big double and now finds pretty much the effective treble up.
I'm just going back to see what the stacks were when we came out from that break there. And in fact, it was, to start the hand, Generalov and had exactly the same stack.
Okay.
And then Carrion had one blind more.
Well, Carrion, with his two blinds, has found bad aces again. In fact, with nut hearts in hand on this occasion. Decision on Generalov. Ace 5-3 deuce, double suited. May decide this is enough to go with. Looks to be counting out a click. That looks like 100k.
Yep, just trying to ISO this. He does now have the option to fold if he were to see a lot of action behind.
Yeah, there's 100k.
How much? 30, 60, 100. It's okay. The minimum is 90.
It's of course a bounty tournament. So a little added nugget of $500 on the head of Carrion. Although, as we mentioned, pay jumps now starting to get fairly large, less incentive to chase and hunt bounties. Round to Antun, he gets out of the way. Generalov does successfully isolate, but he is well behind.
Yeah, this is not a great spot, but it's... I don't think it's as bad as the numbers are suggesting here. I think they must have some folded cards in our game here. I guess obviously you want Carrion not to have a 5, but pretty sure it's better than this in reality. Still though, he's happy to take the shot, try and take us down to 4, pick up a bounty. Ace in the window, well, the deuce 5 now working, but that is it, bar backdoor diamonds as well, of course. Carrion with a chance to spin, get up to 199. Barring 4 on the river, that is what he's going to do. All right, 4 house for each. The cruelty of this game. Chuckles.
Yeah, a little wry smile from Generalov. Takes a small hit. Still healthy, 320k in front of him. Carrion. The first step is always the hardest. Back to just under 7 big blinds. Not out of it yet. Especially in this turbo sort of format. Couple more doubles. You'll be in good shape. So when did we get confirmation that it is indeed father-son? Like it could just be a common surname, or are we just like guessing?
No, I think Ali was speaking with great authority.
Okay. He likes to do that.
I was sitting outside the room. I'm pretty sure he went and got confirmation.
Right.
And if not, well, we got deniability. We can blame Ali.
That would be a cool story, though.
The two of them have been spending most of the time on the rail by the sound.
I noticed that they kept getting up and leaving their seats.
So going over to, I guess, another member of the family.
Right.
Just enjoying the moment. Carrion, here we go. Ace 5, 6, 8 double.
Yeah.
With what, 7 blinds? More than enough for him to put this in. And Generalov, well, this, a very good hand. But look at that, just no interest. Ace, King, Jack, Deuce. This is a final table.
It's a little surprising to fold quite so quickly.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the stack size. So he has 10 blinds. He's actually the second shortest. So there is some incentive to kind of go after the shortest stack. Not just for the bounty aspect, but knocking someone out. But on the flip of all that, you know, you can buy yourself some time at the table. The action has been fast and furious. It's not like, I think a lot of the players, they might be ISIM aware, but they're more eyes on the trophy. They don't seem to care too much. And, you know, for some people, this will be a relatively small tournament, $4,000 guaranteed, a $1,300 pay jump to the next. But as we know, there's a lot of big players in this room and some big buy-in tournaments.
Well then, showed patience on the previous hand and wakes up with a really strong one. What a beautiful hand,
Oh, yeah.
Ace, King, Queen, Jack, double suited.
We like this. We like this a lot.
Yeah, round to Antoon, who's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting at this final table.
Yeah.
We saw him make a big hero call where his opponent treble barrel bluffed, blocking the nut flush, and he made the hero call with just top 2 on a monotone flop flush. No takers for Generalov.
I'd be happy with that outcome, I promise you. Another orbit ball at this table. Six minutes left at this 15K, 30K level. And we'll be juicing things up. 20K, 40K. Still plenty of drama to unfold, but it will happen in a truncated time period. Such as the nature of this structure. So look at now, how much pressure does he want to apply on these guys? I would advocate for a fold here, but there's ICM. You can do some stuff. Double suited hands do really nicely as your nonsense raises.
I feel like if there's ever a poker room or poker tournament in specifics where I wouldn't want ICM pressure, it might be the 1K Turbo PL bounty. But I hear you.
I think that's an astute point. Generalov defending 7-8-8-9 versus the button raise from the Elder Air. If it's not one, it's the other.
There's lots of air-related puns we can do.
Yeah, there really are.
I'm racking my brains. Equity's running very close here.
Two airs don't make a right. Air, error, wrong, right. I don't know.
Needs to mind
working someone, working. Top 2. For Zulu. Dreamy flop for him. King, Queen, Deuce, Rainbow. Obviously range as well. He can go fairly small on this. Looks like he's cutting out the other way. Just wants to bet pot.
Yeah, I guess with Generalov being so
pardon me,
short.
yeah, sorry, yeah. But even still, yeah, I think you should just go pretty small.
I would go small for sure.
Obviously, when I say betting pot, of course, he's effectively a Generalov only has pot back, so.
Yeah.
I was lost for a second there. Obviously, when I was last in here, it was like 70 big blind average.
Right.
The guys are grinding it down.
Yeah, they really have. Chip average now, 20 bigs. And that is about to shorten further.
Last 2 games for tonight in the Dolce Vita. Once again, last 2 games for tonight.
Yeah, that is the announcement for Day 1D, the final Day 1 of La Notte degli Assi. They're bagging in 2 hands' time. All of them, the 4 days. There were two full days, and then a turbo-ish day today, and then a turbo-y day tonight.
I quite like that. Myself and Ali were talking about this earlier, really catering to all playing styles and all, you know, all desires in many ways for the people who want to play the long levels, the long days, try and build a stack the old-fashioned way. And for those who want to get in the sort of hyper turbo flight, that one's about to conclude. So we see Generalov.
Yep, and now there'll be our coverage tomorrow, and then for the rest of time.
Yes.
Or at least until we have a champion in that event. Over the next few days, we're covering day 2, day 3, day 4, and the final day. So those of you Hold'em freaks out there who are looking for something a little bit more standard, perhaps. Hour-long levels, lots of deep play, big Jeopardy, large field, always exciting. That'll be in the next few days of coverage. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be really good to cover. I look forward to it. I'm not going to lie though, Demps. I did some of my first PLO coverage with your good self right here in the booth. Kind of been bitten by the bug. It looks fun, this.
Oh, it's fun.
Even, you know, with my diluted skill level at the game, I feel like 17-minute blinds, that could be the great equalizer. I feel like I want to have a go, is what I'm saying.
I tell you when it gets really fun is when you're playing with 50% bounties and it's level 1. People are blasting. That's when it's really fun.
Yeah.
This is fun too. Final table. Zolakant with a suited ace in the small. Big blind is, of course, Antoon, who has, well, slightly fewer chips, but not by a margin. These two kind of just want to play fairly small pots against each other.
And two pretty reasonable hands.
I say all that, yeah. Antoon actually has a hand that could definitely raise here. And that's what he's going to do. He's actually got like a sort of tickle raise as well, which is kind of curious. I think you just want to be maximizing folds whenever you raise in these spots in this PLO format, especially against the other big stack. You really want to just massage these pots. But he's in position. He's got double suited hand. Things are looking good thus far. They're looking slightly better on the queen high 2-diamond board. We've got a big piece of this. Of course, Zolakant with the gut shot both ways, with the ace-jack-8 working. No spade in sight, though. Obviously, you can go either way here with Antoon. Betting and getting raised is an absolute disaster.
Right.
But it also just doesn't really happen that often. Again, these two are the two biggest stacks.
You would imagine this is hand done.
Yeah.
Like Zolakant does, of course, have 2 straight draws.
He does, but
it's just very tough to proceed.
One's not. Doesn't have any diamond blockers. Doesn't even have any heart blockers if it were to come like the king of hearts or 9 of hearts. It's not even that juicy. The spot, there we go, does just let it go. Nicely picked up from Antoon and equalizes those 2 stacks in the process.
So let me ask Demps just to dig a slight bit further. If this was Hold'em, and we have the big stack limping into us here, and we have, you know, like the no-limit equivalent of this decent hand at PLO, like a king 9 suited that you would knuckle back.
Right.
Should Antoon be checking back a lot in that spot with king queen 6-5? Like if you raise and get repotted, it's a bit of a disaster. Don't want to burn your equity.
It's a bit dissimilar to Hold'em in the fact that he almost just has to continue if he gets repotted. That's the thing.
Okay.
Like, well, I mean, you don't because of ICM.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, in a game where you don't really get to raise fold that much, you don't really want to be raising too much is the idea.
That's why I was wondering, should we check the sort of king queen 6-5 double suit and raise a king queen jack 10?
It all depends, obviously, his perception of what Zolakant's going to limp with, all the exploits involved in that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, but I don't hate the raising. It's just, I think we're just going to go pot. If you think Zolakant's just going to raise his good hands from the small and limp with his bad hands, then just pot it and get rid of them.
Got you.
But if he calls, obviously your hand does just fine.
Back at it they go. Antoon deciding to min raise from the small. King queen 9-6 double suit. Zorlu defending. Both players effectively whiffing. Zorlu still best with just the pair of 10s in hand. Quick check, check. Does improve 2 top sets.
Yeah, that's an improvement.
King of diamonds in hand also.
Yeah, 9.
Worthy of note.
Sort of working towards the straights as well. Interesting if he goes for a bet. Yeah, I kind of like small bet here, I think.
A pretty nice shutdown from Antoon. Really no positive interactions with this board. Certainly not positive enough to continue, you would imagine.
This is just nice. You get to make a whole bunch of straight draws that have equity against you fold.
Yeah.
Kind of obviously still realize if somehow they're up against a flush, you also don't stop like smaller sets calling at that size.
Уже по 40 бэм. Уже 40?
Well, blinds are going up 20k, 40k. Zulukan Air is the best air at this table, at least for now. 22 bligs in his stack, but Zulu creeping up behind. He has 20. Abdu Antoon also around that stack. The three of them are all very even. Then it is the two remaining Russians. Konstantin Generalov sitting there with 8 bigs, and Grigor Karyan with just 5. Fedotov, he went out in 6th. Yeah, it's not really shaping up now for a war between those three at the top, and so much can change when you're that close in chips, isn't it? If one of these guys can get sort of 30 bigs, 34 big, something like that, and then just really distance themselves, that they can get to the point where they're raising a hell of a lot of hands.
Yeah, really could put the hammer down. And we have the looming spectre. I mean, I'm rooting for it. We're supposed to be impartial. But a father v son heads up match.
It's what
Come
we want.
on.
It's what we want.
We really do.
Generalov under the gun. Ace, king, 10, deuce. Suited to the king. Just going to relinquish. Setting out his stall, obviously he's obviously the strat of he's going to play very cagey up front, and also, like I say, on this table where things could still go down. Karyan, of course, is in the big blind with just 5 blinds as well, so there's a good chance he ends up all in this hand.
Yep.
I think if that stack wasn't there, say Karyan had folded, or say Karyan had like 15 blinds, Generalov was cast adrift, I think he would have gone with that hand, albeit you never really want to be suited to the king. You always want that ace suit. So much warmer for you. But here we go. This is exactly what happens. Antoon raises. Zulu calling from the small, and Karyan therefore flicking it in from the big with a nice hand himself. I mean, certainly worthy of defending. Suited ace. Set of 8s on the flop. The kickers play. Here we go. Look at this though. Antoon, gut shot. 10s are drawing live. Zulu, he's just got top pair.
Karyan quite likely to just open shove this hand.
Yeah.
Does do so.
Oh yeah, there's no reason to do anything but that. And I think Antoon has just enough that he has to call here. Obviously it's only 81k to win 360. You got live outs to the nuts. You might fancy a 10's good. You might fancy you've got the best hand even now up against some draws.
Yeah, he does have Zorlu behind still to worry about. But I guess we have the type of hand, James, that if he repots, it's not the end of the world to have to fold.
If you've got 300k here, it's really hard to call off 80.
Right.
You've got 200k, really hard to call 80. When you've got 700, you can call 80. And what's Zulu going to do?
And if he does reopen the action, it's fine.
But like, what hand's he going to go bananas with behind? It's
sure.
Like, we both got 700k. It's so treacherous.
Yeah, looks like it's going to go call.
Yeah, Zulu just enough figuring. He's got the gut shot. He's got top pair. He knows he's going to realize because Antoon just has no reason to bluff.
To bluff on the turn, yeah.
We should get to see another card. Heart on the turn. No one likes seeing that card. It kind of ruins the party. Karyan least of all, being that he's all in against these two players. And the 9 on the river. Antoon gets there. Again, though, I don't think we want to go for any value here. We can still be up against a whole bunch of flushes from Zulu. And of course, Karyan can have flushes.
Can just have
it looks like he is going for it. This is a bit thin in my mind. I hope it's a very small bet. 75k, okay, it is very small, but there we go. Karyan will be eliminated here. River 9 sends him broke. He flopped it good. He would have been pretty worried about that turn. Probably emotionally he checked out of the tournament at that point. As it was, though, he was still good. It was the less dangerous looking 9 on the river that has sent him out. Picking up, what, $4,030 in his process. And they are flying out here.
Yeah, good game to Karyan. Couldn't quite hold on. And big pickup for Antoon now, up to 1.2 million. Retakes, excuse me, the tournament. Chip lead. And on we go.
So then, we're down to 4. Still shallow, average stack playing at just 15 blinds in this one-day PLO Bounty Turbo. But it's skewed somewhat. 3 of them have over 20 blinds. No, 15 blinds for Zorlu. Of course, he lost a few chips in that last altercation. It's Generalov, who was adrift with 8 blinds. And it's he facing a pot-sized bet. Of course, just him and the button in this one. Zorlu making it 3x, 120 with no small blind in there.
No, it's not included. 120, 120.
How much?
Generalov, King 10, 9, 8. He's going to find that's plenty to take a look at the flop with.
Yeah, try and see.
It's pretty grim when you have to call 3 big blind open and put in like a whole tower of chips. Things aren't going well if you're in that situation.
Yeah, if you could see the cards, you'd be pretty happy with this spot. Looking to just connect here and get it imposed.
Yeah, won't need to find much. This King 10, 9, 8, when it flops something, it's always something pretty decent. Here we go, top pair, gut shot. I wonder if he wants to just go for it or whether he thinks this hand's good enough to check call. I kind of missed how whether that was a jam or...
Yeah, I think he open jammed.
Either way. He's up against it. Zorlu making the call with the 6. Also has the 8-9. This is a great spot for Generalov to find a double up. Basically needs to fade a 6 or a jack, and even the jack gives him outs to win. Represented in just the 28% equity we see here. Okay. 2 pairs apiece. Doesn't really change anything. That's going to change things. 6 on the river. Zorlu with the unlikely get there. Sending Generalov out in 4th place. They are flying out of the door, Andrew.
Good game to Konstantin. Nasty way to be sent to the showers. Did successfully ladder.
We're going to hear from him now. Or perhaps we're not.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we see.
How did this tournament went for you?
It's starting really funny because too much players play. When registration still opened, it's so crazy game it was. But it's very funny.
How is it playing this structure? 17 minutes levels PLO is quite fast.
Yeah, because too much players busted fast. We have too big average stack and playing comfortable. It was good. And when we play 2 tables, we're playing like maybe 1 hour or 2 hours for final table. The structures is good.
What game do you prefer playing? Pot Limit Omaha or No Limit Hold'em?
I'm playing No Limit, but I like to play Omaha when it's tournament. I think it should be more tournaments in this area, not only one. I like below it play.
Yes.
No.
Well, with that in mind, we're also going to have a little chat with our 8th place finisher, Tortorita.
What game do you prefer playing? Pot Limit Omaha or No Limit Hold'em?
I think Pot Limit Omaha, it's a bit more fun and it goes a bit faster. I think No Limit Hold'em requires really a lot of patience and study.
How often do you play PLO?
Not that often because there are not that many tournaments. But today I was lucky enough because I played the Hold'em, I busted, so I found this event and I could play.
How did you find the fast structure? Did you like it?
It's quite fast. I think at the beginning some of the levels they are repeating the big blind, so that's nice, but then as you go deeper it becomes faster and faster, and now even at the final table average was like below 20 big blinds, so it's quite fast.
Did you make any significant mistakes? Are you happy overall with your play?
No, I think I'm happy overall. Last hand I busted with a bluff, but I think it was the correct play, so in the end it is what it is.
Right then, well, there was Stefan Torrita telling us about his quest here, finishing in 8th a little while back, $2,000. And then, of course, we just lost Konstantin Generalov, the 4th Russian in a row to fall at this feature table. And thus, we're left with 3, 2 of whom are in the same family.
I mean, how good is this? Across the table, staring each other down, father and son.
You called it. The fans want to see the family heads-up match.
Well, this man's going to have something to say about that, James. Antun has played very aggressively, played very well throughout.
And now suddenly the game has changed, as I suggested. It could, like, we're now, everyone's over 20 bigs, which isn't like crazy deep, but it means the whole strategy changes.
Yeah, nobody can really just run away with it at the moment.
Case in point, we see Antun coming in with a limp on the button, recognizing that he wants to play a lot of hands from that seat, therefore needs to mixing a lot of limps. But look at this, Zurlucan flopping top set and the gut shot. Zorlu with an open ender in the same spot and a pair, and he comes out betting. Now, sorry, Dad, have this. There we go. Antun gonna make way for this family disagreement.
So many potential jokes here.
Yeah, I mean, this should...
Is Dad going to take away his pocket money?
This should be, obviously, the end of this encounter.
Send him to the naughty step. Yeah, nothing for Antun to do here, of course. Although it is taking his time.
Yeah. I think he's just letting them get the pot actually figured out. I think he's not actually posturing or thinking about playing this hand. I think there seems to be a disagreement on how much pot is at this point.
Okay.
It's late.
It is.
Three times the previous bet, plus what's in the pot. Simple.
Easy. Yeah, Zorlu here.
Well, actually, I say that. He's still thinking, but yeah, he's surely going to... I mean, this should just go fold. Unless Zorlu wants to teach the nipper.
Yeah, may perhaps regret betting this flop. Could have taken a free card, of course. But left now to lament that decision. Can't continue with this one.
Yeah.
In the go.
A little exchange. He's going to show, look, Dad, I promise you, I'm not messing around. Got top set. Please don't hurt me.
Kind of loving it. The dynamics.
$7,350 is what's guaranteed for the final three. Then a $4,000 pay jump gets you up to second. And then, well, just short of $5,000 up to first. In fact, almost a peculiar payout in merit sense, because we're so used to seeing the merit kink, where the jump from third to second is bigger than second to first, but this, more standard.
Might be the first time I've seen it.
Right. I actually looked back a second ago to say all that, assuming it would be the merit kink would be in there.
Yeah.
But clearly, PLO's got enough going on. We don't need to throw any spanners in it. Now, I must apologise to all of you watching, because, well, you're in the same boat as us. We seem to have lost table sound and a brief technical difficulty that is being worked upon, but this game's a visual game, and you've got the dulcet tones of Andrew Headley.
Absolutely.
Pot.
I will soothe everybody. At home and in the booth, James, I'll soothe you too. Zorlucan here, playing this one a little tricky. Limping the small with the ace, king, king, 10. Beautiful hand, three-handed. Nut diamonds. Antun, no, doesn't bite. Does check back. And look at this. Ace, king, deuce, 3 spades. We have middle set for Zorlukan. Antun, with that queen of spades in hand, did decline the option to start bluffing on the flop, but is going to take it now.
Yeah, got a little bit of working with the 4-6 as well. Parachute out, if you will. Yeah, like medium surprised to see him not take this on the flop.
I was going to say, if we're going to start bluffing here down the streets.
What a river for Zorlukan. The absolute stone colds. Checks on over to Antun again.
So more credible, James, to just start bluffing flop, right? If we're going to multi-street bluff this one, represent a flush.
Yeah.
Finds a very prudent check back.
I say that, like, obviously there are a lot of hands we just want to check back and then turn into bluffs on the turn, but if we're ever going to have a hand that, if there's any hand that wants to go 3 streets, it's obviously the queen of spades. But it's not, these nut flush blockers are like far less credible when we're doing blind on blind in a 3-handed game, you know.
That makes a lot of sense.
We have far more queen. Normally when you're playing PLO and you have like the ace of the suit and you've V-pipped, it's like far more likely you have a suited ace because you V-pipped.
Right.
When you've got the queen of spades in a spot where you've just checked back,
you've been linked into, you would have raised.
You're obviously way less likely, just combinatorically. You've only got 3 of the cards to have a spade, less likely than you are when you obviously just V-pip. So, and also anytime the nut blocker is a lower card, so when it's a queen or even a jack, it's obviously less likely, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Very nicely analysed, Mr. Dempsey.
I'm still surprised he didn't bet, though. but also, you can just delay. You can just go check, and then your opponent checks again. They got nothing, and you just bet and you win.
Still going to be enough hands, right, that Zorlukan just check folds turn.
I mean, that was never going to be one of them, so
sure.
He did a good avoid in that sense.
Yeah, very prudent shutdown from Antun. Been very impressed with him, been on point for most of this final. Coming in for a raise here from the small blind. I'm sure I saw light blue chips going in. There we go, 120k. Very defendable Jack 10, 7, 6 doubles suited for the elder heir.
Yeah, double suited hand, blind on blind, in position. Not many of those you're going to fold. Queen 5 deuce, Antun with a pair, has the gut shot going high, has backdoor hearts. It's a very nice looking hand. He does just bet it, gets it done.
Goes full pot.
Yeah, I think this is kind of one of those hands you're basically willing to go with.
Sure. Getting shallow.
Yeah. Like if you're up against even top 2, it's like, well, I've got the ace, I've got the gut shot, I've got the backdoor draws. If you're up against any kind of draw, you're in good shape. Max pressure against the heirs. Stacks now level between Antun and the younger. The elder down to just 13 blinds. As he kicks this hand off in the small, but it will be Antun with the option. 9-8-6-4 on the button. Not a great looking hand. He probably gets to play a few more hands on the button. The others just because he's already shown this willingness to have a limping range. Therefore, that does allow you to maybe get involved a little bit more. Here we go. Father and son, 3, 4, 5, 7 limping in. Zorlukan checking back with 9, 8, 7 dominating deuce. And a Jack 9 3 board that is all about the younger here. You can see he's actually behind right now to the pair of 3s, but has the bottom wrap. And is quickly checking through. And Zolu, it's 2 pair getting counterfeited. Zorlukan just showing that he had a chance with that 9-eye, but it didn't come to fruition. Zolu with a decision point on the turn there with obviously the bottom 2, gut shot. Really want to give a free card, but at the same time, like horrible to bet there and face any action. You swell the pot, it gets scary.
Sure.
Even just getting called there, there's so many bad river cards for him that just electing to play it coy.
Yeah, a timely boost for the father of the father-son duo. Antoon, of course, looking to rob us of the narrative. Been very impressed with him. He's played a very solid, strong game at this final. The heirs are going to have their work cut out to dislodge him from this trio.
King 10, 9, 7 for Zerlikan. King high diamonds. Gonna make it a 3x. Antoon. In position, King Jack 10, 5. Obviously dominating his man. And the better seat, Andrew. I'd be surprised to see anything but just a flat hit.
Yeah, very likely to complete this one. As you said, in position. Pretty strong hand, blind on blind in a three-handed game. Is reaching, does make the call.
Yeah, eyes his man up. Such similar holdings. Obviously, you can see the King Jack 10-5 is the small favorite, but Zerlikan's hand is that much easier to play. The King 10, 9, 7, everything's working. In game, it's the one you'd rather have. But right now, Antoon has flopped the pair of 5s. Being checked to. Could see him going either way with this one. Obviously, it might be the best hand, and therefore you can just bet it. And then if you get check raised holding this hand, you don't really mind. Check raise folding, bet folding this 5 isn't a disaster. But also the good thing about betting it is when you do get called, the card, the times you improve, it's a 5. Great, you've got trips. If you hit King Jack or 10 to make 2 pair, it doesn't coordinate with the board. So like 2 pairs is still a super strong hand. Always nice to have that kind of possibility. Sort of mentioned to Ali earlier in this game, like not all 2 pairs are equal. Like not all top 2s. There was a scenario where we saw someone flop top 2 on a 10-8 4 board, but they had 10-8 King Jack, so the overs are working for them. So there's still loads of good turn cards. We're so used to in Hold'em, well, like top 2's top 2. You can't, nothing else going with it.
Nothing really changes, yeah.
In this game, if you got 10-8 3 deuce or 10-8 King Jack, it makes a huge difference. Anytime you just got the working overs unconnected to the board, it's kind of a good thing.
Yeah, really well negotiated by Antoon. And every pot now, of course, so valuable, up to 1.3 million.
Yeah.
And in the process, puts Zerlikan down to 900.
Yeah, that's a big pickup. And yeah, he's got 44% versus 30 versus sort of 25. If you can just get a couple more of these little pots through, he'll be in that spot where he can really leverage the pressure. I mean, he's almost there as it is. He can leverage more on the younger, given that the elder is that much shorter, but he's getting close to being in a really good situation. And there you go. He's not going to miss a trick. Coming in, maximize the pressure now. With this queen at 3, 4, 5. Zorlu's sticking around. Looks like, oh, pardon me, he's just limped in. I thought I saw him reach for chips. And now, this is kind of a good flop for him, in that Zorlu didn't activate. Reason to think that he probably doesn't have too much ace-x. As it happens, he's got aces and deuces. Antoon with the 3, 4, 5 wheel wrap plus backdoor diamonds, although those are no good.
Yeah, faces half pot. With enough immediate equity here, you would imagine we can find one call.
Yeah, I wonder if he finds anything else.
Right.
He does.
Oh, he does.
I love this. I mean, we can see here he's going straight into it. But I really do like this.
Yeah, so like against the perceived range of Zorlu, we're gonna get this through a good amount.
Well, you think like, obviously there's lots of ace-x combos in this game, but a lot of the really good ones would
have already
raised in this situation against a small blind limp, especially when the small blind's supposed to be raising a lot of hands. So now it's like, well, what is his strongest value? Like a weakest value? Whoa, my word! It's main fold aces and deuces. Wow, there you go.
Wow.
That shows the power of that check raise. Antoon, take a bow.
Gets it through. And again, every pickup more and more crucial. Yeah. And you just referenced it, Demps. Now has half the chips in play.
Is Zorlu just giving him credit for ace-jack?
Seems like a pretty big overfold, or it's just kind of a gross spot where you
one of
don't
those
get
things.
bluffed too
It's
often?
a gross spot because if you're behind, you're
dead almost.
You're goosed, yeah.
Okay.
But I think
like relatively under-bluffed spot.
No, because there's the two wraps. There's the 3-4-5, the king queen.
King queen 10, yeah.
I mean, it's not like the worst spot to fold, but
I hear you.
I don't think we want to be betting that hand to fold.
Sure. Beautiful.
Especially when he bet 80k, it wasn't like he potted it. It wasn't like he made out he was committing to the hand.
Okay.
I think if he bets small, we kind of just got to go with it. If you pot it and then get check raise pot, now it's the range is so much more condensed. But
gonna be less bluff heavy.
Let's focus more on the move this man managed to make. Because if he'd bet the flop, he was getting called or jammed on. Right? He found the only way to get a fold.
The only way to win the pop. Yeah. Very good. As we see father walking son. And we go on, three-handed.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Antoon at that magical 50% of the chips in play mark. The family with the rest. But it is a non-even distribution. Zulu down to 11 blinds. And it comes around fast. Big blind ante and PLO. It's costing 2.5 blinds every 3 hands. He hasn't got long to find something and get it going. King, Queen, Jack 7. Is this going to be enough? I still think he's got rooms for limps and stuff here. That's what I'd like to see here, I think. I think we've seen this a lot today from when I was watching the file table out of the booth, that spots where players maybe could have a limping range, they just don't seem to have it in this tournament.
Okay.
I think Antoon's shown he does, but most players have just decided to take their spots and go for it.
Yeah, draw the line in the sand and click the pot button.
Interesting spot now for Antoon. This isn't like the worst hand, and you kind of... The problem is you see flops sometimes, and you see his equities there's 46%, but a lot of the time he's just going to end up folding the best hand with the 2 9s. You don't really know when you're good. If this was a lot deeper, it's a lot more palatable, but it's still obviously completely playable. I'd be surprised if he did anything but play it.
Yeah.
But it's not as easy as, say, 9s would be in Hold'em, for example. Connectivity to the 7-5 though, that's always nice. Some broad coverage. Again, if you have just joined us, apologies for the sound issues. They will be resolved as soon as possible. For now, though, you get the heavy breathing of myself, James Dempsey, and Andrew Headley. And wow, what a setup flop we got here. King, Queen, Jack, the overwrap versus Antoon's flopped set. Now, just a question for Antoon of whether he wants to just bet it himself. I love this check. I like it. Oh, and he's showing the bounty chip. Well, he's going to be willing to commit, and he's going to show you middle set. It's a little unlucky, Zolu. Pardon me, that Antoon's actually up against this hand.
Yeah, it's going to have to dodge a lot of equity.
I don't know what he's asking. It's like you are the man who put the bounty chip in.
How much is it?
Yeah, and like I say, it's taken a while, but Antoon's going to be sick to see this hand. He's thinking he's got his man probably not. You're really never dead in PLO, but you're hoping maybe just one pair, maybe some backdoor draw, maybe a gut shot, even an open ender. But the King, Queen, Jack, you see all the outs at the top of the screen there. Only one of them has been folded. A near flip for a set in this setup board. 7 on the turn. What do you reckon Zerdekan's rooting for? Do you think, Dad, I want you to double up, or I want to get myself heads up?
He wants him out for sure. Deuce of clubs. He's screaming it over and over. So many outs here for...
Well, that's for Antoon. That's the outs the wrong way around. There we go. One of those wrong way around outs falls down. Antoon's set of 9s managed to win what was effectively a flip, sending Zolu Air out in 3rd place. $7,530. He's leaving the table behind, and with it his son, to do battle. It's a hell of a battle he's going to have on his hands, as Antoon has a big lead going to this heads-up match. It looks like around about 70-30 in terms of chips in play. 40 bigs plays a little under 20.
Yeah, great run for Zorlu. Not much to be done. Got short. Got it in with a big draw. Couldn't get there. Antun dispatches of the father. Now he's going to go after the son. Do you think he'll stay on the rail? Support him? Or he's just like, nah, I'm off to bed. I'm off for a nightcap, lad.
Like,
Very best of luck.
I saw you celebrate that brick on the river. Locked you up the extra $4,000. Don't worry. I'll never forget.
I think we missed a trick there. We needed a camera on Zorlukan to just get the micro expressions. Little fist pump under the table.
Yeah, I think I'm going to throw something out here.
Okay.
I think we could do with a colour up in this tournament at some point.
I know, right? It's kind of nice, though. It's like old school.
There are mountains
of chips.
Look at this. There are mountains of chips, and there are 60 blinds in play.
You remember what it was like, Demps. That was your heyday, the Towers of Chips.
The Towers of Chips. The pre single pair ante days.
Come on, you do miss it.
Towers.
There's nothing worse than when you've got chunks and you go for dinner and you're like swaggering out of the building and you come back and they've just changed it for a little nub.
I'm just getting it. I just it's easier. It's more.
Do you think?
Less work for me to manage.
What happened to you, man?
Changed.
I like the towers. It makes me feel like I'm doing something exciting.
It always looked great, and it was fun to be sitting there with a mountain of chips, but my word, wasn't it a slower game?
I mean, I've never had one of those ones that you see on the old coverage that's ridiculous.
You can't get your arms
around. And you can't get your arms round. But like this stack here in front of Antun, I'm loving that.
I've had some...
Have you really had some of it? Oh, like brilliant.
Pyramids on pyramids.
Right, enough of our nostalgia. Antun, beautiful looking Jack 10, 9, 7 double suited. Heads up.
Yeah, obviously a different proposition now. We're heads up. Less need to play a limp strategy. Still, of course, can. But these kind of hands, it's, you know, this hand specifically, like a double suit hand, if you get 3-bet, whatever, let's go. Sure. Let's see a flop.
Yeah, Zorlukan does defend the 10-9-6-3 and flops pretty big. Top and bottom pair.
Yeah, Antun with a little bit of this as well. But look at this. Zorlukan just leading out full pot. And it's kind of the ugly scenario for Antun. There aren't many flops he doesn't get to continue on. Certainly not many unpaired flops. You know, you could try find me 3 cards on the deck that this hand doesn't want to continue on.
It always wants to always connects in some way.
But this is the thinnest it ever connects. Just the gut shot, and he faces just the lead out. Somehow he's going, wait, I don't get to carry on with this hand?
Yeah. One backdoor flush draw, of course, but not going to be enough, you would posit. Oh.
No.
Oh, gets the bounty chip ready.
I'd be gobsmacked if he plays this hand. Yeah.
Maybe just showing Zorlukan, I've got one of these all-in chips.
I've got your dad's chip here. Do you want to go the same way he went, son?
Oh, dear.
Mine's going up.
Oh, in shorter levels.
30K, 60K. Yeah, we shave a little bit off the levels once you get heads up here at Merit. Obviously, there's not a lot we can take off 17 minutes.
Right.
There we go. 33 plays 17. 2-1 chip lead for Antun with Zorlukan. Just nicking a few chips there to get this heads up match underway. Look at that. Antun has done the damage on this final table. Right. Knocking out 8th, knocking out 7th, knocking out 5th, and knocking out 3rd. Zorlu himself knocking out Generalov in 4th. And the old man dusted off Fedotov in 6th. In fact, it's basically been all about them. The top 3 doing all the heavy lifting here. Dolce Vita, of course, knocking out our 9th place finisher. That was a bad omen for him.
Yeah, Todorito was dispatched by Antun in a fabulous hand early at the FT, where Antun found the treble barrel hero call off with top 2.
Not look back.
Yeah, he's played really, really well. Looking to close. As we see now, Zorlukan. Queen 9-8-5. Club's working. We are getting shallow. 16 bigs back.
Yeah, looks like he's just looking to play some big pots. Going to raise it up. 155 to go. Antun with one of the few hands he can't continue with. 9-5-3 deuce. That's ugly.
That is ugly. Things can swing quick here, though, right? Of course.
Oh,
one double up for Air. He's going to take the chip lead.
Yeah. I mean, it's 2-1.
Yeah.
Switch the stacks, and Zoltan can be the champion in 2 hands' time.
Right.
Seen some phenomenal turnarounds like that before when Holden tournaments, let alone PLO.
Oh, a little exposed card there.
Someone told me a tournament recently where they were 4 or 5-1 down, and they won the tournament in 4 hands or something crazy like that.
4 back-to-back.
In fact, it was actually
the dream.
I tell you, it was Ben Collins when he won the Salute to Warriors event this summer at the World Series.
Yes.
And it might have even been more absurd than that. He might have been 6-1 down and won it in 4 or 5 hands.
Madness. Madness. So we see Antoon. Very playable. Ace, Queen, 10-7. Nut diamonds.
Looks like he's declared a bet, which one must assume.
Oh,
hello. Oh, hello. Hello. This is certainly enough for Zoltan to repop. And it looks like, is that what he's doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's found enough to run it. And Toom, well, he can't fold this hand. It's just a question of whether one presumes he's going to continue as a call because you just create more decision points. And I think Antoon's going to fancy his chances in this match. Feel like he's perhaps got the most experience. Not that there are many flops you could ever fold anyway, but
sure,
you still, I think, always want to call here. There we go. He does. Just give your opponent that extra decision. Anytime you think you've got the edge, it's always great to create more decisions. Now, with Ace Queen 10-7, it's very hard to think of any flop he can fold on for the additional 500k. But
that's the commentator's curse, if ever I've heard it. Here we go. Deuce 3-4, all hearts.
Right. There are some, but very few. That's not one of them.
That is not one.
Open-ender and a nut draw. Look at this. Zoltan with top set. What is it with 9s?
Yeah.
We saw 9s a minute ago flopping a set. Don't look at this acting, rubbing the mouth. What to do? How should I proceed with this? Moves it in. Antoon, of course, going to call this 6 or jack, both working towards the nuts. Of course, never wild calling straight draws with 2 clubs on board, but we are playing heads up and it's only half pot. What? He's actually taking some time over this. I'm very surprised. Is he just...
Can't fold this one.
This is weird that he's taking this long.
Maybe just making sure, getting the count.
Yeah, that's fair. I wonder if he's just just fallen in love with the Ace Queen 10 portion of the hand, doesn't realize he's actually got the sort of the double draw. I wonder.
I feel like you just referenced this need for a color up.
Right, maybe that's it.
He's looking over here, and it's like,
you're right.
I'm not entirely sure if that's 500k or 900.
You're completely correct, Andrew. That's exactly what the situation is. He doesn't even know, I think, at this point, who's got the chip lead, probably because there's so many chips, physical chips in play.
That actually really is a good point from you. You know, this would be so much easier for him to get the visual quick count in mind if we'd had a color up. Can't imagine he's going to lay this one down, though, once he gets the information.
Once he realizes the situation. I mean, if he saw the hand he's in.
Oh. Yeah, there it goes.
Here we go, then. Antoon with a shot to take this one down. Zoltan won't be pleased to see that actually his opponent is drawing live, just like against the old man. Can the set of 9s hold once again? Will Zoltan take the lead? As we said, all it takes is one double up and the stacks switch around. He's 73% to do so. Only a jack or 6 stand in his way. Non-pairing board. Not the worst card for Antoon. You see the equities only shifting marginally. 8 outs. 1 lost pool. King is safe. Zoltan with the double up. And in fact, look at this. Basically a 3-1 lead. Now for him. 2.2 plays 750. He's looking over at Dad. Give me a little nod. We got, don't worry. I'll avenge your death. In this life or the next.
He's just on the rail. You are my son. Get it done. And Antoon, first time we've seen him face any resistance or any real body blows for a very long time. So intrigued to see how he responds. Granted.
Physical man chips in here. Come on. Come on. What's going on? Help them out.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I had to stand up.
There's 300 chips on the table and 50 blinds in play. Come on. The squirrel's looking for the nuts. That's a good card predictor. I like that. It's smart for poker.
I'm going to buy you your Teenage Turtle one before we go. I think so.
You're going to buy a little.
I think it's time.
Which turtle am I getting? Is it a surprise? I want. If you're going to get me a turtle, I want you to get me the turtle that most represents you. So I can look down at it and be like, this is Picasso turtle.
You guys can't see me, but I'm just pondering, just looking up to the ceiling, thinking.
It's right.
Am I a Donatello?
Well, you know,
Donatello.
These famous Italian artists, and I got Picasso. I mean,
that's true.
We're crossing realms.
I'm shocked that you didn't get the Splinter reference in there. You know, that was it's a missed opportunity. Splinter's the rat, isn't he?
Yeah, but why would I call you a rat?
I don't know. Wait, is it Splinter? He is the rat.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know, because, you know, sometimes you like to give me jibes.
To needle you needlessly. What's going on here? They both stood up.
Both standing.
What was action for a second? I don't know what's going on. Almost come over. I think, are they asking to colour up chips?
Oh.
I think.
He thinks he paid too many, potentially.
Oh.
I think.
I'm trying to lip read in a language I don't understand. I don't think I'm going to do very well, Andrew.
No, this is very tough. Or maybe a slight deal discussion. And now Zorlikan recognizing he has so many chips. I did see him sort of tap his stack and go, no, no, no.
I don't know. I think he's just asking, can we just change up the... I don't know if he's asking to change... I don't know, maybe I'm putting it on them because I want them to change
because
up the chips.
we want them to change them.
Or what's going on. Something was going on. We'll never know.
Antoon looking a little flustered for the first time.
Yeah, that was, like you said, a complete body blow. Obviously a really nice looking hand. He might be thinking, oh, did I need to gamble? Do I need to call a 3-bet?
Right,
But
you have to, right?
Sure. Ace-Queen 10-7 is just too good a hand.
Too strong.
Again, if you could jettison the 7 and call it a 6, maybe you can start to argue to lean towards folding, but here he is, top pair, up against the over pair. Over pair with bottom pair blocker.
Oh, and he pots.
You're just coming leading into the limp. Well, has that got just a turbo fold from...
Wait.
So I'm kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, has a deuce in hand, blocking some potential 2 pairs. With that over pair also working.
We're just checking the pot. So there was obviously some confusion. Maybe the confusion over the blind levels. I don't know. Something very odd going on. The oddest thing being the Queen's turbo fold, really.
Right. Both players potentially losing composure a little if they've got frustrated with each other. Did look a little aggro between the two.
I think. Yeah, I don't know.
Not that I'm casting aspersions that they're about to devolve into fisticuffs.
No, I don't think that's the case.
No. Both looking a little disgruntled. Interesting. Anyway, on we go.
I genuinely think they're finding it hard to tell how many chips each other's got because there's so many chips in play. Antoon with the hot pair, 2 9s on the button, double suited. This hand has not lost since I came into the booth. Ooh, Zorlikan with a very nice looking hand. King 10 9 7 now. I think if there was an ace in here, this would be a certain 3-bet with this hand. I think he's willing to just call, take a flop again. A bit like the Jack 10 9
hard
7.
To fully miss the board.
Yeah, you just flop a lot with this hand. But with this particular hand, you don't want to be like 3-betting out some weaker. So often when you flop a pair here, you're going to have your opponent in bad shape if they've got, if they flop a pair as well. The shared cards, again, are just a nasty flop. 6-4-4. Antoon will like that the most. Obviously a 6 blocker. A marginal factor at this point, but the 2 9s rate to be best. You would have heard from most of the overpairs. Certainly the Queen's plus, I think.
Yeah, it does just announce pot. Nothing to be done for Zorlikan.
Yeah, it's one of those you pot and just hope for a fold.
Yeah, just hope they don't have it. Hope they don't have the 4 or the nut flush draw or something to that effect.
Yeah.
So, of course, with every pot that Antoon rakes, starts to edge his way back closer to air. Still has around about a 2-1 chip lead.
You're right, they keep looking at the clock. Maybe they're wondering when they get a break. A lot's happened. I mean, they haven't been playing that long, but psychologically you've gone through 4 bust outs.
Okay.
Positions have moved around. Maybe they're just...
That would make some sense.
Wanting the lavatory. But I mean, I think they could just ask for a break when they want. I mean, there seems to be a lot of discussion between the two of them and the dealer.
I think you've called it. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, you said maybe there's some animosity, but I think it seems jovial. There's lots
oh,
of
it seems fine now.
Isn't it?
Well, you know, if you really need to go, if you really need the bathroom, I would get a little grumpy.
I mean, if someone goes, I really need the toilet, do you mind if we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah,
I'd be
they
like,
say no.
I'd be like, no.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Piss yourself.
Yeah.
I've got a strong bladder. That's one of my talents.
That's one of your many edges at the table.
Yeah.
You just start whispering, dripping taps, gushing waterfalls.
Yeah,
you just lift your bottle of water and tip it back and forward.
I apologise to anyone who's listening in and is also requiring the bathroom at the moment.
Small size bladder.
Antoon winning that one. Ace double 10-9.
Yeah, continues to edge ever closer to Zarlukan.
Yep, 31 bigs, plays 18. So he's, well, after that double up was about 3-1 down, has edged back to 2-1 down, but it's such tiny margins at this point with so few blinds in play. In fact, blinds have gone up. 40K, 80K.
The price of poker now becoming prohibitively expensive. 200K in the middle. Every hand. Antoon, Queen 9-4-3. Not the greatest looking holdings.
Yeah, I wonder if
we
we
are
might see one of his limps here. Yeah, big blind ante, of course. It's really hard to ever fold.
Got to fight for everyone, right?
Yeah. See, in a no ante game, you're going to have some folds from the button. But I mean, in Hold'em, we see you barely ever fold from the button with a big blind ante. And it's more so in this. In fact, look at the Antoon still coming in. Oh, he has limped in. Yeah. I apologize. I said 40-80. We're going to 40-80, but they're obviously still at 30-60 here, are they? Oh, no, it looks like they got 80K out there.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Just graphics are perhaps one hand behind. Zorlakan canning out a raise. Got it slightly wrong in his mind for how much he wants to make it. 240 is the number, my friend. 240. There we go. And yeah, Antoon, I mean, can't carry on with this hand, I don't think.
Yeah, little too weak.
Yeah, he knows this game. Kind of frustrated thinking if I just been pounced upon because I finally limp one. And I'll give you a clue, Andrew. Whenever you're playing a game and someone does that with their cards, they fold. Very rare.
God, you're good.
A couple of decades of experience have taught me that.
Have you ever in your life managed to flick in the look at your cards like that and then repot?
And then repot. I remember once.
It would be
I remember once doing an instant reaction to a river bet.
Right.
When playing heads up, and being like, oh, like, and like so visibly like ridiculous. And then I started thinking the hand. I was like, this guy can't have anything. And then I raised.
You found it?
I raised the river, and he like folded and made a comment about my angle, like oh, you're trying to Hollywood me. I was like, no, I'm just an idiot. Like
brilliant.
But I was like, actually, I want to raise this guy. But now the next minute of my discussion with my internal monologue was like, can I really
do it after I just blatantly?
But it was obviously a natural. It was an instant thing here. Okay, here we go. Looks like. Full back. Discussing again. So I believe they're about to take a break. Andrew.
Yeah.
I think they're going to play this hand and then take a break. That's what we've been reliably informed. Like I say, they've been at this table for a little while now. Zorlakan. Wow, that's a nice hand. 10, 8, 7 on the button. Going to keep the aggression going, it looks like. Use the big stack. Although, no IC aim pressure, you could leverage here, so you're only ever playing the effective stack of your opponent.
190.
And then Toon, obviously, going to have to give up the queen 5-3-3. A bad time to find a couple of bad hands. There we go. They are going to take a very brief break. Myself and Andrew will be back in 10 minutes for the conclusion of this PLO Bounty event. There we go. And yeah, I think it's important to do it at events and venues where I always think someone like Merit. If I've won a package to come to Merit, say,
yeah,
and I just brick everything, don't cash anything, I'm still gonna have a great time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's venues like that you can do this. Obviously, like I say, some places you just kind of want to get the poker done and dusted.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my word!
This could be a big one here, James. And if it was to go Sahafi's way, that journey from short stack cockroach to actually being in with a real chance of winning this one, my goodness me, I can't really see a way this doesn't get in, to be honest.
This just feels like it has to. Zagarin is just going to 3-bet this combination. And Sahafi doesn't really have a hand that wants to do anything but 4-bet. Surely. There we go. A chunk thrown in. It looked like a call at first, but the right hand came to the rescue. And
that's a big sizing, so there's a lot in there. Even more reason to just send it with 10s.
Yeah, 4x. And just 10s is a combo that just doesn't ever want to flat here, isn't it? It's just it's the hand that jams.
Absolutely.
And wow, how excited is Capiello going to be to watch this one?
Yeah, dreamy for him. He gets to potentially ladder here, and it's the big ladder we talked about.
The big ladder. The $42,000 or $41,400 if we're going to be correct about things. And we should be. Oh, he has found the non.
Oh, wow.
He has found the flat.
Wow, I'm really surprised by that because, again, I think you're absolutely right, James. It's the hand that doesn't really want to... Maybe he's just decided he's going to try and fade an ace or king flop.
Yeah, maybe just giving Zagarin the credit for the hand, because Zagarin has had a lot of hands, certainly since I've been in the booth. And, well, this is the problem. The King Jack 5 flop is the one that now you're probably going to get bluffed off.
Yeah, this is a really problem spot now. He does have the 10 of hearts in hand. I don't know if that makes him sticky to a, you know, 20%. Oh, wow, look at this.
Zagarin just dropping the hammer.
Would you do this with ace-king? I don't think you would. What's going on? I don't really understand this bet.
I don't understand it, but at this point now I've got...
Ace-queen of hearts maybe does this, but like no hand wants to do this.
No, but this is so hard to ever call it off here. You just have to fold with this combination. And wow, what could have been?
What could have been, James?
A jam. There are 180 blinds in play, but we're playing, what, 27? Big blind. Oh, he's found kings now blind on blind.
Well, time to trap.
Do we? Or do we?
Because we don't trap ever, can we just keep raising like we always do?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I prefer that.
And we're going to get jammed on at some frequency. Oh, my God.
Well, it's a cooler.
Oh, my word.
It's an absolute cooler. What a
He does just rip it in, and it's a snap call. Capiello on the rail, watching this hand play out. Is he about to ladder $40,000? Kappa Kappa Asadona. That's about all the Italian I knew.
And all you need to know in this situation, absolutely horrendous cold deck for Sahafi.
The man who'd lathered up to this situation where it looked like he was certain to get into the heads-up encounter has been dealt into a situation that could not be avoided. And a 9-7-6 board makes third place all that more likely. Sahafi needs help. Capiello and Zagarin hoping he doesn't find it, and the king ends it. That's it.
Wow. What a weird game this cruel game of poker can sometimes be. Sahafi had 2.6 million when the FT began. He was our shortest stack. He nerdled his way up the ladder, each rung seeming like a result in and of itself. But then suddenly the spin began.
just don't think there are many buttons on this island.
Was Marco last night you spotted without like virtually buttonless actually?
I think there were buttons on the shirt. He just, you know, wasn't utilising them in the way they were designed.
Gotcha.
Marco, of course, operator of the Imperium in Milan. Oh, here we go. Cappiello on the button.
This could be it. Oh, probably isn't. 9-7 won't look pretty enough. Little does he know he's dominating.
Yeah. Although, hey, maybe what's going to...
Wow! He just has a sixth sense today.
How was he called with 9-7, and how is 9-7 dominating?
That is poonage right there.
I mean, Cappiello can only laugh at the situation here. How has he called me with 9-7, and how does he have me dominated? You're scrunching your face. I mean, Zargarin just taking a shot, wants to get it done.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe thinking the first one's a freebie.
Courtesy double up. If he gives this to Cappiello, it's not good. Obviously, he's actually found himself in an amazing spot, dominating him with 70% now. This could very well be it, guys. Buckle up. Here we go.
See, all my friends, they're sleeping. Fuck them.
No rail for Zargarin.
I love that. We hear Cappiello's rail. The Italians here in force as we see a king-queen jack board.
Oh.
Some
chop possibilities.
Not a lot though, are there really? That's a double pair up situation.
It's a very bad flop.
Yeah.
That door closes now.
Yeah.
10 make me
the 5 makes a chop, right? And then just the 7 is a chop as well. There we go. And an 8 would win it for Cappiello. But Zargarin, 88% to finish it here on the first all-in of heads-up play.
5 for a chop.
And the deuce, 9 high, wins this one, David. Somewhat of a fitting hand to this final table.
Extraordinary final table, it's got to be said. Cappiello, you know, let's take a moment to give some respect to that man. He oozes class. He's a player who is putting together an impressive resume, it must be said, in this room and beyond. He's had a tough seat at this particular final table, out of position to the one guy who covered him, you know, that probably meant for a somewhat restrained performance. On the other hand, Zargarin, wily, tricky, relentless. Yes, he probably had the best hands, more than his fair share of good hands, certainly, but nonetheless played them with aggression and a hint of unorthodoxy.
Hang on a second, how fancy is this? We got fireworks going off. We got Dinesh on the big screen. He's admiring the situation. This is top level stuff.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza. Yeah. How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dila's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
Well,
Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Ojel events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel amazing. This is my first win Kabak trophy. I'm feeling very good, but I'm very tired because I play all day from 12 o'clock. We play 1,000 IPO, then half an hour only break and play this mystery. So I get a lot of lucky and not good. I'm feeling good.
Any interesting spot worth mentioning?
Ace King versus Kings. I win like, only 3 outs, yeah. That's it. And the last hand, 7-8, Jack 9, flop Jack 8, Jack 7, turn 8, and that's it, finish. I get lucky.
What do you like about mystery bounty tournaments? How do you prepare?
First day I busted about around 12, so I tried the second day, play very careful and go to the day 2 in the money. So just waiting my hands and my...
Well, just waiting for hands is not something that will be taking place here because we are, of course, at the heads-up portion of the Dolce Vita Series PLO Bounty. We have 2 warriors battling it out. What is now somewhat of a lopsided match. 26 bigs v 10 bigs that you're going to have a peek at now as they continue playing 40k, 80k. And, well, who's your pick, Andrew? I mean, chips. The chips mean you're supposed to say Zolakhan, but I feel like Antun's got some chops about him, right?
Yeah, logic, of course, would dictate that we go for Zorlukhan Air. But I've been mentioning it throughout the broadcast, been very impressed with Abdu Antun. Hasn't really put a foot wrong. Was forced to commit a lot of chips in that heads-up hand, but he had ace, queen, 10, 7, and nut diamonds.
Right.
So he really has played well. He's got his work cut out, of course, but there can be lots of flip-flopping of stacks here. We would imagine be a lot of all-in confrontations at this stack depth. So he's not out of it yet.
Yeah, I think especially the way, certainly Zolakhan set out his stall, he's basically, I think, potted every button and has even raised over some of the limps.
That's
and
right.
Toon has tried to limp in a couple of times. Well, it has limped in a couple of times, but once got punished. Interesting to see what he does here with Jack, 7-7. I want to assume this is going to fall in the camp of let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. We've had the color up I was questing for.
Yeah.
Here we are. They listened. And we could just ask at Merit, your wish is their command.
That's it. And sounds back. We can hear chips riffling. Oh, here we go.
Oh, first hand. First hand. Here we go. Zolakhan. Yeah, 3-bet jamming. King kick 8-6. Antun is like, yep, let's go. Not bothered. And actually, it's slightly less than all in, right? Because he's open to 3 blinds, which is going to be 240. The 3-bet's going to be to 9 blinds.
720.
Yeah.
800. Yes, it's maximum. Okay, let's go. 800, right?
No, because the ante doesn't count, but... Oh, they'll figure it out.
Effective all in.
Should be 720, but who cares at this point?
Well, I can't imagine.
Am I right? 3 blinds?
I think you're right. I'm pretty sure you're right.
Unless they've changed the rules.
You know, it's late.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 800?
Okay, there we go. Does have 45k behind. Can't imagine there are many flops.
Maybe 0 flops.
I think 0.
0 is the number of flops that Antun will fold on.
Wait. Can I blind to them?
Zolakhan wants to get this over with.
Oh, a set for Antun. But the straight draw for Zolakhan, king, a 9 or a 4. Antun's looking back. He's going, really? Is this a slow roll? Oh my God, he's slow rolling. Let's watch the face here.
He's not going to believe it.
Let's watch the face.
Wow, kings.
Oh, he is.
Kings not good.
Oh. Oh. Salty. I thought he was going to show the jacks.
I told you there was some needle.
It really is.
That's nasty.
Gave it the tank.
King's no good.
Zolkan still with plenty of equity. As I say, king 9 or 4 will do it. Wow. Well, now only a king remains as Antun improves to sticks full of 5s.
Oh.
And Andrew, we continue.
The wrong.
Stacks switch again.
Yeah, the wrong kind of paint.
A lot more like level than switch, you know, like 1.2v 1.8 now, 3-2 scenario, the closest it's been. The squirrel finds the nuts.
Antun, that was a spicy little bit of
naughty.
needle.
That was a little naughty, that one.
Knew it. I knew I could. I was reading the Turkish lips going, there's needle involved here, James.
You know when there's...
I know it. Is it good-natured? It's kind of hard to tell. I love it.
Just a moment for a bit of the chips, please.
See, this is what happens, Demps, when you deny a man the opportunity to go to the bathroom.
Well then.
I'm here for it. Grudge match. Dearie me. That was quite something. Back after it.
Zolkan adjusts here with 15 blinds.
So you would advocate for a limp, right, with this type of holding at this depth?
Yeah. We could just limp. That looks like he's counting out a raise. Up to 215, I believe. And again, just finds garbage when facing these opens.
How much?
Has actually been gifted a lot of bad starting hands in this match. Obviously got very fortunate there.
Yeah, very unattractive Queen 9-4-3, especially with 3 diamonds in hand. Been a feature of his play, very deliberate. Let's get out of the way.
Yeah, obviously that one was a little bit of a commented slow roll, but we also saw before with the ace queen 10-7 on 8-9, he took a minute or so before calling, even though I think well, I mean, that one it was hard to time which hips the bet was, but he certainly is, yeah, taking his moment, which is fair enough. This, you know, you're playing heads up for a title, you want to make sure you get it right. A few extra seconds in these scenarios makes a lot of sense.
And we have almost an even heads up now. 1.4 plays 1.6.
Yeah, we'll call that even. That's close enough.
That is even. Line's about to go up also.
Oh, yeah.
Antun, King Queen 7-5.
Here we go. With a suit. It's a nice looking hand. Now, let's see. I think you'll find he comes in with a limp. But let's see.
He has shown, dare I say, a little more subtlety.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay, min raise. Okay, min raise, but it's still not the pot. But yeah,
yeah. Well, here we go. 7-6-5-3, very defendable to the min.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, raise is completely standard here as well. I just thought the way that Antun had set out its stall so far was, he's really looking to try and keep this as deep as possible. I mean, to my mind, it looks like he has a little bit more experience playing the game. Maybe certainly short-handed. Not to say that Zolkan isn't comfortable in this realm.
Yeah, this flop, all Antun. Pretty rare in PLO to be 91% with only 3 cards visible.
I like small bet, I like check.
Yeah, both seem like prudent routes. He decides on small.
Less than quarter. See, this is what I mean. again, not taking anything away from Zolakam, I just don't think he has this sort of sizing in him on these spots. I think he's still in the...
It's kind of
when it comes to the
small
cash
adjustments.
game, just in cash games, you end up just betting pot a lot and playing with your hands big. I think there are so few PLO tournaments around that, you know, the experience is probably limited in that sense.
And even more notably, right, there's going to be very few spots where you're playing 15 big blinds deep, heads up, right? I mean, it's going to be tricky, right? It's going to be some subtle nuances in there that perhaps you haven't been exposed to before.
Yeah, that's true for anyone. I mean, most people at PLO come from the cash background, myself included, and I'm not going to lie, I'll be, if I'm sitting here in this situation, like you say, playing 15 bigs, I'll have to be thinking the whole time about adjustments and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just not, you know, play some PLO tournaments, but very rare, and then very rarely do you ever get heads up in any tournament you play. So PLO heads up tournament experience, especially with the big blind ante, is negligible. Well then, as you mentioned, blinds are about to go up. They have gone up now, 5,100. $11 bigs, plays 18 bigs. So Zolakam with a very nice looking Queen Jack 9-9, more than enough for him to continue his strategy from the button, which is there's 3 little letters.
Is there any latitude to almost like trap limp here? Is the hand that good heads up, or not, maybe not quite?
No, yeah, I like the heads up, but no, this the hand's not good enough, and there really aren't that many hands that are that good enough. You know, like equities are so close that
happy to just get money in.
Yeah, you play through the front door really in this game.
Okay.
Queen 8-8-5. Again, like, not the best looking hand. I feel like he's got enough with the connectivity with a suit.
Good.
He does. That's pretty grim. I thought this is the sort of hand that he may fold like slightly tighter if he feels like he has an edge. Playing this out of position gets difficult, but then you're giving up so much that if you get run over, if you start folding thinking maybe I've got an edge on my opponent. Ace, Ace, Jack, Zolakam with all of this one. 700k in there. This is another spot where you could just see tiny betting.
Tiny, right?
Very similar to Hold'em.
One big blind type spot here.
The opponent just has nothing a lot.
Yeah, you
get to have like a lot of ace sets because you're basically raising all that on the button.
And we have a queen in hand, right, blocking some of those sort of flop straight draws. Not too much to protect against.
Gone over half, which is that right, is he?
No, it's gone small.
Oh, sorry, there we go. I'm getting the chips confused. There are no 100k chips, that's why. Yeah, yeah, this is nice. This is really nice.
Yeah, very nicely.
In fact, yeah, he went so small, he tried to bet less than a blind.
Right.
So perfection here in my mind from Zolakam with this flop bet. Well done.
Very well diagnosed situation. And you spoke about adjustments there. I mean, we have to put 200k more in pre as Antoon. And with a fairly grim holding, I mean, we're putting in nearly 20% of our stack, right?
Right.
Flop, which isn't a lot of fun, but also, as you said, got to get in there defending or we will get run over in some spots, especially against Zolakam, who's opening a lot.
Antoon, well, here we go. Some hands we want to raise. This might be one of them. Double suited, got an ace, everything's connected.
300.
There we go, just going for the 3x. And snap call. Ooh, from Zolakam had a hand there that could definitely have gone for it. But I wonder if he's suspicious by the fact that it was the 3x, aka pot, rather than the min raise we saw a moment ago. Maybe giving this one a little bit more credit. 5-5 deuce. Well, that one is all Antoon. Just got to try and find the min bet or even a check back. Oh, hello.
Oh,
hello. Zolakam with a gut shot. Looks like he's leading. I actually like this lead. It's kind of spicy. I mean, I would like to have some spades or a little bit more than this when you do it, but it just handcuffs Antoon at the stack depth. Like, what's he going to do with any of his unpaired hands?
It does decide 275, 1/3 pots. Antoon with the decision point. Do you just expect your opponent, James, to have some kind of draw a lot here that will call off?
Or you just have to call, yeah. The thing is, they're not going to fold in those draws. So you're not like denying equity by raising. If they've got any kind of hand, they're probably still going to just lamp it on the turn and then just want to keep the bluffs in. But he may be thinking, like, I haven't seen Zolican do this yet.
Yeah, like, are there enough bluffs?
Is it just the hand? Is it just, has he got a 5?
Right.
Can I just get him here? And like you say, yeah, I mean, maybe I can make him fold some draws, which is obviously always good, but...
I was thinking more the fact that he will just call off most of the draws that led.
Right.
Again, we're sort of murky, we're so shallow.
There shouldn't be too many, especially when you've got the 4, there shouldn't be really too many draws here even.
Sure.
I want to bet get it in. Like the nut flush draw, most of the ace-X suited probably does want to raise pre sometimes. Has he just gone all in?
He has.
I think he's just thinking, hey, I just don't think he has lead folds.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen Zolican do this yet. It's a real change of strategy and just unfortunate timing from him. I really like the move. Just picked the wrong hand.
Yeah, just ran into stone top of range of his opponent.
Took a hand that couldn't call a bet, turned it into a lead. Still, of course, had that gut shot. Had ace-king, blocking ace and kings, kind of two of the most likely hands that are going to continue post-flop. Wow, I think Antoon maybe thought that was the moment he was getting it.
Absolutely.
You flop trips, heads up, shallow stacked, and your man leads into you. It's Vegas and, well, what used to be the Mirage.
Dreaming of the Mirage.
Mirage is no more. What'll be the Hard Rock? There you go. Could be a guitar.
Are they bringing in another big guitar?
They are.
They are. I've been to that one. Florida.
Florida.
Yeah. Zolican makes it 300k.
Yeah. Not the best hand, but his strategy is let's go. Antoon. Queen 10, 10, 3. Good enough for him again, just about. He's getting these kind of not great but okay hands. No real decisions. 700k resides in the center once more, and King 8-5 board. Well, Zolican behind, but may feel like he's got enough hand just to commit with here, and he's gonna, I believe, make Antoon fold this.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Like Antoon knows that it's not like Zolican has to have a king, but it's like if I am ahead with 10s, it's not great on a lot of runouts.
Yeah, really with very limited additional equity. Our backdoors working. Let's have that mediocre backdoor diamonds to go with the 10s. Very unpalatable and does get out of the way.
Yeah,
can't blame him.
Again, he just gets dealt a lot of ugly spots, it feels like.
Yeah, these just half hands that you sort of feel compelled to defend, that don't have a lot of visibility post.
Right, if that was, instead of King 8-5, 2 hearts, if it was like King 8-3 with no flush draw, you can kind of call that because...
can call off, right?
Like, when we are ahead, we're that much more ahead, but...
Well, on we go.
Almost weirdly in the way, kind of opposite to Hold'em though. Like in Hold'em, you look at these things, well, these are the draws you could have, so therefore my hand's better. But the problem is you don't want them to have the draws in this game because, hey, that's gazillions of equity.
That's why it's the great game.
Like I say, I mean, I'm not putting myself out there in any means as an expert when you get this shallow.
300.
Very little experience at this stack depth. I think my PLO is at like 500 big blinds deep.
That's it, right? Just mega deep. Well, Zolican, again, feels compelled to defend with a very mediocre holding. Does flop best. Queen 9-9. Antoon going to take a free one through to the Queen of Spades turn. Zolican checking again, as does Antoon.
Yeah, rare check through scenario here. Zolican going for it one more time. Trying to get a nibble.
150.
And he does get the nibble. 150,000 the bet. The thing is, Zolican doesn't really get to raise. Queen, no kicker. It's like a one bet kind of hand. He wishes the bet was bigger, but he'll take it.
Yeah.
Million chip pot.
Every
chip pot.
Huge now.
Let's go to the chips in play, these little pots. This is so shallow we're playing. And you know what we're going to do in 1 minute and 6 seconds, Andrew?
Order a bottle of champagne to the booth.
Done.
Boom.
We're also going to put the blinds up.
Yeah. Wow, and we are going to be at 75, 150k with a 150k ante. Absolutely insane.
Earlier on, we went from 500, 1,000 to 1,500 people level, but we repeated the 1,000 level because of a collapse scenario and repeated the 1,500 level to kind of balance out the play there in the big jump. And I think the structure is just like, someone's just obviously going, well, like times 10, thinking we would never get to this level.
Yeah.
How can we get to this level? I think normally you'd obviously see us go to sort of 50, 125 or 75, 125, whatever it is. But according to our sheet, it says 150. Zolican looks down at Jack double 10, 8. We know the way he plays, this can only be one thing.
Yeah, here we go.
Wow, and Antoon actually turbo folding that one. Anytime you get these unpaired, like big suit.
Wasn't the worst.
They work with the big blind ante in there. I'm kind of surprised.
It is getting late. Potentially that factors in. Tired of these mediocre holdings. Decides just to let this one go. Yeah, I mean, what were the chances of us reaching this point? 2.98 million chips in play, and the big blind is 150k. 20 bigs in total on the table.
Yeah,
crazy.
150 confirmed now. I was wondering if it was going to be adjusted, but no.
Yep.
It's a huge jump at this stage. But I don't think either player wants to drag this one out, though.
No.
They're just like, come on, let's just get this going. Antoon again just dealt bottom of range. Jack 7-5 deuce. Triple suited. Never ideal.
Yeah, may feel compelled to limp. There is 375k out there to fight for, just so much.
You're right.
Oh, wow. Well, unfortunately, runs into a monster.
And then you see Antoon shaking his head there. He's thinking, taking advantage of when he limps, getting raised, but Zolican just has had the hands in these scenarios. Running away with it again.
He's kind of just held over his opponent, right, in terms of distribution, which can happen.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, those situations, it's gonna feel Antoon a little hard done by when he limps and he gets punished, but he sees the hands. They've actually been both times they were very, very strong hands. He has what, just a handful of blinds left.
And he is a dog in this fight. Is there still fight in the dog?
Wow, a rare walk.
There you go.
A very bad hand, the 10-6-5-4 rainbow, but as you reminded me, and I'll remind everyone viewing again, big blind ante kind of makes it hard to really ever have these folds.
Yeah. In this faintly absurd situation, Antoon 1 million in chips. Only has 6.5 big blinds, but if he doubles, takes the chip lead.
Do you think Paparaz's still on the rail or has he gone to bed?
He's in bed.
You're on your own.
I don't think he's even stayed on the rail when he busted.
I've had enough of this.
He just walked out and was like, right, son, you get it done. I'll see you at home.
But he didn't think when he wakes up in the morning it'll still be going on. Antoon, the butchers. All 4 suits, not ideal. 2 kings. Dreamy timing. Oh, he's trying to induce. He's
I like
gone for
it.
the trap.
I think I like it. Oh. Okay.
And just sort of too weak a hand. The spring. I'm kind of surprised Antoon has gone for it with this offsuit. Like, if you're going to limp in with the kings, kings double maybe.
Okay.
Kings off. I don't know. Too much vulnerability as it is. Zolican flops a pair and 7 high diamonds. Antoon going to bet 200k.
Does he decide just to run this one?
He might just, you know.
What?
Oh, okay. Gives it up. Just deciding the 7 highs, 2 weak, bottom pairs, 2 weak.
That's surprising. At this depth?
It's kind of an ugly spot.
Perhaps he's showing some weakness there in overall understanding. I thought that we could never, ever lay this down.
I mean, we just lose to every other flush draw, and we've got bottom pair.
Aye, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning, Demps, and he's got 5 bigs.
That's also true, yeah. That is a very, very, very good point.
That's what you call astute poker analysis.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can call with the hand and kind of evaluate on some turns. Or is there some really good ones for us, like an ace, a deuce, a 5? Double suited hand. With a mucky, whoa. Okay. Don't want to be folding that. Obviously, 3s are trash in this game, but again, big blind ante, double suited hand.
Yes, just so much money in there.
He's making it hard for himself in the sense that obviously he's setting out a story he doesn't want to ever limp from the from the button.
So it's just raise or fold.
And he's right in that you don't want to be potting that hand because then you're calling it off. And I think we have to incorporate, now we're at 10 big blinds effective, have to incorporate some limps. This man's doing it. Last time King King 5-4. Now it's done at Queen 9 8-3. Series to the 9. Yeah, this is wild. They're basically even in chips now, right?
Yeah, I mean, crazy, crazy swings. Couple of walks in either direction. Really changing the landscape. He takes his time once more. Is reaching for limping chips.
Yeah, Zolak, I'm more than happy to see 3 with that hand. King 4-4. Nothing for either. Yeah, I kind of like this checking mate. Obviously, you just got absolute trash hand, and you can still lend some sort of slow played action here. You're still going to check a lot of King X. You're going to check your 4X, maybe the trap. So, like this, going for like a delayed stab. And Zolak with the open ender and 10s. I think just that. Well, again, I think just a little bit too much hand to be folding. Yeah. Given that you can almost put it at range that's going to stab here on the turn, and yeah, again, you're not loving it, but
sometimes got to be sticky.
For one blind, we need to see a.
I'm with you.
We need to see one more card, I think.
Yeah, maybe a few small strategical cracks emerging.
Yeah, like you say, it's 2 a.m. I mean, it's easy for us to say these guys.
Yeah, very easy, of course.
These guys are 12 hours.
It wasn't even a criticism as such. Very difficult to play perfectly, and especially in the wee small hours.
Yeah, you're 2 hours in, and as we mentioned, we're playing a format that I doubt either have really had much experience in, because no one plays this shallow PLO. It's not a thing.
Breaking new grounds, but he does find the limp here from the button.
It'll give you a headache for sure. Trying to 12 hours into a session playing a completely unfamiliar format is going to screw with anyone's mind.
100%. Antoon content to check with the King 9-8-3.
Wow.
Pops the nut flush draw.
Yeah, versus the 6-side flush draw.
Bottom 2 for Zorlakan.
Yeah. This could see some blood. This could be an all-in scenario. Question Antoon when he wants to check raise this, but he wants to just lead. He is just going to lead. And this, I'm going to confidently predict, Andrew, is the one. Zorlakan with bottom 2 and diamonds. No option but to go for it. He does. And it's going to be a snap call from Antoon, who has a gut shot and the nut diamonds. And a shot to win this. Well, just 220k back if he loses. This is effectively the flip for the tournament. And Zorlakan hold. Can kill this with the right turn.
7 enough.
He's not greedy. Take a 7. Not straight will do. Oh, there it is. He has killed it. Zorlakan Air with the check mark on the turn, getting the full double. By our reckoning, Antoon left with, what, 1.5 blinds. We're going to check the chip counts, make sure they are right. Obviously, our graphics are one thing, but it's the clay on the table that matters. And by our reckoning, Antoon is still alive. but is really up against it now with just 1.5 blinds.
Yeah, barely breathing. Gonna be 10-1 underdog or close to it.
13-1.
There you go.
That's up 14-1, something like that.
Yeah. What a time to ping the 6 of clubs.
Yeah, you're just thinking hold, hold. How about just kill? A kill out. It's always nice having kill outs, Andrew.
Yeah.
Oh, he's looking. Dad, I got him.
I reckon Dad's at home.
Did you see?
Watching the stream with Mama Air. Little baby Air in the corner. Cousin Air. He hasn't got him yet, Demps.
I got him.
He's not far away.
I avenged your death. Gladiator 2's on the way, right?
It is on the way.
Let's see if...
Pedro Pascal, isn't it? The guy from Game of Thrones is in it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, you know,
Check my knowledge.
You know more than I do.
Don't you think it's a risk to remake?
I mean, when you say risk, they could damage the reputation of the film, but I don't think it's a financial risk.
It's not a financial risk, yes.
Someone's going to make $1 billion.
Some films, though. Some films.
I think it's been long enough. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Can. Ace, King, 6, 7 up against Antoon's what presumes a blind hand, given the way he's turning it over.
Got a lot of paint.
But yeah, I think it's a blind hand that happens to be a really good hand by that reaction.
Oh, hang on.
I think those cards have been placed too close to the reader.
There we go.
Obviously, we got RFID scanners on the table, so he didn't put them on his own scanner, put them towards the flop. So we know King, Jack, 10 are 3 of the cards.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
How's he found
Double
it?
suited.
How's he found it?
How do you find that? In an all-in scenario. One of the rare times that the dominating hand is the underdog. But here we go. He's flopped the king. Things are switching around now. Queen, Jack, 10 required for Antoon to continue. Dolcan 2 cards away from lifting the trophy. Avenging his father's death.
Very dramatic. Oh, he pings a 10.
He's pinged the 10, he has indeed. Only the rarest way out, the 3.
Yeah, the ace is no good.
Trip 3s with an ace-king kicker is the only way he can get out of this. And it improves to a boat. Antoon, well...
Count.
The first step taken, doubling up to 600k, will still be 4-1 down.
I mean, the insane thing is here, they are so shallow that if Antoon doubles again...
But what's crazy about this is, he started the hand with 220, but because of the big blind ante, right? He's like tripled up in a heads-up match.
The blinds are up as well. 100, 200k.
No,
they
wow.
are. They are. So he's basically all in.
But do you know what I mean? He's basically tripled up in a heads-up match. Like, it's almost like the rare scenario you can do that. Big blind ante. And go, as you mentioned, look at this. Change of dealer means change of stakes. We are going up to 100, 200. Where the recently doubled up Abdou Antoine has three big blinds.
Wow.
We're getting our money's worth tonight here at the Omaha Bounty final table. This one has gone past my very conservative scheduled finish time.
Yeah.
We've reached 15 blinds in play.
Inexplicable.
And I'm loving it. I have to say I'm loving it.
It's good fun. It's a great sweat.
We're seeing cards. We're seeing action. We're seeing blood. We're seeing opportunity. Sometimes, rarely in Omaha do you get it, but in Hold'em sometimes you get these really stale heads-up matches where the cards don't cooperate. We don't get to see anything interesting. Not the case here. The Omaha Bounty final table. Zolacan, he's like, can I just put this red chip? Is that enough for all in? I don't even know how my opponent's got.
Oh no!
Oh wow! No, this can't be real. King, Queen, 9-8, double suited against Ace, King, Jack 10. These hands are ridiculous.
Zolacan can't believe it.
He's like, how have you got better than me again?
Antoon finds back-to-back monsters.
Yeah, they
Firstly
both have.
with 1.5 bigs, now with 3.
They both have found back-to-back monsters. That's the funny thing. Certainly this stack depth. But you see again, not much in it. Zolacan, the small dog, to win it here. But if he doesn't, it's 2-1, the current score. Jack, 9, deuce. Top pair for Antoon. Second pair for Zolacan. Not the best flop he was looking for. 8, 9, or 10 will do it though. 3. Rainbow's the board. Outs remain the same. Antoon with the improbable comeback story that will continue. Now only 2-1 down from, yeah, like 12, 13-1 down just 2 hands ago. This game is wild.
Goodness me, and Zorlakan with that increasingly sinking feeling that can happen sometimes where you feel you've got it won and your opponent just won't go away.
This is wild. This is absolutely wild.
Yeah, this is not over now by a long stretch.
Yeah, I was sort of paying lip service to...
Thought it was done.
Trying to stretch this one out, Andrew, trying to get everyone excited that it might not be over, but now it is not over.
Yeah.
Zorlakan, the one saving grace I say, sometimes you get these heads-up matches where you get this far ahead, and then it goes bang, bang, suddenly you're back in a game. It's almost like, well, it's a silly format at this point. It's like I can't exactly go on chill. I'm not going to be like, oh, I've missed my opportunity.
Hasn't done anything wrong either. Just
like,
one of those.
We're still only playing a handful of blinds deep. I mean, we start this. Well, we're back to 5 blinds.
Yeah, I mean it's
so. I mean, whatever.
Yeah. 2-1 chip lead with 10 bigs. That's where we are.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not like he has to worry. He just has to try and win the next one.
Yeah. Now, if you lose the next one, it starts getting a little bit annoying.
Right.
He's only human.
He's a bit human.
No, 5-5.
Mr. David Lappin said that, saying earlier today.
I'm sure he would have done. I was actually trying to avoid it because I knew he would.
You want to hear something great? He got the second part wrong.
Oh.
He said, he goes, to forgive. And I'm like, it's divine. And he goes, it's sublime. I was like, that's not it, David Lappin. You've had too much sunshine.
Ow.
Yeah?
Surprised
He always
Lappin
gets
would get that wrong.
Educated,
he's
smarty pants things right.
Well, he's a learned man, isn't he?
It was so good. I was able to hold it over him as well. It's like, that's right, Lappin. I know my ancient quotes. Right, Antoon somehow now getting hit by the deck as such.
Yep.
Heads up.
Let's go.
Very strong holding.
600 beans, please.
All in.
I mean, effectively it is, but it's not quite. We still are playing pot limit.
What's 5? 600?
I mean, Zorlakan. Let's have a look at a flop. Why not? King Jack 6 deuce. Getting a great price. It's enough kit.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, 1.4 million in the middle. Neither player has more than pot back.
Yeah, just 380k behind, and well, King Jack might feel like it needs to go. And he has, he's gone. Antoon's gonna call.
Oh, wow.
With no pair, is a 70% favorite for the 3rd double up in a row. Can he do it once more? Zorlakan can't believe the 6 or deuce will do it at this stage. Off we go. 2/3 of the chips in play in the pot. Antoon's going to the screen to watch it. Turn around, my friend. You can watch the real thing. Deuce it is! Has he really done it like this? Finds a deuce. Antoon, of course, can hit all the high cards. 8, king, queen, or ace. 8 he has! He's made the nuts on the river. This heads-up match has got it all. Flip, flop, flip. Antoon makes the straight.
Count.
And now, unbelievably, just a few hands removed from being a 13-1 dog in this match.
He's fist pumping the air, Demps.
He's nearly a 3-1 leader.
Absolutely incredible stuff.
Look at his face. Oh my word.
18.
Zorlakan's face says it all. How have I not won this by now? I've had 3 shots at the title.
Somehow Zorlakan now on the verge of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
I mean, Antoon just keeps getting up.
He does.
He's bouncing off the canvas. The turn deuce there, the ugliest way. I thought that was how the tournament was going to end, Andrew. I thought it was going to end with a dirty pair of deuces on the turn. But no. No, it didn't.
Is it name on the trophy stuff, James? starting to feel that way. Antun.
Antun just binds the 8, the majestic way to him. He's a majestic player. He wins majestically. He just makes the nuts straight.
He really does.
Zerlikan in there fighting, trying to win with a pair of deuces in Omaha. What is going on here?
Rapping ugly.
What is going on
I
at
have no
Merit?
idea what's happening.
We're still playing. We're playing 100k, 200k. With 3 million chips in play. These two are battling. Never let it be said, titles don't mean something. See how desperate they both are to win. Zerlikan going to run it. King 995, and he's going to like what he sees. Best case scenario against a double suited hand is you have it smothered, and that's the case here. Obviously, any double suited hand is in good shape. Abdu again. Reasons are just cool, I think. I mean, there's not many flops you're going to fold, but you might find one that you want to.
600 more.
If the flop comes king, 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 yeah, you can just fold your jack high.
Finish it.
Oh, Zerlikan wants the money to go in.
He says finish it.
Finish me.
That's brilliant.
He's calling.
Here we go then. 1.4 million. Antun, the one most likely now to have a shot to win it. Here on hand 173 of our coverage today. Queen 10 deuce. Well, that is...
might fold this one.
That is so ugly.
Wows.
That is so ugly. This might be, as you say, one of the folds. You can see here, only 10% equity.
The shake of the head, and what a result that is for Zerlikan. Takes it down without showdown and takes the chip lead back.
Wow, like, I can't believe Antu's giving it a genuine shake of the head, like, I run so bad when he's just doubled up 3 times, but poker players are always have very short memories.
Of course
but
we do.
More so PLO players are like, can't believe I didn't win that pot, and they forget they won the 6-way all in earlier, you know. Well, 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 we carry on. Another hand, let's go, 100, 200. 7 blinds each.
We can't get to 125, 250.
Of course we can. We can get to the 300k big blind level. Believe in us, Andrew. Believe in us.
Well, after seeing the last 30 minutes, I believe in anything.
Let's go, aces. Now, I wonder if he trapped before with the kings. It was a weird, not sure what to do trap perhaps, but if ever there's a trap. I don't think we need to.
What?
Yeah. I think the trap earlier was a bit of a mistake. I can just quickly fold.
Turbo fold.
Yeah. It's weird. It's almost like they're so invested in this, they don't want to go out in a bad hand now.
Right.
They're like both determined to have a good hand. And why not? They keep finding ace, king, queen, jack doubles, the king, queen, jack tens.
Maybe they'll shake hands, James, and come back tomorrow to finish it out.
Yeah. We reached the hard stop.
See you guys at 10 a.m.
The PLO Omaha 8-handed $500 knockout, $500 prize pool event. 17-minute levels has a hard stop at 2:15. Andrew, we must bring it back tomorrow.
Okay.
They can play it out on the pier, maybe.
Right.
In the sunshine.
Bit of relaxation.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff. 5.5 blinds for Zerlikan.
Well, he's running it. Jack 10, 4, 3, and he's running it straight into Antun's kings. They're all in. He's had enough. Here we go. Antun with a shot to win it. His first for a while. He's just survived 3 all-ins where he was covered. Can he win the... Not now!
No!
Don't hit us with a technical...
Okay, we're back.
It was a bluff.
Oof.
It was a bluff. I panicked there.
The stream's had everything. We almost had
yeah.
a blind finish.
They can't take it away from us.
It would have been awful.
Here we go then. Can he win the 4th all-in a row and end this tournament? Or will Zerlikan take a monster lead once again? He's lucky. He decided it's lucky to look at the screen.
Yeah.
Ooh, 7-6-4. Pair up for Zerlikan. But look at this. The 7-5 open and straight draw. There's some kill outs. You know I like to say it. Can Zerlikan find that second pair? He can! But look,
no
hearts. There are hearts. We've got an open and straight draw, a board pairing counterfeit scenario, plus the flush draw. But no, he backs into the boat. Zerlikan. He even laughs.
He looks exhausted.
Wow, how did he fade that turn card? He had to take the lead and then fade the rest of it. Incredible stuff. And that was, Andrew, our last hand at 100
What a sensational heads-up battle
there should be some sort of mercy rule with the blinds. Like, when there's 15 blinds in play, we don't need to race them anymore. But we're going to do just that. It's now 125, 250. There are 12 blinds in play.
Antoon cannot believe it.
Right,
he finally had his man that was taking down the title.
Even when that turn rolls off,
you're still in great shape.
You can counterfeit the 2-pair.
8.
Hit the king.
Heart. 6, 4.
Right.
Oh dear. I need to lie down.
Yeah, well, adrenaline is coursing through our veins. Those two look just actually. I mean, actually, I think Zoloshan's face was everything you need to know. Just the wry smile towards the rail. Like, how is this still going? How have I just doubled it again? But we are back to where we were about 10 minutes ago. Abdu Antoon left with just 340k, and it's important now whether he's the button or the blind. I think he's the button this hand.
Thank you.
So again, he's going to be with a chance to basically triple up, because there's a 250 dead big blind ante posted. Then he's going to be able to get the 340 in, so he'll be at 680 AABC. He can win 940k from his 300. Yeah, basically triple up if he wins this pot.
And it'll only be a 2-to-1 dog again. And back we go,
it's
and round
crazy.
and round
this
we go.
I predict this has got 45 minutes.
Yeah, let's keep it rolling.
Oh, he's asking if he wants to go all in.
I don't know what is that. You don't answer.
He's asking if he wants to go in.
Yeah. Can't we just turn it over?
Oh, this is great. Kind of descended into absurdity, but what a fantastic spectacle.
But it's great fun.
It's been amazing. Yeah. We love it.
All right.
He's found another decent
double
hand.
suited hand with an ace. Let's see. Zoloshan. Well, we haven't seen his hand yet because he's turned over. He hasn't put it through the scanner. Come on, children. By this point in the night, we've got to know the rules. How many times you have to be all in? Let's just see a wide shot. Let me see an overhead. Andrew, give me the overhead.
Sweat with Zerlichan, heads up for the title.
I want to see the cards.
I kind of want them not to show us, and we'll just look at the faces. Just look at the reactions. Is this the end?
No.
Oh, hang on. What's
the hand's still to go, I think. Well, it looks like an ace and a picture card, so yeah, he's got him in bad shape here.
He does.
Ace King 6-5. Obviously, the double-suited nature of any hand means you're never that far behind.
Open anything, no king.
Open anything, just no king. Just wants to be live. Wow. The wheel wrap. Obviously, Zoloshan smothering this board with nut spades and a pair. But look at this. Ace, deuce, 3 or 6 will get it done. Spade on the turn. That's it. It's over. Just like that. Finally, I think both are relieved to see this tournament over. Incredibly long event. Incredibly long heads up. I think the heads up match was as long as the rest of the final table combined.
Unbelievable stuff, Demps, and what a viewing spectacle it was for us. But we do finally have a winner, and it is the son doing the father proud, excuse me. Zoloshan is taking down the title. Congratulations to him, and a huge commiserations to Abdu Antoon.
Yeah, he was great.
He put on a great performance.
I mean, I came back into the booth with 6 left with yourself, and I thought he played great, getting $11,500 for his efforts, and yeah, winning our hearts and minds. I mean, it was just fantastic. Whichever one of these guys 2-1 clearly deserved it. Zoloshan is, though, the winner. There can be only one. He did avenge his father's death. I mean, how much fun is that? You win your event, your dad comes third.
So good.
You have a monster heads-up match that's like a fun experience. You'll never forget. Is this the biggest prize pool he's ever going to win? No, clearly not. But he'll never forget this match because it just went so long, so much topsy-turviness, and against a fun opponent.
Yeah, amazing stuff. This one is going to have a place in his heart for a very long time, I would suggest. And what a gargantuan heads-up. Loved it, Demps.
It really did it. Obviously, that's the end of PLO for us. As I mentioned earlier, tomorrow we pick up coverage of La Notte dei Grassi. That's going to be the event we cover for the next few days. Myself and Andrew are going to go hit the hay, maybe after a little nightcap to bring our adrenaline levels down a little bit. But as we sign off, we are going to throw you to an interview with our champion who, well, who knows if he's got any words to say after that epic battle.
Congratulations on winning this event.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
It feels great. It is perfect to be first in too much people. I feel perfect.
How was the whole tournament for you? Any lucky spots?
Yes, of course. You cannot win the tournament without luck. I am lucky. I think I made the correct decisions. I can be first. Thank you.
You have played with your father, right?
Yes, yes. How do you feel? it can be. How can I tell you? It is better than being first place. It was my dream that I play with my father in the final table. I hope we can do this again, another main event or the bigger event. I hope so.
How are you going to celebrate? Together?
Of course, together, because he taught me what I learned, what I do. So I think we earn a celebration.
We have also seen you multi-tabling. How was it playing 2 tournaments at once?
I think it was very rush, you know. You are playing 2 other tournaments. You have to be hurry up. You have to don't miss any chances. And after this, I will go to other tournaments. It's still continue. Yeah.
How many big blinds do you have left?
I have too much. But I can't know. I don't know now.
Are you going to win that one too?
I hope.